Chapter 198, Body Reconstruction. There were many blue ice crystals flowing in the clouds, each of them about 10 feet wide. Wang Lin scanned the area and found a total of 94 ice crystals. After scanning the area, he discovered that one of the ice crystals was smaller than the rest. Wang Lin immediately recognized it as the ice crystal that Sky Devil Magician tried to get when he opened that tunnel. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He finally understood that the ancient god's inheritance of knowledge wasn't just one ice crystal, but 94 of them. The part that Wang Lin had absorbed wasn't even 1% of it. Wang Lin was here as his soul. After pondering a little, his soul landed on top of that ice crystal. The moment his soul touched it, the ice crystal suddenly melted and fused with Wang Lin's soul. Waves of majestic memories entered Wang Lin's soul. As time passed, the memories came to him faster and faster. Wang Lin's soul became like an expanding cloud. Countless complex chants, countless strange technique, and countless fragments of memories stormed into Wang Lin's mind like roaring dragons. His soul was torn apart, then reassembled. As that cycle continued, tidal waves of pain completely engulfed Wang Lin. In reality, Wang Lin shouldn't have been able to feel anything in his soul form, but he was feeling pain all over his soul, as if there were countless insects devouring him. This feeling stayed with him. Even when he absorbed the first part of the inheritance back then, he didn't have this feeling. Little by little, he lost control of his soul. Part of it flew out in thin lines and eventually surrounded him to form a cocoon. The cocoon formed by his soul glowed blue like the ice crystals. In fact, it looked just like a slightly larger ice crystal. While this process took place, Wang Lin's soul entered a state of chaos. He had experienced this feeling before, when he first absorbed part of the inheritance. Even after experiencing it once before, the first time could be compared to a trickling stream, while this time, it was like a raging river. He felt like a leaf on the raging river, helplessly being swept with the ups and downs of the rapids. Every wave would make his pain worse. Suddenly, he saw a light in front of his eyes. Soon, a familiar scene appeared before him. There was an empty space with countless specks of light glowing before him. This scene, Wang Lin had seen before. Upon seeing the scene again, he suddenly gained a bit of understanding. The moment he gained that little understanding, the pain that he had been experiencing disappeared without a trace. Soon after, a feeling of numbness immediately began to spread from every part of his soul. The countless chants, techniques, and memories moving in his soul finally calmed down and completely integrated into it. Slowly, Wang Lin felt his soul move forward, and those specks of light became larger and larger. Eventually, they became giant planets. Soon, he saw the large body of the ancient god. Wang Lin already knew that the youth he saw before was the ancient god Tu Si when he was a child, and the giant before him, who was the size of a planet, was the adult Tu Si. Tu Si's face looked very normal. The only exception was that there were 8 stars in a circle between his eyebrows. In addition, his skin was very rough and contained countless cracks. However, the cracks were barely visible. They were hard to notice if you didn't examine Tu Si very carefully. But after carefully observing him, there were countless cracks. His skin looked like a cracked shell. At this point, Tu Si's eyes were bursting with light, staring at a planet in the distance with a thoughtful look on his face. Soon after, his large hand lightly reached out and made a grabbing motion, causing that planet to shatter into dust and disappear among the countless specks. From the dust cloud flew out a golden light. With a wave of his hand, the golden light changed directions and flew toward Tu Si. Soon, the golden light landed in his hand and became a golden nugget. The object was clearly some sort of material. It looked like gold, but wasn't. It was stone, but not stone. It had sections of black lines on it. While holding it, Tu Si made another grabbing gesture with his other hand, and another planet exploded. And so, just like that, after an unknown amount of time, more than 30 planets had been destroyed. At this point, many different colored materials lied in his hands. Next, both of Tu Si's hands moved, and all of the materials fused together. He became focused and recited some chants that fused into the material. Soon after, he closed and reopened his eyes. The moment he opened them, the 8 stars on his forehead started to spin, as if they were alive. The stars shot out rays of golden light into the material. After a long time, a square pyramid that glowed with rainbow colors appeared in his hand. This square pyramid gave of a look of majesty. A feeling of being able to destroy the world escaped from the pyramid as countless vortexes appeared near it. Wang Lin's soul felt a sucking force when he saw the pyramid. He had a feeling of terror in his heart as he nervously looked at it. Tu Si looked at the pyramid and shook his head with a look of pity on his face. He grabbed it and examined it some more before throwing it at a planet. It disappeared into the planet. 2C sighed. His body moved, and after a few steps, he disappeared into the void. Wang Lin witnessed all the events that had just occurred. 2C was clearly trying to create a device. After using more than 30 planets as resources, Wang Lin would expect the square pyramid to be some sort of legendary artifact, but he would never have expected 2C to only look at it for a bit, then throw it away because he wasn't satisfied with it. If such a treasure landed in the hands of a cultivator, then that person would be almost unstoppable. He stared at the planet that the square pyramid went to and secretly sighed. As for the process of refining the treasure, Wang Lin saw it all. Although he didn't know what materials or chant 2C used, Wang Lin believed that once he absorbed all of the blue ice crystals, he would know it all. After ancient god 2C left, he clearly felt his soul begin to disappear from that place. Soon, all of his soul disappeared from there. At the place that held the inheritance of knowledge, besides the 93 blue ice crystals, there was a blue cocoon. Soon, countless cracks appeared on the cocoon. Countless colorful lights peered out from the cracks. As more and more cracks appeared, the colorful light became more and more intense. Soon, with a cracking sound, the cocoon broke open. A half-transparent figure that emitted colorful light appeared from the cocoon. The person was Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked down at his body. His eyes revealed a questioning look. He could clearly feel that after absorbing the blue ice crystal, not only did he gain more memories, but his soul went from an almost completely illusionary state to this half-transparent state. After contemplating a little, Wang Lin tried to move his soul, but his current body immediately collapsed and spread out into the surroundings. Wang Lin moved his soul again, and once again it fused back into that half-transparent state. He pondered silently for a while, then waved his right hand and formed a mirror made of the ice crystal. After glancing at the mirror, Wang Li suddenly quivered. He stared at the mirror, unable to utter a word. From the mirror, he could see the half-transparent figure. Although it was half-transparent, he could still see its features. It contained a very common-looking face. Wang Lin just stared at the mirror. His face revealed a very complicated emotion. He thought that, one day, he would be able to regain his old body. He had forgotten how many years it had been since his body was destroyed by Teng Huayuan, but he had never forgotten about the body that was given to him by his parents. Every time he remembered it, his heart would fill with hate for Teng Huayuan. After a long time, Wang Lin sighed, and his mood was calm again. He moved his soul and quickly surrounded another blue ice crystal. The extreme pain from before appeared again. This time, Wang Lin was prepared and he remained calm. All the information bursted into his soul and was absorbed by him. Shortly after, his soul became unable to withstand it any longer. It collapsed and soon surrounded him in that oval cocoon again. The empty space, filled with countless specks of light, appeared again. This time, he observed the ancient god refining a pill. It was made using the Ling Qi of countless planets. This pill, in Wang Lin's eyes, was extremely rough. It looked like a ball of mud that was releasing a horrifying amount of Ling Qi, but no matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like a pill. After 2C took the pill, the cracks in his body became much thinner, and between the cracks appeared countless patterns that emitted a very mysterious atmosphere. With the ancient god's movement, the patterns created an illusion and looked as if they were alive. When the giant cocoon broke again, Wang Lin's body became a bit more solid. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin continued to absorb 2C's inheritance of knowledge. After absorbing one ice crystal, he would move on to the next. When the 34th ice crystal was absorbed by him, his soul was solid. No matter how hard you looked, you couldn't find any difference between his soul now and a real body. As for his hair, it was still white like before. Wang Lin took a deep breath and began to carefully examine his body. No matter if it was his sense of touch, smell, sound, or taste, all were the same as a real body. Gradually, Wang Lin's heart became filled with more and more doubt. All he did was absorb the ancient god's inheritance of knowledge. Why would his soul turn into a body? This body, aside from not having a Jiedan, was exactly the same as a normal body. Wang Lin pondered a little and cut his left arm. From the wound, red blood dripped out. While staring at the blood, Wang Lin finally understood that he had really recovered his old body. He closed his eyes, and after scanning his soul, he found that there were no changes to it. Within his soul, the circle of bright lightning around the core of the soul devourer spun, and every rotation sent out waves that expanded his soul. Within his soul, no matter if it was the heaven-revolting bead or the G realm, everything remained the same. After he carefully explored his body, he opened his eyes and tightened his fists. Wang Lin didn't need any time at all to get familiar with the body his soul formed, since this was, after all, his original body. When he moved his fist, Wang Lin's heart was filled with joy. He raised his head, and his eyes became cold. He said, "Teng Huayuan, you destroyed my body back then, but now I have managed to reform it. Once I reach Yuan Ying's stage with this body, I'll kill my way to the country of Zhao and kill the entire Teng family. This hate can only be calmed by the blood of your entire family. Only the souls of the entire Teng family can calm my heart." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he first arrived in this place, he didn't expect there to be 94 ice crystals. That disrupted his original plan. He originally planned to absorb the inheritance of knowledge and find the ink stone needed to make the restriction flag, then return to his body and leave the land of the ancient god that he had been trapped in for so many years. If everything went according to his plan, then this time, Wang Lin's harvest would have been great. Not only did he manage to learn the art of restrictions, he also learned the method for making the restriction flag and managed to obtain Hunchback Meng's and Ancient Emperor's bags of holding. Of course, there was still that beast trap and the 20 top quality spirit stones. If you include the 10 instruments as well, then he really did have a bountiful harvest. In addition, there was still the more valuable inheritance of knowledge. But after finding out that there were 94 ice crystals, Wang Lin became much more cautious. If he could enter this place, then others could as well. But after waiting for a long time, no one else came. It was clear that some change happened. More importantly, the place where Wang Lin hid his body was also where all of his bags of holding were. But that place was between the rifts, so he was not too worried about its safety. But if his body was without a soul for too long, then there might be complications. However, since Wang Lin formed a new body, he finally relaxed a bit. As time passed, Wang Lin's speed in fusing with the ice crystals became slower and slower. On the 57th ice crystal, after Wang Lin broke out of the cocoon, there was a faint star between his eyebrows. Wang Lin quietly sat crossed-legged within the cocoon. He closed his eyes. After a very long time, he opened them again. They exuded a mysterious light. Although the Wang Lin now looked like that youth from the country of Zhao all those years ago, the atmosphere he emitted now was completely different. To him now, with his white hair flowing, gave off the feeling of an extremely dangerous stranger, just like a savage beast that caused people's hearts to grow cold. The star on his forehead appeared between his eyebrows after the 57th ice crystal. The moment the star appeared, it felt as if mind was struck by lightning and became clear. He clearly remembered that on the ancient god's 2C's forehead there were 8 stars. He remembered that no matter it was refining a treasure or a pill, they all required some mysterious power from the stars. But the stars on 2C's forehead were red, and the star on his head was only a faint outline. In fact, if you didn't look at it carefully, you couldn't even see it. Even though he didn't know how to get the rest of the stars on his forehead, Wang Lin believed that once he absorbed all of the ice crystals, he would have an understanding of it. Although Wang Lin didn't know much about the star, after absorbing more than 50 ice crystals, Wang Lin gained an understanding on why his body reformed. The ancient gods focused on refining the body. Every ancient god used all of the Ling Qi they absorbed to refine their body. As a result, even if they were ancient gods, their bodies would reach a limit and stop becoming stronger. At that point, there was a need to expand the body. Otherwise, one's cultivation would stop. Only by expanding the body would one be able to reach higher cultivation. It could be said that the larger the ancient god's body, the more Ling Qi could be stored in it. Once the limit was reached, the ancient god's body would go through reconstruction. This could be considered reaching a new stage of cultivation. Each ancient god would experience countless body expansions and also countless body reconstructions. The more they experienced it, the stronger they became. And after each reconstruction, the ancient god's soul also increased in size. For the ancient gods, there were no stages of cultivation. There was only the soul and the body's strength. The inheritance of knowledge that Wang Lin had absorbed contained the lifetime memories of 2C. Even though 2C died in an early adult stage while practicing the flowing ink transformation divine technique, he had experienced body reconstruction 8 times. Each body reconstruction was an unforgettable experience for the ancient gods. After all, each reconstruction was a step to becoming stronger. Before, Wang Lin only absorbed a small part of the inheritance, so there wasn't much change. After entering this area, he completely absorbed one of the 94 ice crystals, and the ability of reconstruction automatically started. Therefore, Wang Lin's body began to reform, using his soul as the core and his memory as the template. To Wang Lin, undergoing the process of body reconstruction wasn't anything special. In fact, if anyone else received the inheritance, they they would go through the same process. But when Wang Lin's body reformed, it allowed him to recover his original body. Although this body looked very normal, compared to ordinary cultivators, it was much stronger. If Wang Lin could experience 8 reconstructions, then his body would be like the ancient gods. After understanding all of this, Wang Lin came to a wild conclusion. Maybe the 8 stars on 2C's forehead had to do with his 8 reconstructions. If that was really the case, then that would explain why there was a star on his forehead. After all, his body had reconstructed once. But according to Wang Lin's analysis, his body's reconstruction wasn't complete. Otherwise, why would the star on his forehead still have no color and remain so faint? This was all Wang Lin's speculation, because he didn't have that memory yet, but he believed that he would soon have the answer. After absorbing 57 ice crystals, the broken pieces of chants, techniques, and memories were starting to become complete. This caused his soul to become very chaotic. Sometimes, Wang Lin's soul would become confused. Sometimes he would believe he was 2C, and sometimes he would remember that he was Wang Lin. This chaotic feeling caused his heart to feel a strong sense of doom. Despite 2C being dead, and there not being any chance of being possessed, Wang Lin believed that if he absorbed all of the inheritance of knowledge, if one of them wasn't properly handled, he would really think that he was 2C and forget his real identity. Because of this, Wang Lin had slowed the speed at which he absorbed the inheritance. Only after he had completely absorbed one ice crystal would he move on to the next. As a result, the chaotic feeling in his soul lessened by a lot. Although it still happened sometimes, Wang Lin was able to maintain his identity. Although the speed had gone down, the key was to be steady. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush and slowly absorbed the inheritance. Time flew by. Wang Lin had completely lost his sense of time in this place. After every time he came out of his cocoon, his soul would be in a state of chaos for an unknown amount of time. Chapter 199, Land of the Ancient God, Final. I have a coconut. Wang Lin clearly remembered how many ice crystals he had absorbed. After the 70th ice crystal, they took several times longer to absorb. As Wang Lin absorbed more ice crystals, they contained more and more memories, and the first thing that Wang Lin would do after breaking out of the cocoon was check his body. As he absorbed more and more of the inheritance, his speculation was confirmed. The star on his forehead represented the amount of times that his body had undergone reconstruction. After every ice crystal he absorbed, the color of the star on his forehead would become more clear, and at the same time, Wang Lin could clearly feel that with every ice crystal he absorbed, his body underwent an adjustment. After readjusting 70 times, Wang Lin could feel his body's toughness. It was as if he was following the steps of the ancient gods. Although, from the outside, his body looked completely normal, the inside had undergone tremendous change. After absorbing 70 ice crystals, his body was extremely robust. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He speculated that, in its current state, his body would be able to withstand blows from a spirit-forming stage cultivator. Time passed. Today, within the space that contained the ancient god's inheritance of knowledge, there were no more blue ice crystals remaining. The only thing left was a giant dark blue cocoon. The cocoon was not normal. There were countless cracks on its surface. If one looked carefully, then they would say that they looked like the cracks on 2C's skin. This giant cocoon had been here for countless years with no sign of breaking. The entire surrounding area felt like it was silenced by some mysterious force. There had been no change in these countless years. Wang Lin's body laid inside the cocoon. His heart had long since stopped beating. His entire body lied in there, in a death-like state. His soul was in complete chaos. The time that it was taking to absorb the last ice crystal had been much longer than the last 93 combined. His soul was submerged in the ancient god's memories. He experienced the events from the birth of the ancient god 2C to when he decided to practice the flowing ink transformation divine technique, as if he was there himself. After experiencing all that, Wang Lin even had a feeling that he himself was an ancient god. This type of confusion was something that Wang Lin had been avoiding, but now, on the last ice crystal, this feeling burst forth. Because of this, Wang Lin's soul remained in a state of slumber. After an unknown amount of time, a cracking sound could be heard from the giant cocoon. Shortly after, continuous cracking sounds emitted from the cocoon. The countless lines that covered it began to grow wider. Soon, with a pop, the entire cocoon broke open. A body emerged from the cocoon. That person had black eyes and white hair, with a very ordinary face, but very tyrannical atmosphere. Currently, the person's eyes were closed, and heart his was stopped. He presented no sign of life. After a long time, his eyes opened. His eyes felt like they contained endless power. Wang Lin slowly let out a breath. Then he examined his body. After absorbing the 94th ice crystal, he could clearly feel how strong his body had become. Even though he hadn't done any testing, he was confident that this body would help him reach his goal and bring him many benefits. Recalling when he was absorbing the last ice crystal, his heart still felt shocked. If he didn't take precautions before going into it, like when he absorbed the 50th ice crystal and slowed down the rate, he was absorbing the ice crystals in order to create a solid foundation. Then after absorbing the 94th ice crystal, he would have lost himself and would have ended up becoming a lunatic who thought he was 2C. Because of the solid foundation that he had built, he was able to withstand the storm and keep his identity. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The memories he obtained were almost complete, but his heart still felt a trace of doubt. According to the memories that he had received, they contained the moment of 2C's birth to when 2C started practicing the flowing ink transformation divine technique, but not of when he was practicing the technique that led to his death. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He carefully scanned the surroundings. He had a wild guess that there weren't only 94 ice crystals, but not too much more. It's just that, why weren't the remaining few here? Wang Lin frowned and pondered it for a while, but gave up thinking about it. Both his hands moved to form a seal. Then he spoke in the ancient god's language and said, "Open." Immediately, a curved rift opened before him. Within it were 3 black, glowing stones. Wang Lin grabbed the 3 stones with his right hand. As he stepped forward, ripples spread out from under his feet. He took 3 steps, and his body disappeared from this place. Those 3 stones were the key material for making the restriction flag. Within a rift in the ancient god's meridian, there were countless restrictions placed in a way that formed a ring around a certain spot, releasing a dangerous scent. A figure with white hair suddenly appeared outside the ring. After he appeared, he stared at the ring. After looking at it for a while, and confirming that there was no change, he walked forward. Those restrictions seemed as if they had lost their power, because none of them activated at all. With every step, the nearby restrictions disappeared. As he walked to the center of the ring, all of the restrictions on the way disappeared. He was Wang Lin, and as for these restrictions, they were the ones that he himself had placed to protect his body and his bags of holding. Although he believed this place to be safe because it was not really within the meridian, but in the special space created from the memories of the inheritance, Wang Lin's personally was very careful, so he still left many safety measures. After entering the restrictions, his eyes landed on his old body and the bags of holding. His eyes revealed a look of regret. The body before him had already rotten. There were traces of Ling Qi released from the body's Jiedan. Next to the body were some bags of holding. Wang Lin let out a sigh. If he hadn't reconstructed a body after he received the inheritance of memory, then he would have to obtain another body. He placed his right hand on the chest of his old body. The lifeless body suddenly started to release thick Ling Qi. Soon, cracks appeared on the body's hands and feet, and continued to spread. As the cracks grow wider, the fluctuations of Ling Qi grew larger. Eventually, the body completely shattered, and a fist-sized Jiedan floated out of it. There were countless specks of colored dots scattered among the shattered body. Upon seeing the Jiedan, he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the Jiedan that he had formed himself, and this connection wasn't something that time would cut. Shortly after, Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the Jiedan flew toward him. The moment the Jiedan reached his hand, it disappeared into his body and charged toward his Danton. Once it reached his Danton, it started to slowly rotate in place. Waves of Ling Qi washed over Wang Lin's body. He closed his eyes and felt his body. He reopened his eyes, stared at the remains of his old body. He hand formed a seal as he growled, "Inferno Flame." As his words left his lips, the blue dots mixed in with the remains of the body came together to form a blue flame. Wang Lin opened his mouth and sucked the flame into his body. It disappeared into his Danton. Wang Lin waved his right hand and made the bags of holding next to the body fly one by one into his hand. Shortly after, a white light emitted from his hand and a black cloak appeared. After putting on the cloak, Wang Lin grabbed at the void created a rift. Without any hesitation, he walked into it. He appeared again at the place that held the inheritance of knowledge. Wang Lin took a deep breath and checked his surroundings. After making sure that everything was the same as before, he began to chant some very complex words in the ancient god's language. With the seal formed by his hand, a simmering light screen appeared before him. The words in his mouth acted like an invisible hand, expanding the light screen. Soon, the light screen became large enough, and the ancient god's image appeared on it. Wang Lin was very familiar with the pressure that ancient god 2C's illusion had, so his heart remained calm. After the image appeared, the 8 stars on 2C's forehead shot out 8 beams of light. forming an octagon-shaped whirlpool. Wang Lin stared at 2C's image and thought, Land of the Ancient Gods, goodbye. Chapter 200, Yun Fei. In the Sea of Devils, the chaotic, broken stars. It was a ring formed by many large, broken planets. There was a mysterious force in this place. No matter if it was entering or exiting, one must face many avatars with the same cultivation as oneself. Only upon victory can one pass into or out of the mysterious ring. This place was also very dangerous, so as a result, not many people come here. 2 swords of light charged toward this place, one in front of the other. The sword of light in front was clearly dimmer. Inside the light was a young woman with her lips pursed and face pale. She was wearing greenish-red clothes, her waist was slim, and she looked very pretty. In the light behind, there was a middle-aged man with a square face and thick brows. His eyes were as big as bells. He had a mocking smile on his face as his cold eyes stared at the young woman in front of him. The sword under his feet was very stable. He was clearly not putting too much effort into this pursuit. As he stared at the woman, his eyes became more cold. These 2 lights, one behind the other, quickly closed in from the distance. The young woman looked ahead at the chaotic broken stars, and an idea came to her mind. She had been running for a month now, and for this past month, no matter where she ran, that person was always close behind her. If she hadn't used her master's secret technique to escape, she would have already been caught. But using this secret technique required too much spiritual power. After using it a few times, she couldn't afford to use it anymore. Under the stress, she panicked and didn't pay attention to where she was going. Without realizing it, she came to the chaotic broken stars. When she realized this, she wanted to change direction, but just then, that person caught up to her again. She was helpless, so she could only move forward. Soon, the 2 came closer and closer to the ring formed by broken stars. She knew in her heart that the person behind her wasn't using his full strength, but playing around with her, to pressure her to keep moving forward. She had to be careful to not enter the chaotic broken stars ring, but the distance to there was getting shorter and shorter. Qian Kuan was casually chasing her. He had his heart set on the item she possessed. If it were not for her suddenly using that escape technique a few times, he would have already caught her. But now, in panic, she ran herself toward the chaotic broken stars. It seemed as if even the heavens were helping him. Thinking about this, his smile widened and became even colder. Qian Kuan's gloomy voice slowly said, Yun Fei, in front of you is the chaotic broken stars. In the Sea of Devils, the chaotic broken stars is a very dangerous place. As of now, no one has ever passed through it by relying on luck. Do you want to give it a try? The woman's face became more pale, and the bitter feeling in her heart increased. When she was 5 feet away from the chaotic broken stars, she suddenly stopped and turned around. She looked at Qian Kuan with a bleak face. Biting her lips, she said, Senior, Junior here escaped to here by chance. Why must you kill me? Qian Kuan's mouth twitched. The sword under his feet stopped 10 feet away from the woman. He shot one glance toward the chaotic broken stars behind her. He smirked and said, I am only here on orders. You should blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. The woman laughed. She took out a piece of jade from her bag of holding. Looking at Qian Kuan, she whispered, This is something that belongs to my master. How it is something I'm not supposed to take. Senior, within the enchanted palace, there is a replica. Even if I take this, it doesn't affect the enchanted palace at all. Qian Kuan's gaze landed on the piece of jade. His expression was one filled with greed. His task was to kill this woman and take back the jade. There was a seal placed by the enchanted palace on this piece of jade. Qian Kuan knew that even if he were to get his hands on it, he couldn't use it, only return it. And this woman named Yun Fei, although her identity was ambiguous, she could read this jade, otherwise, she won't have had the chance to steal it. Precisely because of this series of events, he didn't just kill her, but followed her closely. Qian Kuan darkly said, I don't know if taking that jade would affect the enchanted palace or not. I just know that if I take it, it will benefit me greatly. The woman revealed a bold expression. She said, Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. But do consider the importance of this piece of jade. Qian Kuan didn't say a word, but a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He already knew that this Yun Fei was the successor of the famous Qi Huang sect. Although the Qi Huang sect was destroyed by a mysterious force, this woman somehow managed to escape unharmed. Afterward, the woman who held the piece of jade containing the Qi Huang sect's most precious pill recipes was captured by the enchanted palace and was forced to be a concubine there. Now, after many years, she finally found the chance to run away with the piece of jade. Qian Kuan was at the mid-core formation stage. Although the line to the late stage was thin, His cultivation technique was very limited. He was afraid that he would never be able to enter the late stage. But if he could get his hands on this piece of jade and make pills with the recipes inside, then he would be able to enter the late core formation stage. The woman let out a heavy sigh. Without a word, she took out a blank piece of jade. After imprinting information on the jade, she said, "Senior, I'm finished imprinting. If you let me escape, this jade is yours." Qian Kuan laughed and said, "Good. First, hand over the jade. After I confirm the information inside, I'll let you leave." As he finished speaking, he started to move forward. The woman quickly shouted, "Stop." She held the jade in her right hand. With just a bit of spiritual power, she could crush this replica. At the same time, she backed up 2 feet. While staring at Qian Kuan, she said, "Senior is already at the mid-core formation stage, and I have only just entered the core formation stage. I'm 1 stage below Senior, so I can't help but guard against Senior not keeping his promise after getting the jade." Qian Kuan slightly frowned. His cold eyes stared at the jade in her hand and said, "What do you mean?" Yunfei took a deep breath and plainly said, "I'd like to ask Senior to back away 1,000 feet. I'll place the jade here. After I leave, Senior can come here and collect this piece of jade, or else I'll immediately crush it and commit suicide. Then, Senior would have gained nothing." Qian Kuan revealed a cold smile. "What a joke. How would I know if the jade you give me is real or not? What if you trick me?" At this time, neither of them noticed that, within the chaotic broken stars, was a 3-foot-long rift. Waves of black energy emitted from it. Yunfei's face hardened and was about to speak, but Qian Kuan continued to say, "I don't have time to waste with you. Hand over the jade, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As for the jade, I'll take my loss." As he finished speaking, he slowly floated forward. The distance of 10 feet could be traveled in a flash, but Qian Kuan moved slowly, because he was afraid of her unconsciously crushing the jade. Then he really would have gained nothing. Yunfei clenched her jaw. She threw the jade to the side and quickly escaped away from Qian Kuan. Qian Kuan suddenly started to move like lightning and chased after the jade. After catching up to it, he held it in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense, then immediately became excited. After laughing madly a few times, he found Yunfei, who was escaping. His eyes revealed malicious intent as he quickly chased after her. This time, his speed was clearly different from before. It was several times faster. Although Yunfei was running away as fast as possible, she secretly kept tabs on Qian Kuan's movement with her divine sense. After seeing him catch the jade, she suddenly had a really bad feeling and started to move faster. But soon, she started to despair. Qian Kuan didn't keep his promise, but chased after her. Yunfei sneered in her heart. "Qian Kuan, even if I die, if you follow that jade to refine pills, you will die miserably. All of this is your own fault." Then, she sighed. She stopped moving and decided to stop her own heart. Qian Kuan saw that Yunfei stopped running and had given up on resisting. He let out a big laugh and quickly rushed forward. He said, "Since you gave me this piece of jade, I'll let you die in pleasure. Let me have a good look at that body and see what's so extraordinary about it that even enchanted master. If you properly serve me, I might even let you go." Just as Qian Kuan finished talking, his eyes suddenly fiercely stared toward the chaotic broken stars. His eyes were filled with astonishment, but that quickly turned to fear. Qian Kuan suddenly stopped talking. Yunfei stopped herself from stopping her own heart. She looked toward the chaotic broken stars. Her jaw dropped, and she had a shocked expression on her face. She only saw that, within the chaotic broken stars ring, a rift somehow appeared. The rift was rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 5 feet wide. The rift formed an arc, like the mount of a beast. This caused anyone who saw it to feel a chill in their heart. Within the Sea of Devils, there were only red rifts that appeared between the inner and outer seas, so the meaning of a rift here was deep. This rift not only emitted black energy, but was quite large, while the rifts that appeared between the inner and outer seas were only small rifts. But before Qian Kuan and Yunfei was such a large rift. The moment the rift appeared, Qian Kuan felt a tingling sensation on his head. He almost immediately wanted to give up killing Yunfei and escape from this place. Just as this thought surfaced, he immediately suppressed it. His eyes lit up as he stared at the chaotic broken stars ring. His heart calmed down. With the formation there, no matter how strong the thing that comes out of the rift is, it won't be able to come out of the ring, so there was no need to flee. At the same time, the rift suddenly started to grow. Waves of black light came out of it, along with many strange energies. Soon, a young man wearing a black cloak calmly walked out. This person had a head of white hair that flowed behind him, giving him an ancient feel, but his eyes revealed a ruthless look. The most eye-catching part was the dark purple star on his forehead. This purple star gave of a purple light. It felt like it was filled with demonic energy. Along with the black light from the rift behind him, he looked like a demon that just walked out of hell. The person didn't even look back. He waved his right hand, and that large rift behind him quickly started to close. In almost the blink of an eye, the rift disappeared completely, leaving only the demon godlike youth. He stood in midair. His eyes showed signs of regret, and looked through the chaotic broken star's ring, and spotted Qian Kuan and Yun Fei. Qian Kuan felt a sense of horror from the moment he saw the youth walk out of the rift. Because there was the ring between them, he couldn't scan the youth with his divine sense. However, even if the ring didn't exist, Qian Kuan wouldn't dare to scan that youth with his divine sense. In his view, if that person could walk out of such a large rift, then that person's cultivation level must have reached an unimaginable level. The youth should be at least nascent soul, or even the mythical spirit forming stage. As a result, how could he dare to offend the youth? More importantly, he felt like the scene before him. He had heard of it from somewhere before, but couldn't remember where he had heard it from. When the white-haired youth looked at him, even though it was through the broken star, his legs grew weak and he wanted to run away, but he stopped himself. Qian Kuan knew that even if he ran, if the youth could get through the ring, then he would be able to catch up to him instantly, so running or not running was the same. In fact, running would just make the youth remember him more clearly. Besides, if the youth couldn't get out of the ring, then even if he didn't run, he was still safe. Thinking this in his heart, Qian Kuan suddenly stopped and clasped his hands. He respectfully said, "This junior is the Poison King's Enchanted Palace's 5th-generation disciple. Qian Kuan greets senior." Yun Fei's heart became weak because she had just had a near-death experience and then witnessed such a scene. Her conclusion was about the same as Qian Kuan, but in her mind, she thought that if she ran, then she would be killed by Qian Kuan, but if she stays, there might be a chance for her to live. After thinking about it, she respectfully said, "Junior is Qi Huang Sect's 2mo Yun. Greetings, senior." The white-haired youth withdrew his gaze after glancing at them coldly. He looked toward the chaotic broken star's ring. After pondering for a while, he slammed his bag of holding and a small creature appeared in his hand. The beast had 3 pairs of wings on its back. Its clear eyes made it seem as if it were psychic. It immediately flew forward. With its wings beating, it quickly charged at the ring. Soon, it arrived inside the ring. Shortly after, a broken fragment released a white light. After the light faded, a copy of the beast appeared. When the two beasts met, both released high-pitched screeches and started to attack each other. The white-haired youth frowned. He waved his hand, and the little beast's body suddenly started to tremble. Its body formed a small tornado and flew out from the ring and landed on the youth's shoulder. With a move of his hand, the beast disappeared. This white-haired youth was Wang Lin. He had used the method left in the ancient god's memory to open up a tunnel to leave the land of the ancient god. After exiting the tunnel, he appeared inside the ring of the chaotic broken stars. If he wanted to leave, then he must pass the ring. From what he had heard from Duanmu and others' conversations, he had an idea of what the ring was like. He planned to use the same method he entered before to leave, but that transfer array was too complicated, and among the memories of the ancient god, for some reason, there was almost no information about transfer arrays. After thinking about it, it made sense. With how strong the ancient gods were, there really was no need to use transfer arrays to travel. They could easily open up a black hole and travel through it. Of course, this didn't mean that there wasn't supposed to be information on transfer arrays in the ancient gods' memories. Otherwise, why would there be that mysterious array in the 4th realm? If this was really true, then it was as Wang Lin had suspected. The inheritance that he absorbed wasn't complete. However, all of this was Wang Lin's speculation. As for whether or not any of it was true, no one could really know. Wang Lin pondered for a while. His eyes were filled with determination, and he charged toward the ring. The moment Wang Lin entered the ring, although Qian Kuan's expression was calm, his heart started to tense up. This was not the first time he had seen someone charge into the ring. Many years ago, he saw someone who was at the nascent soul from the enchanted place charge into the ring. He died so miserably that not even his nascent soul managed to escape and was swallowed by the mysterious force. So when he saw Wang Lin charge into it, his eyes immediately focused. Yun Fei was even more tense than Qian Kuan. She had placed all of her hope of escaping death on that youth. She thought that if Wang Lin could make it out of the ring, then Qian Kuan would not act rashly. With the jade as a gift, she might have a chance. Although all of this might not work, it was a chance Yun Fei decided to take. The moment Wang Lin entered the ring, a few of the broken fragments quickly collided together. In a flash of white light, An exact copy of Wang Lin appeared in the ring. When the copy appeared, it let out a cold smile. It slammed its bag of holding, and a black sword appeared. This flying sword was weird. It had many thorns on it. It was clearly Wang Lin's personal flying sword. Wang Lin scanned the black sword and was really impressed by the power behind the mysterious force, that it could even copy magical treasures. Even the crack created by Hunchback Meng was on there. This time, Wang Lin decided not to fight. He was just there to scout. After the copy took out the black sword, it let out a loud laugh, and the sword flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's mouth twitched. He slammed his bag of holding and took out the black sword as well. Immediately, two identical swords started attacking each other. Shortly after, Wang Lin let out a cold smile. His G-Realm Divine Sense suddenly moved and formed red lightning. At the same time, the copy's eyes also revealed red lightning. Wang Lin stared at the copy with a dignified look. He saw that the red lightning flashed a few times in the copy's eyes. Then the copy's eyes exploded and became fragments. At the same time, it seemed the copy couldn't withstand the red lightning's power either and exploded as well. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to ponder. Although he moved his G-Realm Divine Sense, he didn't attack with it, but only used it to test if the copy could even copy his G-Realm Divine Sense. Now he knew that although the ring's power was mysterious, it couldn't copy his G-Realm. Wang Lin revealed cold smile and walked deeper into the ring. According to what Wang Lin heard from Duanmu, this ring was 100 miles wide. After beating the first copy, one can travel 50 miles, then one must defeat two more copies. Then one can travel 50 more miles and exit the ring. Qian Kuan's heart almost collapsed when that copy exploded. Wang Lin's ranking in his heart instantly soared to an unprecedented height. He could have never thought that the copy formed by the mysterious power would explode so quickly by itself. He could not imagine the technique behind it. Yin Fei's eyes became stronger. She stared at Wang Lin, who was inside the ring, thinking about how to ask him for help in a way that she wouldn't be rejected. Wang Lin easily moved forward, but only after he had moved 10 feet did the fragment release a white light again. After the white light faded, two more copies appeared. After the two copies appeared, one took out a flying sword, and other took out a scroll. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart sank. Unless Duanmu lied, then it was because he had destroyed the first copy so quickly that it caused a change. But Wang Lin's mood did not change at all. He still remained cold and calm. The moment the two copies appeared, red lightning appeared in his eyes again, and his G-Realm Divine Sense came out again. This time, the two copies didn't immediately follow and use their G-Realm, but quickly started to use their treasures. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he charged toward the copies. Before, he experimented with his G-Realm. This time, he wanted to test how powerful his body had become after receiving the ancient god's inheritance and underwent Reconstruction. Will the body formed by Reconstruction be as strong as his memories showed him? Chapter 201, 200 Years. Wang Lin suddenly moved. At the same time, the two copies started to use their magical treasures. Wang Lin had already arrived before them. Meanwhile, his hand formed the seal from the memories of the ancient god. Then he shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, a strong force came from the seal formed by Wang Lin's hand. Under the pressure of the force, the treasures that the two copies tried to activate were suddenly paused for a bit. Shortly after, Wang Lin's body charged like a meteor toward the two copies. The two copies' expressions didn't change, and they started to active the same technique. Wang Lin rammed into the one of the copies with no hesitation. When they collided, that copy immediately collapsed into dust. The copy Wang Lin targeted was the one who took out the scroll. From his point of view, the scroll was very mysterious. He didn't want to give the copy a chance to use it and cause unnecessary trouble. The other copy controlled the black sword and attacked Wang Lin. The moment the flying sword came toward him, Wang Lin stopped and moved his right hand in a circle. An illusionary circle appeared. The restriction quickly grew larger and stood between Wang Lin and the flying sword. Shortly after, Wang Lin charged toward the other copy. It realized something was wrong and quickly escaped. Wang Lin started to chase the copy. However, the copy obviously couldn't mimic the power Wang Lin gained from the body reconstruction from the ancient god's inheritance. So no matter if it was speed or physical power, the copy couldn't compare with Wang Lin. As a result, after a short while, the copy was rammed into by Wang Lin and collapsed. Wang Lin's charge didn't stop. After checking his body and his G-Realm, he didn't want to waste any more time here and charged out like lightning. Wang Lin continued to fly through the remaining 70 miles. Sonic booms could be heard as he flew. At the same time, copies appeared one after another before him. However, all of them were either smashed by his body, or, for the ones farther away, destroyed by his G realm's red lightning. For more than 70 miles, none of the copies could slow Wang Lin down even a tiny bit. After a few short breaths, Wang Lin broke out of the chaotic broken stars ring. To others, the chaotic broken stars might contain a lot of power, but to Wang Lin, if this place couldn't copy his G realm or the strength of his reconstructed body, then it was powerless against him. This ring was formed by a large divine avatar technique, but Wang Lin's G realm was a heaven-revolting existence, so if the divine technique couldn't copy it, then it was useless against him. As for the ancient god's body, if this ring could copy it, then the ancient gods wouldn't be so mysterious. The person that laid down this formation couldn't possibly compare with the ancient god's power, so how could the formation copy it? Wang Lin, with his G realm and ancient god's body, charged out of the ring. He felt a ripple in his heart. When he went into the land of the ancient god, he was only someone at the Jiedan stage. Now, not only had he learned restrictions and obtained a body like the ancient god, but his G realm soul had also formed a core. As a result, although Wang Lin might not be able to beat a Yuan Ying stage expert, he was confident that he wouldn't die in a fight against one. In addition, Wang Lin felt that even against a spirit-forming stage expert, he still stood a chance at winning. If he used all of these mysterious chants and techniques properly with his magical treasures, then he could defeat someone at the spirit-forming stage. Before, if he met a Yuan Ying stage expert, even if he ran, his only road was death. Yuan Ying stage's power came after the body formed a Yuan Ying. The spiritual power in the body undergoes a huge change. At the Yuan Ying stage, a sliver of spiritual power could match all of the spiritual power that someone at the Jiedan stage could muster. In addition, the most notable technique Yuan Ying experts could use is instant movement. This instant movement technique was what allowed Yuan Ying experts to be the peak in a third-ranked country. In addition, Yuan Ying cultivators could use many more techniques than Jiedan experts, and even if they used the same technique, a Yuan Ying cultivator's power was hundreds to thousands of times more powerful. It could be said that in the history of cultivation, only a few people at the Jiedan stage could beat people at the Yuan Ying stage. Even with some heaven-defying treasure, at most, they could only protect themselves. After all, the power of a magical treasure is closely related to the user's cultivation level. The Yuan Ying stage is a dividing line in the cultivation world. Only after forming a Yuan Ying can cultivators truly be considered strong. This shows how important forming a Yuan Ying is. Meanwhile, the difference between the three realms is also very large. Each stage is at least 10 times stronger than the previous. In other words, a Yuan Ying late stage is like 10 Yuan Ying mid stages or 100 Yuan Ying early stages. This is a bit overly simplified though, because it doesn't factor in magical treasures. This was all a guess by Wang Lin. He wasn't sure if he could really beat a Yuan Ying stage expert. After all, he was only at the late Jiedan stage. But since his G realm soul had increased greatly, his reconstructed body contained the power of the ancient god, and factoring in the various magical treasures Wang Lin possessed, he hesitated in his uncertainty. After Wang Lin broke out of the ring, he decided not to go find a Yuan Ying stage expert to try it out. He thought that would be extremely stupid. Wang Lin gazed at Qian Kuan and Yun Fei. He never really thought about Jiedan stage cultivators, even before he entered the land of the ancient god, and even less so now. He didn't have any interest in the problems between these two people, but he did need someone to answer his question, so he asked, "Where's the closest city?" The moment Wang Lin walked out, Qian Kuan revealed a very respectful expression, but his heart was very tense. When he heard Wang Lin's question, he wanted to answer, but Yun Fei answered before him. "Senior, there aren't any cities within a 10,000-mile radius of this place. Although, more than 30,000 miles to the west, there is a city called Qilin." As Yun Fei was talking, she moved a few strands of her hair behind her ear, revealing her feminine charm. Unfortunately, this act didn't attract Wang Lin at all. After Yun Fei noticed that Wang Lin's gaze didn't linger on her at all, she felt a bit disappointed, but wasn't about to give up. Mo Yun knew that she wasn't perfect, but she was very skilled in bed. Otherwise, the master of the enchanted palace wouldn't be so enchanted with her. She secretly clenched her jaw. Ever since Wang Lin broke through the ring, she never stopped trying to guess his cultivation level. If she could find someone to hide behind, then even if the enchanted palace came to chase after her, they'd be forced to withdraw. She believed that if this person would be willing to help her, then even wiping out the enchanted palace would be possible, but all of this was her fantasy. Wang Lin obviously didn't know what she was thinking. He looked toward the west and asked, "Does this Lin City have spirit-forming stage cultivators?" "No, senior. There are no spirit-forming stage cultivators in Lin City. In fact, In this sea of devils, let alone Lin City, even in the top 10 cities, there aren't many spirit-forming stage cultivators. This time, Qian Kuan answered before Yun Fei. Before, he regretted letting Yun Fei answer before him. If he didn't say anything this time and made this senior angry, then it would be very bad for him. Wang Lin's eyes wavered. He muttered, "No spirit forming. Senior, 200 years ago, some of the well-known spirit-forming experts in the Sea of Devils disappeared into the chaotic broken stars, so there aren't many remaining." Qian Kuan quickly answered, but after he finished speaking his expression suddenly changed. His eyes grew wide as he looked at Wang Lin with a mystified look. But quickly, his forehead started to sweat, and he lowered his head, but his heart was in complete chaos. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His eyes became cold. He spoke with a voice as cold as the icy wind from hell. Which spirit-forming cultivators disappeared into this chaotic broken stars ring 200 years ago? Yun Fei also revealed a surprised expression. She also remembered the rumor from 200 years ago. She tightened her red lips and said, "Senior, Junior here knows some of what happened 200 years ago. The Poison King's enchanted palace's prince, Melancholy Fan, Mei City's head, Duan Muji, Xian Sect's head, Sixth Desire Devil Lord, and Tianma Dong's old monster, Ancient Emperor. Those four met here and disappeared together. Many of their successors came here in these 200 years, but found no clues." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his heart was stunned. 200 years. Unexpectedly, he had already been in the land of the ancient god for 200 years. Wang Lin put away his feelings of regret and placed his gaze on Qian Kuan. This person acted a bit weird earlier and said that he was from the Poison King's enchanted palace, so his senior must be Hunchback Meng. Under Wang Lin's gaze, Qian Kuan's legs grew weak and he fell kneeling on the ground. He said, with fear and respect, "Senior, this junior doesn't know anything and won't say anything. Senior, please spare me." Chapter 202, wiped out completely. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He glanced at Qian Kuan and asked, "Is your master Hunchback Meng?" Qian Kuan's body trembled. If he had any doubts before, they all disappeared when he heard that question. It had to be said that the Poison King's enchanted palace's Melancholy Fan was a very well-known name in the Sea of Devils. No matter which senior, when talking about Melancholy Fan, they would refer to him as Senior Meng. Even among the people with the same amount of fame, they would at least refer to him as Prince Meng. Besides reaching the spiriting forming stage, which was very rare in the Sea of Devils, there were his poison techniques. These poison attacks were hard to guard against. They were tasteless and colorless. Many had died of these poisons before they even realized what had happened. Adding to all of this was Melancholy Fan's eccentric personality. One wrong word, and he would wipe out your whole sect. There once was a sect in the Sea of Devils. Although they didn't have any spirit-forming experts, they had quite a few late-stage Yuan Ying experts, making them one of the strongest sects in the Sea of Devils. One of the sect's Yuan Ying disciples met Hunchback Meng. Forget not knowing his identity, he even mocked Hunchback Meng. That night, Melancholy Fan walked into the sect by himself. 1 hour later, when he left, all 3,960 people of the sect, including the inner disciples, outer disciples, all of the workers, and even those late-stage Yuan Ying experts, all died. When Melancholy Fan killed people, he liked to leave behind a reason. That was why others knew about the things he had done. As a result, Melancholy Fan's ruthlessness would make the face of anyone in the Sea of Devils pale. There were only a few people in the Sea of Devil that dared to call him Hunchback Meng. After Qian Kuan heard Wang Lin's words just now, he was even more sure about his guesses. Qian Kuan didn't dare to lie and quickly said, "Say, Senior, Elder Meng is indeed my sect's ancestor." After saying this, he clenched his jaw. Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, he spoke the secret he knew. It seemed that a few years ago, Qian Kuan heard the current head talk about ancestor Melancholy Fan, that he wasn't missing, but went into the chaotic broken stars, and it seemed that it was the second time he had gone there. He also heard that if a large rift were to appear in the chaotic broken stars, that means the ancestor has come back. Qian Kuan bore this in mind when he first heard it, but a long time had passed, and it didn't have anything to do with him, so he had gradually forgotten. As a result, when he saw the rift open, he felt a sense of familiarity, but didn't think too deeply about it. But after he answered Wang Lin's question, he felt as if he was hit by lightning and immediately remembered it. This was why his expression suddenly changed. A rift opened up in the chaotic broken stars, but the ancestor didn't return. Even the other spirit-forming cultivators like Duan Mu, Sixth Desire Devil Lord, and Ancient Emperor didn't come out. Instead, it was this young man that appeared. This caused him to speculate many things. After Wang Lin finished listening, he muttered to himself, which caused Qian Kuan to become very tense. Qian Kuan clenched his jaw. He moved his hand over his bag of holding and suddenly threw out black sand. He started to escape without looking back. The black sand released a fishy smell. After it appeared, it immediately made a minor exploding sound. Wang Lin laughed at him in his heart. He didn't dodge the sand but slammed his bag of holding and his poisonous sword came out. The poisonous sword quickly flew through the black sands a few times, causing all of the black sand to suddenly light up in a green flame. Sounds of breaking could be heard. All of the black sand turned into green smoke and was absorbed by the poisonous sword. All of this happened very quickly. In almost the same instant that Qian Kuan threw out the black sand and started to escape, Wang Lin's poisonous sword had already absorbed it all. This time, Qian Kuan's heart shook again. His body started to release a cold feel. He quickly urged his spirit power to move faster. Wang Lin's face remained bleak. He pointed his finger at this brow. Suddenly, from his consciousness, flew out a black shadow. The black shadow shot out of Wang Lin's consciousness like lightning and out through the star on his forehead. The devil Su Ligua came out with a joyous scream that echoed in the surrounding. I'm finally free. I almost bored to death. Boy, don't run. Let your grandpa Su devour you. In order to repay you for allowing me to come out again, I'll let you die with as little pain as possible. The moment the voice could be heard, the devil Su Ligo became like smoke and caught up to Qian Kuan. Qian Kuan had an aghast expression when Su Ligo jumped on him. After Su Ligo devoured Qian Kuan's soul, he took the golden Jia Dan and bag of holding and returned to Wang Lin. Su Ligo showed an expression of trying to please, but in his heart, he didn't want to give up the Jia Dan. Wang Lin glanced at the Jia Dan then threw it into his mouth. The moment the Jia Dan entered his mouth, the ancient god tactics started to activate, and he completely absorbed it in a few breaths of time. Wang Lin could feel that 80% of the Jia Dan was absorbed by his body, and only 20% became spiritual power. After absorbing the Jia Dan, Wang Lin put away the bag of holding. He pointed at Qian Kuan's body as a small fireball came out of his finger. The fireball quickly landed on Qian Kuan's body and turned it to dust. When Yun Fei saw all of this, her face became even more pale, and she unconsciously took a few steps back. In her opinion, this white-haired youth's cultivation level was too deep, especially the magical treasure he had used. She recognized that it was a Yuan Ying. It was reasonable that Yun Fei was mistaken. The devil Su Ligao's soul was refined from a Yuan Ying. That, coupled with the fact that Su Ligao met quite a few ancestors in the third realm that caused him to change a bit. And more importantly, Wang Lin had formed his soul core. Although a soul core didn't raise the cultivation level of a soul devourer at all, it allowed the soul devourer to create wandering spirits. This soul core also benefited the wandering spirits that the soul devourer controlled. Wang Lin killed Qian Kuan because he didn't want the news of him leaving the chaotic broken stars to be known. What terrified Yun Fei the most was that Wang Lin had swallowed the Jia Dan. Even the head of the Poison King's enchanted palace wouldn't just swallow a Jia Dan without refining it with other medications first. She had never seen something like this before. Right now, Wang Lin exerted even more pressure than Qian Kuan. Wang Lin's gaze landed on Yun Fei and her body instantly shivered. She didn't dare look at Wang Lin. He calmly said, I helped you kill Qian Kuan. How will you repay me? Shaking, Yun Fei raised her head and forced herself to calm down. She forced a smile, but she couldn't stop her voice from trembling. She said, Say Senior, Junior doesn't know Qian Kuan. Wang Lin didn't say a word and only calmly looked at her. Yun Fei immediately saw the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. She suddenly became very nervous. The white-haired youth seemed to be a very ruthless person. He wouldn't show her any mercy because she was a woman. She knew that these people were impartial. If she didn't have anything of interest to them, then the only road left for her was death. Yun Fei had an icy personality herself. She already knew in her heart that Wang Lin didn't want the news of him coming out of the chaotic broken stars to spread. Since Qian Kuan was already dead, she was the only loose end remaining. She bit her lower lip. Her face showed a decisive expression as she took out a piece of jade and showed it to Wang Lin. Senior, this jade contains some very precious pill recipes. This is my Qi Huang Sect's greatest treasure. Wang Lin took the piece of jade and scanned it with his divine sense, then looked at Yun Fei. Yun Fei felt bitter in her heart. She realized that just this piece of jade wasn't enough to move Wang Lin's heart. Her mind quickly worked and said, Senior, Junior grew up in Lin City and has a house there. Junior also knows Lin City very well, so if Senior has any requests, Junior can help. After she finished speaking, She was afraid that Wang Lin didn't know the rules of Lin City and continued. Senior, did you know that if a cultivator doesn't have resident status in Lin City, they can only stay there for 3 days? Then, every day after would cost 10 low-quality spirit stones. Even then, they can only stay for 10 days total, but Junior here has resident status in Lin City. With Junior here, Senior can stay in Lin City as long as Senior wants. Also, Junior is very familiar with this sea of devils, including the locations of cities and the strength of cultivators, as knowing these things was Junior's job at the Enchanted Palace. It can be said that there isn't much that this Junior doesn't know about the Sea of Devils. If it wasn't for me being chased in a state of panic by Qian Kuan, Junior wouldn't have come to the chaotic Broken Stars. After Yunfei said all of this in one breath, she nervously looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He casually reached out with his hand, and Yunfei's body involuntarily moved toward him. Meanwhile, his right wrist turned and his fingers touched together. With a wave, an illusionary circle appeared and landed on Yunfei's brow. This restriction will activate once every 3 days. Every time it actives, your entire body's blood will flow backwards. Your cultivation will go into chaos, and in your heart, a 5-star fire will be lit. If it isn't stopped by me within a minute, then your entire body will become a pool of blood. Yunfei's face became pale, but she soon calmed herself down after taking a few deep breaths. Yunfei knew that her life was safe for now. Wang Lin calmly said, "Take me to Lin City." Yunfei nodded and stood back on the flying sword. She carefully led the way in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't need a flying sword to fly, but looked like he was being carried by a gentle wind. This unique way of flying was in fact the use of the attraction technique that he had mastered all those years ago. Now, after so many years, even using the words complete mastery to describe the way he used this technique doesn't seem fitting. To be more accurate, the technique under his use was getting close to perfection. Like now, even if he used a flying sword, his speed wouldn't be much faster. Using a flying sword would consume more spiritual power, but because the attraction technique was the most basic technique, the amount of spiritual power it consumed was almost negligible for a late-stage Jiedan expert. If one didn't look closely, they couldn't even detect any use of spiritual power at all. It could be said that the amount of spiritual power consumed in one breath's time was only January 10th, 000th the amount spiritual power his Jiedan produced in the same amount of time. After Yunfei saw this way of flying, her heart couldn't help but shake again. Her thought of escaping through luck in the future diminished a lot. In reality, the distance of 30,000 miles wasn't a very long distance, but after flying for a whole day, Wang Lin still hadn't found this Lin City, so his face immediately darkened. Yunfei secretly screamed in her heart. She forgot that when she stated the distance of Lin City from the chaotic Broken Stars, there was a dark blue aura ring that would randomly appear. The frequency of the aura wasn't very high, but when it appeared, it covered a wide area. Although there was no danger within the aura, your divine sense was trapped in your body, so it was very easy to get lost. Outside the aura, Yunfei explained all this very nervously. She was afraid of making Wang Lin angry. Finally, she suggested to go around it. This way, although it would take more time, wouldn't be more than 5 days. After hearing this, Wang Lin sent out his divine sense and scanned the area. Then his divine sense formed a straight line toward the aura. He soon saw the aura. After checking the aura, he confirmed what Yunfei just said and nodded in agreement with her suggestion. Yunfei let out a breath and quickly led the way. Wang Lin was not a talkative person, and Yunfei was too scared to speak. As a result, in 3 days, the two almost never spoke to each other. At noon of the 3rd day, the restriction on Yunfei's body activated. She confirmed what Wang Lin had said before and felt the pain of her blood flowing backward and her spiritual power going into complete chaos. She even felt that there seemed to be a fire that was going to melt her body. Good thing that the moment it was activated, Wang Lin stopped it. After experiencing this, the last bit of Yunfei's rebellious hopes completely faded away. Wang Lin completely knew what she was thinking in her heart. Although controlling people's hearts wasn't his speciality, when it came to controlling devils, he was right at home. The method he used on Yunfei was not that different from raising a devil. It was basically the same. Chapter 203, Lin City. Wang Lin kept Yunfei because she had some use. If she didn't, then to prevent the news of him leaving the chaotic Broken Stars, he would have already sent her to the underworld and would have kept playing the game of cat and mouse with Qianquan. Wang Lin knew that if he were to let the disciples of Duanmu, 6th Desire Devil Lord, Hunchback Meng, an ancient emperor know that he came out of the land of the ancient god, the future would hold nothing but trouble for him. Among those people, There will certainly be someone who knows the truth about what's inside the chaotic broken stars. Once Wang Lin has been exposed, he will be hunted endlessly by the disciples of those sections. If all those disciples were below the Yuan Ying stage, then they wouldn't pose much of a threat. However, once Yuan Ying disciples show up, it would definitely be troublesome. In conclusion, complete silence was a much better choice. It would save a lot of trouble, and he would be a lot safer. It wasn't that Wang Lin wanted to kill, but he was forced to kill for his own survival. He still regretted one thing in his heart, although this thing happened many years ago. Back in the day, in the country of Zhao, when he had just left the Huayuan sect, he met his former friend Zhang Hu. He had killed Zhang Hu's teacher to save Zhang Hu. Many mortals witnessed that scene. Zhang Hu's decision was to kill all those mortals, but Wang Ling didn't have the heart, and instead, used a spell that made people lose some of their memories. Even after many years, every time he thought about it, he felt pain in his heart, as if it were being drilled by millions of insects. He more than once mocked his own ignorance back then, and he more than once hated his own flawed sense of morality back then. He didn't know that old GMO had casted a spell on Zhang Hu's teacher that allowed him to see everything that happened after Zhang Hu's teacher's death. Wang Lin thought that the issue came from the mortals, because he allowed them to live. In exchange, he got old man Gmo's anger, which caused Gmo's great-great-grandson, Teng Huayuan, to come after him. Otherwise, how would Wang Lin have brought such disaster by offending a Yuan Ying cultivator when he was only at the qi condensing stage? That incident caused his whole family to be wiped out. The only thing left of his parents were 2 soul fires, and he had even died once. All of this catastrophe was caused by one moment of weakness. From the moment of his death, Wang Lin had a change of heart. If he could go back in time, he wouldn't stop Zhang Hu from killing those witnesses. No one is born ruthless. No one is born to be cautious and wily, and no one is born cruel and cold-hearted. All of this is caused by one's life experiences. If people were given the choice, few would choose to be perceived as a ruthless, bold, decisive, cold-hearted person, who's strong-willed and as cunning as a fox. Since the time Wang Lin left the county of Zhao, including the time he had spent in the outer world battlefield and in the land of the ancient god, more than 400 years had passed by. More than 400 years was enough for someone's soul to completely change. The him now was a completely different person from the little boy from the Huayuan sect in the county of Zhao. Wang Lin sometimes thought that if fourth uncle hadn't give his son Spot to him all those years ago, then he would probably be a pile of dirt at this point. However, his road wouldn't have been as difficult as it was now. He would have gone and taken the state exam to enter the court, and his parents wouldn't have met their ends. They would have gained respect once their son entered the court, and the wealth that follows. They would have lived calm, but satisfying and prideful lives. Wang Lin took a deep breath and sorted out all the emotion that surfaced at once in his heart. Old man GMO, Teng Huayuan, Pu Nanzi, and some of the other cultivators from the country of Zhao, that demonic family's experts, and even the corpse sect head, were people Wang Lin must kill. In addition, Wang Lin also had some doubts about how Teng Huayuan had found his family. He will thoroughly investigate this matter, and anyone related will be added to his kill list. Under Yun Fei's guidance, on the 4th day, they saw, from a distance, an ancient heavenly beast. Comparing Nando City to this was like comparing a child learning to walk to a giant. Lin City was the size of hundreds of Nando cities. From a distance, it looked like an ancient wild beast laying on the ground and giving off a sense of majesty. Lin City looked like a large Lin beast formed by dark black rocks. The Lin beast's eyes looked as if they contained intelligence and life. Anyone who saw it for the first time would be amazed. The huge Lin beast laid on the ground with numerous scales on its back. Each of those scales was a cave. Inside the Lin beast was the town square. Within it, almost all of the materials and magical treasures in the Sea of Devil were sold. Outside the Lin beast was a circular mountain range that surrounded and protected Lin City. In the north, east, south, and west sides of the mountain, people used a great amount of power to open up a tunnel in the mountain for entering the city. Yun Fei saw Wang Lin's gaze land on Lin City, so she quickly gave an introduction. No one knows the original Lin City. Rumor has it that before the water in the Sea of Devils became mist, this city already existed. Wang Lin scanned the city, and his eyes landed on the Lin's eyes. He was stunned. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand, and a piece of jade appeared. This piece of jade was given to Wang Lin by Li Mu Wan as a parting gift. The jade contained all of the information from the Decisiveness sect. After he viewed the jade, he realized that the Lin beast had similar effects to the Decisiveness sect's green dragon. Much later, he withdrew his gaze. He started to float casually toward the mountains that surrounded Lin City. Yun Fei quickly followed on her flying sword. Outside the gate of the east side of the mountain stood 2 rows of cultivators in blue robes. Wang Lin scanned them and found that all of them were at the middle foundation stage. They coldly looked at the people coming and going. All visitors showed a Lin-shaped jade. Only after it had been examined could they pass. Among those visitors there were a few Jiedan cultivators, but those blue-robed cultivators maintained their cold looks without any signs of respect. Oddly, the Jiedan cultivators didn't mind it much at all either. This strange scene quickly attracted Wang Lin's attention. Yun Fei quickly whispered to Wang Lin. These cultivators are all guards sent by the Lin City mansion. Within Lin City there is no other large group like the city mansion, so within Lin City, the city government controls everything. Any of the sects outside Lin City must follow the city's rules if they wish to enter. Wang Lin nodded. Under his analysis, he thought that the reason for this was that the city mansion was too powerful. That was why the guards outside were like they were, and even the Jiedan cultivators don't dare to cause any trouble. Not long after, it was Wang Lin and Yun Fei's turn. She took out her jade, and, after paying a certain amount of spirit stones, she led Wang Lin to the city. When Wang Lin walked through the gate, he spread out his divine sense, and found 2 late-stage Jiedan cultivators hiding nearby. Those 2 Jiedan cultivators didn't notice his divine sense at all. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he followed Yun Fei toward Lin City, until they were right next to the Lin beast. Up close, this Lin beast felt even more magnificent. Like a large mountain in front of people, it couldn't help but make people feel small. On the side, Yun Fei said, "This is Lin City, one of the 10 main cities in the Sea of Devils. Seeing the Lin beast up close for the time is always shocking. The rumor is that before the water in the Sea of Devil evaporated, there indeed existed such Lin beasts. I really can't imagine that these type of divine beasts existed." However, Wang Lin wasn't shocked much by this. Compared to the land of the ancient gods, this city really wasn't much. Also, with the memories of the ancient god, Wang Lin didn't feel much from seeing the Lin beast. Not even including the ancient god's memories, just within the land of the ancient gods, that 100,000-foot dragon was much more amazing than this Lin beast. After taking a look, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and said, "Take me to your house." Yun Fei nodded. She stepped on her flying sword and quickly flew to one of the scales. Even though it was just a scale, it was more than 100 feet wide. Standing on the scale, Yun Fei took out the jade and sent some spirit power into it. Suddenly, a green light shined from the jade, and the scale started to ripple like water, then turned transparent. Yun Fei turned around and looked at Wang Lin as her body sank into the scale. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He touched the surface and felt a cool sensation. After pondering for a while, he moved to where Yun Fei was standing and also sank into the scale. The cave wasn't large. There were 3 rooms in total. After Wang Lin entered, Yun Fei quickly handed the jade to Wang Lin and then uneasily waited for Wang Lin to speak. Wang Lin scanned the jade and found that there was a formation within the jade. This formation was clearly used to control the cave. After looking at it a little, he raised his head and blandly said to Yun Fei, "You can freely come and go, but if you reveal that I came out from the chaotic broken stars, don't blame me for not showing mercy. But you can rest assured that I won't stay long in the Sea of Devils. When I leave, I'll remove the restriction I put on you." After he finished speaking, he created another restriction that landed on Yun Fei's forehead. Chapter 204, The Ancient Mirror and the Restriction Flag. After laying down the restriction, Wang Lin stopped watching Yun Fei. With a wave of his hand, he divided the cave in half, separating their living spaces. He also placed a restriction in between. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Wang Lin pointed his finger between his brows. Suddenly, a ghost appeared. The ghost was a blur and was only 8 palm sizes large, but it was in the shape of a beast. This ghost was the second devil used by Wang Lin in the land of the ancient god. After the second devil appeared, it floated in midair, motionless, waiting for Wang Lin's command. Since Wang Lin formed his soul core, the last bit of rebellious feelings that the second devil had involuntarily disappeared. Wang Lin pointed his finger at it. The second devil's ghost form quickly faded until it disappeared, but if Wang Lin used his power as a soul devourer, he could clearly feel where the second devil was. He sent out a message to the second devil with this divine sense, and the second devil quietly moved toward Yun Fei and landed on the restriction that Wang Lin had just placed on her. Yun Fei didn't notice this process at all. After doing all this, Wang Lin no longer paid any more attention to her. He sat there and organized his thoughts on what had happened in the land of the ancient god in the past 200 years. During this time, he encountered many things and almost died on several occasions. But now, he felt like he had seen a dream. He couldn't really tell which parts were real and which parts weren't. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh. Although he received the inheritance of knowledge, it was only part of the true inheritance. The other part was the inheritance of power. The master of the Blood Sea wouldn't just give it up. Once he finds a way to leave the land of the ancient god, the first thing he will do is find Wang Lin, who took the inheritance of knowledge, and steal it. Once Wang Lin loses the inheritance of knowledge, he won't have any way to protect himself. This matter felt like a giant mountain weighing down his heart. But under Wang Lin's analysis, if the red-haired man really wanted to leave the land of the ancient god, it wouldn't be a simple matter, so Wang Lin wouldn't have to worry about him for now. However, some preparation was still needed. Wang Lin had decided that once he had settled down in Lin City, he would get Yin Fei to help him search for the ancient transfer arrays in the mainland of the Sea of Devils. He had more than 20 top-quality spirit stones, enough for him to open up a transfer array to anywhere he wanted. But prior to this, he had to carefully study the ancient transfer array. If he didn't understand them, even if he were to find the method of using them, he wouldn't dare do so. This was one of the reasons why he came to Lin City. In addition, he had reached the peak of late-stage Jiedan and was only one step away from Yuan Ying, but that one step was like a giant gap, which he hadn't been able to cross. Wang Lin didn't know if forming the Yuan Ying was as difficult for others as it was for him. But for him, it was much more difficult than he imagined. He had used the dragon's spinal fluid and other pills that should help with the process. But even then, he still couldn't form his Yuan Ying. Not even a trace of his Yuan Ying forming had appeared yet. Wang Lin had tried to analyze this before, to see if it had anything to do with his G realm, but based on the little amount of understanding he got when the G realm entered his soul, this strange state would make forming the Yuan Ying stage and going past its 3 stages much more difficult. However, after one get past the Yuan Ying late stage and into the spirit forming stage, if compared to any cultivator of the same level, then the G realm owner held an absolute advantage. In fact, he never had much understanding of the G realm. Another reason why he came to Lin City was to see if he could find any text about the G realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering for a while, he took out several bags of holding. All of these were things he had acquired while he was at the land of the ancient god. First was Ancient Emperor's bag of holding. When he tried to enter it with his divine sense, he felt a gentle energy pushing his divine sense out. Wang Lin's gaze focused on the bag of holding. He pondered a little. It seemed Ancient Emperor wasn't dead yet. He sneered. He put that bag to the side and moved on to the other bags. The bag that made him the most excited was the one holding Duomu's group's 10 instruments. With a wave of his hand, the 10 instruments fell out of the bag. The 10 instruments floated before him. Besides the half-moon blade, which still had a faint glow, the other 9 instruments were no longer glowing. Wang Lin's divine soul quickly moved toward those 9 instruments. However, the moment his divine sense touched them, his expression darkened. Although the owner of the 9 instruments was dead, there was another divine sense on them that prevented Wang Lin from using them. His eyes lit up. He pondered for a while and suddenly remembered that before the instruments were handed to him, the old man had made a print on each one. Wang Lin frowned. He once again surrounded the instruments with his divine sense. This time, he carefully studied each instrument. He spent a lot of time looking for the fluctuations of divine sense on the instruments. After a long time, Wang Lin's gaze fell on a small mirror, and his eyes lit up. From his observation of these 9 instruments, besides this mirror, the divine sense on the other 8 wasn't something he could break at the Jiedan stage. The destruction of its master's divine sense somehow messed up the divine sense that was placed on the mirror. As a result, it was not impossible to destroy the divine sense placed in this mirror. Wang Lin pondered for a while and suddenly put away the other instruments and began to take the mirror over by force. Time flew by. After 1.5 months had passed, Wang Lin walked out of the cave with his expression as calm as always. He had successfully destroyed the divine sense on the mirror and made it his 30 days ago. Then it took him 7 days to gain some basic understanding of it. Then, he refined it with his own fire, and after 49 days, the mirror was completely his. He felt the effect of the mirror during this period of time. The effect of this ancient mirror was really mysterious. It was similar to the ring of the chaotic broken stars. It was related to avatars. Wang Lin believed that this must have been a famous treasure a long time ago, or it wouldn't be the life-saving treasure of an ancient cultivator. But with only Wang Lin's knowledge, he didn't know the name of this mirror. Even with the memories of the ancient god, he didn't possess much knowledge on magical treasures. After all, the ancient god's body was the best weapon. The ancient gods didn't often refine treasures, and when they did, those treasures would have unimaginable power. Even now, Wang Lin would still think about the square pyramid that Tu Si had thrown away. After inheriting the memories, Wang Lin held the memories to create many magical treasures. However, the amount of resources required was simply too much. Even if he were to use all of the resources in the Suzaka star system, he wouldn't even be able to refine one of them. Now, he knew the name of that square pyramid. It was called the Mysterious Star Pyramid. The function of the pyramid was to seal. If it was used properly, it would seal anything, including entire planets. This pyramid required the least amount materials out of all the treasures, but that was only relative to the other treasures. In the past month and a half, besides studying the mirror, Wang Lin had also started making the restriction flags with the ink stones. However, Wang Lin was still missing some materials for the restriction flag. The reason he left the cave was to check out the town square and try to find these materials. During this time, when he was refining the mirror, the restriction on Yun Fei activated many times, and every time, Wang Lin remotely stopped it through the second devil. After such a long time, Yun Fei had already given in to her fate and was even numb to it. In fact, Yun Fei had left the house many times to find experts, to see if anyone could remove these restrictions, and every time, she came back disappointed. All of the cultivators Yun Fei found couldn't break the restriction. Everyone that saw the restriction frowned. In their view, this wasn't like any restriction used in the current cultivation world, but more like ancient restrictions. There were also some people that asked questions about the restriction, but restrictions was already an odd subject in the world of cultivation, so not many people were willing to spend the time studying it. Even though the restriction on Yun Fei was really unique, no one really tried to learn more about it. Yun Fei was very careful when she found people to try to break the restriction. She was afraid that she was thinking about this. An image of a gentle, weak, and fragile woman appeared in his mind. He sighed. He knew that Li Muwan liked him, but he had a blood feud that he just couldn't forget. In the cruel world of cultivation, he really couldn't have any ties, because if he caused a catastrophe again, she would be harmed because of it. After going through such an experience, Wang Lin's heart became cold. He decided to not let himself have any ties before he was strong enough to protect them. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. Li Muwan might not even be alive anymore. He forcibly removed Li Muwan's figure from his mind. His heart became cold again as he walked into this treasure refining pavilion. The inside of this treasure refining pavilion wasn't all that different from the one in Nando City, besides having one extra floor. After Wang Lin entered, he casually looked around and went up the stairs. The moment he walked into the second floor, he stopped, and his gaze fell onto the left wall. On the wall hung the skin of a giant dragon. This skin was complete, so it felt like there was a living dragon in the room. On the second floor of the treasure refining pavilion sat a girl wearing a blue silk dress. She was eating sunflower seeds when she saw Wang Lin staring at the dragon skin. She used a special technique of the pavilion to look at Wang Lin and found him to be at the late Jiedan stage. She said, with a clear and beautiful voice, "This is the most complete dragon skin our pavilion has. It is not for sale unless you have something of equal value to exchange for it." This dragon skin felt very familiar to Wang Lin, especially the way the skin was joined together. It was very similar to the one Wang Lin exchanged for the pill furnace. Wang Lin pondered for a while and asked, "I'd like to ask, where did this come from?" If Wang Lin asked when he was at the early stage of Jiedan, he wouldn't have gotten an answer, but now that he was at the late stage of Jiedan and close to Yuan Ying, his cultivation was high enough for the girl to answer. She chuckled and said, "Senior isn't the first person to ask where it came from. After all, getting a complete dragon skin is simply too difficult, and this dragon skin was carved off the dragon the moment it died." Wang Lin nodded. His gaze moved away from the dragon skin and onto the girl. The girl put down the sunflower seeds in her hand and sweetly smiled. "To be honest, Junior doesn't know who obtained this dragon skin. This was traded in at a branch store in Nando City outside the Sea of Devils for a pill furnace. The rumor is that the cultivator that exchanged the dragon skin died outside the Sea of Devils. From the moment that cultivator left Nando City, he was chased by many Jiedan stage experts, including a mid-stage Jiedan expert, and that cultivator was only at the late stage of foundation building at the time. Originally, there wasn't anything abnormal about it as this cultivator was bound to die, but the cultivator broke through to the Jiedan stage during the pursuit and turned around and killed all the cultivators chasing him. He even forced the mid-stage Jiedan expert to use the 10,000 Devil 100 Days Heavenly Kill order. Wang Lin's face calmly listened to all of this without any change in his expression. After the girl finished talking, he nodded and didn't ask any more about this. After putting the materials aside, Wang Lin wasn't very satisfied with the jade. Even in the pavilion, there wasn't much information on ancient transfer arrays. Even this piece of jade only contained some scattered records of them. As for information on the G realm, Wang Lin didn't ask directly. He questioned about it indirectly, but found nothing. After returning to the cave, Yunfei was still in her stone room. After checking up on her, Wang Lin returned to his stone room and started the production of the restriction flags. His cultivation was a lot higher than Yunfei's, so when he entered, Yunfei didn't notice at all. He took out the jade that he had obtained from the second realm in the land of the ancient god, which contained the information regarding the production of the restriction flags. He looked through the jade again before crushing it in his hand. After he took out the ink stone and sent his spirit power into it, he took out the other materials and fused them together according to the instructions. Then, following the instructions of the jade, he let out an essence of blood spirit power and began the refining process. This process was called raising the device in the jade. It could be said that the process for refining the restriction flags was different from the method of refining treasures that he had learned from the war shrine. The two methods weren't just two different systems, but two completely separate domains. The time of raising the device could be long or short, depending on the needs of the restriction flag. If one could place 999,999 restriction on the restriction flag, then it would be optimal, but in reality, restriction flags have 4 levels. These 4 levels were divided by the amount of restrictions on the flag. They were 999, 9,999, 99,999, and the final one was 999,999 restrictions. Wang Lin's first goal was 999 restrictions. Later that day, Wang Lin sat in his room, constantly moving his hand. Before him was a small white flag with 81 black dots. Wang Lin became more focused. His hand changed between many seals and suddenly pointed at the flag. The afterimage left by his hand formed an illusionary circle and landed on the white flag. The moment the restriction landed, it broke apart and reformed as a black dot on the flag. At this moment, there were 12 dots on the flag. Once there were 999 black spots on it, the creation of the lowest level of restriction flag would be complete. Wang Lin was very careful during this process. Although he had created dozens of restrictions tonight, not all of them could be successfully placed on the flag. After several attempts, Wang Lin found that the flag could only hold 9 of the same restriction at once. Once the 10th copy of a restriction was placed, the 9 before it would disappear. After resting a while, when Wang Lin was about to place the 13th restriction on the flag, he raised his head and stared at Yunfei's room. His eyes became cold. Through the second devil, Wang Lin could see that Yunfei took out the pill furnace again. This pill furnace was very old, and on it was a strip of yellow paper that let off a faint glow. She hesitated for a while. Then, she clenched her teeth. Instead of putting the furnace into her bag of holding, she held it in her hand and quietly walked out of her room. Outside her room, she looked at Wang Lin's room with strong hatred in her eyes, but quickly covered it up. The woman stood outside Wang Lin's room and asked, "Senior, are you there?" After she asked, she didn't move at all and waited. After about 1 hour, the woman respectfully said again, "Senior, Junior needs to go on a trip and would like to ask Senior for permission." After she finished speaking, she slowly backed up. Even when she was at the entrance of the cave, Wang Lin still didn't do anything. The woman's eyes lit up. She gently touched the door to the cave and left. During the month Wang Lin had been locked in his room, whenever the woman was going to leave, she would do this. Wang Lin sneered in the room. After she left, he stood up and followed her. This time, the woman took the pill furnace with her. There must be something important going on, and Wang Lin was also kind of curious about the pill furnace. It had to be said that when he first entered the cave, he scanned it with this divine sense and didn't find anything abnormal. Obviously, the furnace was guarded by some spell that prevented it from being detected by divine sense. Also, Wang Lin had some speculation on why she didn't put it in her bag of holding. Chapter 205, The Yuan Ying within Gui Xi. In the Sea of Devils, one couldn't see the moon. Only specks of moonlight that shone through the thick fog could be seen. But for cultivators, these small specks of moonlight was enough to guide them. After Yunfei left cave, she quickly headed straight toward a gate in the mountain that surrounded the city. As she was passing through the gate, she stopped and saw someone walk out. This person wore black clothes and a golden cape. The person's entire body seemed to be wrapped in cloth. This black-clothed person looked at Yunfei and, without word, turned around and walked out of the city. Yunfei hesitated. but she clenched her teeth and quickly followed. The two successfully walked through the gate. None of the Lin City guards stopped them. Wang Lin saw all of this from a distance, using the second devil. He sneered again, and his body turned into a ghost-like form. He quietly followed behind them. Wang Lin was able to see, through the second devil, that the person in black was only at the Jiedan middle stage. If Wang Lin wanted to kill that person, he only had to send out his divine sense and destroy their soul. It was just that Yun Fei's actions were very mysterious tonight, so Wang Lin wanted to see who she found to break the restriction he had set on her. After the person in black and Yun Fei left the city, they headed straight east and stopped at a mountain covered in black mist. They were 3,000 miles from Lin City at this point. Ancestor, disciple has brought the person. The black-clothed person knelt on the ground with one leg. He placed his hand on his chest, forming the shape of a lotus, and revealed a very respectful expression. A thunderous voice boomed out from the mountain. You can go back. The black mist on the mountain ripped and revealed a small pavilion at the top. The black-clothed person stood up and left without even looking back. Wang Lin was currently standing on a cliff 1,000 miles away. After seeing the black-clothed man leave, he pointed his finger at his brow, and the devil Su Liguo appeared. After Su Liguo appeared, he received Wang Lin's order. He chuckled and headed toward the black-clothed person. Yun Fei stood outside the black mist. She became nervous again and began to hesitate. Everything that had happened tonight wasn't something she had sought out herself. In the days that Wang Lin had been locked in his room, Yun Fei found many cultivators to help her remove the restriction, but they all failed. Originally, she had already given up, but unexpectedly, one of the middle Jiedan stage city guards found her and said that there was someone who could remove the restriction on her, but she had to pay a price. As a result, Yun Fei nervously considered it. If the person had a middle stage Jiedan cultivator working under him, then this mysterious person couldn't be weak. However, that didn't mean that this person had the ability to remove the restriction, because in her mind, Wang Lin's cultivation had already reached an unimaginable level. Just when she was contemplating, which was this morning, the middle stage Jiedan cultivator handed her a piece of jade, which contained a detailed recording of all the effects of this restriction. She was stunned. It had to be said that even though she looked for many cultivators to help her break the restriction, she never talked about the effects in detail. The only people that could know these details were the person who set the restriction and someone who could break it. After seeing that jade, Yun Fei's hesitating heart became determined, and she decided to risk it. And that's how they reached this point. At this moment, Yun Fei raised her head and looked at the pavilion at the top of the mountain. However, because of the mist surrounding the mountain, she couldn't clearly see what the person looked like. Yun Fei bit her lower lip and whispered, "Can Senior really break the restriction on Junior? Come up and speak." The voice contained overwhelming power. The moment he spoke, the black mist suddenly moved and formed a dragon-shaped path with the head at the top of the mountain and the tail before Yun Fei. Yun Fei suppressed the fear in her heart and walked up the stairs. Soon, she reached the pavilion at the top of the mountain. The person inside was a middle-aged man who was wearing a robe. He was very good-looking and exuded an aura that made others feel like he was from powerful family. The moment he saw Yun Fei, his eyes lit up. The person thought, "It really is an ancient restriction." But his expression remained normal, and he blandly said, "I can remove the restriction on you, but you have to tell me who placed it on you." Yun Fei hesitated a little and whispered, "Senior, Junior can't tell you that. How about I exchange a batch of pills instead?" The middle-aged man pondered a little and shook his head. He said, "If you don't tell me, I won't remove the restriction on you. I can tell you that within the Sea of Devils, not many can remove this restriction. You can think about it first." Yun Fei's expression became unsettled. After pondering for a while, she said, "Okay, I would like to ask Senior to break the restriction first. If you succeed, then Junior will tell you." The middle-aged man let out a laugh. He waved his hat, and a purple rock appeared in his hand. The rock was a very round and smooth sphere. After he took out the rock, he quickly used a spirit technique on it. The rock started to glow a rainbow color. Shortly after, a red light appeared and landed on Yun Fei's forehead. Yun Fei shivered. She could feel that the moment the red light entered her body, it broke into many red threads and traveled through her body. At this point, the middle-aged man's expression became very serious. He carefully examined Yun Fei. Not long after, a faint symbol appeared between Yun Fei's eyebrows. The symbol released a very ancient feel. The moment the middle-aged man saw the symbol, he revealed a joyous expression and muttered, "This really is an ancient restriction. I really didn't expect anyone to be able to use this type of restriction." His eyes lit up. He bit finger and dripped a drop of blood on the rock. The rock started to flash intensely, and a black and white light came out from the rock. The light went toward the symbol between Yun Fei's brow. But at the same time, a change suddenly occurred. A shadow appeared from Yun Fei's hair. The shadow revealed a beast's head. It went in front of Yun Fei's brow and swallowed the white and black light. Then, the shadow turned to face Yun Fei and sucked in a breath. Yun Fei's eyes expanded with blood, and her soul was sucked into the beast's mouth. All of this happened too fast, almost in the blink of an eye. Yun Fei's soul was taken. In truth, the moment she walked onto the dragon-shaped road, her fate was sealed. There was only death left for her. If she had listened to Wang Lin and quietly waited for Wang Lin to leave the Sea of Devils, then she would have had a chance to live. At the same time, the beast's body expanded and wrapped up Yun Fei's body. A storage bag, a pill furnace, and a golden jiadan were taken by the beast as it was about to leave. When the middle-aged man saw the beast, his expression changed. He really didn't know what this beast was, to have such a strange ability to suck away someone's soul. He had a speculation that this beast had always been there, and that it had a master. This made the middle-aged man very nervous. But soon, he returned to normal. Seeing that the beast was going to leave, his eyes became cold. He waved his hand, and the fog that formed the dragon-shaped road surrounded the beast. Shortly after, he slammed his bag of holding and took out a small drum made from the skin of some unknown animal. He looked at the beast and lightly hit the drum with his finger. With a boom, the black mist started to tremble and turned into black armored soldiers, holding different magical treasures. They charged toward the beast. The second devil was blocked by the black fog in front, and the black armored soldiers behind him were approaching. Many colored lights emitted from the soldiers' weapons and rained down on the second devil. But this beast was Wang Lin's second devil. Although it was not very powerful, it had amazing escape capabilities. Even back when Wang Lin first captured it, it was almost able to escape. The second devil didn't hesitate and swallowed Yun Fei's jiadan. It suddenly grew twice in size, and then split from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100. Suddenly, there were 100 beasts trapped in the pavilion. All 100 beasts let out sharp screeches. The sound waves rippled through the surroundings. Then, the 100 beasts all beat their wings in unison to create a strong tornado and used it to charge out. With the sound wave opening the path and the tornado following behind, the fog blocking the path became unable to hold its physical form and collapsed. Even some of the soldiers that were chasing from behind were destroyed. Then, the tornado came and blew away the collapsed fog completely. The middle-aged man stared at the tornado created by the beast with great interest in his eyes. He moved his right hand and hit the drum a few more times. Boom, 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 boom. For booms echoed in a row, and the fog raged even harder and formed all sorts of strange beasts at the edge of the mountain. All of those beasts were very large and were filled with killing intent as they stared at the tornado. I don't care who your master is. No spirit beast that catches my eye has ever escaped. I know you can understand me, so listen well. Before, I only tried to block you, not attack, but in 3 breaths, if you don't obey me, I'll start attacking. The second devil let out a laugh. The bodies he created fused back together inside the tornado, and he suddenly attacked the middle-aged man with a soul attack. The lightning-shaped soul attack broke through all that blocked its way. Even the black fog instantly dispersed when the lightning touched it. In the blink of an eye, it was already before the mid-aged man. The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. He backed up, bit his lips, and spat out some fresh blood. When the soul attack landed on the blood, a sizzling sound could be heard, and the attack paused slightly. At the same time, the middle-aged man took out a piece of black-colored wood from his bag of holding. With a look of fear on his face, he roared, "Absorb." At that moment, the soul attack involuntarily charged toward the black-colored wood, but the moment the attack was about to land, the second devil let out a roar, and the soul attack broke into 100 strands and quickly withdrew. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in sweat. If he was a bit slower earlier, then he would have been in danger, but his current expression showed a very strong sense of enthusiasm. He licked his lips and said, with a husky voice, "It can even use soul attacks. Even if this spirit beast has a master, I will steal it no matter what." The moment he said those words, he heard a very cold voice float in from the distance. "Is that so?" The moment the voice appeared, a buzzing sound appeared as well. The middle-aged man quickly raised his head and saw that a giant tornado appeared on the horizon and quickly charged toward the fog. The beast formed by the black fog was about to attack the tornado when a screech could be heard from within the tornado, and a blast of wind came out. It destroyed all of the beasts formed by the fog. Meanwhile, the second devil let out a laugh and charged out. It fused together with the tornado. The second devil was very angry. After gaining control of the tornado, it went on a rampage and started to destroy the surrounding fog. The middle-aged man didn't even look at the tornado, but stared at the horizon with a cautious look in his eyes. He saw a white-haired man wearing black clothes, slowly walking towards him. Although the white-haired man looked like he was moving slowly, he was actually moving very fast. In a few blinks of the eye, the white-haired man appeared on the mountaintop. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted. He hit the drum again, and all of the surrounding fog quickly condensed into 8 balls of black fog. The balls floated around him. Qiu Si Ping's eyes lit up. He calmly said, "You must be the one who knows how to use ancient restrictions." The white-haired man was Wang Lin. He waved his hand, and 2 items flew out from the giant tornado. It was the bag of holding and the pill furnace. He didn't look at them, but held them in his hand. Only after he had secured the 2 items did he look at the middle-aged man. Wang Lin saw that this middle-aged man had already reached the peak of Jiedan late stage and was only 1 step away from Yuan Ying. But as long as the person was not Yuan Ying, Wang Lin wouldn't have any trouble killing them. His eyes became cold, and he coldly said, "I'm this beast's master. You said you wanted to steal it before, correct? Well, come and try to steal it. I'll give you a chance." Wang Lin waved his right hand. The second devil came out from the tornado and floated before the middle-aged man, motionless. Qiu Si Ping frowned. He could see that Wang Lin was also at the late stage of Jiedan, but since he could be so arrogant, there must be something else. Qiu Si Ping became very cautious. His eyes waved a bit and stared at the beast before him. He shook his head and said, "Sorry to have let fellow cultivators see such a joke. Before, I was only kidding. Since this beast belongs to fellow cultivator, how could I steal it? It was all a misunderstanding. I hope fellow cultivator doesn't mind the small things that have happened." Wang Lin calmly waved his hand, and the second devil returned to him. Suddenly, red lightning appeared in his eyes as his G-realm soul appeared. Suddenly, a strong, suppressive force appeared. Qiu Si Ping was about to speak when he suddenly saw the red glow from Wang Lin's eyes. His heart sank. He never thought that Wang Lin wouldn't even wait for him to finish speaking before killing him. He became angry in his heart. Wang Lin was at the same cultivation as him. Even if Wang Lin had a magic treasure, it wasn't like he didn't have magic treasures of his own. He snorted. He quickly moved backward and waved his hand. The 8 balls of fog quickly spread out into a thick layer of fog. Qiu Si Ping's eyes became cold. Since Wang Lin wouldn't even listen to him, he decided to just fight first and talk later. But just as this idea formed in his head, he heard from Wang Lin a sound as cold as the icy winds of hell. Destroy. Wang Lin's G-realm charged into the fog like lightning. The fog couldn't compare to his G-realm at all and collapsed the moment they collided. Only a series of explosions could be heard as the 8 balls of fog all collapsed. Qiu Si Ping's expression suddenly changed. While he was backing up, without hesitation, he formed a seal with his hand and spit out several mouthfuls of fresh blood to block the red lightning. But the moment the blood appeared, it was turned into mist and was pushed aside. It didn't even stop the lightning for 1 second. A shadow of death that hadn't appeared in a long time loomed over Qiu Si Ping's heart. Without a word, he took out the black piece of wood from earlier. The moment he took it out, Wang Lin's G-realm landed on it. Sounds of cracking could be heard from the black piece of wood, and then, with a bang, it exploded. The red lightning left the piece of wood and entered Qiu Si Ping's body. Qiu Si Ping's body trembled and his eyes became foggy, but after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, his eyes became clear again. However, this time, his eyes were filled with fear. Without a word, he quickly turned around to escape. Wang Lin let out a sound of surprise. This person didn't die under the attack of his G-realm. This really surprised him because the only other time this had happened was outside the Sea of Devils with a guy named Shang Guanimo, who used a mysterious piece of jade to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He chased after Qiu Si Ping like lightning and appeared before him. Qiu Si Ping was terrified. He wryly smiled. "Fellow cultivator, you and I don't have any grudges. Why must you kill me?" He felt a lot of regret in his heart. When he thought about it, if this person could use ancient restrictions, how could he be weak? Even if the person was only at Jiedan late stage, he had a soul attack that he couldn't even defend against. If he didn't have an odd treasure to protect himself, he would have already died. In his eyes, even though the person wasn't at the Yuan Ying stage, he had the attack power of a Yuan Ying cultivator. How could he not run at this point? But as he thought about it, Wang Lin must possess a very powerful treasure to use such a powerful attack. Wang Lin's expression remained cold. His eyes showed a hint of mockery. He blandly said, "You sent people multiple times to lure that woman out in order to find the person who set the ancient restriction. Now that you found him, Why are you running? Ping let out a bitter smile and said, Fellow cultivator, I don't have any malicious intent. Only, he hesitated for a while and quickly continued. Only, there is something of great benefit that I need someone who knows ancient restrictions to help me with. Ping was a clever man. After hearing Wang Lin's words, he had realized that his black-clothed subordinate was in danger, but he pretended like he didn't know anything. Wang Lin remained calm. His eyes glowed red again. Ping secretly clenched his teeth and urgently said, Fellow cultivator, both you and I are at the Jiedan late stage. If you just listen to me, then forming our Yuan Ying will be just around the corner. The red glow in Wang Lin's eye faded. He stared at Ping and darkly said, My patience has a limit. I'll give you 3 sentences to explain it to me. If it doesn't impress me after that, then don't blame me for being merciless. Ping cursed in his heart, but his expression remained normal. He took a deep breath and said, I believe fellow cultivator knows that the difference between Jiedan and Yuan Ying is very large. Even if one finds a place with very thick spirit power, the failure rate of going to Yuan Ying is still very high. Wang Lin's expression remained dull and said, The first sentence. Ping paused for a while and quickly continued. Unless there are some pills to help forming our Yuan Ying, then the amount of power our Jiedan produces isn't enough at all. Wang Lin glanced at Ping and said, The second sentence. I don't have any pills to help with the process, but I do know of something else that is way better than those pills. If one were to swallow this, then reaching the Yuan Ying stage would be easy. The thing I'm talking about is a Yuan Ying cultivator's Yuan Ying. I know of a place that has at least 2 Yuan Ying cultivators in Gui Xi. Ping finished this last sentence in one breath. Chapter 206, Divine Retribution. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but it caught his interest. This so-called Gui Xi was when a Yuan Ying cultivator got invaded by demons and became trapped inside their Yuan Ying. The Yuan Ying couldn't leave the body, and the body entered a sleep-like state. This state was named Gui Xi. The only way to fix this problem was to place the cultivator in a safe place and allow them to drive the demons out of their body on their own. If someone from the outside wanted to help, then they must be several times stronger than the cultivator trapped in the Gui Xi state, or even stronger by a whole realm. Otherwise, the trapped cultivator would just have to tough it out alone. If a cultivator was stuck in Gui Xi for a very long time, then the demon would completely take over. Their soul would eventually disappear and their body would rot. But, in general, most cultivators that enter Gui Xi will wake up. However, they lose some of their cultivation, which still beats losing their life. This Gui Xi wasn't a very common thing in the cultivation world. At least Wang Lin had yet to hear of any cultivator stuck in Gui Xi. After Ping finished speaking, he looked at Wang Lin, trying to find some clues. However, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all the entire time. It was still as calm as always. Wang Lin pondered a little. The red light in his eyes dulled, and he asked, How do you know where there are Gui Xi cultivators? A wave of relief washed over Ping. As long as Wang Lin was asking questions, that meant that the earlier deal of only getting 3 sentences was null. Ping didn't doubt at all that if his 3 sentences earlier hadn't impressed Wang Lin would have killed him without any hesitation. Both of them were at the late stage of core formation, yet there was such a big gap in power. Ping bitterly smiled in his heart. He felt that the only reason Wang Lin was stronger was because Wang Lin had some treasure that allowed him to increase his attack power. How else would he be completely helpless in a fight against him? When he heard Wang Lin's question, he quickly said, Fellow cultivator, this is a long story. How about we sit down, and you let me tell it to you? Wang Lin looked at him and slightly nodded. Ping quickly flew toward the mountain. Black fog appeared under his feet and quickly brought him to the pavilion at the top of the mountain. After Ping left, Wang Lin gently moved his body and he arrived at the pavilion as well. He waved his sleeve, which caused a gentle wind that blew away all the dirt on the stone chair, upon which he sat down. Although he left after Ping, he arrived the same time. Ping's expression remained calm, but his heart was shocked and his pupils shrank, but they quickly returned to normal. He knew that this must be a warning from Wang Lin, to warn him that even if he tries some trick to escape, he won't get away. In truth, this was Wang Lin's intention as well. Ping now had his full attention. In fact, anything related to helping him form his nascent soul would interest him. After all, Wang Lin was already at the late stage of core formation. Nascent soul was an important matter, and forming it should always be at the back of his mind. Once he formed his nascent soul, then all that was left for him to do was go back to the country of Zhao and make it bleed. To turn the country of Zhao's sky blood red, and to cover the ground in blood. He would make all of the cultivators of the country of Zhao never forget that bloody day and make all of his enemies pay their lives as sacrifices for his ancestors. He wanted to kill everyone in the Teng family, from the elders to the children. He wouldn't leave even a single animal alive. He wanted old man Jima to die without a resting place, and all of his disciples to die a miserable death. He wanted all of those people that secretly helped the Teng family to be punished. He wanted all of them to pay a price they couldn't withstand. More importantly, he wanted to rip the soul out of Teng Huayuan. He wanted to skin him, cut him to pieces, and anything else he could think of to make him pay for the 400 years of suffering he made Wang Lin endure. Qiu Siping waved his right hand, and a bottle of wine and 2 cups appeared. He personally poured both cups, then took one up and drank a sip. He smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, this is a high-quality wine made from the Canyun fruit from the northern part of the Sea of Devils. With just one sip, one will savor it for a long time. Why doesn't fellow cultivator try it?" Wang Lin didn't urge the other to answer his question. He took up the cup and carefully examined it, as if there was something very interesting about the wine. The high-quality wine in the cup was a crystal-clear, jade-green color. Very beautiful. Qiu Siping sipped his wine for a long time, and after seeing that Wang Lin seemed to have no interest in such things, he warily smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, if it was someone else that asked me about this matter, I definitely wouldn't tell them. But you are different. Both you and I are at the late stage of core formation, and we both dream of reaching that high and far-away nascent soul stage. As for the matter about the nascent soul stuck in Gui Xi, one of them is my master." With that, Qiu Siping's gaze fell on Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the cup a little more before putting it down. He blandly said, "Killing your master? It's not a big deal. I have done it before too." Qiu Siping let out a laugh and said, "Not to keep this from fellow cultivator, but he didn't have any good intentions when he accepted me as his disciple. He and my senior martial brother are both nascent soul cultivators. When they both were in closed-door training, I secretly sabotaged them. Thinking about it now, they have been in Gui Xi for 30 years. Based on my calculations, those two should be almost completely taken over by the demons, which means this is the perfect time to take their nascent souls. With one for each of us, the chances of us breaking through to nascent soul will be greatly increased." Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. He pondered for a while, then slowly said, "I don't see what this has to do with knowing ancient restrictions." Qiu Siping let out a wry smile. He drank the rest of his wine, then said, "The place my master is cultivating is an ancient cultivation cave. He accidentally found it and made it his own. I was able to sabotage them during this closed-door cultivation because I have prepared for it for years. I have spent many years studying the ancient restrictions in the cave. But after the cave is closed, opening it up again is very troublesome. I didn't expect that a restriction triggered by the demon would cause other restrictions to trigger. That's what's making it almost impossible to get into the cave right now." Wang Lin slightly frowned and began to ponder. Qiu Siping slapped his bag of holding with his right hand and took out a few pieces of jade and placed them on the table. He said, "These are some of the restriction symbols I copied from the cave. With your knowledge of ancient restrictions, you should be able to tell if they are fake or not." After hearing that, Wang Lin picked up a piece of jade and scanned it with his divine sense. After a short while, he put it down and picked up another piece of jade. Much later, all the pieces of jade were scanned by him. The symbols inside the jades were for a protection restriction. It should be a restriction used to guard a location. Qiu Siping asked, "Fellow cultivator, what do you think?" Wang Lin pondered for a long time and raised his head. He looked at Qiu Siping and asked, "What cultivation level are those two nascent soul cultivators at?" Qiu Siping immediately replied, "My master is at the early stage of nascent soul, while my senior martial brother only just formed his. If fellow cultivator can open up the cave, then my master's nascent soul belongs to you." Wang Lin pondered a while longer, then said, "I can't decide on this matter immediately. I'll think about it for a few days, then make a decision." Qiu Siping didn't mind. He nodded his head and said, "That is understandable. I also need a few days to prepare some magical treasures. Since you and I have turned from enemies to friends, I want to apologize again for all of the misunderstandings that happened before." With that, he stood up, took a few steps back, and bowed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but he had already been on guard. Qiu Siping's actions, in his mind, showed that he could let bygones be bygones. But with Wang Lin's personality now, there was no way he would be fooled by such actions. He stood up, clasped his hands, and said, "Fellow cultivator, since this is the case, let's meet back here in 7 days. I'll take my leave." Qiu Siping smiled. He nodded and also clasped his hands. Wang Lin's body jumped, turned into a rainbow, and disappeared. After Wang Lin left, the smile on Qiu Saiping's face disappeared. A cold look flashed across his eyes. He blinked a few times, then moved in the opposite direction of Wang Lin. But what he didn't notice was that there was a transparent creature that saw his expression clearly and quietly followed him after he left. Not long after, Wang Lin returned to Lin City. Through the Devil's Su Ligua, he could closely monitor Qiu Saiping. Wang Lin didn't care if the Gui Xi nascent soul cultivator really was Qiu Saiping's master or not. As long as he could confirm that there was a nascent soul cultivator stuck in Gui Xi within that ancient cultivation cave, it was more than enough. As for 7-day delay, Wang Lin wanted to use Su Ligua to check if the whole thing about nascent soul cultivators stuck in Gui Xi was true. After returning to the cave in Lin City, Wang Lin sat down cross-legged. He touched his bag of holding, and 2 items appeared in his hand. One of them was Yun Fei's bag of holding, and the other was the mysterious pill furnace. Wang Lin scanned the bag of holding with his divine sense, and found that it was filled with a lot of junk. He ignored it after one scan, and took out some jades. He checked them one by one. After checking them for a while, Wang Lin's expression slightly changed. These jades described a series of alchemy recipes and procedures. Together, they formed the knowledge of a master alchemist. When he took out a piece of white jade and tried to scan it with his divine sense, he was stunned. There was a restriction placed on the jade that prevented people from checking what was inside it. Wang Lin became a little interested. He picked up the jade and looked at it with the divine soul eyes that could see through restrictions. Immediately, his eyes started to glow and turned slightly oval-shaped. Many strange restriction symbols flew across his eyes. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his right finger and pointed at the air. He pointed at several other spots in the air as well. Suddenly, a thin line appeared and connected the locations he had pointed to, forming a 2 overlapping triangles pattern. The moment the pattern appeared, he reached out his hand and grabbed the pattern and placed it on the jade. Immediately, the jade started to shine a bright light. It shined brighter and brighter until it reached its peak, then dimmed. The jade now had changed from a white jade to a black jade. Wang Lin scanned the jade again. This time, he could easily see what was inside it. After watching it for a while, he sneered in his heart. It seemed that this Yun Fei really did deserve to die. Before, when she first met Wang Lin, she tried to trade the containing folk remedies for her life. After Wang Lin saw that piece of jade, he didn't mind. Although a few pills were tempting to him, it wasn't a big deal. If it was before he received the inheritance, then he might have tried to craft one. But after receiving the inheritance, with the herbs needed, he would achieve similar results by taking them directly. But now, after he saw the real jade, he could tell that although the material for the recipes were the same, the ratios were slightly different. These small changes could determine the life and death of the person that took the pill. In addition, within the real jade, besides the pill recipes, there were descriptions of the pills, and with that, Wang Lin realized that there was a significant difference between making the pills and consuming the materials directly. The thoughts he had before were completely wrong. If he had the materials before him, there was a difference between refining them to a pill and taking them directly. This alchemy was using the different effects of the materials and fused them to cause a different effect. It was not strange that Wang Lin didn't know any of this. The ancient gods rarely ever made pills, and even if they did, all they would do was mash all the materials together to swallow. And all of his previous experiences had almost nothing to do with alchemy. Only with Li Yuan did he ever talk about alchemy, but the Wang Lin back then was focused on forming his core, so he didn't ask much about it. He put the jade away like a treasure. He had decided that he had to master this alchemy. He took a deep breath and looked at the pill furnace. He took out his bag of holding and tried to put it in, but he found that, no matter what, he couldn't place the pill furnace inside it. This raised Wang Lin's interest greatly. After watching it for a bit, Wang Lin didn't act rashly, but held the pill furnace in his arm. He slammed his bag of holding and a small, white flag appeared. He took out the flag and started to refine it while keeping an eye on Qiu Saiping through Su Ligua. Su Ligua was currently very excited. He felt that his place in his master's heart was far above number 2. This made him extremely proud. It had to be said that the appearance of number 2 made him feel very worried. Even he was a bit wary of how fierce number 2 was. But because he was the first to follow master, he felt that he couldn't be outdone by number 2. Otherwise, he would have to worry when, one day, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 90 would appear and beat him. That would make him feel worse than Wang Lin just killing him. Su Li was secretly decided to himself that he would not allow that to happen. He was still number 1. He must keep his current position. With that in mind, Su Ligua had become much more obedient and worked hard to finish basically anything Wang Lin asked him to do. Secretly, he had also gotten rid of his lazy ways and became more hardworking. He also wasn't picky about his food anymore. As long as it was a soul, he would rush up to steal it. Meanwhile, after every catch, the part that had to be turned into Wang Lin made him want to go crazy, as if each portion was digging part of his flesh away. But overall, compared to before, he had become much more obedient. He was now following closely behind Xiao Siping. No matter how fast Xiao Siping flew, he could easily keep up. While he was following Xiao Siping, he was still savoring the taste of that black-clothed person. That black-clothed person was at middle stage core formation. It took him a lot of effort to finally eat that person's soul. As for that person's core, since Master didn't ask for it, he secretly ate it. He stared at Xiao Siping before him. A bit of a greedy thought started to form in his mind. If only Master would beat the crap out of this late-stage core formation cultivator and reward it to him, that would be perfect. In his opinion, this person was very cunning. He almost never moved in a straight line, but made many twists and turns and constantly turned around to check behind him, so it wasn't hard for Su Ligua to follow. Su Ligua casually followed behind him and thought, didn't know that flying could have so many methods and tricks. In the future, when I compete with number 2, I'll try using them. Just at that moment, Xiao Siping suddenly slowed and landed on the ground. Xiao Siping looked around. Besides the natural fog that existed in the Sea of Devils, there was nothing else around. After Xiao Siping landed, he sneered, "Fellow cultivator, you've stayed hidden for so long already, might as well come out." Devil Su Ligua was stunned. He was currently standing behind Xiao Siping and was shocked by his shout. He thought that it was bad that he had found out about him. He was about to back away when he suddenly stopped, because Xiao Siping turned around and stared at his direction. Su Ligua's face became fierce. If he were to fight with Xiao Siping and consume Xiao Siping's core, he will become stronger. Even if Master asked, he could say that it was Xiao Siping who attacked first. He had to devour Xiao Siping first. He was about to move when he suddenly stopped again because Xiao Siping turned around to another direction and shouted again, "Fellow cultivator, if you don't show yourself now, I'll have to make my move." Devil Su Ligua was very confused and thought, "I'm right here, didn't you just see me earlier? How come you still say I didn't show myself?" He became angry and moved toward Xiao Siping. When he was less than 10 feet away, he thought, "Act. The moment you act, I'll devour you. Even if I can't devour all of you, I'll devour half of you, so act already." However, after Xiao Siping waited for a while, he turned again. This time, the slow-to-react Su Ligo found that something was wrong and once again moved in front of Xiao Siping. After watching for a while, he shouted in his heart, "You bastard, you didn't even find me at all and dared to pretend you did." Xiao Siping waited for a while. He finally determined that there was no one around and that no one had followed him, but he was still worried, so he sat down cross-legged to wait for time to pass. Su Ligua angrily floated on the side, wondering if he should disobey his master's order and just fight this person. This person was simply too daring. He dared to mess with the great Su Ligua, but after mulling over it for a long time, he finally suppressed his anger. Right now was a very important time. If he were to make a mistake now, number 2 will surpass him. He decided to wait for his position to solidify more, until something like this won't even matter anymore. Time passed by, and 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Wang Lin didn't leave the cave at all, but focused on refining the flag. He had laid countless restrictions on it. The white flag floating before him now had countless black spots on it. With a glance, one could see about 200 to 300 black spots. On the flag were clusters of 9 spots. None of the clusters were repeats of another. For this restriction flag, aside from some of the materials being really hard to gather, the refining process wasn't too difficult. Any cultivator that could use restrictions could refine one. But the knowledge required was great. If a normal cultivator created this flag, the restrictions placed on it would be so weak that even if the flag was successfully created, it wouldn't be powerful. In addition, this restriction flag was just like in restriction itself. It all depended on the thought process of the person who laid it. If the creator could place 999,999 consecutive attack restrictions with no similarity to each other, then the flag created would contain unimaginable attack power. Conversely, if 999,999 consecutive defensive restrictions were placed, then it would also contain unimaginable defensive power. Similarly, if the goal was to trap the enemy, then after reaching 999,999 restrictions, the trapping ability would be considered terrifying. Basically, the power of the restriction flag depends on what the creator wants from it. It sounds easy in theory, but to get to that state is very difficult. For example, with 999 restrictions as the first level, every 9 restrictions formed a group, meaning you need 111 different restrictions. If one wanted to go a single route, they would have to place 111 different attack restrictions on the flag, which could get very difficult. Although, if they possessed a deep understanding of restrictions, it was possible. But what about the second level, which required 9,999 restrictions? That meant that there were 1,111 groups, and the difficulty of making it for a single route became 10 times higher. Not to even mention the third level, which required 99,999 restrictions. It was 100 times more difficult than the first level because not many people possessed that many restrictions of purely one type. As for the final level, it required 999,999 restrictions. The difficulty was 1,000 times higher. A 999,999 restriction flag was already a mythical item, and within the memories Wang Lin obtained, they do exist. However, there had never been a 999,999 restriction flag made purely with attack or defense restrictions. Purely offensive or defensive restriction flags at most reached the third level, but their power could almost rival a final level restriction flag with 999,999 restrictions, and, in certain aspects, even surpass it. So to say, the process of creating a restriction flag was simple, but if one wanted to create a powerful restriction flag, it was very difficult. The restriction flag Wang Lin was making was not a single route flag. He was including attack, defense, guard, searching, trapping, and such restrictions. This was the only way for him to quickly make a restriction flag. Wang Lin knew that within this sea of devils, he might get into a life-threatening crisis at any moment. So he must quickly make this restriction flag to test its power, then decide if he should spend the time to make a single route restriction flag. After all, he had 3 ink stones, so he could make 3 restriction flags in total. Wang Lin became focused. His hand moved and formed another restriction. At the same time, he used his connection with Su Ligua and checked on what Xiao Siping was up to. Xiao Siping sat at that place for 2 days, then suddenly disappeared from the spot. Su Ligua panicked and quickly dove underground. After going very deep underground, he saw Xiao Siping's figure. There was a cave buried deep underground in that deserted place. Although the cave wasn't large, it was very well hidden. Su Ligua was able to easily enter the cave. None of the restrictions were triggered by him at all. After entering the cave, he saw Xiao Siping flipping through books. The current room was like a sea of books, with books densely packed everywhere. Most of them were very ancient and not in the form of a piece of jade, but carved into bamboo. Xiao Siping carefully read each book and gently put them away. Suddenly, his face lit up and he quickly took a scroll made of bamboo to the side and opened it on the table, then carefully examined it. Su Ligua was about to move forward when suddenly, a gentle light came out from the room. It blocked outsiders from entering. The moment the light flashed, Xiao Siping suddenly looked up. He scanned the area with his divine sense, but found nothing. However, he still kept constantly looking around, trying to find something. After a long time, he lowered his head and examined the bamboo, but his right hand had formed a seal, ready to attack at any time. With the soft light blocking Su Ligua, he couldn't get closer for a better look. He tried very hard, but could only see the small words, Ancient Restriction, on the bamboo. After 3 hours, Xiao Siping frowned. He closed the bamboo with a questioning expression. After he put the bamboo away, he searched for a while longer and took 2 gray pieces of jade, then made his way out of the room. In the stone room next door, he sat cross-legged and placed a piece of the gray jade on his forehead, then began to meditate. Time passed by. Of the 7 days until the meeting, 5 days had passed. On noon of the 5th day, Xiao Siping suddenly opened his eyes and put the jade into his bag of holding. His hand formed a seal and shot out a beam of light that landed on the wall. Suddenly, the whole wall made cracking sounds as it opened, revealing a conclave table. On the table were 3 figures. The one in the middle had white hair and eyes filled with rage, revealing a sense of majesty. At each side stood 1 male and 1 female. The male's face was sullen and his eyes were cold. He looked to be around 20 years old. The female had a very beautiful face and graceful figure. Her eyes showed hints of sadness, making her appearance more vivid. Xiao Siping silently looked at the 3 figures. When his gaze fell on the female, his eyes were filled with tenderness, but when his gaze fell on the old man, his eyes were filled with hatred. Old commander, elder brother, I have finally found someone who knows how to use ancient restrictions. You guys never would have thought that I would be able to enter that place to meet you again. This time, that treasure will be mine. Xiao Siping suddenly let out a laugh. His laughter contained a hint of madness. He reached out his hand and carefully stroked the female figure's face and muttered, I will bring you back to life, even if the price is the entire sea of devils. He took a deep breath and withdrew his right hand. He sent out another beam of light, and the wall closed again. Wang Lin sat crossed-legged in the cave. He saw all of this through Su Ligua. He pondered for a while and made a decision. On the night 2 days later, Wang Lin laid the last restriction on the flag. Suddenly, the little flag moved and the black dots that covered it started to expand. The flag turned from white to completely black. Slivers of ancient atmosphere were released from the flag. The restrictions flashed one by one on the flag, forming mysterious golden symbols. The symbols rotated around the pole of the flag and slowly climbed upward. Soon, the entire flag was covered in golden symbols. At this point, there were still numerous symbols still appearing from the flag. They formed a line that wrapped around it. Meanwhile, in the star field tens of thousands of kilometers above the thick clouds above Yuan City, among the stars, a red cloud started to gather. The red cloud started to swell. It became larger and larger, until it reached hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Within the red cloud, slivers of gas started to rain down. The moment the gas touched the thick cloud above the Sea of Devils, it started to sizzle and melt, as if hot iron was touching snow. In the moment, in the eastern part of the inner part of the Sea of Devils, a person walked out of a mountain made of skulls. The person was covered with the smell of death, and his figure couldn't clearly be seen. He raised his head and looked at the thick cloud, as if he could see through it, and saw the red cloud above it. He muttered, "Divine retribution? Not possible. Since the ancient cultivation world was destroyed by a disaster, there shouldn't be any more divine retribution. All of the cultivators now fool the heavens to cultivate. How could it lead to divine retribution? Could it be that there are ancient cultivators that didn't die? If that is true, then they are a very high-quality supplement." After he finished speaking, his body suddenly moved toward where the red cloud was formed. In the eastern part of the Sea of Devils was a basin. Within this basin was sea water. It had to be said that it was not the season for the cloud to turn into sea water yet, so it was a very incredible sight. The sea water suddenly started to move violently. Suddenly, a man wearing a blue robe appeared from within the water, causing many waves to stir. Stepping on the waves, he slowly floated upward. He stared at the sky, revealing a shocked expression. Divine retribution? Since when did such exciting things happen in the Sea of Devils? This divine retribution should lure out all those old monsters that have been in hiding. He revealed a faint smile. His body floated above the water and he waved his hand, causing the water in the basin to float up into the air. This scene would shock anyone. The man melted back into the water. He moved his hand, and the water moved toward the red cloud like a string of galloping horses. Comparing its speed to a nascent soul cultivator using instant teleportation, it was several times faster, and the water was getting faster and faster, until it suddenly disappeared. In the southern point of the Sea of Devils, within a common city's treasure refining pavilion's third floor, a white-haired old man full of wrinkles was holding the bone of a beast, boasting to a foundation-building cultivator. "Brother, this thing really is a treasure. I'll tell you its 74th use, so listen carefully." That foundation-building cultivator was livid. If it wasn't against the rules of the treasure refining pavilion, then he would have spat on this old man, who had bothered him from the first floor all the way to the third floor. From his point of view, this old man was only at the 8th layer of chi condensation. What he particularly couldn't stand was that when the old man talked, his spit would fly out at his face, making him want to take out his magical treasure to attack the old man. Finally, he couldn't contain his anger any longer. He waved his sleeves and quickly left the treasure refining pavilion, but that old man was still bothering him. With so many people watching, the foundation-building cultivator threw a low-quality spirit stone onto the ground, like he was giving food to animals, and took the beast bone with a cold smile on his face and left. He had already made up his mind that he was going to teach this old man a lesson tonight. The white-haired man picked up the low-quality spirit stone with a smile on his face. He blew the dirt off it and placed it in his pocket. Just at that moment, his expression suddenly changed as he turned to look at the clouds. Chapter 207, Killing People for Their Core. The white-haired old man's foggy eyes began to shine, and his slightly hunched back started to straighten up. His whole body suddenly became more lively. All of the cultivators in the city suddenly lost control of the spiritual power in their bodies, as if they were all having out-of-body experiences. This instilled fear in all of them. This feeling came quick and left just as quick. The white-haired old man's body suddenly moved and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in the fog over the Sea of Devils, a laughter roared out as a 1,000-foot-long rock creature peeked out from the fog. Its giant head created enormous pressure. After glancing down at what was below, it opened its mouth and sucked in a large portion of the spiritual energy in a 100-kilometer radius. Afterward, it burped, settled down, then left. On its back stood the white-haired old man. He shouted, "Bastard! I only asked you to carry me once, and you ate that much spiritual energy. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? If you do die, it will let me see what your meat tastes like." Meanwhile, Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged in his cave. He suddenly felt a sense of horror overtaking him. It was coming from above the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin frowned. He moved his hand and went to put away the restriction flag, but found that the flag was surrounded by a mysterious power and couldn't be put away. This strange scene made Wang Lin change his expression. He stood up and performed multiple techniques on the flag, but when the techniques fell on the flag, they were all blocked by the mysterious power. Not a single one could get through. At that moment, the sense of horror became even stronger. He opened his divine sight. Then his expression changed greatly. Through his divine eye, he could clearly see that a thin, red line came out from the flag. It ignored the ceiling of the cave completely and went up into the sky. Wang Lin's face became dark. He immediately opened the cave's door and charged outside. Once he got outside, he steadied his body and looked at the sky. He saw the red line float into the sky and through the fog above the Sea of Devils. He pondered for a while, then pointed at his brow and brought the second devil out. After the devil appeared, with Wang Lin's order, it turned invisible. With Wang Lin's eyes, he could see its figure fly up into the fog. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He looked around and saw many people walking around in Lin City, but not one of them noticed the red line's existence. Wang Lin was very puzzled. That feeling of horror became stronger and stronger. The only other time Wang Lin had that feeling was when he saw the ancient god Tusi. He pondered a while. He flipped through the memories he inherited to try to find what was happening and why this strange scene occurred when the restriction flag appeared. The second devil quickly flew through the fog. The devil was a flying beast before it was turned into a devil, so, after turning into a devil, it became even faster. Even Wang Lin wouldn't be able to fly faster than the second devil. When Kiziping trapped it inside the black fog 6 days ago, if it had just one chance, then it would have disappeared without a trace using its speed. The second devil moved like lightning as it charged through the fog above the Sea of Devils. At that moment, above the Sea of Devils, the red fog, which was more than 10 kilometers wide, suddenly began to shrink. However, as it shrank, a bump appeared in the center. The bump began to grow bigger and bigger, as if it were full of water, and hung below the red fog. Then, the bottom of the bump opened. A thunderous roar boomed, and a pillar of red light that felt like it could destroy the entire Shizuku star fell from the sky. The moment the red pillar of light fell down, the red fog suddenly shrank from 10 kilometers wide to around 7 or 8 kilometers wide. The red fog that was lost was condensed into the pillar of light that was falling from the sky. The huge red pillar fell at an unimaginable speed. In almost the blink of an eye, it fell from the sky and into the fog above the Sea of Devils. It created sonic booms the entire time it fell and sent out waves of pressure through the surroundings as it passed by. Besides the pressure waves, many small cracks in space also appeared as it fell from the sky. There were so many cracks, the sky looked like a fractured mirror. When the red pillar fell onto the fog above the Sea of Devils, it caused the fog to start boiling and caused all the beasts inside it to run away screaming. Meanwhile, the fog above the Sea of Devils was evaporated into clouds and slowly floated upwards. It didn't slow down the red pillar at all. As the red pillar sank in more and more, all of the fog above the Sea of Devils, whether it was the inner sea or outer sea, began to concentrate around the red pillar. If one looked from the sky, they could see that the entire fog above the Sea of Devils formed a whirl with the red pillar at the center. The endless fog moved toward the center, and, as a result, more and more black clouds floated out from the red pillar. Finally, when the red pillar had sunk about 2/3 of the way through the fog above the Sea of Devils, all the fog covering the outer sea had gathered there. For the first time in countless years, the fog covering the sky of the outer sea was gone. Without the fog formed by the water that was in the sea before, sunlight shined for the first time on the outer sea. It illuminated the dark land, the unpleasant city, and the cultivators, whose faces were filled with panic. Some of the cultivators who had never felt such strong sunlight in their lives became excited. If one compared the Sea of Devils to a circle, then all of the fog at the edge of the circle was gone. All of that fog either gathered at the center or turned into black clouds by the red pillar. At that point, where the red pillar had been stopped inside the fog had shrunken down many sizes already. Then, the fog formed a giant black pillar and slammed it toward the red pillar. Suddenly, when the two pillars collided, a shock wave was sent into the surroundings. Any living thing inside the fog that was hit by the shockwave was turned into dust. At the same time, the red pillar finally dissipated. But it was not over yet. The 7 or 8 kilometer red-wide fog suddenly moved again and formed another red pillar that fell from the sky. This time, all of the red fog fell with the pillar. There was no red fog remaining in the sky anymore. All of it fell down with the red pillar. Because 2/3 of the fog was gone, in almost an instant, the new red pillar landed where the previous one disappeared. A thunderous roar that could be heard by every cultivator in the Sea of Devils was sent out, and, at the same time, a large amount of black fog turned into black clouds and condensed in the sky. The red pillar still continued to fall after shrinking down to less than half its original size. The second devil had already retreated ever since he noticed that something was wrong. Wang Lin saw this shocking scene through the second devil. At that point, almost all of the cultivators in the Sea of Devils came out their homes. Even the ones in closed-door training stopped and came out to look at the sky. When Wang Lin saw the red pillar through the second devil, a phrase suddenly popped into his head from his inherited memories. Divine Retribution. Wang Lin was mumbling to himself as he scanned through the memories he inherited for anything about Divine Retribution. In the ancient god Tusi's lifetime, he had encountered countless Divine Retributions. Only at the beginning was Tusi worried about Divine Retribution. After his body reconstructed 4 times, Divine Retribution stopped being a threat to him and turned into a really good supplement. Also, whenever the ancient god was about to become stronger, it would incur Divine Retribution, and sometimes, they even used the strength of the Divine Retribution when creating magical treasures to determine their quality. The stronger the Divine Retribution meant the stronger the treasure, and if the Divine Retribution was too weak, that meant the treasure wasn't strong enough. Of course, this was only a really rough estimate and most of the time was very wrong. For example, the restriction flag Wang Lin had created. The power of the flag couldn't even compare to the Divine Retribution at all. The real cause of the Divine Retribution came from the ink stone. That ink stone had been inside the body of the ancient god for too long and had gathered some of its spiritual energy inside. That was why the Divine Retribution that hadn't occurred in the cultivation world in such a long time appeared again. Similarly, Divine Retribution hadn't occurred for countless years, so even though it was only triggered by the creation of a magical treasure, it contained unimaginable power. All of this information flashed through Wang Lin's mind. He realized that it was the restriction flag that caused the Divine Retribution. Without a word, he charged back into the cave. The flag was floating in the room. He began performing many techniques on the flag, trying to put it away. With the information Wang Lin obtained from the inherited memories, if this flag were to get hit by the Divine Retribution, then it would be turned to dust. Wang Lin wouldn't let the treasure he had spent so much time making be destroyed by Divine Retribution. He performed many techniques to try to save the flag. Slowly, the mysterious power holding the flag started to loosen, but still hadn't let go. At the same time, a thunderous roar blared from the sky. For the first time ever in the Sea of Devils, there was no water in the sea or fog blocking up the sky, revealing a giant basin. With nothing to block its path, the red pillar fell down toward Lin City at an unimaginable speed. All the cultivators in the city panicked and used all of their power to scatter. The red pillar fell. The moment it hit Lin City, the giant creature's head exploded and every scale on its body was blown off by the red pillar's destructive power. Wang Lin was inside the cave when he felt a powerful force from all sides that caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He sighed and was about to give up. But at that moment, the mysterious force around the flag suddenly disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the flag with his right hand. At the same time, he moved his body and rushed out of the scale just as Lin City collapsed. But as he charged out, the red cloud formed a thin line and shot out from the collapsed Lin City toward the restriction flag in Wang Lin's hand. The thread was simply too fast. Even if Wang Lin put the flag into his bag of holding, the result would only be the bag of holding being destroyed. At that moment, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and moved his right hand. Suddenly, the flag was in his left hand and an instrument not under his control appeared in his right hand. All of this happened right before the thread landed. The moment the thread landed on the instrument, the thread broke the instrument and set Wang Lin flying. However, after the instrument broke, a small amount of red thread shot out from it. This time, before he had time to react, the red thread landed on Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's body quivered, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Even the core in his body had shrunk a lot. Only with all that did he manage to contain the explosive power of that red thread. Wang Lin's face was pale. All of the spiritual energy in his body was in complete chaos, and he was solely relying on his core to contain the destructive force of that red thread. But he knew that his time was limited. If he couldn't quickly remove the red thread, then all of his spiritual energy will be used up by his core, then his core will collapse. His body would follow. Not even his soul would be able to escape the divine Retribution's power. Currently, there were many cultivators escaping from Lin City, so no one noticed Wang Lin's strange state. All of them were scattered in all directions. All of Lin City was destroyed. At that moment, black rain began to fall from the sky. All of the fog that had been evaporated into clouds began to condense after the divine Retribution was gone. Even though it was black rain, it was the first time it had rained in the Sea of Devils ever since the water had all turned into fog. This time, the divine Retribution brought great change to the Sea of Devils. While the divine Retribution killed some of the creatures living in the fog, many of them escaped from it. Even some of the great and powerful beasts that lived inside fog appeared in the Sea of Devils. The Sea of Devil should now be more appropriately be renamed to the Basin of Devils. Many uncommon beasts appearing triggered a series of battles. There were beasts killing cultivators and cultivators killing beasts. All of the cultivators knew that all of these beasts would have a core that could be used to make pills or be consumed directly to increase their cultivation. Also, because all of the fog disappeared, the entire Sea of Devils lost its natural barrier, so all of the cultivation countries around the Sea of Devils turned their sights there. It was a good thing that a few of the large sects that had been around for tens of thousands of years came out and managed to stabilize the situation. But, secretly, many cultivators took advantage of this time to murder and steal treasures, causing the already confusing situation in the Sea of Devils to become even more confusing. But none of this had anything to do with Wang Lin. Right now, he could clearly feel the core in his body constantly shrinking. On the core was a red thread, rapidly absorbing all of its energy. If the core were to crack and break, the only road that would await Wang Lin was death. His current cultivation had already dropped from late-stage core formation to mid-stage core formation. Based on his calculations, he will drop from mid-stage to early stage in 3 hours, and then, half an hour after that, his core will break. Wang Lin couldn't be bothered to worry about his meeting with Xi on the 7th day. His priority was to find a way to remove the red thread. Wang Lin's expression was grim. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. In order to survive, he had to start a killing spree. It was too bad that he had used up all his spirit water in the land of the ancient god. Although he had gathered more in Lin City, if he had enough, he could last a long time with just that. At that moment, a black-clothed middle-aged man appeared before Wang Lin. He moved toward Wang Lin and said, "Mid-stage core formation. It must be you." The moment his words reached him, red lightning flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. Although the man was at late-stage core formation, Wang Lin charged at him rather than retreat. The black-clothed man let out a mocking smile. Just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly trembled and his eyes immediately dulled. Wang Lin instantly appeared before the man and removed the core from the black-clothed man's body and threw it into his mouth. He didn't even have time to pick up the man's bag of holding. He just quickly left. He spread out his divine sense like a starving wolf, hunting for his next target. Sun Fan was currently running away from 2 beasts with the power of late-stage core formation. If he slowed down the slightest, he would be eaten by them. With his tiny foundation-building cultivation, he didn't have the power to fight back. The 2 beasts came closer and closer. He could hear that the growl was right behind him. He let out a bitter smile and knew that he would not be able to escape this. But just then, a gust of wind blew by him, causing him to spin around in place. After he finally stabilized his body, he heard the miserable scream of the 2 beasts chasing him. He turned his head around and became dumbfounded on the spot. Sun Fan saw a white-haired youth, who was like a devil, reaching his hand into the beast and removing the core, then directly consuming it. The other beast was already dead on the side. The white-haired youth gave Sun Fan a cold look, then, without a word, he charged into the distance. Although the Wang Lin had already left, Sun Fan didn't dare to move at all. That look the white-haired youth gave him was filled with killing intent. After a long time, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and quickly left. The demonic look of that white-haired youth would go on to haunt him for the rest of his life. Even after 700 years, after he had finally reached his dream of reaching the nascent soul stage, he was still terrified when he recalled that white-haired youth and would even wake up in the middle of the night because of him. In an area in the north were 2 small schools fighting over the core of a beast that was killed by the divine Retribution. Flying swords and techniques filled the sky as they attacked each other. When the cultivators of both sides were in the heat of combat, a white-haired youth appeared. Without a word, and with eyes glowing red like a demon's, red lightning flew out and shot through the cultivators of both sides. Meanwhile, the white-haired youth quickly moved through the cultivators. He reached out his hand at the abdomen of each core formation cultivator, took their cores, and consumed them. In only about 10 breaths of time, all of the cultivators in that battle died, and the beast core that caused the whole fight was also consumed by this white-haired youth. His body turned into a blur as he shot into the distance. Whether it was beasts or cultivators, male or female, as long as they weren't at the nascent soul stage, they would be killed by Wang Lin. As he swallowed more and more cores, his own cultivation gradually stopped dropping, until his core finally stabilized. However, the problem wasn't solved at all. This stabilized state would only last a few hours. His core will soon start to rapidly shrink again, until it collapses. The only way to solve this problem was to keep killing people for their cores until enough spiritual energy was gathered to force that red thread out of his body. Therefore, he needed to kill a lot of people. Wang Lin's eyes had never been as full of killing intent as they were now. He knew that his current kill speed was far too slow for what he needed to accomplish. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He sent out his divine sense and charged towards some beasts from the fog that were 100 kilometers or so away. He slammed his bag of holding, and his poisonous black sword appeared. As he killed the beasts and took their cores, HS didn't pause for a moment and continued to rush out. At the same time, his divine sense spread out, looking for locations with lots of cultivators or beasts. As he was flying, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His divine sense found a large herd of beasts about 1,000 kilometers to the east. He immediately turned around and charged to the east. He quickly crossed the 1,000-kilometer distance. There were many beasts in the herd. When he arrived, he pointed at his brow, and the second devil came out. It charged into the beast herd. Shortly after, the poisonous black sword moved as well. Even Wang Lin's G realm came out. All of these attacks charged into the beast herd. But a ferocious roar came from within the beast herd. A giant octopus slowly rose from the ground. Its black eyes became cold as it stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took one look and found that this beast was around the power of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, so he turned around and left. He had already encountered this many times. With a beast herd like this, there was bound to be some nascent soul-level beasts inside. Wang Lin's body flashed and quickly faded into the distance. The octopus let out a roar and quickly chased after him. Wang Lin didn't turn his head, he just quickly fled. After the octopus had chased him a certain distance, it hesitated for a while, then stopped chasing. It returned to the herd and ate a few beasts before returning back to the ground. Soon, Wang Lin found a group of 7 cultivators about 2,000 kilometers away. 3 of them were at the core formation stage. The 7 of them had surrounded a beast and were currently attacking it. But their smiles quickly froze as a black light flashed by, killing all 7 of them. The 3 core formation cultivators had bloody holes in their abdomens. There was also a hole on the head of the beast. But at that moment, a low hum came from the distance. The Poison King's enchanted palace has set a decree to stop all killing in the area. Don't move. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. As those words were said, he started to back away. The voice let out a sneer. The owner of the voice moved his body and suddenly appeared in front of Wang Lin. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a powerful force pulled Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body suddenly floated backwards. His eyes flashed as he looked at the middle-aged man who wore a purple robe and had an indifferent face. After a few seconds, they arrived back at the bodies of the 7 cultivators. The person looked down and frowned. He coldly stared at Wang Lin and said, "Such savage behavior. Everyone else is killing people for treasures, while you're killing people for cores." Wang Lin's eyes flashed. This person was at the nascent soul stage based on the power he was releasing and the use of instant teleportation. Wang Lin speculated that this person couldn't be at the nascent soul mid-stage. He was probably at the nascent soul early stage. This person didn't come with a friendly intent. A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes, and he slammed his bag of holding. His poisonous black sword came out and floated above his head, releasing a cold light. The middle-aged man revealed a mocking look in his eyes. He moved his right hand and produced a black claw, which swiped toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin flipped the restriction flag with this right hand. The flag flew up and instantly grew very large, covering the surrounding 100 kilometers. The restrictions on it went off one by one. Dozens of restrictions quickly covered the black claw, and, with some hissing sounds, the black claw was destroyed. The middle-aged man looked at the restriction flag and sneered. He swiped his right hand at the sky, and a purple flying sword flew out of his sleeves. It charged at supersonic speed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't move. His two hands crossed together, and he shouted, "Break!" The restriction flag immediately moved, and restrictions flew out one by one, forming a black shield in front of Wang Lin. The moment the flying sword hit the shield, the restrictions moved onto the sword, and the entire flying sword was quickly covered in restrictions. The middle-aged man frowned. He didn't expect a mid-stage core formation cultivator to have such a strange magical treasure. His right hand slammed his bag of holding. A bronze tiger seal appeared in his hand. He held the seal in his hand and said a few chants. The seal suddenly let out a roar and grew to 7 or 8 feet tall. The bronze seal cracked in half, and a black tiger jumped out. After the tiger appeared, it pounced toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved back a few steps, formed a seal with both of his hands, and shouted, "Trap." The moment he said those words, the restriction flag moved, and the restrictions came one by one, forming chains. They came from all directions and formed a barrier before Wang Lin. When the tiger pounced on the chains, it rebounded. Meanwhile, another chain wall formed behind the black tiger. Both walls moved toward each other and connected to form a sphere. The black tiger was trapped inside. All of this happened in flash. The moment that the black tiger had pounced toward Wang Lin, it was trapped inside chains made of restrictions. The tiger continued to roar inside the cage, but it didn't seem to have any effect. The middle-aged man's face changed for the first time. He became serious and asked, "Whose disciple are you?" In his view, someone who had such a treasure must have some deep background, or there was no way a mere core formation cultivator would have such a powerful treasure. A bit of greed involuntarily entered his heart. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. It seemed the power of the flag was worth the divine retribution. This flag wasn't even a single route flag. If it was, it would be even more powerful. He coldly looked at the middle-aged man. The current situation was not good. When he was fighting the middle-aged man just now, his spiritual energy became unstable and his core shrunk a bit. If this continues, then his core will collapse soon. Wang Lin said, in a dark tone, "My teacher is Gulin." The middle-aged man was stunned. He carefully looked Wang Lin and sneered. He didn't believe Wang Lin was Ancient Emperor's disciple, because Ancient Emperor disappeared into the chaotic broken stars 200 years ago. He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly expanded as he stared at Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's hand appeared a bag of holding, and on the bag was embroidered the word Lan in blue. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the bag. From the expression of the middle-aged man, Wang Lin deduced that he should know about this bag, or has at least heard about it. Wang Lin backed away. His hand formed a seal behind his back, and the restriction flag backed away with him. After backing away 100 feet, he moved his hand again, and the tiger that was trapped in the restriction was released. At that moment, Wang Lin's speed increased, and he disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged man gloomily looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to. He wanted to chase after Wang Lin several times, but stopped himself. Even ignoring the bag, just the flag had caused him some fear. Plus, he knew that Wang Lin wasn't even going all out using it. Although he felt confident that he could kill a mere core formation cultivator, the treasure Wang Lin had was simply too strange. This caused his urge to chase after him to go down a lot. There was also that bag with the blue lawn embroidered on it. He knew that that label meant that it was something that belonged to Ancient Emperor. Most people would not know about this. He only saw it himself by accident, when Ancient Emperor visited the Poison King's enchanted place once. As a result, although Ancient Emperor had disappeared 200 years ago, his reputation was still there, as well as his sect, so he completely disposed of his thoughts of chasing after Wang Lin. After Wang Lin flew really far away, he quickly put away the restriction flag. With just that small fight, it used up a lot of spiritual power, and his core shrank again. Based on his calculations, he must absorb more spiritual power, or the only road left for him will be death. Wang Lin took out all the spiritual liquid he had saved up while in Yuan City. There were only about 100 drops. After taking 10 drops, he managed to barely stop his core from shrinking anymore. After pondering for a while, he darkly sighed. He had almost run out of solutions to his problem. There was only one method left. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He activated his Soul Devourer Soul Core and concentrated all of his soul on the core. Wang Lin only ever used this technique once, in the foreign battleground, to leave the decaying world. He had spent many years to split his soul into tiny individual pieces so they can squeeze through cracks in space to leave the decaying world. That time, he wasn't able to recover part of his soul, and, even now, the whereabouts of that part of his soul was still unknown. In addition, Wang Lin knew that after splitting his soul, his power would weaken a lot, and that he might never be able to form a complete soul again. But now, if he still used the normal method to kill people for their cores, it simply wasn't fast enough, so he had to risk splitting his soul again. But this time, luckily, he had his soul core. The danger to his soul after he split it was much smaller. Before, when he split his soul fragments had no attack power and were in a state of chaos. But at this point, because of his soul devourer core, to some degree, his soul fragments were the wandering souls from the decaying world. There was only a small difference in form and behavior. His soul, which was the size of dozens of core formation cultivators' souls combined, gathered on the soul core and split from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. The soul fragments came out of Wang Lin's body one by one. Each soul fragment was in the form of red lightning. This had to do with Wang Lin's G realm. In fact, each soul fragment was a G realm soul fragment. 1,000 G realm soul fragments came out of Wang Lin's body and disappeared as they scattered in all directions. As for Wang Lin's root soul fragment, it stayed in his body. Right now, Wang Lin's soul was extremely weak. He slammed his bag of holding, and the poisonous black sword came out and carved a hole in the ground. He sat down cross-legged in the hole, then took out the restriction flag, took a deep breath, and held it up. The restriction flag fluttered without any wind. It suddenly grew in size and covered up everything in a 100-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, the restrictions came out one by one and landed in the surrounding area. Then, 9 giant restriction symbols floated out of the flag and motionlessly floated in the surrounding area. After spreading out the restrictions, Wang Lin let out a breath and began to digest the cores he had consumed earlier. As for his soul fragments, when they met a cultivator, as long as they are below the nascent soul stage, then the soul fragment would kill the cultivator and steal their core. Time slowly passed. Whenever a soul fragment managed to get a core, it would immediately come back, drop it off, then head out again. As a result, the already chaotic sea of devils, in which frequent killing was already occurring, became even more chaotic. Even some of the mid-sized sects were starting to move. After 2 days, Wang Lin sat cross-legged inside the area covered by the restriction flag. His face was pale and his core had already shrunken to the size of a thumbnail. His cultivation had dropped to the early stage of core formation. All of the energy from the cores his soul fragments had brought back had been stored in another location. He was preparing for the critical moment, the moment to give that red thread the fatal blow. Wang Lin formed a seal with his hand and shouted, "Soul fragments, return," in a husky voice. Suddenly, all of the soul fragments, no matter where they were, stopped and started to return. In the sea of devils, one could see lines of red lightning flash across the sky, all heading in the same direction. As each piece of red lightning passed through the restriction flag and returned to Wang Lin's body, his soul became more and more powerful. Once all the soul fragments had returned to his body, a flash of cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he controlled the spiritual power inside his body and attacked the red thread. 3 days later, in the area covered by Wang Lin's restriction flag, the flag suddenly shrank until it returned to its regular size and landed in the hand of a white-haired youth. Wang Lin waved his right hand and returned the restriction flag to his bag of holding. His face was no longer pale. In these 3 days, he didn't manage to eliminate the red thread completely, but managed to surround it with spiritual power, thus solving the crisis of his core being destroyed. Meanwhile, using all of the spiritual he had gathered, his core grew again. Not only did his cultivation not decrease, it increased to the absolute peak of core formation late stage. Wang Lin believed that the only way to get rid of this red thread was for his cultivation to reach the nascent soul stage, and, as a result, he would be able to use a technique from Hunchback Meng called poison transfer to transfer the red thread to someone else's body, which will solve his problem. Wang Lin pondered for a while. His eyes revealed a bold look. He closed his eyes and tried to sense where the devil Su Ligua was. But, because of the distance between them, he could only get a general direction. He quickly moved towards Su Ligua's location. This time, Wang Lin used the Earth Escape technique in order to move faster. With the Earth Escape technique, Wang Lin's speed exploded. The only downside of this technique was that it consumed a lot of spiritual power, which was why Wang Lin didn't use it before solving the problem of the red thread. He moved quickly while using his divine sense to check Su Ligua's location. After 7 days, he finally arrived at the place they agreed to meet, 3,000 kilometers away from Lin City. He could feel that the devil Su Ligua was nearby. That was indeed the case. When Wang Lin charged toward the peak of the mountain, Su Ligua came out of the pavilion and entered Wang Lin's brow again. Meanwhile, Chiu Siping's shadow appeared within the pavilion. Right now, he looked very beaten up and his breath was unsteady. Wang Lin moved into the pavilion and sat down on the stone chair, examining Chiu Siping. Chiu Siping let out a wry smile, and said, "Fellow cultivator, I waited for over half a month here for you. If I didn't believe that you were someone that would keep their promise, I would have already left." Wang Lin revealed an apologetic look and said, "There was a great change in the Sea of Devils, causing people to kill each other, and the sects came out to try to gain more power, resulting in a delay on my trip here. I have made you wait a long time." Qiu Siping let out a sigh and wryly smiled. He said, "It's fine. I have killed quite a few greedy cultivators and have also gained some benefits. Fellow cultivator, how do you feel about us going to that place right now?" Wang Lin stood up and nodded his head. He said, "That's fine. Fellow cultivator, please lead the way." Qiu Siping's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Fellow cultivator, you and I are now considered allies. May I ask what your name is?" Wang Lin looked at Qiu Siping and said, "Wang Lin." Qiu Siping clasped his hands and said, "Brother Wang, the distance to that place is quite large. If you don't mind, we can take my cloud boat." As he finished speaking, he slammed his bag of holding and a cloud boat appeared. This cloud boat was about 10 feet long and was filled with patterns of spirit beasts. The head of the boat had a carving of a bird that looked alive. Qiu Siping's body moved and slowly landed inside the body. He turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin scanned the cloud with his divine sense. After finding nothing abnormal about the boat, he took a step and landed on the boat. Qiu Siping formed a seal with his two hands and sent a technique into the bird carving, which made the boat start moving. Riding the cloud boat was a bit slower than flying, but because it didn't require any spiritual energy, it was a lot less taxing. Wang Lin stood in the boat, looking at the light barrier that surrounded it. The barrier blocked out all the black rain that had been pouring down for more than half a month. Countless roars of thunder could be heard in the rain, creating a thunder falling in the night feel. Qiu Siping stood on his seat and asked, "Brother Wang, how do you like the boat?" Wang Lin nodded his head and praised, "It's very good." Qiu Siping let out a laugh and said, "This was made by me. Brother Wang, besides studying restrictions, I also like making these things. It took me years of hard work to get the materials to make it." At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly split the sky. Although the thunder was far away from the Sea of Devils, one could still feel its power. This lightning was many times stronger than lightning created from a technique. It was on a completely different level. Qiu Siping looked up into the sky and muttered, "I was born in the Sea of Devils and have lived here for more than 200 years. In this past half a month, it was the first time I saw the sky." Wang Lin was about to speak when his eyes suddenly locked onto something in the distance. Following some thunderous roars, a giant turtle appeared in the horizon. On top of the turtle stood an old man. He was pointing at the sky and cursing non-stop. Although he was far away, his voice still traveled to them. "This old man is not done with you, divine retribution thief. Let's continue with your 783th crime." Chapter 208, Final Destination of the G Realm. Wang Lin frowned. His gaze fell on the giant turtle under the old man for a bit. The aura this giant turtle gave off was very similar to the giant dragon in the land of the ancient god. Most importantly, this giant turtle looked exactly the same as a giant turtle in the ancient god's memory. Xuanwu. Qiu Siping's eyes suddenly opened wide as his pupils shrunk and his face suddenly changed color. He formed many different seals with his hand and sent them into the statue at the front. Suddenly, the entire boat started to turn so it could go around the old man. Xuanwu. Wang Lin stared at the turtle for a while and pondered. In the memories, there was no Xuanwu, but a creature called Tisho. This beast mainly ate spiritual energy. Its attack was a roar that, when heard by a normal cultivator, their spiritual energy will go out of control, causing their body to collapse and become the beast's food. The old man that had been cursing took out a big dirty gourd. After drinking a big gulp, he started to curse again. He didn't even look at the boat Wang Lin and Qiu Siping were on. Sweat appeared on Qiu Siping's forehead. He carefully controlled the boat to slowly go around the old man. Only after flying far away from the old man did he finally let out a breath and turn to Wang Lin. He said, "Since that person can use a Xuanwu as a mount, his cultivation must be at an unimaginable level. It seems this change to the Sea of Devils has caused a lot of powerful old-timers to come out. Fortunately, he didn't bother with us, or we would be out of luck." Wang Lin looked at Qiu Siping and said, with a dark expression, "That might not be so." Qiu Siping was stunned. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand. Qiu Siping turned to that direction and saw the scene from before. The old man was standing on top of the giant turtle, cursing loudly. Qiu Siping pondered a while and said one word, "Formation." Wang Lin didn't bother with Qiu Siping. He walked up to the head of the boat and looked around. When the boat turned earlier, he felt there was something strange. like a fluctuation of power coming from the legs of the turtle. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin said, "This is not a formation, but some kind of restriction." Qiu Siping slightly frowned. He looked around and bitterly said, "With just our cultivation, it can't incentivize this senior to place this restriction just for us, right?" Wang Lin didn't speak, but kept his divine sense scanning the area. This old man wouldn't just stop them for no reason. It seemed there might be some trouble ahead. The old man seemed to be tired of cursing. He took another big gulp from the gourd and sat down. His gaze fell on the boat Qiu Siping and Wang Lin were on. This old man grabbed with this right hand, and the boat suddenly flew toward him. Soon, the boat was only 10 feet away from him. Qiu Siping quickly put on a respectful face and said, "Junior Qiu Siping greets Senior." The old man blinked and said, "You know me?" Qiu Siping was stunned and quickly said, "Senior, I don't know you. So how would you know me? If you don't know me, then why do you call me Senior? Am I that old? Fine. Let me tell you about the things that happened when I was 3. After I have finished telling you about all the things that happened in these past few thousand years, then you can say you know me. When I was 3, the moment the old man started talking, he went on endlessly, causing Qiu Siping to be completely stunned and unable to say a word. After a long time, the old man finally stopped talking and drank another gulp of wine from the gourd. The gourd was now empty, and the old man's mouth twitched and muttered, "If I knew I was going to talk so much today, I would have brought more wine with me. Now that there is no more left, the two of you come with me to get more wine, and I'll tell you about my experiences of when I was 75 on the way." Qiu Siping's face twitched. He quickly took out wine from his bag of holding and said, "Son, Junior has wine, so there is no need to go buy more." The old man's face lit up, and he moved his hand. The wine in Qiu Siping's hand immediately disappeared. Wang Lin was silent the whole time. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation at all, and since he was not good with conversations, it was perfect to leave it all to Qiu Siping. Also, Wang Lin had been thinking about why this person had stopped them. He felt that the reason was either the divine retribution or the killing spree he went on. Of course, there was also a chance that the person this old man was here for was Qiu Siping, but as the old man talked, Wang Lin had a feeling that the person this old man was here for was not Qiu Siping, but Wang Lin himself. The old man opened the bottle. He sniffed the wine, then said, "Fine wine made from Huayuan fruit. Not bad. Little guy, you suit this old man. How about it? Want to be my disciple?" Wang Lin's mind began to race. This old man wouldn't say this for no reason. There must be some hidden meaning behind it. Qiu Siping was completely stunned this time. If this person was long-winded before, he seemed completely insane now. Who accepts disciples like this? Qiu Siping suddenly felt like someone had a hold on his throat and couldn't say a word. After a while, he bitterly smiled and said, "Senior, I." The old man's eyes turned and said, "What? Not happy? Then do you? Yes, you want to be my disciple?" The old man turned to Wang Lin and faintly smiled. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He already knew that the old man would bring the subject to him and respectfully said, "Junior already has a sect." "What sect?" The old man's face was still full of smiles, but from Wang Lin's view, he could already see a hint of coldness in the old man's eyes. He immediately confirmed his guess that the target of this old man was himself. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he respectfully answered, "Country of Zhao, Hengyu sect." The old man thoughtfully looked at Wang Lin, and his smile became even colder. He said, "In 3 days, you killed thousands of core formation cultivators. You are very daring." The moment those words came out, Qiu Siping's face suddenly paled. He took a few steps back and looked at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his heart skipped a beat and numerous ideas flashed through his head. After thinking about all the things the old man had said, and the tone he said them in, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He became more respectful and said, "Junior is willing to take you as his teacher." The old man was stunned. After staring at Wang Ling for a long time, little by little, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. Then, he let out a laugh and waved his hand. A restriction landed on Wang Lin's forehead. Then he said, "Good. You are really smart. This old man will take you as his disciple. Come with me, then." After the restriction landed on Wang Lin's body, it immediately turned into a giant lotus, using Wang Lin's channels as roots, his blood vessel as branches, and his blood as nutrients. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all, and he said, "Disciple already has plans with Qiu Siping to help him with something, so I would like teacher to give me a few days." The old man's gaze fell on Qiu Siping. Qiu Siping struggled a bit. He clenched his teeth and said, "Senior, this is true. I would like to ask Senior to accommodate." The old man rolled his eyes and said, "I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, Go to the treasure refining pavilion in any city and tell them my name, Sun Dian, and I will know. With that, the old man looked at Wang Lin and let out a laugh. He tapped the turtle with his feet and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qiu Siping pondered for a while. He gave Wang Lin a frightful look. He didn't ask anything about the old man, but said, with a heavy tone, "Brother Wang, I'll increase the speed of the boat so we can arrive in 2 days. I'll leave the matter of the restrictions in the cave to Brother Wang." Wang Lin nodded his head. He quickly sat down on the stern of the boat and pointed his finger at his brow. The devil Su Li Go and the second devil came out and floated around him. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag came out. This time, under his control, the restriction flag surrounded his body. Shortly after, a cold voice came out from the black mist. "Fellow cultivator Qiu, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for 2 days, so please don't disturb me." Qiu Siping immediately agreed. After looking at the black mist, he turned around and focused his attention on controlling the boat to make it go faster. After 2 days, the boat arrived at the desolate mountain. He turned around and looked at Wang Lin. After pondering a while, he sat down and waited for Wang Lin, rather than bothering him. After a few hours, the restriction flag around Wang Lin started to move. It soon shrunk down back to the size of a small flag and was put away. Wang Lin's face was somewhat pale. The lotus restriction placed on him by the old man wasn't that strict, so he had already cracked part of it. However, to completely remove it, he needed more time. But in these 2 days, Wang Lin came to a complete understanding of this restriction. This restriction acted as a tracker and, from Wang Lin's understanding, the range was extremely large. After Qiu Siping saw Wang Lin come out of the black mist, he stood up and said, "Brother Wang, below us is where the cave is located." Wang Lin nodded and looked down. He suddenly left the boat and floated in the air. Qiu Siping formed a seal with his right hand and used a technique on the boat. The boat shrunk down to the size of his palm, and he put it away. After doing that, he quickly went down. After looking around, he landed on some stone steps. He placed his right hand on a black rock and spit out a mouthful of golden core energy onto it. The black rock started to shine. Qiu Siping waved his hand, and the rock floated into the air. Then his hand formed many seals, and the black rock floated toward the mountain while shining. As the black rock floated toward the mountain, waves of ripples appeared on the mountainside and started to spread. From within the water ripples, a half-circle hole appeared in the mountain. Qiu Siping took a deep breath and looked toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a little. His divine eye lit up. After staring at the water ripple for a while, he formed 3 illusionary circles and sent them toward the water ripple. The moment the circle landed, the water ripple started to shake. Bumps appeared on the mountain. These bumps sometimes enlarged and sometimes shrunk. They were very strange. Wang Lin didn't even bat an eye. His hand moved, creating one illusionary circle after the other. Just then, one of the bumps in the water ripple suddenly broke. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he sent one of the illusionary circles to the location where the bump burst. But afterward, more bumps burst. Wang Lin quickly sent out the illusionary circles one by one, and they all landed on where the bumps had burst. As time passed, more and more bumps burst. Wang Lin gradually became unable to keep up with the speed the bumps were bursting. Qiu Siping had always been nervous, and after seeing that Wang Lin couldn't keep up anymore, he couldn't help but be worried. He slapped his bag of holding, and 10 black rocks came out. Shortly after, both of his hands worked on the black rocks. Soon, he sent one of the black rocks toward one of the bumps that had burst, and Wang Lin was too late to send an illusionary circle too. He revealed an aching look as he sent out the black rock, but soon became serious. His hand constantly moved. Whenever there was a time Wang Lin couldn't keep up, he filled the gap with the black rocks. After Wang Lin saw this, his eyes lit up. He purposely slowed down a bit, forcing Qiu Siping to use the black rocks to fill in the gaps. Eventually, all 10 black rocks were used, and Wang Lin's hand suddenly sped up and sent out dozens of illusionary circles. A boom appeared from the water ripples, and it split in half, creating an opening to the entrance. Qiu Siping's expression became excited, and he charged into the opening. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he followed behind. The hole wasn't big. Inside the cave were 4 stone doors. After Wang Lin entered, he saw Qiu Siping in front of one of the stone doors with a look of horror on his face. Wang Lin ignored Qiu Siping and looked at the stone doors. After examining them, he found that there were restrictions placed on all 4 doors. His gaze landed on a door to the left, and found that the restrictions on that door were the easiest to break. He pondered for a while. His hand started to move, formed an illusionary circle, and he threw it at the door. Suddenly, the stone door began to quiver and slowly opened up. Wang Lin looked inside the room, and his eyes suddenly widened. The stone room was completely empty, with only a circular array in the middle. This array looked very old, but upon closer inspection, Wang Lin found that the material used to create this array was still in good condition. And Wang Lin was immediately able to see through what this array was as well. This was an array that could instantly transfer people millions of kilometers. Qiu Siping turned his head and looked at the array. He blandly said, "This is an ancient transfer array. When my teacher found this cave, he also found the transfer array. Although the transfer array is kept in top condition because it is in a cave, to activate it requires top-quality spirit stone. I have never heard of anyone having top-quality spirit stone in the Sea of Devils, so I have never opened up this transfer array." Wang Lin didn't speak, but he secretly became very excited. It had to be said that after leaving the land of the ancient god, heart-confusing fragrance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized what it was. This heart-confusing fragrance was a material for making pills. If combined with other drugs, it could calm the heart and help resist outside devils. But if used alone, especially if used on someone who was being invaded by a devil, then their injuries would increase, and the devil would be receiving outside help. Qiu Siping nodded and calmly said, "Yes, Brother Wang can rest assured now. However, this restriction is dangerous, so Brother Wang should be careful." With that, he took a few steps back, making room for Wang Lin. Wang Lin stared at the door for a while. Then he moved his right hand and sent an illusionary circle toward it. However, the moment the illusionary circle fell on the door, a beast head appeared on it. It roared and tried to swallow Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared. He growled, "Devour," and a giant hand came out of the flag and dragged the beast into the flag. Shortly after, Wang Lin's hand kept moving and illusionary circles appeared one after another and landed on the door. As each circle landed, another beast head would appear. Slowly, the number of beast heads increased, but the restriction showed no signs of being broken. Qiu Siping slightly frowned. He pondered for a while, then took out 4 more black rocks. He looked at them with a painful look. After caressing them a bit with his hand, he sent them out in 4 directions, and they landed on the stone door. Qiu Siping shouted, "Brother Wang, I can only suppress the beast heads for 10 breaths. Quick!" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He held the restriction flag in his hand and waved it. Immediately, the hundreds and thousands of restrictions on the restriction flag came out and slammed toward the stone door. Wang Lin wasn't confident that he could break the restriction on this stone door in a short amount of time, so he decided to use the second method, which was to open it by force. Thousands of restrictions landed on the door and countless beast heads struggled to come out, but the 4 black stones on the door released a gentle light that prevented the beast heads from coming out. The moment the restrictions hit the door, a series of tremors suddenly started, causing dirt and dust to fall from the cave ceiling. It felt like the whole cave was going to collapse. The moment the door was opened by the restriction flag, 2 dim, yellow lights flew out from the room and tried to escape from the cave. But just at that moment, the 2 yellow lights started to slow down and began to wobble. The lights became even more dim, as if they were about to dissipate. This was the heart-confusing fragrance coming into effect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment the 2 dim, yellow lights came out, he saw that within the yellow lights were 2 nascent souls that were almost transparent. From how their color was fading, they looked like they were about to collapse at any time. And, with the help of the heart-confusing fragrance, they had reached their limit. Wang Lin and Qiu Siping moved almost at the same time. Wang Lin moved a bit faster and grabbed hold of the elder nascent soul. Without a word, Wang Lin charged out of the cave. The moment Wang Lin charged out of the cave started to collapse and a series of tremors occurred. Qiu Siping also quickly left the cave. After he came out, he clasped his hands toward Wang Lin and quickly left, as if he was afraid that Wang Lin would act against him. Wang Lin held the nascent soul. He touched his forehead, and the devil Su Ligua came out. The moment Su Ligua saw the nascent soul, his face filled with greed. Wang Lin snorted. Su Ligua suddenly trembled and revealed a look of fear. He obediently took the nascent soul and returned to Wang Lin's consciousness. After that, Wang Lin looked at the collapsed cave and then looked at the direction Qiu Siping left. He blinked a few times as he pondered. Eventually, he gave up on the idea of chasing after Qiu Siping and killing him, because, after all, his soul could only hold 1 nascent soul of power at the moment. If he were to add another one onto that, then there was a chance of him losing control and getting possessed by a devil too. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He was very excited. After devouring this nascent soul, he should be able to break into the nascent realm. He calmed himself down and quickly left. After traveling for 1 day, Wang Lin stopped in the middle of a desert. He purposely traveled a very desolate flight path. He looked around and knew that, within a 10,000-kilometer radius, there were very few people and beasts. He stomped his feet, and his body immediately sunk into the ground. He stopped after reaching a depth of 2,000 feet. He then created a cave and sat down cross-legged. He pointed his finger at his brow, and the devil Su Ligo came out. Wang Lin looked at Su Ligo. Su Ligo obediently took out the nascent soul that was about to collapse, and then stood to the side, staring at the nascent soul. Wang Lin didn't even look at Su Ligo. He closed his eyes for a few breaths, then reopened them with a determined look. He opened his mouth and swallowed the nascent soul. The moment the nascent soul entered his body, the ancient god tactic immediately went to work like a great millstone. As the nascent soul dissolved, it released large amounts of energy that filled Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin immediately stopped the ancient god tactic to prevent it from using all this power on refining his body. As a result, under his control, this powerful spiritual energy moved through his body and toward his core. His core suddenly expanded and its color darkened. Its size continued to expand until cracks appeared on its surface. A sign of nascent soul slowly appeared in his body. But, just at that moment, the G realm in his consciousness activated without his control. It quickly left his consciousness and traveled through his body toward his core. Wang Lin fiercely opened his eyes. No matter how much he tried to control his G realm, he couldn't gain control over it. The moment his G realm landed on his core, it exploded. After the explosion happened inside Wang Lin's body, the spiritual energy released by the explosion of his core collided with the spiritual energy from the nascent soul he devoured. The impact of the two spiritual energies sent all that energy out of Wang Lin's channels as they swept across his body. Wang Lin's body was thrown around by the explosion in his body. He coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, and his face immediately paled. He struggled to sit up. Wang Lin's eyes were dull, and he was silent. After a long time, some light came back to his eyes, and he closed them. After checking his body, he let out a crazed laugh. After crazily laughing for a long time, no matter how one listened to it, there was a hint of grief. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he muttered, G-Realm Soul, G-Realm Soul, G-Realm Soul. The core inside his body didn't completely explode, but shrunk to the size of a thumbnail. Wang Lin had already expected the G-Realm to prevent him from reaching Nascent Soul. Although he wasn't sure before, he had just confirmed that the greatest barrier to reach Nascent Soul was his G-Realm. Wang Lin's success was due to his G-Realm, and his downfall was also due to his G-Realm. But what Wang Lin really wanted to know was why this happened. Why his G-Realm would go out of control and attack his core when he was trying to reach Nascent Soul. He bitterly took a deep breath and started to cultivate to recover his body. After 3 days, Wang Lin opened both of his eyes. After leaving the cave, he quickly moved to find a town. After half a month, Wang Lin had been to almost every city in the area, but, of course, he didn't go to any of the treasure refining pavilions. Within these cities, he didn't even find any trace of information about G-Realm. In his confusion, he suddenly remembered Xiao Siping's cave. Inside the cave were many books, even books that were recorded on bamboo, displaying how old they were. They would break with any fluctuation of spiritual energy, so they couldn't be stored in a piece of jade. Thinking about this, Wang Lin quickly moved toward Xiao Siping's cave. After 5 days, Wang Lin arrived. He didn't care if Xiao Siping was there. If he were to try to stop him, then Wang Lin would kill him without any hesitation. Although Xiao Siping received a nascent soul, forming a nascent soul takes more than half a month, so Wang Lin wasn't worried about the current Xiao Siping. Wang Lin sank into the ground and found the cave. As for the restrictions on the cave, they were no problem for Wang Lin. After breaking through them all, he entered. Wang Lin scanned the cave with his divine sense and found that Xiao Siping was not inside. He walked toward the room with all the books. As for the restriction on the room, it only took Wang Lin 3 hours to break through it and enter. After entering, Wang Lin took a deep breath and calmed his heart before starting to search through the books. Among these bamboo books was mostly information about restrictions. After scanning them, Wang Lin put them away, as none of them even contained the words G-Realm. Wang Lin's heart became heavy, and he continued to look. Suddenly, his gaze fell onto a piece of bamboo. This bamboo looked extremely old, and even showed some signs of damage. After picking it up, Wang Lin opened it up, and his body trembled. He took it to a table, and slowly opened it up. Most of what was on the bamboo was about restrictions, but, on the back, a row of small words was carved. In the cultivation world, there can be a change in spiritual power that will result in something that could be called the G-Realm. I have studied the G-Realm for many years, and I have left my research for the future generations. This mysterious force known as G Realm, from my view, should be a divine technique. Only a divine technique would have the power to instantly kill a cultivator of the same realm. The final evolution of the G Realm is believed to be the nascent soul stage by many other researchers, but, after reading some historical text, I found a very interesting phenomenon. First of all, I want to say that, in the historical text, there is no direct indication of who has G Realm, but, from the context of the document, I managed to find track of several cultivators with G Realm. Among these people, some stopped at core formation, some stopped at nascent soul, and some stopped at spirit severing. It could be said that there is no pattern, and it all depends on each individual. In fact, all the breakthroughs in my G Realm research are all thanks to one person. I won't say this person's name, but this person is the first G Realm cultivator I have met. His cultivation level is nascent soul. This person wanted to break through nascent soul and reach spirit severing. So he came to me for help, but, in the end, I still failed. Wang Lin was immersed in the text, reading it word by word. After a long time, he revealed a very confused expression. According to the record on the bamboo book, Wang Lin immediately realized that his own G Realm limit was core formation. Otherwise, his G Realm wouldn't go out of control when he tried to form his nascent soul. As a result, his cultivation will be stuck at the late stage of core formation without any chance to break though in the future. Wang Lin found this unacceptable. If his cultivation couldn't break through, then those 400 years of suffering would never be released, and Situ Nin would never wake up, and all that he had done would stop right here. Teng Huayuan would still be able to keep on living, and he would never get his revenge. He would also never be able to return to the country of Zhao, because Teng Huayuan would not let him go. All of his dreams shattered at this moment. His success came from his G Realm. His downfall also came from his G Realm. Wang Lin clenched his fist and revealed a monstrously unwilling expression. If he wanted to reach the nascent soul, then he must give up his G Realm. The only way was to give up all the power of his G Realm so he could reach nascent soul. This was a very hard choice. The person who left the message on the bamboo book came up with one idea for the nascent soul cultivator he was helping, and that was to waste his cultivation. As his cultivation would scatter, his G Realm would also scatter, allowing him to start cultivating again and break through. That nascent soul cultivator didn't choose that method in the end. Now, Wang Lin was faced with this difficult decision. If he didn't give up his G Realm, then he wouldn't be able to break through. Everything he tried in order to form his nascent soul was obstructed by his G Realm. But if he gave up, then all the cultivation he had worked so hard to obtain in the past 400 years would be wasted. Also, he was currently in the Sea of Devils, a very dangerous place, where he might die before his cultivation reaches back to what it is now. After a very long time, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a determined look. He took a deep breath and put the bamboo away as he slowly walked out of the cave. The first thing he must do is completely remove the lotus restriction on his body. Chapter 209, The Method Without Destroying His Cultivation. Only after completely removing this lotus restriction would Wang Lin be able to continue with the plan he had formed. After he walked out of the cave, he took a deep breath and a cold light filled his eyes. He sank into the ground and quickly left by using the earth escape technique. A few days later, Wang Lin returned to the underground cave he had made before. There, he sat down cross-legged and took out his restriction flag. The moment the flag appeared, the entire cave was covered with thousands of restrictions. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He guided the chaotic spiritual energy in his body to move along the paths of his body's channels. Time flew by. He slowly cycled his spiritual energy through his body and through his core to repair the damages. Gradually, his core recovered and his cultivation returned to the peak of core formation late stage. Meanwhile, Wang Lin quickly cut his spiritual power off from his channels. Then, he gathered the spiritual energy in his body and slammed it against the lotus restriction. When he was trying to break into nascent soul and his G realm attacked his core, the explosion that happened in his body loosened the lotus restriction. This time, with Wang Lin was intentionally attacking the lotus restriction. It weakened a lot. 3 days later, Wang Lin, whose eyes had been closed this whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. He moved his finger and tapped multiple spots on his chest. Every time his finger touched his chest, there was a ripple of spiritual energy on his finger. Slowly, as his hand began to move faster and faster, spots of light suddenly appeared on Wang Lin's chest. These spots of light came from inside Wang Lin's body. Soon, the spots increased and gradually formed the shape of a lotus. Wang Lin growled, placed his hands on each side of his chest, and slowly pushed them out. Those light points slowly moved out of his body. The lights intertwined into the shape of a white lotus and looked as if they were slowly leaving his body. Until the lights were floating 3 inches outside of his body. There were still slivers of light coming from the lotus connecting to this body. Giant beads of sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. His whole body was also soaked in sweat. But, in order to completely remove this lotus restriction, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and suddenly pushed out his hands. Suddenly, all of the connections from the lotus to Wang Lin were pushed out and floated forward. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly slapped his bag of holding, and a small beast flew out. It hit the lotus restriction. Shortly after, the lotus restriction became like a mad demon and quickly surrounded the small beast. After flashing a few times, the restriction quickly sunk into the small beast and disappeared. It was not until this moment that Wang Lin let out a breath. A cold light filled his eyes, and he placed his hand on the small beast's head. The beast let out a burst of hissing sounds and quickly flew out of the cave. The restrictions surrounding the cave opened up a small passage for the beast as it got closer. Even the dirt in the ground opened up a passage under Wang Lin's control. The beast left with any trouble and quickly flew off into the distance once it got above ground. Wang Lin let out a sneer. He didn't know much about that old man, but he thought it can't be anything good. Now that the lotus restriction had been lifted and placed onto the beast, if that old man wanted to search for him, then he would actually be searching for that small beast. But Wang Lin knew that this simple trick would only be able to buy him a little bit of time. It won't be able to fool the old man for long, but what Wang Lin needed the most was time. He took a deep breath, then quickly moved out of the cave. As he exited the cave, he put away the restriction flag and quickly left. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't stay in the Sea of Devils for long, or there will be a lot of trouble. If everything goes as planned, then, once he reaches Nascent Soul, aside from a few of the old spirit-severing cultivators, there should be no one that could oppose him. It's just that there was a problem with breaking into the Nascent Soul stage, so his plans needed a little change. After Wang Lin left the cave, his speed reached its limit and his body moved like a meteor into the distance. The next morning, Wang Lin arrived back at the ancient cultivation cave, where he got the Nascent Soul with Zhao Siping. After arriving, he scanned the area with his divine sense. After making sure there was no one around, he slapped his bag of holding and his poisoned sword flew out. With the point of his finger, the sword formed a swirl and charged into the rubble. Soon, a tunnel was carved by the sword. After looking at the tunnel formed by the sword, Wang Lin thought, "Goodbye, Sea of Devils." He turned and entered the tunnel. Inside, he found the room with the ancient transfer array. He didn't enter the room, but turned around and waved his hand, causing the tunnel to collapse and sealing the entrance. Shortly after, his hand moved, forming many restrictions to completely cover the cave. Only then did he walk into the stone room. The stone room had also collapsed a bit, but, as Wang Lin and Zhao Siping were fleeing the cave, he paid special attention to this room and secretly sent out a restriction to protect it. So, although the place collapsed a bit, it didn't damage the transfer array. After carefully removing the rocks from the room, Wang Lin carefully studied the transfer array for a bit, then took out a glowing spirit stone. This spirit stone was crystal clear and looked like it had clouds floating inside. This spirit stone was an extremely rare high-quality spirit stone, and also something that was required to open the ancient transfer array. After hesitating for a while, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a determined look. He placed the high-quality spirit stone into one of the sockets in the ancient transfer array and looked at it with a glow in his eyes. He watched as the high-quality spirit stone began to shine, and the cloud inside it started to move. Shortly after, purple lines began to spread from the spirit stone and covered the entire transfer array. Then, thunderous sounds began to emit from the transfer array. Shortly after, a circle of light appeared from the transfer array and rose into the air. Then more circles of light appeared, rose into the air toward the first circle, and overlapped each other. The circles suddenly started to rotate. Their rotation became faster and faster, and Wang Lin, who was inside the circle, became blurry, then disappeared. After Wang Lin disappeared, the circles of light stopped and returned to the transfer array. The transfer array returned back to the way it was. In an endless mountain range, millions of kilometers away from the Sea of Devils, a 10-foot thick beam of light fell from the sky and sent shockwaves into the surroundings. Within the mountain was a canyon, and in the canyon was a small valley with a very old-looking transfer array. There was a stirring cloud of dust covering the valley. After the dust settled, a black shadow walked out of the transfer array. This person had a head of white hair and was completely covered in dust. It was Wang Lin. Wang Lin coughed a few times. He formed a seal with his hand, and created a gust of wind. The wind quickly cleared out the area. The dust on his body was also blown away. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the surroundings. Bright sunlight fell from the sky into Wang Lin's eyes, causing him to blink. The moment Wang Lin studied his surroundings, he knew that he was no longer in the Sea of Devils. The mountains were covered with greens, and there were flying beasts he didn't know of floating in the sky. Wang Lin's eyes squinted. It had been a long time since he had seen the glaring sunlight. The Sea of Devils never had any sunlight all year around, and even in these last months, most of the sky was covered by black clouds that showed the land with black rain. He took a deep breath, then turned toward the transfer array and took out his poisoned sword. He cut out a piece of the transfer array and placed it into his bag of holding. Only then did he feel relaxed. Now, even if that crazy old man found traces of him, the old man wouldn't be able to use the transfer array to chase after him. And now that the Lotus restriction was also removed, Wang Lin's safety was guaranteed. Wang Lin jumped into the air. He immediately noticed that this place's spiritual energy was very thick, and the higher he flew into the air, the thicker it got. He floated in the air and created a restriction to place in the canyon to serve as a marker. Then, he quickly left without looking back. As Wang Lin was flying, he spread out his divine sense to check the area and slowly increased his search range. He didn't know where he was, and the most important thing right now was to find out where he was. Then, if conditions allow, Wang Lin will begin his plan on breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage. This was a very time-consuming plan. He must prepare a lot of things to make sure this plan comes to fruition without any problems. Destroying his cultivation meant that he would have to start all over again, which was something he refused to do. Not destroying his cultivation meant that he will be stuck at the late stage of core formation and will not be able to have his revenge. To not have to destroy his cultivation and break through to Nascent Soul was his goal. With those two goals in mind, there was only one method left that might barely work. Chapter 210, Learning the Avatar Technique. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He spread out his divine sense and scanned the surrounding area as he flew by at an extremely quick speed. Suddenly, he stopped and looked north. 2,000 kilometers north were two cultivators heading east. Both cultivators were male. One of them was pretty young and was only at the early stage of foundation building. The other was a middle-aged man who was at the early stage of core formation. My Guorong was a disciple of the Huayuan Sect. Following the order of his teacher, he was going to the Cloud Sky Sect for their biannual Kailing gathering. The so-called Kailing gathering was just a pill auction hosted by the Cloud Sky Sect. The Cloud Sky Sect was famous for their pill production in the cultivation country of Chu. Even some rank 4 countries would come to trade for their pills, but that only happened every 10 years in the largest Kailing gathering. As for these biannual gatherings, they were mostly for the younger generation of the cultivation country of Chu to meet and compete. In these small Kailing gatherings, there wouldn't be any precious pills, only some standard stuff. But, for these young cultivators, they were still things they couldn't get enough of. It has to be said that a pill made by the Sky Cloud Sect is at least 10% better than other pills. As a result, all of the pills made by the Sky Cloud Sect are very much in demand. Also, the Sky Cloud Sect doesn't do any trades with outsiders unless it's during these Kailing gatherings. So, even though it was only a 2-year gap between gatherings, every sect in the cultivation country of Zhao would send many of their younger disciples to come. My Guorong was very proud that he was picked to come from the numerous disciples in the sect, but he also knew that the reason he was able to participate was because he had a good teacher. Thinking about that, my Guorong's gaze fell on the middle-aged man in front of him. This person looked very ordinary. His face was very yellow, and his complexion made him look like he could die at any moment. But my Guorong didn't dare to take this person lightly. He wholeheartedly respected the person before him, because this middle-aged man was his teacher and was also at the early stage of core formation. These facts made my Guorong feel very lucky to have such a teacher. It has to be said that to be taken as a disciple by a core formation cultivator was very rare, even in the Huayuan sect. My Guorong's status in the sect immediately shot up, and he instantly became an inner disciple. Although he was still not a core disciple, if my Guorong's cultivation rises a bit more, to late-stage foundation building, then he will automatically become a core disciple. What also made him respect his teacher a lot was that his teacher was one of the few alchemists in the sect. Although the pills his teacher made weren't as good as the Cloud Sky sects, they were not that far off. As a result, his teacher's status was very high in the sect, and, as a result of that, my Guorong's status in the sect rose as well. Maintain your calm, and don't think about unnecessary things. We are very close to the Cloud Sky sect. Don't lose any face for the Huayuan sect. That hoarse voice interrupted my Guorong's thoughts. He stopped his daydreaming and closely followed behind his teacher. After a while, My Gorong looked at his teacher and curiously asked, "Teacher, the Cloud Sky Sect?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw the yellow-faced, middle-aged man's expression suddenly change. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and turned around with his eyes focused on something in the distance. He shouted, "Shut up!" My Gorong was stunned. He turned and looked, but only saw the clouds and the blue sky, nothing abnormal at all. He had some doubts, but he suddenly heard a series of thunderous roars and saw the clouds in the distance get pushed forward by a strong force. My Gorong's face suddenly changed, revealing a horrified expression. At the same time, he saw a shadow moving like lightning toward them. In just a few breaths, that shadow was already closing in. My Gorong could clearly see now that this person was wearing black clothes and had a head of white hair. His expression was cold and felt very demonic. This person's cultivation, in my Gorong's eyes, was as deep as the ocean, and the person's cold gaze made anyone who looked feel horror. My Gorong quickly lowered his head. He stood behind his teacher. His face was pale, and his heart felt cold. Such strong killing intent. My Gorong's teacher, Huayuan's alchemist Su Li's, pupils involuntarily shrunk. He sent out his divine sense, and immediately found that the man's cultivation was much higher than his. The aura the man emitted shocked him even more. In his view, although this person hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, the feeling he got was exactly the same as when he met the nascent soul cultivators in the sect. As a result, he didn't dare mess with this person. Not even the nascent soul cultivators in the Huayuan sect had such a strong killing intent like this person. Su Li had spent his life learning pill making, so he had a very keen sense of spiritual energy fluctuations. He could almost imagine how much people this person must have killed to have such a strong killing intent. He must be careful around this person, or there will be disaster. With that, he quickly clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, I am Huayuan Sect Su Li, and this is my disciple." "Sir, you seem to be in a rush. What is the matter? If there is anything I can do, I'll help without delay." The white-haired youth was Wang Lin. He scanned both cultivators, and his eyes landed on Su Li. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, what cultivation country am I in?" Su Li was stunned. He looked at Wang Lin for a bit, then answered, "This is the cultivation county of Chu. Where did fellow cultivator come from?" "Cultivation country of Chu," Wang Lin muttered to himself, not answering the other's question. He slapped his bag of holding. His actions caused Su Li's expression to change greatly. He quickly grabbed hold of his disciple and swiftly took a few steps back with a cautious look on his face. Wang Lin looked at him. He opened his hand and showed a piece of jade. He put the piece of jade on his forehead, and a map appeared in his mind. This was the piece of jade he had gotten from Zhao Zihong at the Battle God Temple. It contained the map of countries near the country of Huayuan. When he heard that it was the country of Chu, he felt like he had heard of this name somewhere before. After checking the jade, he immediately found out roughly where he was at the moment. The country of Chu had a border with Huayuan to the north, Xianwu to the east, and even a small border with the Sea of Devils. As for the rest, it was a mountain range called Broken Rocks. It could be said that the cultivation country of Chu was a country very close to the Broken Rocks mountain range. According to the description in the piece of jade, this country was very large and contained a lot of cultivators. As a cultivation country, the country of Chu was very close to rising up into a rank 4 country. This was because there were more than 10 people at the late stage of nascent soul in the cultivation country of Chu. These powerful cultivators were the core of the country. As long as one of those people managed to break into the spirit severing stage, the entire country will be raised to a rank 4 country. This was why, when country of Huayuan raised up to 4th rank, they decided to invade the country of Xianwu instead of Chu. After all, compared to Chu, the country of Xianwu was a much better choice for Huayuan. There was also some information about some sects in the country of Chu. Wang Lin checked the jade for a bit, then put it away. He looked at Su Li and asked, "Fellow cultivator, what part of Chu is this place?" Su Li kept his hand on his bag of holding. He was very alert. When he heard Wang Lin's question, he pondered a bit, then answered, "This is the Cloud Sky mountain range." Wang Lin nodded. He looked around and stared into the distance, then blandly said, "So, if I continue for 10,000 kilometers, at the top of the Cloud Sky mountain range, is the Cloud Sky Sect?" Su Li's eyes revealed a shocked expression. He said, "Does Sir have business with the Cloud Sky Sect?" Wang Lin faintly smiled. He looked at Su Li and clasped his hands. "Thank you. Farewell," he said. With that, Wang Lin quickly moved, forming a trail of light, and disappeared. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that Su Li let out a breath. His back was covered in sweat, and, when he was hit by a quick breeze, he could feel a cold sensation on his back. The pressure Wang Lin brought on him was enormous. The fact that Su Li was an alchemist meant that his resolve was much better than that of other cultivators of his level. If it wasn't, he would have completely panicked when he was talking to Wang Lin. He took in a deep breath, then took a look at his disciple. My Gorong's eyes were still filled with fear. He looked at the direction Wang Lin went in and said, Teacher, what cultivation level was that guy at? Was he a nascent soul senior? Su Li shook his head and said, that person was filled with killing intent. If my guess is correct, he must have escaped from the Sea of Devils. Those people aren't uncommon in this country of Chu, but this is the first time I have seen someone with killing intent that strong. My Gorong was stunned. Killing intent, he asked. Su Li slowly said, every time you kill someone, you gain a bit of killing intent, and, after enough killing intent is gathered, it turns into a hostile aura. This hostile aura is very good cultivation material for some cultivators. After the hostility aura has been gathered on someone for a very long time, it turns into killing intent, and this person's killing intent could be considered monstrous. He didn't use any techniques. Just based on the killing intent he gives off normally, it is enough to cause fear in people's hearts. I don't know if this person knows how to use his killing intent. If he does, then it could even affect nascent soul cultivators. My Gorong took a deep breath. He slowly asked, Teacher, according to what you're saying, that person hasn't reached the nascent soul stage? Su Li pondered for a while. He nodded and said, even though he isn't at the nascent soul stage, he is very close. If my perception isn't wrong, this person has already reached the peak of late-stage core formation. To avoid unnecessary trouble, don't talk about this matter with other people. Even after returning to the Huayuan sect, don't tell anyone about this. You understand? My Gorong quickly nodded. Even if Su Li hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have talked about the fearsome cultivator they had just met, because the impression that that person left was simply too terrifying. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. As for Wang Lin, after he determined his location, he quickly flew forward while scanning the area with his divine sense. According to the map, the Cloud Sky Sect should be just up ahead. Wang Lin secretly nodded his head. He was glad that that teacher and disciple duo didn't lie to him. After determining its location, Wang Lin stopped. Since the Cloud Sky Sect was just up ahead, he decided to find a place nearby to go into closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin stopped at a mountainside about 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers from the Cloud Sky Sect. He looked around and revealed a satisfied look. Then, he slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword came out. He sent the flying sword swirling into the side of the mountain. Soon, a cave was carved into the side of the cliff. The cave was built according to Wang Lin's preference, with 2 rooms. After Wang Lin entered the cave, he pondered for a bit, then opened up another room. After all that, he left the cave. He slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag came out. Both of his hands formed a seal and pointed at the flag. The flag started to wave without any wind and quickly became 10 times larger. Then, Wang Lin's hands started to form multiple seals and sending out multiple beams of light. The restriction flag quickly started to stretch indefinitely, forming a canopy that could cover the entire sky. Wang Lin calmly shouted, "Scatter!" With those words, the black canopy immediately began to tremble. Thousands of restrictions fell from the flag and into the mountain range. Soon, all of the restrictions on the flag came out and covered the entire mountain range. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He waved his hand, and the restriction flag shrunk and returned to his hand. He waved his right hand, and the restriction flag pierced into the mountain. From the outside, the cave disappeared from the mountain range, and everything else looked exactly the same as before. Wang Lin pondered a little. His hand moved and created several restrictions. He placed them in different locations in the mountain range. Finally, after the restrictions formed a tight defensive formation, he relaxed. His body moved forward. When his body touched the side of the mountain, his body disappeared and he entered the cave. Inside the cave, he quickly touched his bag of holding and an object appeared in his hand. This was the green dragon jade that Lin Yuan had gifted to him. Although there were some cracks on it, it didn't affect its usage. After Wang Lin looked at it for a while, he activated a spiritual technique on the jade. Suddenly, a roar emitted from the jade. A green dragon came out of it and circled around Wang Lin. The dragon became larger and larger as it circled Wang Lin. The dragon went through the walls of the cave as if there was nothing in its way. The green dragon let out a roar and fused into the cave, thus forming another protective layer. This cave could be said to be the most secure place Wang Lin had ever created. Wang Lin spent a lot of effort on the defenses of this cave. The reason being that unless something really unexpected happens, he will be living here for a very long time. Wang Lin stood in the cave and pondered for a very long time. He revealed a determined look and pointed his hand to his brow. the devil Su Ligua and the second devil came out of his forehead. After the two devils appeared, they each had different reactions. The moment the second devil appeared, it instantly looked at Wang Lin with a look of devotion and admiration. Now, as long as Wang Lin commands it, even if he was ordered to fight a spirit-severing cultivator, he would go without any hesitation, even if death was certain. As for Su Ligua, when he appeared, he secretly looked around, but put on a respectful look and a pleasing smile in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin pointed at a stone room and said, "From today onward, you two devils will live in that stone room. If you leave that room without my permission, then you will be erased." Su Ligua was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, the second devil didn't hesitate at all and floated toward the stone room Wang Lin pointed to. Su Ligua hesitated for a while, but he quickly swallowed his words. If number two agreed that easily, then, if he talked back and hesitated, that would mean he was beaten by number two. So he quickly went into the room as well. After the two devils entered the room, Wang Lin sent out his G realm and scanned the area. He left behind some of his divine sense before he withdrew it. If the two devils don't listen and try to leave the room, they will be attacked by the G realm. Wang Lin had to be on guard because those two devils were created by him. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of any changes, but the thing he was about to do couldn't have any accidents, so he trapped the two devils in the room. After that, Wang Lin pondered for a while, then walked into the room in the center. He sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath. He pointed at his brow and a rainbow-colored ball of light floated out of his brow and became more solid, revealing a heaven-defying look. After looking at the heaven-revolting bead for a while, he waved his right hand, and the bead floated to the side. Then, he took out several jade bottles and placed them on the left and right sides. Afterward, he quietly closed his eyes and started to meditate. Time flew by, and a year had already passed. In this last year, aside from gathering the liquid from the bead, Wang Lin hardly moved at all. During his meditation over the past year, he compressed all of his excess spiritual energy into 3 swirls, and, within these 3 swirls, was that divine retribution red line. In a year's time, Wang Lin had managed to completely suppress the red thread, but he didn't dare relax at all. Although the red thread was small, it contained the power of a divine retribution. If it was not handled properly, the result would be his body being destroyed by the thread. Although his body had already undergone one reconstruction, he didn't want to use his body as a test. In addition to that, Wang Lin had been spending the rest of his time studying the avatar technique. This was his way of getting around his inability to break through to the nascent soul stage. Even now, Wang Lin still clearly remembered the cave in the back mountain of the War God's temple. He was reaching into his memories to remember the avatar technique carved in the cave. Back then, he spent a lot of time studying the technique and learning its secrets. This technique was used to create another real body as a doppelganger, relying on the avatar to increase the cultivation speed. Then, when breaking through to the nascent soul stage, save the avatar, fuse back into the body, and increase the chance of breaking through. However, the avatar had a fatal flaw. It had no cultivation when it was created, and its lifespan would only be 30 years. The reason Wang Lin didn't use this method back then was because he didn't have enough pills for himself. So how would he have anything for his avatar? But now, Wang Lin saw a method in this technique to allow him to not only preserve his cultivation, but to also reach the nascent soul stage. Then plan was to use the avatar to reach the nascent soul stage in 30 years, then fuse it back with this body, allowing him to bypass the block that was preventing him from reaching the nascent soul stage. This way, he won't need to destroy his cultivation to break through to nascent soul stage. However, there was one difficult part in this plan, and that was for his avatar to break into the nascent soul stage in merely 30 years. With the Heaven Revolting Space's help, the time could be extended. With the normal 6 times the training time in the Heaven Revolting Space, Wang Lin had 180 years for his avatar to reach the nascent soul stage. But there was another very important problem, and that was pills. This problem will be solved at the Cloud Sky Sect. This was also why, after Wang Lin arrived and found out that the Cloud Sky Sect was near, he decided to do his closed-door training here. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. After pondering for a while, Chapter 211, Cloud Sky Sect. Suzaku Calendar, Year 134,500. In the cultivation country of Chu, there was a ray of light that emerged in its territories. After 3 days had passed, all of the sects had sent disciples to check it out, but they ultimately found nothing other than an abandoned cave. It was rumored that a treasure appeared here, but was already taken by someone. As for this rumor, some cultivators refused to believe it, while other cultivators believed that it was true. Because the ray of light appeared near the Cloud Sky Sect, the rumors became that the treasure was obtained by the Cloud Sky Sect. In the same year, the Cloud Sky Sect was able to refine a Tian Sun pill. This pill's quality had reached the early stage of 5th rank. The pill's effect was to allow a nascent soul cultivator that had lost their body to immediately rebuild a new one without the need to steal a body to achieve rebirth. The moment this pill appeared, the already famous Cloud Sky Sect became even more famous. All of the surrounding rank 4 counties wanted to get the pill, but, in the end, the Zhou sect from a rank 4 country got the pill through a secret agreement. Before they left, they placed a formation on the Cloud Sky Sect. The formation was very strong. Even normal rank 4 countries would have trouble breaking it. In the end of that month, the Cloud Sky Sect opened its doors for recruiting, something that happens once every 30 years. Various cultivation families in the country of Chu would send their descendants to the Cloud Sky Sect, hoping that they would be able to join the sect and achieve greatness with the backing of the sect. However, the requirements to join the Cloud Sky Sect were very strange. Unlike the other sects, where they looked at how talented a person was, the Cloud Sky Sect's recruitment was based on a special technique. As a result, the recruiting that only happened every 30 years would only ever result in about 10 or so people being recruited. It was really small compared to the thousands of people that would gather for this event. With the Cloud Sky Sect's fame and how few disciples they took in, almost all of the cultivators without any sect or background dreamt that they could become disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect. At the top of the Cloud Sky Sect mountain were rows of puzzles carved from jade in an immortal palace. This was only part of the Cloud Sky Sect. All of the other jade carvings were hidden by different techniques. From a distance, one could only see a lush, green forest, nothing else. 3 large green words were being held in the air by some spell, like giant lanterns being hung off the doorway. The 3 words were Cloud Sky Sect. When the recruiting event, which occurred every 30 years and lasted for 10 days, started, those 3 words would appear in the sky, and, once the 10-day period was over, the 3 words would disappear. As a result, all of the scattered cultivators and the cultivation families in the country of Chu knew that the moment those 3 words appeared in the sky, the Cloud Sky Sect had started their recruitment for disciples in the country of Chu. The moment those 3 words disappeared, the recruitment event was over. This morning, there were no clouds in the sky. Rays of sword light flew in from all directions toward the Cloud Sky Sect. When they were around 1,000 kilometers away from the Cloud Sky Sect mountain, they all got off their flying swords, revealing many youths. All of them were fairly young. Some came by themselves, while others came with their elders. In order to show their respect to the Cloud Sky Sect, basically all of the people who wanted to join the sect got off their flying swords 1,000 kilometers away and walked toward the sect on foot. If one were to look down from the sky right now, they could see that, within 1,000 kilometers of the Cloud Sky Sect, were countless people walking toward the sect. Outside the gate of the Cloud Sky Sect stood 3 cultivators who were responsible for arranging lodging and necessities for the people who came to try to join the sect. Around 500 kilometers away from the entrance of the Cloud Sky Sect walked a man and a woman. The man was about 27 or 28 years old. He walked very leisurely and calmly toward the Cloud Sky Sect. On his clothes was an embroidery of a purple flying sword, showing that he was already an inner disciple of the sword sect. Besides him walked a 20-year-old girl. She wore a purple dress with the same colored sash around her waist. She had very nice curves, but also had a hint of sweetness. Upon a closer look, the girl was very attractive, and describing her as a beautiful flower would not be wrong. The girl pouted her red lips and rubbed her legs. "Elder brother, what's so good about this Cloud Sky Sect that I have to come all the way here? I don't like alchemy. I like the sword sect," she complained. The man's expression remained normal. He looked at the girl, then poked her forehead and smiled. "There is too much killing in the sword sect. It is not suitable for you. I'm sure know that the Cloud Sky Sect is a very important sect in the country of Chu. Even if the country of Chu suffers a great disaster, it wouldn't affect the Cloud Sky Sect. If you can get into the Cloud Sky Sect, your brother will be relieved. If mother and father were still alive, they would be relieved as well." When the girl heard her brother talk about their parents, her expression darkened a little. After pondering for a while, she obediently nodded her head. She then pointed into the forest and said to her brother, "Elder brother, if I get into the Cloud Sky Sect, I'll make pills just for you. Then, once your cultivation is high, we can go home and teach those old guys a lesson." When the man heard this, he turned and a cold light appeared in his eyes. In fear of scaring his sister, he never told her the truth of what had happened that year. The girl's eyes widened as she looked at a youth in front of her and laughed. "Elder brother, look. That man is wearing some funny-looking clothes. The man looked up and saw that 200 feet in front of them was a youth wearing very crudely made clothes slowly walking toward the sect. It has to be said that all of the people that came to try to join the Cloud Sky sect were either independent cultivators or people from cultivation families. It was impossible for mortals to get there. Therefore, it was very rare to see someone dressed like this. This was clearly the look of an ordinary mountain villager. As if hearing the girl's voice, the youth turned around to look at them and, without pause, he withdrew his gaze and kept walking forward. A hint of surprise flashed across the man's eyes. He knew that his sister was very attractive and that, during the trip here, most people who passed by would stare at her. Especially after entering the 1,000-kilometer range of the Cloud Sky sect. Everyone they encountered would take an extra look at his sister, but this youth's eyes were as calm as still water, and when the youth saw his sister, there was no fluctuation in the youth's eyes at all. The man sent out his divine sense and found that the youth's cultivation was only at the second or third layer of chi condensation. After he looked for a bit, he withdrew his gaze. The girl looked at the youth with a glint of interest in her eyes. She quickly walked forward and shouted, "Hey, are you here to join the sect as well?" The youth frowned. He didn't bother with her and kept walking forward. The girl let out a grunt. She gently leaped over the youth and landed in front of him. She disgruntledly said, "Are you mute?" I asked, "Are you here to join the sect?" The youth looked at the girl and helplessly said, "Is that not a pointless question?" With that, he walked around the girl, shaking his head. The girl's face turned red. She pondered a bit and realized that what she said before really was pointless. Since the youth was already here, she still asked if he was on his way to join the sect. The girl's elder brother curled his lips and let out a faint smile. He wasn't angry with the youth's reply at all. Instead, when his sister asked the question, he had the same feeling. The girl stomped her foot and caught up with the youth. She walked at his side and disgruntledly said, "What I asked was not pointless. With your clothes, no matter how you look, it doesn't look like you're here to join the sect. Look at everyone else. No one else is dressed like you. You have to know that when the Cloud Sky sect accept disciples." The youth frowned again and secretly sighed. From his view, this girl was like a newborn chick, and a very annoying one at that. If it was not for his cultivation being too low right now, he would have already waved his sleeves and left instead of suffering this girl's pestering. Time quickly passed by, and it was afternoon now. The sun blazed in the sky and sweat oozed out of the youth's forehead. He bitterly smiled in his heart. It had been a long time since he ran out of breath like a mortal. Just at that moment, the girl next to him put her hand on her bag of holding and took out a few lychee nuts. After putting them in her mouth, she looked at the youth and raised her hand toward him. She asked, "Do you want this?" The youth didn't even look at it. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. The girl slightly snorted and didn't bother with it anymore. She returned to her brother's side and put all of the lychee nuts in her brother's hand. 2 hours later, the Cloud Sky sect's gate appeared in the distance. The youth let out a sigh after looking at the magnificent gate. He couldn't help but think about the Huayuan sect. This youth was Wang Lin. More accurately, this was Wang Lin's avatar that was created by the avatar technique. This doppelganger was created by the avatar technique from his main body and had real flesh and blood. But this body only had 30 years to live. This was his only plan to break through into nascent soul stage while not losing his cultivation. As for his main body, it was hidden somewhere near the Cloud Sky sect. He had already abandoned the cave he was using before because, when the avatar appeared, a ray of light shot out into the sky. As a result, he had to quickly abandon the cave and find another place to start his closed-door cultivation. His main body went into closed-door training while his avatar lived in a village at the foot of the mountain for a few months. When he heard that the Cloud Sky sect was recruiting, he pondered for a while and decided to try getting in. That was the cause of the current scene. In Wang Lin's original plan, once he ran out of the spirit liquid, he was going to kidnap a Cloud Sky sect disciple and blend into the sect to steal pills. But now just happened to be when the Cloud Sky sect was recruiting, so Wang Lin decided to give up his original plan. If he could join the sect, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of kidnapping a Cloud Sky sect disciple and blending into the sect to steal. All those who came to join the Cloud Sky sect will be brought to a side mountain to rest. Once the 10-day period is over, all of them will be brought to the Sky Cloud sect for the selection process. When the girl that walked with Wang Lin was led away by the disciples at the gate of the Cloud Sky sect, her brother turned to leave, but, before he left, he took a few looks at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Although his cultivation was gone, his experience was still there. The man in front of him was definitely not at the core formation stage yet, and was at best at the late stage of foundation building. If Wang Lin were to use his main body, he could effortlessly kill him. After staying at the Cloud Sky sect for a few days, The three big words floating in the sky slowly dissipated. Eventually, they disappeared without a trace, signaling the end of the Cloud Sky Sect's recruitment period. What was next was to pick around 10 or so people to join as disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect. Everyone else would be dismissed from the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain. On this day, thousands of people who wanted to join the Cloud Sky Sect sat cross-legged on a huge stage at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the exam. Among these people were men and women, old and young, and some had even reached core formation, while others were like Wang Lin, who were only at the second or third layer of chi condensation. There were dozens of Sky Cloud disciples standing on the edge of the stage with indifferent looks on their faces. They were releasing hints of pride. After all, they were already members of the Cloud Sky Sect, so their positions were naturally higher than those who wished to join. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with 3 pills embroidered on the cuffs floated down from the mountain. He floated in the area above the stage and looked at everyone there. He said, in a low tone, "If you wish to join my Cloud Sky Sect, your seniority will be low. If you're not willing, then leave now." Xinghao Beijang Shridong Xinghao. When he finished speaking, none of the thousands of people on the stage left. They all looked up at the person with determined looks in their eyes. Among these people were a few core formation cultivators. They knew that the middle-aged man's words were for them. After waiting for a little, the middle-aged man waved his right hand, and a burst of force suddenly erupted from the center of the stage, pushing all of the nearby people away and exposing an open space 10 feet in diameter on the stage. At the same time, a dark mist column rose up from the ground there. It looked very majestic. This thick, dark mist pillar felt like it was a giant hand that was used to hold the sky up. After it rose from the ground, it stretched so far into the sky that if one were to look up from the bottom, they wouldn't able to see the top. The middle-aged man's voice floated toward the crowd. "Using whatever method you choose, as long as you can feel exactly what substance is inside this dark mist pillar, then you are qualified. The time limit is 6 hours. With that, he landed on the side and stood silently, watching the dark mist pillar. Wang Lin's expression remained normal. He stared at the black mist pillar and began to think. Although he was an avatar, when creating the avatar didn't get any cultivation or divine sense from the main body, but all of his techniques and the memories from the ancient god were still intact. Wang Lin's eyes trembled slightly. He kept analyzing the pillar until he slowly started to reveal a faint smile on his face. From his view, this pillar was clearly a type of restriction, and the restriction was used to test everyone who tried to see through it. This must be the Cloud Sky Sect's way to get rid of people who were here to join them with ill intent, but Wang Lin wasn't sure about how exactly the restriction would react. What type of disciples did the Cloud Sky Sect want to find with this restriction? According to Wang Lin's knowledge of restrictions, it would be impossible for ordinary people to solve this restriction. As a result, even among the thousands of people on this stage, almost none of them could see through this restriction. And so, if Wang Lin were to see through the restriction, that would be too obvious, and someone would contradict his story of wanting to join the Cloud Sky Sect. But this was still not the most important part. Wang Lin was worried that if he didn't know what type of disciple the Cloud Sky Sect wanted and broke the restriction, then he would certainly gain too much attention from the Cloud Sky Sect. That would make this venture not be worth it anymore. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't immediately break the restriction, but waited. He didn't believe that the Cloud Sky Sect would just gather people and tell them that none of them were qualified. If his analysis was correct, someone should soon find the answer here for him. Time passed by and, in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Some of the people in the crowd were already getting restless. They had already tried to probe with their divine sense, but whenever their divine sense got near the dark mist, a mysterious force would push them away. No matter what method they tried, they found no success. At last, one person slapped his bag of holding and took out a wood carving. This piece of wood was shaped like an eagle. He chanted a few words, then threw the wood carving toward the dark mist pillar. The middle-aged man who was in charge of recruiting disciples didn't say anything about this action, but he quietly looked at the pillar. Wang Lin noticed that although the middle-aged man's expression remained calm, the Cloud Sky Sect's disciples that were around revealed strange expressions on their faces for a brief moment. The moment the wood eagle appeared, it instantly grew and finally turned into a golden eagle, which rushed toward the pillar. But the moment the golden eagle touched the pillar, a hand suddenly appeared from the pillar, grabbed the golden eagle, and pulled it into the black mist. The person who sent out the golden eagle's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stood up and quickly turned toward the middle-aged man and said, "Junior gives up and would like Senior to return the treasure. This is Junior's family treasure. Please, Senior." The middle-aged man scanned the person and slowly said, The golden wooden eagle is the Gongsun family's inheritance treasure. Our sect will of course not keep it. Since you have already quit, it will be returned to you when everyone leaves. The person's gaze immediately relaxed a bit. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he walked down the stage. The middle-aged man stressed again. I have already said this before. You can use anything you like. As long as you can clearly see what is inside, then you have passed. This time, a youth on the stage cautiously asked, but if we say what is inside the pillar, then won't everyone else here know as well? The middle-aged man smiled and replied, not possible. If one of you can see through the mist, you will know the secret that lies here. When the hand came out of the black mist pillar, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been constantly watching the restriction, and when the hand appeared, a tiny gap appeared. With his knowledge and divine eye, he immediately saw several pills floating inside the mist pillar. Wang Lin's expression remained normal, but his heart skipped a beat. However, he pondered for a while, but didn't act rashly. This time, more people became restless in the crowd and brought out their treasures to try to break this dark mist. More and more people started to attack with magical treasures. Every time, a hand would come out, grab the magical treasure, and pull it into the dark mist. If the middle-aged man didn't already say it, they wouldn't dare to use all of these magical treasures. But the Cloud Sky Sect already stated that if they give up, all of the treasures will be returned when they leave. As a result, everyone stopped caring. Many magical treasures appeared in the sky, one after another. Through the cracks caused by the attacks, Wang Lin was able to clearly see everything that was inside the restriction. After all, he had divine eyes that could see through restrictions. Inside it were 11 pills, 11 pieces of jade, and 11 tokens with a pill furnace carved onto them. Wang Lin didn't know what these 3 items represented, but, at that moment, a golden light appeared around the black mist. Then, a flash of golden light came from inside the mist as well. After the golden light circled the pillar for a bit, it turned into a piece of jade and flew into the hand of a girl who didn't know what was going on at all. At this point, the middle-aged man from the Cloud Sky Sect's eyes lit up. He quickly moved next to the girl and picked up the jade in her hand. After looking at the jade for a bit, he smiled and said, "You pass." With that, he waved his right hand, and a disciple of the Cloud Sky Sect came and led her away. "Take her up the mountain." The middle-aged man smiled at the girl. He waved his sleeve and returned back to where he was and waited for the next person to pass. That girl still felt like everything was a blur. While still dazed, she was led up the mountain by a Cloud Sky Sect disciple. Seeing that someone had managed to pass the exam, all of the people on the stage started to discuss with each other. But, as for the people of the Cloud Sky Sect, they weren't bothered by it at all. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He clearly saw that it wasn't because the girl saw through the black mist, but the piece of jade inside the black mist chose the girl. And when the middle-aged man saw the piece of jade falling into the girl's hand, he didn't immediately announce her passing, but went up to check the piece of jade before announcing it. Through this, Wang Lin judged that the middle-aged man went to check if the jade really chose her. So, if he had acted rashly before, he would have revealed a weak point. Wang Lin sneered. This Cloud Sky Sect's method of accepting disciples was indeed strange. Just at that moment, a golden light suddenly started to flash from the pillar again. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his right hand secretly made a restriction. With the spiritual energy he had right now, he could only use a few simple restrictions and was unable to make an illusionary circle. Nevertheless, the restrictions he possessed were ancient restrictions passed down by the ancient god. It was not something normal cultivators could match. Chapter 212, Luxury. Plus, with all of the magical treasures shining all the time and the Sky Cloud Sect themselves having said that any method could be used, no one saw through Wang Lin's restriction. The moment the restriction hit the pillar, Wang Lin could clearly feel that a piece of jade was shining gold and slowly flying outwards. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his restriction landed on the piece of jade. Suddenly, the speed of the piece of jade slowed down a lot. At the same time, he sent out another restriction and, this time, the restriction landed on a pill inside the pillar. The pill started emitting a golden light and quickly flew out of the pillar. It landed in the hand of a youth on the stage. The person was stunned and suddenly shouted in ecstasy. "This thy eye passed." At that moment, the Cloud Sect's middle-aged man's eyes jerked open. He stared at the pill as he quickly leaped and landed in front of the youth. Without a word, he waved his hand, and the pill flew into his hand. He carefully examined the pill, then looked at the youth, who was filled with ecstasy. After pondering for a while, he said, "Congratulations to you. You won't need to be tested anymore and will directly become an inner disciple of the Cloud Sky Sect. You can go up the mountain to see the sect head. Take good care of this pill. When you meet your teacher, give this to them as a gift." Sadly, this is a fire-based pill. If it was something else, I would be your teacher. The disciple's eyes revealed a color of ecstasy. He quickly nodded as he was filled with excitement. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was moved. Inside the black fog, he only saw three things: the pill, the jade, and the token. It was clear that these three items had different meanings. Receiving the pill meant one would become a disciple, and receiving the jade meant one passed this test. What would happen if someone received the token? Wang Lin pondered a little, but he didn't act again. He had to be very cautious because one time could be an accident, but if he used it in succession, it would be obvious. If he were to get found out, all of this would have been for naught. With Wang Lin's analysis of the middle-aged man's expression, he believed that in this recruitment exam that only occurred once every 30 years, almost no one get the pill. He guessed that most people just got the piece of jade. The middle-aged man slowly said, in a flat tone, "There is only 1 hour left before the time limit is up. I can tell you now that within the pillar, there are 4 items: a piece of jade, a pill, a token, and a pill furnace. Among the 4 items, whoever gets the jade passes this test. Whoever gets the pill directly becomes an inner disciple. Whoever gets the token can trade it for any third-rank pill, aside from the one that lets you become an inner disciple. If one of you get the furnace, then you will be one of the few that will become a disciple of the sect head. But, in the 8,000 years since the Cloud Sky sect was founded, only 6 disciples have gotten the pill furnace. I hope that, among you, there will be a 7th. Once you become the disciple of the sect head, you can use pills as you wish, and you will be exposed to the more profound areas of alchemy." The moment the words came out, all of the youths on the stage took deep breaths and looked at the pillar. In their eyes, the pillar represented a lifetime of wealth. When Wang Lin heard those words, he was stunned. When he checked inside the restriction, there were only 3 items. There was no pill furnace inside. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin didn't keep watching, but sent out a restriction and pulled out a pill. With a flash of golden light, a blue pill immediately flew out from the pillar and was grabbed by Wang Lin. It was not that Wang Lin couldn't get the token, but he didn't want it to be too showy. If it wasn't for the fact that getting the pill would make him an inner disciple directly, he would have chosen the jade instead. After noticing the color of the pill, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the pill from Wang Lin's hand. After looking at Wang Lin for a while, he smiled and said, "Are you willing to take me as your teacher?" Wang Lin's face revealed a look of fear, but in that fear there was a hint of excitement. He quickly nodded. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Stand with me until the end, then I'll bring you up the mountain to see the sect head." Wang Lin quickly and respectfully followed the middle-aged man to the corner of the stage. His face was filled with fear and ecstasy, but he sneered inside. When he saw the middle-aged man's disappointed look when the disciple earlier had gotten the fire element pill, Wang Lin began to carefully observe the middle-aged man. He roughly judged that the pill the middle-aged man wanted was a water pill. After all, even if the other elements weren't compatible, it was still usable, unless he needed a water element, which was the opposite of fire. As a result, Wang Lin deliberately chose a water element pill because if his analysis was correct, the middle-aged man would be too happy to dig too deep into why 2 pills appeared in a row. Within the next hour, 3 more people were chosen. Among the 3, one of them was the girl that walked here with Wang Lin. Time was nearing the end. The middle-aged man looked up into the sky and was about to announce the result. But, at the same time, the entire dark mist pillar started to roll violently. Although not all of the houses were made of jade, more than 80% of the buildings were made from natural jade stone. If all of this was turned into spirit stones or jade pieces, the total number of them would be unimaginable. At the same time, because there was a lot of jade, this place naturally had very dense spiritual energy. He took one breath and immediately felt a very comfortable feeling. After analyzing it a bit, Wang Lin determined that cultivating here for 1 day could be compared to 3 days of cultivation outside. Wang Lin looked at the others who were also selected and found that all of them were stunned as well. They all stared at the scene before them with strange expressions. The moment they passed the wave-like barrier, the disciples behind the middle-aged man began to loosen their arms. Everyone who came to join the Cloud Sky sect already had their own flying treasures. As the Cloud Sky sect disciples loosened their holds on the people they were carrying, everyone got on their own flying treasure and followed behind the middle-aged man. The group's speed wasn't very fast. Wang Lin was stunned for a bit longer, then saw a flock of cranes flying in from the distance. On top of the cranes sat several beautiful women. These women wore rainbow-colored robes, making them look like dancing butterflies, which made people involuntarily look in their direction. When the cranes got closer, one of the women said, with a beautiful and clear voice, Elder Martial Brother Zhao, are these the new disciples? The woman was attractive, with all of the features of a top beauty. She also had a small dot on the edge of her lip, making her very charming. The middle-aged man let out a laugh and said, "Yes." This time, during the recruitment, 6 people passed. The woman's gaze swept through the group, revealing some of her hidden beauty. Her gaze ended up on the girl that walked to the sect with Wang Lin, and she smiled. Very pretty. If she was seen by teacher, she would be accepted as a disciple for sure. When the woman finished, the women that were with her turned their gazes onto the girl. After chatting among themselves for a bit, they all left on the cranes with charming smiles. Chapter 213, Old Friend. Those exquisite women came quick and left just as quick, but their appearance riled up the hearts of the young men that had just joined the sect. Among the 6 new disciples, besides the girl that walked up the mountain with Wang Lin, who frowned, the only other person who didn't even bat their eye when they saw the charm of those women was Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's view, although these women were very beautiful and their bodies have nice curves, they were not as beautiful as Ling Yuan, and compared to the Xin Dao sect's Lu Mei, they were even further behind. Therefore, how could they catch Wang Lin's attention? Also, he always had a strong heart that wouldn't be fluttered by pretty women, so Wang Lin not being flustered was no big surprise. As for the girl that walked with Wang Lin to the sect, she turned around, and her gaze fell on Wang Lin. When she saw that his eyes were calm, she felt a hint of joy in her heart, though she didn't know why. After those women left, the middle-aged man lightly coughed. His gaze fell on the guys. He then turned to the girl and smiled. "Lucky girl, you also don't need to do the second exam. Later, you will follow me to see the sect head." With that, he continued to fly forward. As they flew deeper into the cloud sky sect, spirit beasts gradually appeared on the ground. There were numerous tigers, monkeys, bears, and other animals. They were all normal animals, but, inside the cloud sky sect, each of them were much larger, and their bodies emitted large amounts of spiritual energy, meaning they all had considerable cultivation. These spirit beasts were all either quietly laying on the ground or nimbly climbing around. As they flew, Wang Lin found that the buildings formed a large circle and, at the center of circle, a very magnificent hall slowly came into everyone's view. This main hall was very large. Even if 1,000 people were to enter the main hall, it wouldn't feel crowded. In the square in front of the grand hall were 7 large pill furnaces. Each furnace was emitting white smoke that was floating up into the sky, as if they were communicating with the heavens. From inside and outside, the grand hall emitted a lingering scent of pills. Currently, there were dozens of people divided into 2 rows. They were either meditating with their eyes closed or talking to each other. In the middle, a white-haired old man, who was wearing a green robe and holding his hands behind his back, smiled at the group as they got closer. The middle-aged man who brought Wang Lin and the others here slowly descended and landed in the square. He put Wang Lin and the youth who got the token down and respectfully said to the elder in green, "9th generation disciple Zhou Lin greets the sect head." In today's recruitment for the Cloud Sky sect, a total of 6 people passed. Among the 6 people, 3 of them got jades, 2 got pills, and 1 got a token. Disciples have already sent the girl that got the first jade up the mountain. After Wang Lin arrived, he was immediately stunned. He quickly lowered his head because all of the old guys around here were nascent soul cultivators. No wonder the Cloud Sky sect was the #1 sect in the country of Chu. The green-robed elder smiled and said, "You can go and arrange the test for the 3 that received the jade. If they pass, they can become inner disciples." The middle-aged man wanted to speak, but he hesitated for a bit, then pointed to Wang Lin and said, "Sect head, disciple wants to accept this youth as my disciple. He got a water element pill, which is a suitable ingredient for the pill disciple needs right now." The green-robed elder's gaze swept across Wang Lin. In that instant, his gaze was as sharp as knives, and he clearly saw through Wang Lin, inside and out. Wang Lin sneered in his heart. Although this elder's cultivation was at the nascent soul stage, the current cultivation of this body was still at the chi condensation stage, so he wasn't afraid at all, but his body did quiver, and his eyes revealed a look of fear. After an instant, the elder withdrew his gaze. He faintly smiled and said, "In order to get the pill, this person must have some special technique. Fine, you can take him as your disciple." He had no fear of another sect's disciple Misyang into his school because the items inside the mist chose their owners on their own, and one of the qualifications to be chosen was to not have any ill intent toward the sect. However, he didn't know that Wang Lin had used an ancient restriction to lead the item out by force. The middle-aged man, Zhou Lin's, eyes immediately lit up. He thanked the sect head and then glanced at Wang Lin. He signaled Wang Lin to follow him. But, Just as that moment, an old woman sitting at the second position to the right opened her eyes. She examined the group and said, with a husky voice, "I want this girl." The old woman pointed her hand, and the girl that came with Wang Lin suddenly let out a scream as her body involuntarily floated toward the old woman. The girl was also very clever. She quickly knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple greets master." The moment those words came out, everyone sitting around immediately revealed strange expressions. Even the old woman was stunned. After blankly staring at her for a moment, the old woman smiled and said, "You sure are a smart girl. Did you know that all disciples that enter my Cloud Sky sect are considered 10th generation disciples?" The girl's face turned red. She played with the edge of her clothes, not knowing what to say. The old woman carefully looked at her a few times and smiled. "Fine, get up. Although I can't immediately accept you as my disciple, if you can make a rank 2 pill in 3 years, I'll forcibly accept you as an honorary disciple." The green-robed elder shook his head slightly. His gaze swept across the group and fell on the youth holding the token. With a dignified look on his face, he pondered a little, then said to the middle-aged man named Zhao Lin, "You can go now." Zhao Lin quickly responded and signaled Wang Lin to follow him as he walked away. Behind Wang Lin were the 2 youths who got the jades. They were also told what to do and quickly followed behind Wang Lin. As they left, the 2 youths looked at Wang Lin and the other who was accepted already. They couldn't help but reveal envious looks. After they left the main hall, the middle-aged man turned to the 2 that received the jades and calmly said, "The 2 of you wait here. You're not allowed to go anywhere. I'll be back soon." With that, he grabbed Wang Lin and jumped into the sky. He turned into a ray of rainbow-colored light and disappeared into the distance. This Zhao Lin's speed was very quick. After a short period of time, he had already brought Wang Lin to a house on the edge of the mountain range. He opened the courtyard's gate, and inside the courtyard was a small herb garden. In the center of the garden was a bronze pill furnace that was the height of a person. "Our Cloud Sky sect doesn't have any fancy ceremonies. I took your pill, so you are now my disciple. From your registration record, I know that your name is Wang Lin. Wang Lin, I have never accepted a disciple before. You are the first one. From now on, you will live in this house. After I'm done with the recruitment, I'll return and teach you the art of alchemy." With that, Zhao Lin explained a few more things and left. After Zhao Lin left, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. From now on, he was also a member of the Cloud Sky sect. He took a deep breath and looked around. This garden had many flowers and plants growing all around. The more he looked at them, the more excited he got. This was only the 9th generation disciples' herb garden, and there were already extremely valuable herbs growing here. And all of these herbs were kept in perfect condition. Considering the amount of spiritual energy they received, none of the herbs' effects would be lost at all. After he checked out everything, Wang Lin let out another sigh. He felt that the Cloud Sky sect was too luxurious and rich. Using jade as building stones, raising spirit beasts like livestock, a mere 9th generation disciple with an herb garden like this. All of this displayed just how powerful the Cloud Sky sect was. At that moment, Wang Lin's heart felt a sudden urge to steal the pills inside the storage houses of the Cloud Sky sect. There must be a large variety of pills stored there, so if he could get his hands on them, he wouldn't be short on any pill until he reached the spirit-severing stage. The moment this idea came into his mind, he tossed it aside because it was impossible unless his main body reaches the nascent soul stage. Then, it would not be entirely impossible. After pondering a little, Wang Lin put away this unrealistic idea. After all, his avatar was only at the 3rd layer of chi condensation. The herb garden wasn't large. Behind it was a row of houses. Besides the first house having restrictions protecting it, none of the other houses had any protection. Wang Lin picked the last house. He walked inside and swept the surroundings. The room was equipped with all of the daily necessities. In addition, there was a small pill furnace in the middle of the room. Although Wang Lin wasn't an expert on pill furnaces, he still knew a thing or two. Those pill furnaces in the main hall were legendary treasures. Even that small pill furnace at the center of the garden was considered a rare treasure. If it was in the Sea of Devils, the cost to make one of those would be unimaginable. And finally, the small pill furnace in his room stunned him greatly. This pill furnace was not any worse than the furnace he gave Lin Yuan back then. That meant that this pill furnace was worth a complete dragon skin. It has to be said that there were many courtyards like this in the Cloud Sky sect, and each garden had many rooms, and each one of those rooms had a pill furnace. Adding all of those up meant that there was an extremely large amount of these furnaces. Obviously, these pill furnaces weren't worth much in the Cloud Sky sect. In order to confirm his speculation, he went and checked all of the other rooms. He confirmed that, within each of those rooms, there was a similar pill furnace. Everything he had seen since entering the Cloud Sky Sect had shown just how powerful the sect was. Wang Lin took a deep breath and felt awed again by how powerful and rich this sect was. From within the room, Wang Lin pondered for a while. He sent out a restriction that landed on the door. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Time slowly passed. When night came, Wang Lin felt a special fluctuation of spiritual energy from the restriction he placed. He knew that it was because Zhou Lin had returned. This Zhou Lin was only at the early stage of core formation, so he couldn't see through Wang Lin's formation. The Cloud Sky Sect was split into the inner and outer sect. The inner sect was in charge of alchemy, and the outer sect was in charge of protecting the sect. Because Zhou Lin was an inner sect disciple, his main job was making pills. "Come out and meet me." Zhou Lin's voice floated in from outside. Wang Lin opened his eyes and walked out of the room. Although it was late at night, with the rays of moonlight, everything was as clear as day for cultivators. Zhou Lin stood in the garden. When Wang Lin came out, he threw a piece of jade at Wang Lin and said, "Your teacher has to go into closed-door training to absorb the water element pill. If it's short, it'll only take a few months, but it could take up to a few years. Thus, I don't have the time to teach you alchemy. Inside this jade are dozens of years of my experience and some pill recipes. You should study it first yourself. If you have any problems, go to the southern courtyard. In the third courtyard, you'll find your teacher's teacher. I have already told her about me accepting you as a disciple." Wang Lin took the piece of jade. He put it on his forehead and scanned the jade, then was immediately stunned. He didn't think that Zhou Lin would give him a piece of jade like this. Within this jade contained Zhou Lin's countless years of experience on alchemy, especially failures, and what made quality of pills drop. The jade contained very detailed information. It could be said that it was very valuable for the current Wang Lin. He and Zhou Lin had just met, so he never would have imagined that his new master would give him this piece of jade. This was too great of a contrast with the vicious teacher and student relationship he used to have with Sun Deju. Wang Lin felt conflicting emotions while holding the jade. Zhou Lin didn't notice any of Wang Lin's thoughts. He pondered for a while, then continued. "Your teacher's master is a very gentle person, so she will teach you all of the basics of alchemy. Also, you are free to use any of the herbs in the garden, but remember to not remove the roots so they can continue to grow. As for that pill furnace, just don't touch it. Without reaching a certain level in alchemy, it's impossible to use it." Wang Lin took a deep breath and nodded his head. Zhou Lin pondered for a while, then sighed. "Actually, I'm supposed to teach you some alchemy basics before going into closed-door training. But, if I wait for too long, the water element pill's effectiveness will drop. Once I come out of closed-door training, I'll make you a few batches of foundation solidifying pills as compensation." With that, he looked at Wang Lin and said, "I'll be in closed-door training in the back mountain. You can continue to live here. My room is protected by a restriction, so don't touch it." After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he took out a set of clothes, a badge, and a bag of holding and placed them to the side. He pondered a bit, then took out a white bottle and said, "These are the 10th generation disciple clothes teacher got for you. As for this bottle, it contains 3 pills. Take 2 of them and use the last one for studying." With that, Zhou Lin's body transformed into a rainbow-colored light, and he left the courtyard. Wang Lin silently stood there for a while. He picked up the clothes and the pills, then returned to his room. Zhou Lin's actions felt very strange to Wang Lin. The way he treated Wang Lin was something he almost never experienced in his life. After a long time, Wang Lin opened the bottle. A very fragrant smell drifted out. Inside the bottle were 3 bright yellow pills. Each one was about the size of a lychee nut. Wang Lin picked one up. After looking at it for a while, he didn't consume it, but took out a small beast from his bag of holding. The moment the beast appeared, it beat its wings and let out a growl. Wang Lin flicked his finger, and the pill entered the beast's mouth. His eyes became serious as he observed the beast. After a long time, not only did the beast not show any negative reaction, it instead became even more lively. Even its head seemed to have grown a bit. Wang Lin observed it for a while. He then waved his hand, and the small beast returned to his bag of holding. He intended to observe it for a few days. If that small beast showed no negative signs, then he will take the pills. Wang Lin silently cultivated for the whole night. Wang Lin awoke from his cultivation the next morning. He found that the spiritual energy in his body had increased greatly. The Cloud Sky Sect had very dense spiritual energy, so a night of cultivation had been very effective. Wang Lin walked out of the room, covered in dust. He wryly smiled. That last refinement failed again. This time, he wasn't able to control the strength of the fire, so it caused the furnace to break and wasted all of the materials for the pill. The good thing was that the Cloud Sky Sect wasn't short on anything, especially pill furnaces. In these 2 months, Wang Lin had already wasted 4 pill furnaces. Of the 7 pill furnaces, only 3 remained. Wang Lin walked out into the courtyard with a thoughtful expression. In every room was a switch for the fire. The fire was controlled by spiritual energy. The strength of the spiritual energy didn't matter. It depended on a micro-control technique. Using one's own spiritual energy to act as a bridge between the fire and the pill furnace required one to maintain stability of the flame. But this wasn't a static stability. It required constant changes to maintain stability based on the changes inside the furnace. If there was any deviation from the proper procedure, the pill refinement would fail, and if the deviation was too great, the pill furnace would break. This was the most difficult barrier for beginner alchemists. However, if one reaches the nascent soul stage, then they can use their soul fire and won't have this requirement. Besides the control of the fire, understanding the uses and interaction of materials was also key. Just having the recipe wasn't enough. Alchemy wasn't something everyone could learn. It was impossible for 100 people to produce 100 of the exact same pill, even with the same recipe. No matter how detailed a pill recipe was, it was only a guideline. In practical alchemy, there were many unimaginable factors to account for, like how much spiritual energy was in the surrounding area. The changes in the surroundings, the impurity of the materials, and the many interactions between various materials all affected the process and was not something a recipe could record. If one wanted to become an alchemy master, it was simply too difficult. In the 2 months that Wang Lin had been at the Cloud Sky Sect, he found that pill quality was also divided into 9 ranks, like alchemists. The rank of an alchemist determined the rank of pills they could produce. As of today, there were only 3 5th-ranked alchemists in the Cloud Sky Sect, and one of them was Zhao Lin's teacher. This person was a female and was not a direct disciple of the Cloud Sky Sect. She came from the country of Xianwu. After she joined the Cloud Sky Sect, she was immediately a core member of the sect, and, after several years, she became an elder. It was for this reason that, even though Zhao Lin was only a 9th-generation disciple, he was able to manage the recruitment session. The elders also try to meet all of Zhao Lin's needs. After all, even if they didn't give him face, they had to give face to his master. Wang Lin walked around the courtyard, thinking about why he had failed just now. The entire process went well, but, at the last moment, the fire went out of control and caused everything to fail. Wang Lin thought, could it be that every time a pill refinement is about to succeed, the fire increases and goes out of control? But he soon remembered that in these past 2 months, he succeeded once, and it didn't happen that time. After pondering a little, Wang Lin gathered a few pill materials and started to refine again. This time, when he was about to succeed, the fire suddenly increased and went out of control. No matter how hard he tried, the fire kept spreading. Then, with a bang, the pill furnace exploded again. Wang Lin looked at the exploded pill furnace along with the wasted materials inside it with a dark expression. He pondered for a while, then tried it 2 more times. However, both pill furnaces exploded. As a result, in these 2 months, all 7 pill furnaces had shattered to pieces. Wang Lin wryly smiled. He let out a sigh and thought, if it was just the refining that failed, it would be fine, because I can always keep trying until I succeed, but now the pill furnaces are all broken too. If this situation was not resolved, Wang Lin was afraid that he might be the first person to be kicked out of the Cloud Sky Sect for breaking too many pill furnaces. After all, Wang Lin knew the value of a pill furnace. Every time a furnace broke, his heart would ache. Meanwhile, Wang Lin also realized that while there were many alchemists, the number of top-tier alchemists was low. After all, alchemists could be considered the most expensive people to train. In order to become a master alchemist, one must consume a large amount of materials and pill furnaces. As a result, a normal sect couldn't even sustain one master alchemist. Only a sect like the Cloud Sky Sect could afford to sustain so many alchemists. Wang Lin wryly smiled as he cleaned up the shattered pill furnace and walked out of the courtyard. With all of the pill furnaces gone, he needed to get more before he could continue to practice alchemy. However, Zhao Lin was still not back, so Wang Lin had to go look for Zhao Lin's teacher. In addition, he also planned to ask about why the pill furnaces kept exploding when he was refining pills. He had to fix this problem before he could continue to learn alchemy. The Cloud Sky Sect was split into the east, west, south, and north sectors, forming a circle with the main hall at the center. Wang Lin walked through the Cloud Sky Sect wearing the disciple clothes with the token attached to his waist. Although he came across other people, none of them talked to him, and they only nodded as a greeting. As he was walking, voices of cranes came from a distance, followed by white cranes. When they passed over Wang Lin, sounds of laughter came from the flock of cranes. Then, a crisp voice suddenly said, "Oh, it's you. Wang Lin raised his head and saw the annoying girl that walked up the mountain with him. Her head peeked out from the crane with a proud look on her face. Right before she was going to speak, a clear voice came from her side. Junior sister, if you delay any more, you will be late again and teacher will make you clean out the pill furnaces again. The girl pouted her lips. She looked at Wang Lin again, then flew away. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Right as he was about to step forward, a cold light suddenly flashed across his eyes. He turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a shifty-looking young male with half of his body hidden behind a tree. He was looking toward the cranes with a lovesick look in his eyes. He took a deep breath and muttered, "Those girls are becoming more and more like fairies, especially the new girl that just joined." He noticed Wang Lin's gaze and gave him a mischievous smile. He jumped down from the tree and tried to pat Wang Lin's shoulder, but Wang Lin took a step back and dodged it. He was stunned, but quickly recovered and mysteriously whispered, "Fellow disciple, do you know that girl?" Wang Lin remained calm and shook his head. The youth raised his brow and said, "Junior martial brother, don't be so stingy. That girl obviously acted like she knew you. Junior martial brother, you don't have to worry. I'm not interested in that girl. The only person I like is the elegant elder sister, Wang Tong." Wang Lin looked at him and said, "I really don't know her." With that, he turned to leave. The youth quickly caught up and walked with Wang Lin. He said, "I have to ask, Junior martial brother, what is your name? Your elder martial brother here is a disciple of the southern courtyard. Looking at the direction you're walking toward, you're also going to the southern courtyard?" Wang Lin looked at the person. He revealed a faint smile and said, "I'm Wang Lin." The youth let out a mischievous smile and said, "Your elder martial brother here is called Cheng Xian. So, are you going to the southern courtyard?" Wang Lin nodded. The Cloud Sky Sect's 4 courtyards are very clearly divided. Junior martial brother Wang, if you want to enter the southern courtyard, it might be very difficult. If it was easy, then I would go to the western courtyard every day. You should know, beautiful women are as abundant as clouds there. If I could get 1 or 2 of them to do duo cultivation with me, then I wouldn't mind cultivation at all. Cheng Xian stopped speaking with a hint of regret, then continued. "So, what are you going to the southern courtyard for? I might be able to help." After Wang Lin heard Cheng Xian's dream, he laughed and said, "That won't be needed. I don't think my trip to the southern courtyard will be stopped." Cheng Xian was stunned. He looked at Wang Lin for a bit. He suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Your surname is Wang, and your name is Wang Lin. I remember now. You're the one who was accepted by Uncle Master Zhou Lin. You are too lucky. Do you know how many people want to become his disciple?" Wang Lin revealed a surprised expression and asked, "Why is that? Is teacher's alchemy skill really high?" Cheng Xian's eyes revealed a look of admiration as he said, "Although his alchemy skill isn't low, it's not exactly high either. He can only refine up to rank 3 pills, which is not a big deal. I can already refine rank 2 pills. I believe that I'll be able to refine rank 3 pills soon." Wang Lin nodded. He walked toward the southern courtyard while listening to Cheng Xian talk. But Cheng Xian stopped talking. He revealed that mischievous look and smiled. "Junior martial brother, I can tell you, but you have to promise to take me to the western courtyard once." "How is that?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm and said, "If you don't want to say it, it's fine." When Cheng Xian saw that Wang Lin didn't budge, he quickly said, "Elder martial brother Wang. Look, I'm even calling you elder martial brother now. All you have to do is say a few words, and I can get into the western courtyard. It's only a small task." Wang Lin turned his head and said to him, "You want me to go find that girl? Then you can use that excuse to meet that elder cider Wang Tong of your dreams." Cheng Xian was stunned, but he quickly smiled. Yes. It's only a small task. So how about it, elder martial brother?" Wang Lin slowly said, "Why does everyone want to become Zhou Lin's disciple?" Cheng Xian said, with a face full of regret, "Because Zhou Lin has a good teacher. Wang Lin, you have to know that when speaking of the #1 beauty in the Cloud Sky Sect, she is not in the western courtyard, but in the southern courtyard. The southern courtyard's elderly is not only a beauty, but also one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the Cloud Sky Sect. Think about it. Becoming Zhou Lin's disciple means you're also a disciple of elderly. Not only do you get to see a fairy, but have access to all sorts of pills and recipes. How could people not want to be part of that?" Wang Lin muttered to himself, "Elderly. It is said that this elderly was a disciple of the Luo He sect from the country of Huayuan." Chapter 214, Melancholy. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. Elderly, disciple of the Luo He sect from the country of Huayuan. These 2 sentences floated in his head as a name suddenly came to mind. Not possible, Wang Lin secretly thought. How could there be such coincidence in this world? Could the girl from back then have become an elder of the Cloud Sky Sect? Wang Lin let out a fake smile and thought that he was overthinking it. In a voice filled with regret, Cheng Xian said, Elder Li is a genius of her generation. Back in the country of Ho-Fan, she was already famous. The country of Ho-Fan was invaded, causing the Luo He sect to collapse and all of the disciples to scatter. If not for that, Elder Li wouldn't have come here. Wang Lin nodded, but didn't speak as he kept walking forward. Cheng Xian blinked a few times and quickly followed Wang Lin. He asked, Elder Martial Brother, when are we going to the western courtyard? Wang Lin looked at the sky and said, After I see the master, I'll take you to the western courtyard. But, like I told you before, I don't know that girl. I don't even know her name. If it doesn't work, then oh well. Cheng Xian was stunned. Then, he looked away and said, No problem, I know her name. All you have to do is ask to see her. Brother, I believe in my intuition. That girl will definitely come out to see you. Wang Lin didn't say any more as he continued to walk toward the southern courtyard. During the entire trip, Cheng Xian almost never stopped talking. It was clear that he was someone who was good at talking. He shared all of the news, gossip, and rumors about the Cloud Sky sect. The way he talked was almost too lively, so Wang Lin didn't get irritated listening to him. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the southern courtyard. It has to be said that Elder Li hasn't been in the sect for long. She has only been here for about 100 years, but her alchemy skill is beyond amazing. I heard that back then, Elder Li competed with the two rank 5 alchemists in the Cloud Sky sect. She didn't fall behind them at all and succeeded in refining a rank 5 demon cultivation pill, which is one of the 3 treasures of our sect. When he was talking about the pill, Cheng Xian revealed a look of admiration. Demon cultivation pill. Wang Lin was stunned. The name of this pill was too strange. Could it that be if you consume the pill, you could turn into a demon? Cheng Xian saw Wang Lin's expression. He quickly let out a proud smile and said, Hee, that pill does have a weird name. When the pill was created, the ancestor asked Elder Li to think of a name. After Elder Li thought for a while, she came up with that name. Although the pill's name is demon cultivation, it has nothing to do with cultivating into a demon. What effect does this pill have? Wang Lin thought it was very strange. This pill was called demon cultivation, and this Elder Li was from the country of Ho-Fan and from the Li Hui sect. There must be some connection there. The effects of this pill are great, but I don't really know what the exact effects are. Cheng Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, With my position, how could I know the effect of the pill? That pill is considered one of the 3 great treasures of our sect. Wang Lin didn't mind. He nodded his head. After a while, the two arrived outside of the southern courtyard. What appeared before Wang Lin was an arched bridge with water flowing under it, where the water emitted waves of spiritual energy. Inside the water were countless 7-color carps, leisurely swimming inside. Cheng Xian stopped before the bridge and smiled. There is another rumor regarding the demon cultivation pill. Does brother want to hear it? I'm all ears. Wang Lin's eyes followed the bridge into the courtyard. However, there was a restriction blocking him from looking in too deep. He could vaguely see the elegant environment inside. It was like the Garden of Eden. Cheng Xian proudly said, The rumor is that Elder Li lived in the Sea of Devils for a while. The name of the pill is related to an event that she experienced there. Of course, this is only a rumor. In fact, there are a lot of rumors about Elder Li in the Cloud Sky sect. We'll have a good talk about them later. After Wang Lin heard this, his expression remained calm. He clasped his hands toward Cheng Xian and walked toward the bridge. Cheng Xian quickly shouted, Brother Wang Lin, I'll wait for you here. Don't forget that we have something to do after this. Wang Lin didn't respond. He walked across the bridge. After entering the southern courtyard, the fog became even thicker. He couldn't see anything more than 3 feet in front of him. If Wang Lin's main body was here, it wouldn't bother him at all. All he would have to do was spread out his divine sense, and he would be able to see everything. But, right now, Wang Lin's avatar was only at the 8th layer, so he could only slowly walk forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog got. His vision gradually reduced from 3 feet to 1 foot. A voice floated out from the fog. The southern courtyard is a restricted area. If Outer Disciple doesn't have a token, you may not enter. Wang Lin stopped. He replied, Disciple Wang Lin is here to greet teacher's teacher, Elder Li. The voice pondered for a while. Then the fog before Wang Lin opened up as if there was a giant pair of hands spreading it open. A path that led deep into the southern courtyard appeared. Follow this path, and you will arrive at Elder Li's residence. Go now. The voice appeared again, and Wang Lin could hear a hint of envy in the voice. Wang Lin followed the path without a word. The sound of an instrument could be heard in the distance. Shortly after, Wang Lin arrived at the end of the path, where a building awaited him. Looking into the window, there was the figure of a woman. Before her was a zither. However, due to a thin layer of curtain, Wang Lin couldn't see what she looked like. The moment Wang Lin appeared, a song came out of the building and entered Wang Lin's heart like a flowing river. Wang Lin didn't say a word, but stood there and listened to the song. After the song was over, an elegant voice came out of the building. "You are Wang Lin." The moment the voice entered Wang Lin's ears, he was stunned. His face revealed a look of disbelief, but he quickly recovered. After pondering for a long time, he responded, "Yes, I am." The moment his voice came out, a sudden pop sound came from the room as the woman broke a string on her zither. Then, the window suddenly opened. Her appearance could make anyone's heart beat faster. Her face was as beautiful as a flower and her skin was as smooth as jade. It could be said that her appearance was like a flower, her voice was like a songbird's, her soul was like the moon, and her skin was like jade. The woman's gaze fell on Wang Lin. After looking at Wang Lin for a while, she revealed a hint of melancholy. She put down the curtain and regained her elegant composure. Wang Lin's expression was still as calm as still water. The moment the woman spoke, he had already figured out her identity. He didn't expect that, after all these years, that girl would become an elder in the Cloud Sky Sect. Although Wang Lin's avatar's cultivation wasn't high, he still had his keen instinct. He could tell that this woman's cultivation was at the early stage of core formation. In any other sect, it would be strange for the teacher and disciple to have the same cultivation level, but it was not strange in the Cloud Sky Sect. The inner yard measured someone's worth by their alchemy skill, not their cultivation. As a result, in the inner yard of the Cloud Sky Sect, there were a lot of cases of the teacher having lower a cultivation level than the disciple. This was because the Cloud Sky Sect had a different type of scale compared to everyone else. Of course, some pills would require a certain level of cultivation to be refined. So, for certain pills, the person would need to increase their cultivation. In this world, there were few people like Li Yuan, who could make rank 5 pills that would normally require someone to be as high the nascent soul stage to refine. Wang Lin secretly sighed. The so-called time changes a person was like this. 200 years wasn't exactly long, but not short either. She was several times more beautiful than before. 200 years ago felt like just yesterday. However, there was still a big gap between the two, a gap that Wang Lin wouldn't so easily cross. Wang Lin didn't have any plans to reveal himself. His appearance was also different from when he first met Lin Yuan, so she wouldn't figure out that it was him from his looks. "What is it?" Lin Yuan's voice was still filled with a hint of sadness. Wang Lin took a deep breath and bitterly smiled in his heart. He said, Disciple." Facing an old friend, Wang Lin was almost unable to say the word disciple. When Lin Yuan heard Wang Lin's voice again, her body shivered. She waved her hand, and a purple veil appeared on her head. She walked out of the building and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He slowly said, "Disciple's pill furnace shattered." Lin Yuan looked at Wang Lin for a while. She revealed a complicated expression and asked, "Are you from the country of Chu?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit and nodded. Lin Yuan let out a sigh. Her mood returned to normal. She said, "The pill furnace shattering must be because your cultivation has increased too quickly and you can't control the spiritual energy in your body well enough to guide the fire. This is very common. All you have to do is keep practicing and it should solve itself. Since you are Zhou Lin's disciple, I'll gift you this pill furnace. This pill furnace will prevent 100 shatters. If after 100 times you still can't control the fire, then that means you have no talent in alchemy, and you should give up and go to the outer sect." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, she sent out the pill furnace and it floated before Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately put the pill furnace into his bag of holding. Although his expression was calm, he had very complex emotions floating around in his heart. Every second that he spent here, he felt like he was suffocating. He clasped his hands and turned to leave. Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Ma Liang." Wang Lin revealed a startled expression. He turned around and looked at Lin Yuan with a confused look. Lin Yuan secretly sighed and said, "You can go. If you have any questions, you may come and ask me." After that, she returned to her residence and the sound of a zither started coming out of the building again. This time, there was a hint of melancholy and loneliness in the song. Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. He directed a thoughtful look at the person inside the building. He secretly sighed and turned around to leave. In the building, Lin Yuan put down the instrument. She pondered for a while, then looked through the window into the distance. After a long time, she frowned and said, "Something is not right. How could two people sound so alike? Even if that were true, there's no way their expressions could be exactly the same. Also, that Wang Lin's expression was too calm. A normal person wouldn't be able to pull that off." A light flashed across her eyes, and she pointed at her brow. A drop of blood came out of her forehead. The blood was red and released a destructive aura. This was the gift Wang Lin gave her when he left. This drop of blood contained a sliver of Ji realm. Wang Lin gave it to her to protect her for the rest of her life. If it wasn't for this drop of blood, Li Yuan wouldn't have escaped the destruction of the country of Huayuan. If it really was him, then why didn't this blood react to him? Li Yuan bit her lip and let out a sigh. At that moment, a voice suddenly came in from outside the building. "Junior Marshal Sister, could you come out for a bit?" Li Yuan slightly frowned and opened the door. She saw a handsome middle-aged cultivator walking towards her with a warm smile on his face. When he saw Li Yuan, he revealed an unreserved look of love and gently said, "Junior Sister, a few months ago, I heard that you needed a long Yanji. I searched the entire country of Chu and finally found one." With that, he took out a jade box. Inside the jade box was a complete purple Ji that was the size of an arm. Li Yuan's expression was dull. She didn't even look at the jade box and said, "Many thanks for Senior Brother Sun's kindness, but I have already found a replacement and made the pill. Brother Sun should just keep it." The middle-aged man let out a warm smile. He put the jade box to the side and gently said, "Junior Sister, the ancestors mean well. After all, you aren't a direct disciple of the Cloud Sky Sect. If you wish to obtain better alchemy techniques, then you must choose a direct disciple to form a cultivating couple with. You and I have known each other for a long time. I'm sure Junior Sister understands how I feel about you." A flash of coldness flashed across Li Yuan's eyes. She stared at the middle-aged man and said, word for word, "Don't ever bring up this matter again." The middle-aged man quietly looked at Li Yuan. After a long time, he calmly said, "Junior Sister, if it wasn't for me saving you when the country of Feng was attacked, you would be dead. How have I been to you for these past few years? I want to know why you're so against this." Li Yuan pondered for a while. The figure of a person unconsciously floated into her mind. She stopped that thought and said, "No reason." The middle-aged man sighed. His voice was still gentle. "Junior Sister, Ancestor has already personally ordered it. Everything is already set, so please consider it again." With that, he gave Li Yuan a deep look, then turned around with a bitter smile and left. Li Yuan quietly stood outside of her house for a while, then turned around to go back in. Her back looked so sad and lonely. Wang Lin left the southern courtyard with a complicated feeling in his heart. Just as he walked across the bridge, he saw Cheng Xian waiting for him. Cheng Xian quickly went up and asked, "Brother, how did things go?" Wang Lin looked at him and said, "Let's go." Cheng Xian was waiting for this sentence. He let out a smile and quickly said, "Senior, the day is almost over, so we should move quickly. Wait a bit, and I'll call for 2 mounts." With that, he put 2 fingers in his mouth and a sharp whistling sound spread into the distance. Shortly after, a few beast roars came in from the distance. Wang Lin looked up and saw a large and a small shadow rushing to their location. Not long after, the shadows got close. When they arrived 10 feet from Cheng Xian, Wang Lin could clearly see that they were 2 apes. The large one was 1.5 meters tall, while the small one was 1 meter tall. Both apes' eyes were red. They made screeching sounds at Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian coughed a bit and said, "I only borrowed something from you guys. We've known each other for a dozen years. Fine, carry us to the western courtyard, and I'll return that thing to you guys." The 2 apes breathed heavily as they screamed at each other for a while. Then, one of them grabbed toward Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian didn't dodge and allowed the hand to grab him. The larger ape grabbed Cheng Xian's clothes and pulled him onto its back. They quickly ran and leaped into the distance. The smaller ape looked at Wang Lin, revealing anger in its eyes. It grabbed toward Wang Lin, but Wang Lin dodged the claw and jumped onto its back. The ape didn't seem to mind and quickly chased after the larger ape. The apes were very quick. Riding on them was like sitting on clouds. Cheng Xian seemed to be very used to this. After yelling a few times, he took out a gourd of wine and drank a gulp. He then let out a laugh and said, "Riding a spirit ape to the western courtyard. In the entire Cloud Sky Sect, only I can do this." "Huh." Wang Lin wryly smiled. Although this Cheng Xian was very mischievous, he wasn't annoying. Although he was wasting Wang Lin's time, Wang Lin didn't care too much. In fact, because of Cheng Xian, Wang Lin's dislike of interacting with people lessened a bit. Cheng Xian threw the gourd back to Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught the gourd and looked at it for a while. He thought of Li Yuan's expression and took a big gulp. Chapter 215, Luyu. The wine wasn't spicy. It contained a bit of a dry sweetness, but different from the spirit liquid. However, the moment the wine entered his stomach, a feeling of warmth filled his body. Wang Lin could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body increased, causing him to be startled. Cheng Xian let out a laugh and said, "This is special water filled with spiritual energy my teacher prepared to refine pills with. There isn't much of this in the entire state of Chu. I used fruits these two apes had stored for a while to make some wine. Brother, if it was anyone else, I wouldn't let them drink something this good. The moment he said, it was clear that the girl's anger had reached its limit. She passed her anger onto Wang Lin as well. From her point of view, someone who was with Cheng Xian couldn't be a good person. Cheng Xian exclaimed loudly. He wryly smiled and thought that he went too far with the joke. He didn't expect her to go all out because of a piss from their childhood. The light screen before him shook a few times under the thunderous roar, then collapsed. Cheng Xian took a deep breath and spat out a yellow light. Waves of fragrant herbs appeared with the yellow light and immediately turned into a spirit ape. The spirit ape's body wasn't large, but it emitted a ferocious aura. The moment the spirit ape appeared, the spirit ape Cheng Xian was riding let out an angry roar and threw Cheng Xian off. It kneeled on the ground and started kowtowing toward the spirit ape formed by the yellow light. Meanwhile, the smaller spirit ape did the same. Although Wang Lin wasn't thrown off like Cheng Xian, but got off himself. The spirit ape formed by the yellow light wasn't bothered by the incoming ringing sound at all. Its stomach bulged and he spat out a torrent of air. Suddenly, the ringing sound was blown back. The girl's face suddenly became pale, and she coughed out a small amount of blood. She fiercely stared at Cheng Xian. All of the girls behind her had anger in their eyes and took out their treasures, ready to attack. As for the ringing sound that went toward Wang Lin, it slightly paused before his body and strangely disappeared without a trace. Although Wang Lin's cultivation was low, his keen instinct and knowledge of restrictions were still there. It was more than enough to stop the attack of a mere core formation junior. The restrictions landed on all of the weak points of the bell's sound waves. The ape formed by the yellow light suddenly turned its head and looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression. Then, its body dissipated and turned back into a yellow light, which was absorbed by Cheng Xian. Don't attack. I'm not here to fight, but to accompany him to look for someone. Cheng Xian's face was bitter. He was thinking that he won't be able to make it into the courtyard. It was all his fault. If he hadn't offended that girl, Cheng Lin, he wouldn't be having his problem right now. Looking for who? Could it be elder sister Teng? Cheng Lin took a pill from her bag of holding and swallowed it. Her face returned to normal as she looked at Wang Lin with a loathing stare. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked at the girl. He said, "The person I'm looking for is not elder sister Teng." Cheng Xian quickly said, "The person he is looking for is Lu Yu." The girl named Cheng Lin frowned. She looked at Wang Lin and fiercely asked, "What are you looking for junior sister Lu Yu for?" Wang Lin chuckled and retorted, "What's it to you?" The anger grew in her eyes, but she suppressed it by force. She took out a piece of jade from her bag of holding. After holding it for a bit, she threw it behind her. The piece of jade quickly flew back into the western courtyard. After doing that, the girl's gaze turned to Cheng Xian and she said, "Cheng Xian, if you keep bringing those things up, I'll go home and tell your dad that you're bullying me." Cheng Xian was startled. His expression suddenly changed and he said, "Why be like this, cousin? Who is bullying who here? Is it because when we were little At that point, he quickly shut up. He saw Cheng Ling's expression change and quickly said, "I have been giving you special treatment all this time. I always bring you good food and fun stuff to play with. This time, I'm really here to help this guy look for Lu Yu, and I'm also here to see you, cousin." Cheng Lin let out a snort. She gave Cheng Xian a look and started talking to the girls that were with her. Their gazes would sometimes fall on Wang Lin. Cheng Xian secretly sighed and walked next to Wang Lin. He wryly smiled and whispered, "Brother, it's all my mouth's fault. Whenever I see that girl, I feel like teasing her. If I knew that today was her turn to be on duty, I would have come tomorrow." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He slowly said, "I have already helped with what I can. Whether Lu Yu comes out or not, I have fulfilled my promise." Cheng Xian sighed. He took out a voice transmission jade from his bag and handed it to Wang Lin. Before he could say anything, a crane flew out of the western courtyard, carrying a pretty girl on its back. Her eyes were wide open, staring at Wang Lin with disbelief. After she got closer, she jumped off the crane and said to Wang Lin, "You came looking for me?" The girl named Cheng Lin frowned and said, "Junior sister you know his person?" Lu Yu quickly turned around and said, "I know him, senior sister. He joined the sect at the same time as me." Cheng Lin looked at Wang Lin a few times, then used her eyes to warn Cheng Xian before leaving with everyone else, leaving just the three of them there. Lu Yu blinked a few times. She completely ignored Cheng Xian and asked Wang Lin, "How do you know my name?" Wang Lin pondered a little and blandly said, "If it isn't inconvenient for you, please take this person into the western courtyard. If he could see elder sister Teng, that would be the best. If that is not possible, then don't bother with it." With that, he left without even turning his head, leaving Lu Yu and Cheng Xian dumbfounded. Both of them stood there for a long time, unable to say a word. Lu Yu stomped her feet and shouted, "Come on! He called me out just for this." Unfortunately, Wang Lin didn't turn around and his figure disappeared into the distance. Cheng Xian secretly sighed, thinking that brother Wang Lin really was a master. With a girl this pretty in front of him, he still wasn't moved at all. Cheng Xian felt like he would never be able to reach that stage in his life. Cheng Xian took a deep breath and said, "Lu Yu, junior sister, elder sister, does elder sister have time? I am very good friends with brother Wang Lin. I took care of him when he joined the sect. So could you help me with what he just said?" Lu Yu glanced at Cheng Xian and disgruntledly said, "You're the older one, humph." She fiercely stared at the direction Wang Lin went in. After muttering some stuff to herself, she shook the bell in her hand. A crane suddenly came out and landed next to her. She got on the crane and it flew into the air. Cheng Xian sighed with a bitter face, but, just as he was about to leave, Lu Yu's crisp voice came from above. "Follow me on your own. However, only this once and never again." Cheng Xian suddenly became excited. He quickly followed the crane to the western courtyard. After Wang Lin left the western courtyard, he returned to his yard in the northern courtyard. He checked, and there was no sign of anyone entering on the restrictions he left. After returning home, he took out the pill furnace Lin Yuan gave him and started to practice alchemy again. He knew that he was short on time and that he must quickly raise his cultivation level. He didn't reveal himself to Lin Yuan because it had been a very long time. Wang Lin wasn't sure how much of the passion from back then still remained. Wang Lin didn't plan on revealing his identity before reaching Nascent Soul. If there were any sudden changes, then his hard-earned identity as a Cloud Sky Sect disciple would be wasted. As a result, Wang Lin didn't reveal himself, and, from his view, 200 years was just too long, and there was no need to force anything. He felt that he should just let things take their course. As for how Lin Yuan knew his previous body's name, it's very easy to explain. After all, 200 years of time was plenty to do many things, especially when a mere name wasn't that important. Of course, if Lin Yuan had found out that his name was Wang Lin, then that would be strange. Wang Lin had very complex feelings toward Lin Yuan. From the time he stepped into the cultivation world, he had met many females, but Lin Yuan was the only one that had lived with him for many years. In fact, even Wang Lin had feelings for her, but, the moment they appeared, they were forcibly erased by him. At the moment, Wang Lin's heart felt very complicated after meeting an old friend. After a long time, Wang Lin put this matter aside and focused again. Time slowly passed. In a flash, several more months had passed. Zhou Lin's closed-door training was still not over. Wang Lin's skill in alchemy had increased a lot, but he felt that he really didn't have much talent for alchemy. It was only after failing 93 times using the pill furnace Lin Yuan gave him that he finally succeeded in mastering the control of the fire. As a result, he started to refine pills using the information in the jade left by Zhou Ling. Using the herbs in the garden, Wang Lin started to slowly try refining pills. However, the success rate was too low. In 10 tries, he only succeeded once, and sometimes, not even once. If this continued, then, no matter how many herbs were in the garden, they couldn't withstand this kind of usage. Finally, because one of the herbs ran out, Wang Lin used the spirit liquid after pondering for a while. Surprisingly, the refining was successful, and it was not only one success. As long as the liquid was used in the refining process, then the success rate would increase by an unimaginable degree. It would succeed 9 out of 10 times. After much testing, Wang Lin confirmed that another effect of the spirit liquid was to increase the success rate of pill refining. As a result, with the help of the spirit liquid and the heaven-defying bead, his cultivation climbed at an incredible rate. He had now reached the 15th layer and was getting close to foundation building. Wang Lin clearly remembered when his main body tried to enter foundation building. No matter what he tried, he always failed. In the end, Situ Nin told him that there were only 3 ways to reach the foundation building stage. One was to obtain a foundation building pill, another was to steal someone else's foundation, and the last one was to have a nascent soul cultivator help you reach foundation building. Foundation building pills were too rare, and there was no nascent soul cultivator to help him. So the Wang Lin from back then decided to steal someone's foundation. His target for stealing their foundation ended up being Teng Huayuan's grandson, Teng Li, due to many circumstances. His avatar had also reached this stage, but he didn't need to steal someone's foundation or have a nascent soul cultivator help him, because he had learned alchemy. But the recipe for the foundation building pill wasn't easy to obtain. Normally, the teacher was supposed to make the pill and gift it to the disciple, but Zhou Lin was currently in closed-door training. He would have never thought that Wang Lin, who was only at the 3rd layer, would have already reached the 15th layer. Wang Lin sat in the yard, pondering. He waved his hand and took out the voice transmission jade from Cheng Xian. In these past several months, Cheng Xian would often visit Wang Lin and talk a lot. According to Cheng Xian, that time, with Lu Yu's help, he was able to meet elder sister Teng, and they were getting along really well. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He sent out the voice transmission jade, and it flew off into the distance. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush and sat there, waiting for Cheng Xian. Not long after, the roars of a beast could be heard from the distance. Soon, a spirit ape charged into the yard with Cheng Xian on its back. Cheng Xian smiled when he saw Wang Lin and said, "Brother, what were you looking for me for?" Wang Lin looked up and slowly asked, "Do you have the recipe for the foundation building pill?" Cheng Xian was startled and said, "That foundation building pill is a spirit pill. It is not something I can make. I don't have recipes like that." Wang Lin slightly frowned. He secretly sighed and thought that he would have to find Lin Yuan again. But, since brother asked, I have to at least try to help. Although I don't have it, my teacher should definitely have it. Give me 3 days. I'll definitely be able to steal it in 3 days. Cheng Xian let out a proud smile, then talked with Wang Lin for a bit. He looked at the sky and said, "Today, elder sister Teng made arrangements with me to meet outside, so I won't have time to talk more. As for the foundation building pill, don't worry about it. I got you covered." He excitedly left on the unwilling spirit ape. It didn't take 3 days like Cheng Xian said, but, after 2 days, it arrived. Cheng Xian didn't come himself, but the slightly larger spirit ape came, dropped off the jade, and left. When Wang Lin came out, he only saw the spirit ape's back. His eyes suddenly focused on the spirit ape, and he noticed that its right leg was clearly injured. The way it walked was a bit strange, as if it didn't dare to put weight on its right leg. Wang Lin lowered his head and took the jade. He pondered for a while, then returned to the yard. In the next 10 days, Wang Lin almost exclusively worked on his alchemy. The foundation building pill was a spirit pill. With Wang Lin's current skill in alchemy, his failure rate was extremely high. But, after putting in the spirit liquid, the success rate had increased greatly. However, it still couldn't compare to the Huayuan pill. After using the spirit liquid, making Huayuan pills would succeed 9 out of 10 times. But with foundation building pills, it was only 5 to 6 out of 10 times. Wang Lin pondered a little. He figured that the spirit liquid was less effective on higher quality pills. But the heaven-defying bead was still incomplete. Wang Lin had tried looking for the missing elements, but these elements were just too hard to find. It has to be said that for the fire element to be filled, it completely absorbed a wild spirit beast to complete it. As a result, filling the remaining earth, wood, and metal elements was simply too hard. At least for now, Wang Lin hadn't found any good methods to do it. Among the elements, only the water element was easy to get, and the wood element was not too bad. Although the wood element wasn't complete, 7 leaves had appeared on the heaven-defying bead. The metal and earth elements didn't have any movements at all. Wang Lin had tried many things, but none of them had any effect. Wang Lin already had a great deal of understanding of the liquid from the heaven-defying bead. There was a huge difference in the quality of the spirit liquid before the heaven-defying bead was filled with water element. And after the fire element was complete, the quality of the spirit liquid increased 1-fold. It was much better than before. As a result, as long as the 5 elements are complete, even ignoring what other effects the heaven-defying bead will gain, just the spirit liquid would be able to have an effect on the refining of high-rank pills. Only 2 foundation-building pills were in each batch, and 1 batch took a whole today to refine. After 10 days, Wang Lin had gathered almost all of the herbs in the garden that could be used for the foundation-building pills. In the end, he was able to make 13 foundation-building pills. Wang Lin's avatar's talent wasn't that much different from his main bodies. Both had pretty mediocre talent, nothing special. So Wang Lin knew that just 1 foundation-building pill wasn't enough. That's why he made so many, in case he needed more. After he finished everything, he let out a sigh. He pressed his hand on his forehead and entered the heaven-defying bead space. Shortly after he entered the space, a spirit ape arrived outside his yard. The ape was covered in wounds. It stood outside, roaring for a while, before it left in disappointment. Chapter 216, Main Body, Appear. Before Wang Lin entered the heaven-defying bead, he set up some hidden restrictions to prevent people from coming into the room. Even if they were to get in, Wang Lin's whole body would be gone, so they wouldn't be able to find anything. After all, not even the spirit-severing Duanmu could find the existence of the heaven-defying bead space. The Cloud Sky Sect only had nascent soul cultivators, so they won't be able to find anything at all. Wang Lin paid his respects to his parents and Situ Nan, then sat down to cultivate for a bit. Next, he took out the foundation-building pills, put them to the side, and put one in his mouth. The moment the foundation-building pill entered his mouth, it turned into pure spiritual energy. Wang Lin calmly activated the ancient god tactic. Under his control, the spiritual energy absorbed by the ancient god tactic didn't enter his body, but formed a swirl in his abdomen. After the last sliver of spiritual energy from the foundation-building pill entered the swirl, it suddenly enlarged and started to move upwards. The current Wang Lin wasn't a rookie cultivator anymore. He knew that if this swirl could cycle through his entire body, then he would have succeeded in entering the foundation-building stage. If he had enough talent, then the swirl would have no problems doing so. But if his talent wasn't enough, then it would seem as if there were invisible blockades making the swirl's path around the body more difficult to travel through. The swirl in his body started to spin faster and faster. The swirl was like a large tree, quickly spreading its roots through Wang Lin's body. But Wang Lin had too many obstacles in his body. The swirl became like a wave hitting rocks on a shore. At first, it broke through many of the obstacles, but the swirl soon started to slow down and even felt like it was about to shrink. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Without a word, he took another foundation-building pill. The swirl suddenly got a surge of power and started to spread again. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin was breaking through to the foundation-building stage. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Wang Lin took the 8th foundation-building pill and, with a boom, the swirl surged through his entire body. Surrounding his body were countless specks of glowing light as dark liquid started to come out of his pores. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined like lightning, and he immediately found that his meridian was almost translucent and several times larger than before. Even his main body didn't experience something like this when it reached the foundation-building stage. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He wasn't sure if all of this had anything to do with the ancient god tactic. After all, the ancient god tactic was a technique that absorbed spiritual energy, and a foundation-building pill was just like a stronger Huayuan pill, only its effect was countless times stronger. A burst of strong spiritual energy to wash the entire body, so the body would be more suited for cultivation. That was the true meaning of foundation building. But this type of change happened on the inside, while the ancient god's body reconstruction was a change on the outside. In fact, the two were really similar. Only the ancient god used the spiritual energy to change the outer body to better absorb spiritual energy and become stronger. The cultivator's inner change was to better sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but, in the end, was also to become stronger. One was inner cultivation, while the other was outer body refinement. The roads were different, but the destination was the same. Wang Lin's main body purposely prevented the avatar body from absorbing the spiritual energy and pushed it into his core, but after his body went through reconstruction once and the purple star appeared on his head, his main body was already on the path of outer body refinement. He was very careful when his avatar formed, so it didn't go through body reconstruction. He had been paying attention to it from the start. Thus, his avatar walked the path of inner cultivation. Wang Lin picked up the jade bottle. There were still 5 foundation-building pills left. He pondered for a while, then tossed the pills into his body and started to cultivate again. Time slowly passed by. The spiritual energy inside the 5 foundation-building pills exploded outward. A normal person wouldn't be able to contain that much spiritual energy. If it was a normal person, if they didn't die, they would lose all of the spiritual energy in their body. But Wang Lin had the ancient god tactic, one of the most overwhelming techniques out there. The one thing the ancient god tactic was least afraid of was spiritual energy, no matter how much of it there was. All of the spiritual energy created by the 5 foundation-building pills was absorbed before it could cause the body any harm. Wang Lin's cultivation went from just reaching the foundation-building stage to the peak of the early stage of foundation building. But Wang Lin wasn't satisfied. He pondered for a while and took out a pill furnace. The pill furnace looked very normal. The only difference was that there was a yellow paper seal on it. This pill furnace was the one Wang Lin got from Yun Fei, the one she tried to use to get someone to release the restriction on her. However, everything she did was seen through by the devil following her, ending in her demise. This pill furnace naturally fell into Wang Lin's hands. He tried to analyze it before, but didn't have much time. Right now, he was out of pills. He would have to go back outside to make more, so the only matter he had left to deal with in the bead space was this pill furnace. While staring at the pill furnace, Wang Lin's eyes slightly trembled. Wang Lin knew that this pill furnace wasn't normal. Just the words on the seal made his skin crawl. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He took the pill furnace and shook it. Muffled sounds came from inside it. There was clearly something in there. Based on the sound, there was only one thing inside. If it was placed inside a pill furnace, there was a high chance that it was a pill. Why would someone put a yellow paper on a pill furnace? Also, what could the use of this yellow paper be? He hadn't opened up the pill furnace yet was because he didn't know what the yellow paper was for. If the paper was a restriction and he opened it up by force, it could cause a chain of uncontrollable events. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand, and a sliver of spirit energy appeared on his finger. He let out a sigh and flicked his finger. The sliver of spiritual energy quickly landed on the paper. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded before him. The moment the sliver of spiritual energy got close to the yellow paper, it suddenly increased in speed and disappeared without a trace into the yellow paper. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He put the pill furnace on the ground. His hands formed many seals and he shouted, "Scatter!" Suddenly, countless specks of light floated around his body, forming slivers of spiritual energy that started to close in on the pill furnace. But before they got too close, all of the spiritual energy suddenly sped up and disappeared into the yellow paper. Wang Lin frowned. This yellow paper was really strange, as if it was made to absorb spiritual energy. He suddenly thought of something and lightly pressed his finger on the pill furnace. The moment he touched the yellow paper, nothing abnormal happened. He gently tried to rip the paper off, but an unimaginable suction force suddenly came from the paper. Wang Lin's spiritual energy started to get sucked uncontrollably. Good thing Wang Lin had already been on guard. The moment he felt the suction, he withdrew his hand. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin decided to not try anything else. He carefully picked up the pill furnace and put it back into the bag of holding. This furnace really was strange. When he first got the pill furnace, he couldn't put it inside a bag of holding, but when he made his avatar, he was able to. All of the strangeness of this pill furnace made Wang Lin very confused. After putting away the pill furnace, Wang Lin stood up and left the heaven-defying bead space. The moment he appeared in the courtyard, he noticed that there was something off. He could smell a faint scent of blood. After looking around, his gaze locked onto the main gate. The smell of blood was coming from there. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly walked over. At the gate, he saw the corpse of a spirit ape. The spirit ape's eyes were wide open and gray. There were many wounds on its body, including a bowl-sized hole in his abdomen. There was no longer any blood dripping out of the body, only a faint scent of blood in the air. Wang Lin squatted down and touched its right leg. He found that all of the bones in the right leg were shattered. Clearly, this was the spirit ape that came several days ago to deliver the foundation-building pill recipe. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The wound on the spirit ape's abdomen was torn open by someone's hand. Clearly, the goal was to get the spirit ape's core. Wang Lin had done this kind of thing as well. He pondered for a while and was able to arrive at a clear answer. He didn't know if Cheng Xian himself had anything to do with this. In this half a year, Cheng Xian had been very enthusiastic and seemed to have a very deep relationship with the spirit apes. When the spirit ape came to deliver the recipe instead of Cheng Xian, Wang Lin already thought something was up. If nothing else, just because of the fact that he delivered the recipe for the foundation-building pill to him, Wang Lin couldn't just ignore this. He secretly sighed. Without even looking at the spirit ape again, he walked back into his room. This time, he didn't drink any spirit liquid and sent out one restriction circle. The restriction circle landed on the ground and sent a ripple through the ground. Slowly, a white-haired youth came out, and, the moment he appeared, he released a burst of cold air. Chapter 217, Meet Up. As his main body slowly appeared from the restriction, the room got even colder. Even though the room was made of jade, a layer of frost formed on the walls. After his main body appeared, his avatar took a deep breath and walked forward. His avatar crossed with the main body, and they fused into one. Shortly after, Wang Lin's eyes released a very cold light, and his body released very powerful killing intent. After all of the years he had been at the country of Chu, his killing intent hadn't lessened at all. Right now, he was only releasing a small amount of his killing intent, and as for his evil intent, he didn't reveal any. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He moved his body, and a mask appeared on his face, and his clothes became like that of his avatars. Then, he quickly left the room. He could clearly feel that his body's cultivation had increased a bit. It has to be said that he has already reached the peak of core formation. The originally impossible to raise cultivation had increased a bit. Although it hadn't gotten to the point of his core breaking to form his nascent soul, there was a sliver of purple energy in his core. Wang Lin knew that when trying to break into nascent soul, purple energy would appear. This purple energy could be called nascent energy, which was key for breaking through to nascent soul. When the entire core gets covered by this purple energy, that means that the day of forming a nascent soul will soon come. In the past, no matter how much Wang Lin tried, this purple energy had never appeared. Even after Wang Lin swallowed the nascent soul, the energy was destroyed by his G realm right as it appeared. But now, this purple energy appeared and his G realm didn't attack it. This meant that Wang Lin's theory was correct. If he were to continue through with this plan and fuse with his main body once his avatar reaches nascent soul, then his main body will be able to break through to nascent soul, and he will be invincible in front of everyone below the spirit severing stage. And adding on all of his various techniques, treasures, and the ancient god's inheritance, he wouldn't be afraid to fight a spirit severing cultivator, just like how he wasn't afraid to fight a nascent soul cultivator right now. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't stay still, but moved like a ghost until he was next to the body of the spirit ape. He was just about to deal with the body when his eyes suddenly focused on the ape. He thought, no wonder, it's an upper spirit beast. With my avatar's cultivation, I couldn't see that its soul was still there. Wang Lin moved his right hand, pressed it above the ape's head, and said, since I met you before, I'll save you once. From today onward, you're my third devil. A ray of black light appeared from Wang Lin's hand. The light entered the spirit ape's head. The black light flowed through the ape's body and came back out of its head. This time, the soul of the spirit ape was inside the black light. The moment the soul appeared, an aura that would make people shiver appeared. The fragrance emitted by the herbs around the garden disappeared. The herbs themselves began to tremble until they started to wilt, one by one. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slowly said, there seems to be innate hostility in this soul. Very good. It seems that not only your body, but your soul also suffered a lot before you died. Wang Lin felt the aura around him. This wasn't the first time he had felt this aura. The first time he felt it was 400 years ago in the country of Zhao. The owner of this aura back then was Wang Lin himself. Now that he saw that this spirit ape soul had the same aura as him, he reached out, grabbed the soul, and put it into his soul flag. After placing a few restrictions on the flag, he put it away and let it be. Inside the flag were several other powerful souls he had collected as backups for creating new devils. If this spirit ape wasn't devoured and instead devoured the other souls inside, then it had the right to become the third evil. If it isn't able to do so, then the only path left was to be devoured. After collecting the beast's soul, Wang Lin left the yard and headed toward the southern courtyard. At almost the same moment Wang Lin's main body appeared, Lin Yuan's brow twitched. She was in the process of refining a very important pill when her body shivered. She ignored the important refining process that required all of her attention and threw away the furnace as she charged out of her room. A batch of rank 4 pills was nothing compared to seeing the person in her mind right now. In just that moment, the drop of blood in her brow with a sliver of that person's divine sense suddenly fluctuated. It gave off the feeling of wanting to return to its owner. As if there was a giant magnet in the distance pulling this sliver of divine sense, it almost burst out of her body and charged in that direction. This kind of thing had never happened in the past 200 years. But, in her heart and mind, she felt like she understood something. Could it be that the person she had been waiting for over 200 years was not far away? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and quickly charged out of her room. Just as she was about to leave the yard, a gentle voice asked, "Junior sister, where are you going?" A cold light flashed across her eyes. She tried to move forward, but a white figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. The white figure was the middle-aged man from before. He looked at Lin Yuan, mildly surprised. He said, "Junior sister, you haven't told me where you were going." It's rare to see you in such a rush." The coldness in Lin Yuan's eyes became even colder. She stared at the man while holding back the divine sense in her body from bursting out. She said, word for word, with a freezing tone, "Sun Jinwei, do you really think that you, with your late-stage core formation cultivation, could stop me? If you don't step aside now, then don't blame junior sister for being ruthless." The middle-aged man let out a soft smile and said, "Junior sister, this is the Cloud Sky Sect. Why would I dare to stop junior sister? Junior sister, where are you going? I'll be happy to accompany you." At that moment, Wang Lin arrived at the southern courtyard. He stared at the white fog around the southern courtyard with no emotion on his face. Chapter 218, Decisiveness. In the Cloud Sky Sect, most nascent soul cultivators were in the outer sect, but there were still a few in the inner sect. However, most of these nascent soul cultivators focused on alchemy and rarely on fights. Just like the one nascent cultivator in the southern courtyard, who was currently using his own nascent fire and the earth's fire to refine a batch of pills that would increase his cultivation level. On the way to the southern courtyard, Wang Lin hid all traces himself and moved like a ghost. He arrived outside the southern courtyard and stared at the white fog as he walked in. Cheng Xian told Wang Lin where he lived. The fog had no effect on the current Wang Lin. The moment he spread out his divine sense, he could clearly see everything in the southern courtyard. Close to the center of the courtyard, Wang Lin noticed a fluctuation of spiritual power. He could clearly see that there was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator there. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense passed by, the nascent soul cultivator noticed Wang Lin's presence. He was startled and wanted to immediately head out, but he suddenly stopped, looked at the pill furnace, and began to hesitate. As for Wang Lin, the moment he found out that there was a nascent soul cultivator, and only an early-stage one at that, he waved his hand, and a small flag appeared. Almost immediately, the flag grew and trapped the nascent soul cultivator. Wang Lin let out a cold smile. If the cultivator had reached the middle stage of nascent soul, then he would have immediately given up on helping Cheng Xian and would have left. But since the nascent soul cultivator was only at the early stage, Wang Lin had no fear. Although the restriction flag was weaker without him controlling it, it could still trap an early-stage nascent soul cultivator for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour was enough for Wang Lin to do everything he wanted to do. Wang Lin no longer bothered with the nascent soul cultivator as he continued to walk in the white fog. No one noticed that he had trapped the nascent soul cultivator with the restriction flag. Wang Lin easily moved in the white fog and arrived at Cheng Xian's room. In the scan by his divine sense earlier, Wang Lin had already found that Cheng Xian was here, but the situation seemed a bit dangerous. Cheng Xian was laying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body was in chaos. By his side stood an overweight middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sighed as he threw pills into Cheng Xian's mouth and scolded. "Little brat, I already told you that those girls are nothing but trouble, especially that girl named Teng. Very cunning and devious. She's not someone you can handle. Do you understand now? From now on, stop thinking about chasing girls and follow your teacher in learning alchemy. That is the proper path." Cheng Xian didn't listen to a word of it. As the pills entered his mouth, the spiritual energy in his body slowly calmed down. His teacher sighed and said, "I know you're frustrated. How many times have you gone there? If it wasn't for me throwing away my pride, you would have already lost your life. The Western Courtyard isn't a place you can freely go to. This time, don't blame teacher for trapping you here. The Western Courtyard has already sent word. If you keep causing trouble, they will destroy your cultivation." The middle-aged man shook his head and left the room. Wang Lin stood outside the yard. After seeing all this, he pondered for a while, then disappeared. He reappeared in the yard and walked into Cheng Xian's room without anyone noticing. He looked at Cheng Xian and waved his hand. The restriction on Cheng Xian was immediately broken, and Cheng Xian got up and looked at Wang Lin with deep hatred in his eyes. "You were sent by them to kill me? Kill me. I'm not scared," he said. Wang Lin was wearing a mask, and his aura and cultivation were completely different from before, so there was no way for Cheng Xian to realize that it was him. Wang Lin glanced at Cheng Xian. He moved his hand, and a restriction instantly appeared and surrounded the room. Cheng Xian's pupils shrank. He let out a wry smile and said, "They even got an elder from the outer courtyard to deal with a junior like me. Come on, if I even blink, then my name is not Cheng Xian." After setting the restriction, Wang Lin coldly said, "I was indeed asked by someone to come, but to help you, not kill you. Tell me what happened. The more details, the better." Cheng Xian was stunned. After glancing at Wang Lin, he hesitated and asked, "Who asked Senior to come?" Wang Lin frowned and coldly said, "I will only give you 3 sentences, and that was the first one. If things are still not properly explained in the next 2 sentences, I'm leaving." Cheng Xian clenched his teeth and said, "All of this was Gongsun Tong from the West Courtyard's fault. The reason she got close to me was because she was after my 2 spirit apes." Wang Lin pondered a little. "These 2 spirit apes are yours?" he asked. Wang Lin's question was very clever. In the Cloud Sky Sect, there were many spirit beasts whose purpose was to be used for alchemy. If that was the case, then what Gongsun Tong did wasn't exactly wrong. Cheng Xian nodded and said, "I know what Senior means. Those 2 spirit apes aren't the Cloud Sky Sect's beasts. I brought them with me when I joined the Cloud Sky Sect. According to the Cloud Sky Sect's rules, those 2 belong to me." Wang Lin calmly asked, "So this Gongsun Tong got close to you, then asked you for the 2 spirit apes. You wanted to please her, so you gave her the 2 spirit apes, correct?" Cheng Xian revealed a look of regret and excitedly said, But I thought she wanted to use the spirit ape as a mount. I never thought her goal was the spirit ape's core. The large ape already had his core removed and went missing. I assume he is dead. Now, only the smaller ape is left. I went many times to ask for him back, but wasn't allowed inside. It was the outer sect disciple, Lu Song, who injured me multiple times. Wang Lin slightly frowned. He originally didn't want to get mixed up in all of this, but since Cheng Xian helped him get the recipe for the Foundation establishment pill, he had to help. After pondering a little, Wang Lin looked at Cheng Xian and asked, "How do you want to get revenge?" Cheng Xian's eyes were blood red. He said, while gnashing his teeth, "If the smaller ape is still alive, then I will consider this matter my own fault. But if he is dead, then I want them to die as well." Wang Lin nodded and calmly said, "As you wish." With that, he backed up and disappeared without a trace. Cheng Xian stared blankly at where Wang Lin was. His eyes revealed a confused look. After Wang Lin left Cheng Xian's room, he quickly charged toward the western courtyard. Just as he was about to leave the southern courtyard, he suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. He felt a fluctuation of divine sense in that direction. After pondering a bit, he waved his hand and disappeared without a trace. The moment his body disappeared, Lin Yuan arrived as quick as lightning. Behind her was the middle-aged man, still with a gentle expression on his face. The middle-aged man frowned and slowly asked, "Junior sister, what exactly are you looking for?" Lin Yuan stopped. Through the drop of blood in her brow, she could clearly feel that that person was standing right here, but why couldn't she see him? Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile. She was a very smart person and immediately realized that it was because he didn't want to see her. Lin Yuan bit her lower lip. Her face was filled with grief and said, "I know you are here. Why aren't you even willing to meet me once?" The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He sent out his divine sense, but found no one. He frowned and suspiciously looked at Lin Yuan. "Junior sister, who is here? There is no one else here." Lin Yuan didn't even look at the middle-aged man as she closed her eyes and slowly calmed down. She said, "Wan Er doesn't ask for anything else but to see you once. In these 200 years, Wan Er has depended on that bottle of spirit liquid to keep my vitality. If you aren't willing to come out, then Wan Er will kill herself right now to release myself from this obsession." Her voice was very low, but it was filled with determination. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he carefully looked at his surroundings. At that moment, something appeared in the empty air. Almost immediately, a shadowy figure appeared from nowhere. It was Wang Lin. The moment he appeared, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned ugly. But the middle-aged man didn't dare to act rashly. He slowly moved his hand toward his bag of holding. Lin Yuan stared at Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin was wearing a mask, Lin Yuan could clearly tell that this person was the person from back then. "You came," Lin Yuan whispered. Wang Lin wryly smiled and asked, "Why must you be like this?" With that, he coldly looked at the middle-aged man and calmly said, "The moment your hand touches your bag of holding is the moment you die." The middle-aged man's right hand suddenly stopped. His face changed again. The feeling Wang Lin gave him was too strange. He was clearly only at the late stage of core formation, but the pressure Wang Lin gave him was like that of a nascent soul cultivator. He had no doubt that if his hand touched the bag of holding, Wang Lin would instantly kill him. Large droplets of sweat appeared on his forehead as he quickly said, "Since brother is junior sister Li's friend, then you are the Cloud Sky Sect's friend. How would I dare to be rude? Brother misunderstood me." Lin Yuan looked at Wang Lin. She had thousands of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't let out a single word. She pondered a bit, then asked, "Do you still have that piece of jade?" Wang Lin looked at her for a while. He was silent for a bit, then answered, "I threw it away." Lin Yuan's body shook. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She forced herself to calm down and whispered, "Since you threw it away, oh well. It wasn't anything expensive." Although she said this, she felt an excruciating pain in her chest. This pain was like a flood that was going to drown her heart. That dragon jade was something she had put all of her effort into, and even used her life force as a price to successfully create. If it wasn't for the fact that she sacrificed too much for it back then, she would at least already be at the peak of core formation with all of the pills she had taken, if not the nascent soul stage. How else could she have been stuck at the early stage of core formation? The moment she heard that that jade was just thrown away by Wang Lin, her heart felt pain. This pain was so strong that, despite all her effort to calm herself down, her body still trembled and her face became pale. Wang Lin turned his head and no longer looked at Lin Yuan. He pondered a bit and said, "I'm leaving." Wang Lin slowly turned and walked away. Lin Yuan's heart ached. She let out a faint smile at Wang Lin's back. Although it was a smile, it was clear to everyone else that it was a silent cry. The Cloud Sky Sect ancestors want me to form a cultivation pair with this person. Before, I kept rejecting him. But now, I have no reasons left to reject him. If you're still in the country of Chu in 3 months, then please come to the ceremony. Wang Lin's feet instantly trembled. Very complex feelings surfaced in his heart, and he began to think. Lin Yuan's eyes shined while waiting for his response. That middle-aged man finally understood why Li Yuan had always been so against becoming a cultivation pair. The reason was this person. Although his face was calm, a trace of killing intent appeared in his heart. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. He said, in a low tone with his back toward Li Yuan, "Congratulations." With that, he slowly left. Li Yuan's body quivered. After a long time, tears flowed down from her eyes, and she muttered to herself, "I hate you. Hate you." That middle-aged man let out a breath. He gently said, "Junior sister." He already left. Li Yuan bit her lower lip. She ignored the middle-aged man and returned to her house. The middle-aged man's face was still gentle, but he coldly smiled in his heart. He thought, "If it wasn't for your 200 years of Yuan Ying, I wouldn't have asked the ancestor to agree to us becoming a cultivation pair. With your Yuan Ying's help and all of the pills I have collected, breaking into the nascent soul stage is only a matter of time. If you had agreed earlier, I would have still been nice to you. But now I decided that, once I reach nascent soul, I'm going to make you pay for repeatedly rejecting me." Wang Lin left the southern courtyard. Although he was a cruel person, he still felt a lot of regret toward Li Yuan. It was not that he was unable to accept her, but the path he must walk just wasn't suited to have a woman following him. Chapter 219, 2 months. The truth was that Wang Lin was not as ruthless as he sounded to Li Yuan, but his avatar needed to reach the nascent soul stage. If he were to get involved with Li Yuan now, then that would cause inevitable changes in his original plan, changes that could lead to serious consequences. As a result, Li Yuan could be dragged in as well, and that was not something Wang Lin wished to see. He sighed. His mood started to fluctuate, and he was unable to calm himself down. He left the southern courtyard with complex feelings in his heart. He calculated that there was less than half of those 15 minutes remaining, so he had to act quickly. His body suddenly moved like lightning, and he soon arrived outside of the western courtyard. After Wang Lin arrived, he didn't immediately enter. Instead, he quickly circled the western courtyard and placed restrictions. He then quickly entered the courtyard. With his strong divine sense, none of the patrolling disciples could detect him. All of the cranes landed and refused to fly, no matter how much the girls on their backs urged them to. Wang Lin's figure moved quickly through the fog and entered the western courtyard. Looking from outside, this place looked like a fairyland, and it looked even more like one on the inside. The level of exquisiteness of the buildings here were several times higher than the buildings outside. A ray of rainbow-colored light came from the depths of the courtyard, acting like a bridge as all of the girls of the western courtyard floated by. But unfortunately, all of the cranes were on the ground, trembling. Thus, this place was missing a beautiful scene. Following the path Cheng Xian told him about, Wang Lin walked quickly through the courtyard and arrived at Gong Sun Tong's room in the western part of the courtyard. He spread out his divine sense and found a very strange scene. He slightly frowned, then leapt into the air and arrived inside the room. There was a screen in one side of the room, and behind the screen were two exquisite figures taking a bath. Looking through the screen, both women had very nice curves as they touched each other's bodies. Soon, their bodies hugged each other as they began to move. At the same time, moans came from behind the screen. Under Wang Lin's divine sense, the two girls' actions were clearly seen. Currently, the girl that was gasping for breath said, "Sister Tong, that Cheng Xian, ah." Just as she was speaking, the other girl moved as she touched a sensitive spot. After a long time, a lazy and tender voice came from behind the screen and said, "Ling Er, are you still worried about that Cheng Xian?" "Yes, I cheated him, but it was all because you were short on cores for your pill recipe. I just had my sights on his spirit apes." "But what about Lu Song?" The girl being called Ling Er was Chung Ling. "Just trust me. When Lu Song comes tomorrow, I'll deal with him. I promise there won't be any problems. That Lu Song. At most, I'll let him have a little taste." "Ling Er, elder sister has served you well. Now it's your turn." Wang Lin didn't go inside, but pointed to his brow. Su Ligua came out of Wang Lin's brow. He stared at the screen with an excited look in his eyes. "I don't care how you deal with it. Just find out what happened to the spirit ape and take both of their souls." Wang Lin turned around and slowly walked out of the room. Su Ligua had never been this excited before. He felt that following Wang Lin was definitely the right thing to do. Right now, he felt like his blood was boiling even though he didn't have any blood after becoming a devil. But that didn't affect how he felt. Su Ligua let out a devious smile and went through the screen. Not long after, he came out with a very satisfied look on his face. He spat out 2 souls, then went back into Wang Lin's brow. At the same time, he sent out a message. "That spirit ape is dead." Wang Lin waved his hand, and a soul flag appeared. He threw the 2 souls into the flag, then went into the room. He put away the 2 girls' bodies into his bag of holding, then left the room. In that moment, Those 15 minutes had passed. Wang Lin called back the restriction flag. The flag turned into a black mist and quickly left the southern courtyard. At the same time, an angry roar erupted from the nascent soul cultivator. He spread out his divine sense, locked onto the western courtyard, and quickly charged toward it. Shortly after, in the western courtyard, a fierce divine sense also spread out. After it found Wang Lin, a woman came from the middle of the courtyard. Without a word, Wang Lin turned to leave. This woman's body was surrounded by fog, so her appearance was hidden. The moment she appeared, her body moved like lightning after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Seeing that she was getting closer, he let out a cold smile. He moved his hand and sent out waves of restriction circles toward the woman. You don't know your place. The woman let out a cold snort. She waved her hand, and a flower basket appeared in her grasp. The moment she waved it, numerous colorful flower petals appeared. Each of the petals carried a destructive force as they floated toward the restrictions. This woman's cultivation level was early-stage nascent soul. Although Wang Lin's expression was calm, he sneered in his heart. The moment the restriction circles got close to the flower petals, they instantly broke up into numerous smaller restrictions and spread out. Although some were destroyed by the petals, many reformed into restriction circles after passing the flower petals. Their speed was very high. The moment they reformed into restriction circles, they landed on the western courtyard. Wang Lin already knew that this entire western courtyard was being lifted into the air by a giant restriction. If Wang Lin had the time, he would be able to completely break this restriction. However, Wang Lin's goal wasn't to break the restriction, but to make it lose balance. Normally, regular restrictions wouldn't even be able to do that, but Wang Lin's restrictions were ancient restrictions. Combined with the fact that he had already placed some restrictions ahead of time, the moment the restriction circles landed, tremors spread throughout the western courtyard. The large restriction instantly lost its balance, causing the western courtyard to tilt to the side. Waves of screams came from the western courtyard, and large amounts of female cultivators flew out with looks of fear in their eyes. While Wang Lin was doing all of this, he never stopped as he quickly flew into the distance. The woman chasing him clenched her teeth. She stopped chasing after Wang Lin and quickly returned to the large restriction to reinforce it. Wang Lin left the western courtyard without any more hindrances. But he knew that soon, the middle-stage nascent soul cultivators from the Cloud Sky Sect will arrive. Just at that moment, a very powerful divine sense came from the distance. The moment the divine sense went past Wang Lin, it let out a cold snort. Wang Lin remained calm. If it was anyone else, their soul would have taken damage, but Wang Lin's soul was extremely large. If his soul came out of his body, it wouldn't be any weaker than the soul of spirit-severing cultivators. Although his soul was currently trapped inside his body and couldn't leave, how could it be damaged by a mere nascent soul cultivator? His body basically didn't stop at all as he continued to move forward. The owner of that divine sense was stunned, but quickly locked onto Wang Lin as Wang Lin's main body approached. A black shadow quickly came and landed in Wang Lin's hand. This black shadow was the restriction flag, and behind it was the angry nascent soul cultivator Wang Lin had trapped. After the restriction flag landed in his hand, Wang Lin let out a cold smile. He landed on the ground and turned. Instantly, a restriction appeared under his feet and his body disappeared without a trace. Even the divine sense that was locked onto him lost track of him. Wang Lin's main body had already returned to the cave outside the sect, and that cave was covered with restrictions that blocked divine sense. Meanwhile, at the yard Wang Lin lived in, his avatar appeared from the restriction circle in the room. He quickly cleaned up a bit, then sat down to cultivate. This matter was considered over. In the next half a month, the story of Wang Lin's main body spread throughout the sect. Various versions could be found everywhere. It has to be said this is something that hasn't happened in the Cloud Sky Sect in a long time. The person got into the sect in broad daylight, killed someone, then disappeared in front of their eyes. It was like slapping the Cloud Sky Sect in the face. This even alerted the few nascent soul ancestors who were preparing to tackle spirit severing. They came out to investigate and found out that the two that were killed were Gong Sun Tong and Cheng Ling. Everyone who was related to them, like Cheng Xian and Lu Song, were questioned. Even Wang Lin was questioned. In the end, a nascent soul cultivator even used his divine sense to check if Wang Lin was lying. However, since Wang Lin's soul was much larger than that nascent soul cultivator's soul, he wasn't able to find anything. For some unknown reason, this matter was left alone. As for Lim Yuan, she wasn't dragged into any of this. This was all the work of her senior brother. His schemes were very deep. He knew that the person responsible was Lim Yuan's friend. That person's technique made him very scared. Even 3 nascent soul cultivators weren't able to stop that person from entering and exiting the Cloud Sky Sect as he wished. As a result, how would he dare say anything? If he talked, then that person would appear unnoticed and kill him. Wang Lin's life returned to being peaceful again, but, in his mind, Lin Yuan's sad smile kept emerging. Every time he saw that sad smile, it felt as if his heart was being pierced. This feeling reached its limit when the Cloud Sky Sect announced to the entire country of Chu that one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists, Lin Yuan, will form a cultivation pair with Outer Sect Elder Sun Sun Zhanwei, in 2 months. Wang Lin quietly sat inside the room. After a day and night of thinking, he let out a sigh and revealed a determined look in his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he got up and walked toward the southern courtyard. The entire path wasn't smooth as he was blocked by the white fog. However, after he announced his name, someone went to inform Lin Yuan and a path opened up. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. Although his steps were slow, there was a feeling of determination with each one. After arriving outside of Lin Yuan's house, Lin Yuan's voice floated out. Your teacher's closed-door training is almost over. If you have any questions, you can ask him once he comes out. From now on, unless I call you, don't come here anymore. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then slowly said, I want a pill. A pill that can raise my cultivation level to nascent soul in 2 months. Lin Yuan was startled. She stood up, opened the door, and stared at Wang Lin. She asked, with a trembling voice, Who are you? Wang Lin revealed a gentle look, which was a rare sight. However, that trace of gentleness was replaced by calmness as he asked, Is there such a pill? Lin Yuan bit her lower lip. Her eyes revealed a never-before-seen happiness as she stared at Wang Lin. She still had a feeling of uncertainty in her heart. But soon, her expression suddenly changed as her eyes became cold. She shouted, Who the hell are you? Lin Yuan immediately remembered that the drop of blood in her brow didn't react. Clearly, this person wasn't the person she was thinking of. Slowly, the hatred for that person appeared and was redirected to Wang Lin, who sounded almost exactly like that person. Wang Lin looked at Lin Yuan and let out a sigh. He put his hand on his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. After looking at it for a bit, he threw it at Lin Yuan. The moment the jade appeared, Lin Yuan's entire body went soft. After catching the jade, she leaned against the wall as tears of joy flowed down her face. Killing Zhanwei is easy, but it has to wait until my cultivation level is high enough to make sure that no one in the Cloud Sky Sect dares to speak up. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I can take you anywhere in the entire country of Chu and no one will dare to stand in my way. Wang Lin's voice was dull, but his words were filled with arrogance. Chapter 220, Pills. Lin Yuan raised her head as she looked at Wang Lin. Her face slowly turned red as she said, You can come in. She moved to get out of the doorway. Wang Lin didn't say anything as he walked forward. When he walked past Lin Yuan, a fragrance that could cause one's heart to flutter entered his nose. Wang Lin stopped and looked at Lin Yuan. They were very close to each other. Wang Lin could clearly see her face becoming more and more red. Even her neck was starting to turn red. Wang Lin's eyes were no longer cold as he wrapped his arm around Lin Yuan's waist. Lin Yuan's body softened up again as she fell onto Wang Lin's chest. Wang Lin could clearly feel Lin Yuan's fast heartbeat. After a long time, Lin Yuan bit her lower lip and pushed Wang Lin away. She looked at Wang Lin and asked, Why do you look different from before? Wang Lin let go of Lin Yuan. He scanned the room, then sat down on a chair. Lin Yuan poured tea for him, then stood there, waiting for his answer. Wang Lin slightly smiled and said, Ma Liang was a possessed body. This is my real body. Lin Yuan blinked and quickly asked, Your real name is Wang Lin? Also, why is your current cultivation level so different from the you that I saw a while ago? Wang Lin nodded. After pondering for a while, he responded, Wan Er, when there is time, I'll tell you. Now, I want to ask, is there a pill that will allow a foundation establishment cultivator to reach the nascent soul stage in 2 months? Lin Yuan's beautiful face revealed a contemplative expression. She whispered, Only in some ancient books are there records of pills that allowed one to reach the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. But those pills' recipes are either lost or the materials are extinct, and finding alternative materials is extremely difficult. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart sank. If there were no pills like that, then how will he reach the nascent soul stage in 2 months? This was a very serious problem. Lin Yuan frowned as she carefully searched her memories while sitting next to Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't bother her. 200 years of time didn't leave any marks on her at all. This made Wang Lin feel a bit strange. She not only didn't age, but became even more charming than before. There was also a graceful temperament with a hint of arrogance. Many different recipes and books flashed through Li Muan's mind. After a long time, her eyes suddenly lit up, and, with a tone of happiness, she quickly said, I was thinking of a way. If it is going from Foundation Establishment directly to Nascent Soul, then even on this entire planet, Sasuke, there are basically no existing pills that could do this. But if we split up this problem, then it would be doable. The first part would be to move from Foundation Establishment to Core Formation. Then, after reaching Core Formation, try to find a way to reach Nascent Soul. Wang Lin nodded. Li Muan let out a smile. Her eyes were filled with confidence. She blinked a few times with her beautiful eyes and said, if it is rising up to Core Formation, Wan Air has quite a few pills for that. Air brother Wang, what pills have you taken so far? Wang Lin pondered a little, then said, this avatar hasn't taken many pills. Besides Huayuan pills, only Foundation Establishment pills. Foundation Establishment pills? Li Muan's eyes were filled with surprise as she continued. If it is just Huayuan pills, then it is fine. After all, they are the most basic pills that alchemists learn to make. But the Foundation Establishment pill can be considered a spirit pill. Brother Wang, did you make the pill on your own? With that, she let out a faint smile and delicately said, Humph, I remember now. Your teacher, Zhao Lin, is still in closed-door training. I'm your ancestral teacher right now. Wang Lin's face let out a rare, faint shade of red, but it soon disappeared. He coughed and said, the Foundation Establishment pills were made by me, but they were infused with that spirit liquid I gifted you before. Li Muan's eyes revealed a serious look. She stood up and asked, do you have more of that spirit liquid? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. Li Muan's chest rose up and went back down as she took deep breaths. Brother Wang, how much of that spirit liquid do you have left? Is there a lot? She asked. Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding as he placed a white bottle on the table. Li Muan's eyes revealed a disappointed look and muttered, so there is only one bottle left. There probably wasn't much of something as rare as this to begin with. Before she could finish, another bottle appeared in Wang Lin's hand. One bottle after another appeared in Wang Lin's hand, and were placed on the table until there were 8 bottles. Li Muan was dumbfounded. After a long time, she regained her senses. She looked at the 8 bottles, then at Wang Lin, before asking, Brother Wang, are all of these bottles filled with pure spirit liquid, or did you dilute it? Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, I didn't dilute it. It's the same spirit liquid I gave you before. Is this enough? If not, I can give you more. Li Muan's face suddenly turned red. She stared at Wang Lin and asked, there's more? Wang Lin nodded and said, smiling, however much you want, I have. Li Muan's chest rapidly went up and down. She opened one of the bottles and carefully looked at what was inside. She then looked at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. After a long time, she finally managed to say one sentence. Brother Wang, do you know what effects this spirit liquid has? Wang Lin didn't hide anything and slowly said, I have always used the spirit liquid instead of pills to raise my cultivation. Lately, I noticed that this spirit liquid can also help increase the success rate of alchemy. Li Muan was stunned again. She looked at Wang Lin with an odd expression. After a long time, she laughed. Brother Wang, you're really wasting a heavenly treasure. Although I don't know where this spirit liquid came from, after experimenting with what was in the bottle you left me for a majority of my life, I found that if you use the spirit liquid during alchemy, it can increase the success rate of making pills. Also, if you consume it directly, it can prevent you from aging. After taking it for a long time, it can increase a person's lifespan. If a large amount of it is used to make a pill, it can make a powerful spirit pill that would be several times more effective than just drinking it. If there was only 1 drop of this spirit liquid, it wouldn't be that good, but if there are more than 10 drops, it can be sold for an unimaginable price in the cultivation world. After Wang Lin heard this, his eyes were still calm as he said, Oh, so if you use this to make a pill, will it increase my chance of reaching Nascent Soul? Li Muan took a deep breath and said, with confidence, if there was no spirit liquid, then I would have no confidence in helping you reach Nascent Soul. All I would be able to do is give you a lot of pills and hope for the best. But, with all of this spirit liquid, I have a 30% chance of getting you to Nascent Soul in 2 months. 30%, Wang Lin frowned as he nodded. He quickly touched his bag of holding and took out a pill furnace. The pill furnace was the one from Yunfei. Wan Air, do you recognize this pill furnace? Li Muan only took one look and her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. After a long time, she took a deep breath and asked, Brother Wang, where have you been in these past 200 years? Wang Lin let out a faint smile and asked, What? Is this a treasure? Li Muan repeatedly nodded. Her face was filled with excitement, and her body was giving off an irresistible aura. Brother Wang, the quality of this pill furnace is extremely high. In fact, it's comparable to the giant pill furnace in the Cloud Sky sect. Wang suspects that this pill furnace is even better than those pill furnaces. If you look at these complex lines, they aren't natural, but traces of countless pills produced by this pill furnace. These signs are sometimes the real indication of the value of a pill furnace. If Wang is correct, then this is the main treasure of an alchemy sect. Lin secretly nodded. Her analysis was very close to his own speculation. Yuan looked at the yellow paper with dreamy eyes and slowly said, "But, compared to this pill furnace, this piece of yellow paper is even more precious. Look at the seal on this yellow paper. Wang has only seen hints of this in some old books. This paper is called a pill seal. Its function is to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. While sealing the pill, it also helps nourish the pill at the same time. This technique was even rare in ancient times. The production process of pill seals have long been forgotten. What is more rare is how complete this pill seal is and that it's still functioning. It has to be said that if even a normal pill was placed under a pill seal, after a few days, its effect will increase by 1-fold. If left longer, its effect will increase even more. Rumor has it that all of those heaven-defying pills and stories were created after being left in a pill seal for hundreds of years. It can be said that the pill seal played a key role in making those pills. Lin was very surprised. He looked at the yellow paper. He didn't expect the paper to be more precious than the pill furnace. Exactly what kind of pill would be inside of a pill furnace this rare and sealed by a pill seal this precious? Following this logic, wouldn't the pill be even more precious than the pill furnace and pill seal combined? Yuan took a deep breath. She looked at the pill furnace and continued with her beautiful voice. Brother Wang, you might have already guessed that the real treasure isn't the pill seal or the pill furnace, but the pill inside. It is rumored that only heaven-defying pills would be placed inside of this type of pill furnace and use this type of seal. Wang is now very curious as to what kind of pill is sealed inside here. Chapter 221, Soaring Cultivation. Lin stared at the pill furnace as he thought about Yun Fei. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. This was the piece of jade he got from Yun Fei. He placed the piece of jade on the table and said, "This piece of jade was with the person who had the pill furnace. See if there is any connection between them." Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up. She picked up the piece of jade and scanned it. After a while, she frowned slightly and whispered, "Qi Sect. This should be from the Qi Sect. The recipes inside of this jade are clearly from the Qi Sect. Brother Wang, did you get this at the inner part of the Sea of Devils?" Lin nodded. Yuan lightly bit her lower lip and said, "Then it has to be the Qi Sect. The Qi Sect was originally a sect from a rank 4 country, but, after conflicts with an enemy sect, they moved into the Sea of Devils and have disappeared without a trace. It seems this pill furnace belonged to the Qi Sect, meaning that the method of opening the seal is lost. Wang only knows that this seal can't be carelessly opened. It requires a series of procedures and the right timing to open. If it is opened by force, it will damage the pill that is inside. Also, Wang feels that the pill isn't ready yet. Even if we open it correctly, it won't have reached the potential it could have if we were to keep it sealed for a while longer. Lin secretly nodded. This was the only explanation of why Yun Fei didn't open it herself, but tried to exchange it for the removal of her restriction. Yuan said, with a determined look, "Brother Wang will go to the Cloud Sky Sect's library to see if there is any information on opening the seal. If the pill is for increasing cultivation, then it will increase the chances of you reaching the nascent soul stage." Yuan took out several bottles of pills and handed them to Lin. After she explained what all of the pills did, Lin left. Lin left the southern courtyard under Yuan's reluctant gaze. After all, Lin's cultivation was too low. If he stayed with Yuan for too long, it would attract people's attention. Therefore, Lin left the southern courtyard and decided to go into closed-door training back in his room. He and Yuan had already made arrangements and left each other a transmission jade. Once she opens the seal, she will send the pill to him. At the same time, for Yuan's safety, Lin left the devil Su Ligua and the second devil to protect her. With those two working together, they should even be able to hold off a nascent soul cultivator for a bit. That amount of time would be enough for Lin's main body to appear. Also, only the devils that had a link to Lin could still connect with him while he was inside the heaven-defying bead space. Just as Lin walked out of the southern courtyard, a gentle voice came out of the white fog behind him. "Your name is Lin?" Lin's steps stopped. He turned around and saw the white fog roll as a middle-aged man walked out. He was very handsome and very refined. He had the aura of a fairy. This person was Outer Sect Elder Sun's son, Sun Jinwei. Wang Lin calmly said, I am. Jinwei revealed a friendly smile and chuckled. Did you just go to see your teacher's ancestor? Wang Lin sneered in his heart, but he calmly nodded. Sun Jinwei looked at Wang Lin and smiled. In 2 months, I will also be someone that can be considered your teacher's ancestor. You are very diligent, and that's good. If you have any questions about alchemy, you can ask your teacher's ancestor, and if you have any question about cultivation, you can ask me. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he calmly said, if there is nothing else, disciple still has a batch of pills to attend to. Sun Jinwei became angry and his face sunk, but he quickly smiled again. After glancing at Wang Lin, he took out a flying sword and said, this flying sword is called Green Wind. Consider it a greeting gift. Take it. With that, he waved his hand, and the sword moved toward Wang Lin and floated in front of him. After Wang Lin received it, he clasped his hands to say his thanks, then turned around and left. Sun Jinwei kept smiling as Wang Lin disappeared. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he secretly thought, this brat is only at the foundation establishment stage, so he will the perfect pawn to monitor Lin Yuan. Even if he suspects that something is up with his cultivation, he won't be able to find anything. Wang Lin walked all the way back to the courtyard he resided in. After entering his room, he formed a restriction and placed it on the flying sword. The flying sword shone a cold light. Sun Jinwei giving him the flying sword was well within Wang Lin's predictions. At most, the flying sword was just a means to spy on him. Wang Lin sneered. His restriction not only stopped the monitoring effect of the flying sword, but did so in a way that Sun Jinwei wouldn't notice. After throwing the flying sword to the side, he took a deep breath and put his hand on his brow to enter the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin knew that he was short on time. With the heaven-defying bead, he had about 2 years of time. There wasn't much time remaining. Wang Lin sat cross-legged inside the heaven-defying bead, and before him were more than 10 bottles of pills. Some of the bottles were sealed with wax. These pills were the best of the pills Lin Yuan had made in the past 200 years. All of these pills were very suitable for him and would increase his chance of reaching the core formation stage. Wang Lin followed Lin Yuan's directions and placed the bottles in order of what he needed to take from right to left. He picked up a bottle and opened the wax seal. A strong aroma of medicine floated out of the bottle. Inside it were 10 lychee nut-sized pills. This pill was called the Chiswa pill. It was a rank 2 spirit pill. By using a lot of rare ingredients, not only did it provide a large amount of spiritual energy, it also helped widen the channels in one's body. This Chiswa pill was one of the 18 rare pills in the old Luohe sect. In the cultivation world, it was a very rare pill and a grade above the foundation establishment pill. The thing that made this pill so rare was its effect to widen the channels. Even within the Cloud Sky sect, there weren't many pills that widened the channels, and all of those pills were rank 4. For a rank 2 pill to increase the channels was extremely rare. Inside the Cloud Sky sect, there were only 20 or so of these Chiswa pills, and all of them were made by Lin Yuan. Wang Lin picked up a pill and put it into his mouth. Then, he immediately began to cultivate. Spiritual energy flooded into his body, and he immediately noticed the difference between it and the foundation establishment pill. The Chiswa pill had more than double the spiritual energy of the foundation establishment pill. The boundless spiritual energy slowly calmed down as it was swallowed by the ancient god's tactic. After a while, Wang Lin swallowed another pill. Time slowly passed by, and Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation establishment after taking all of the Chiswa pills. This method of pill consumption that disregarded any negative consequences in the future was something only Wang Lin was willing to do. It has to be said that even in the few pills specialized in cultivation methods, no one would take this many pills in such a short amount of time. First of all, absorption was a very big problem. The absorption time varied depending on the pill, but it takes at least a few days or even longer to completely absorb all of the spiritual energy in the pill, so none is wasted. Aside from the fact that the materials for pills were rare, cultivators don't want to be wasteful, so they absorb as much of the spiritual energy as possible, but the pills contain a fairly large amount of spiritual energy. If too much gets absorbed at once, not only will it not help, but it will increase the chances of a devil entering the cultivator. And if too many pills are consumed in a short period of time, or so to say, if cultivation is raised too quickly in a short period of time, then even if there is no harm to the body, it will have deadly effects on future cultivation. But none of these problems existed for Wang Lin. First of all, with the ancient god's tactic, the spiritual energy in the pills are rapidly absorbed. And as for the effects on future cultivation, this was only an avatar and not the main body. In fact, The avatar was basically just a super pill in a way. However, the amount of power in this pill was beyond anything a normal pill would have. It was a human-shaped pill to help his main body break through to the nascent soul stage. After using up all of the Qijua pills, Wang Lin picked up the second bottle. He wasn't sure how hard reaching the core formation stage will be for his avatar. It has to be said that back then, by using the underworld ascension method, he formed 3 sub-cores, then fused them together to make a core embryo. Then, only after taking a series of pills from Li Yuan did he finally reach the core formation stage. Li Yuan didn't say the name of this pill, but said that Wang Lin will know when he sees it. He broke the wax seal, then looked inside the bottle and let out a faint smile. Inside the bottle were 5 purple pills. Wang Lin immediately recognized these as the Tianli pills he took before. It seems Li Yuan has spent a lot of blood and sweat in these past 200 years to refine these Tianli pills again. In fact, this was true. The Tianli pill was a rank 3 pill, and the materials went extinct with the country of Ho Fun. It was only after coming to the Cloud Sky Sect, and by using her status of elder that Li Yuan managed to get the materials to make more. However, even the Cloud Sky Sect didn't have much of those materials. After refining 5 of these pills, all of the materials for it were used up. In fact, a vast majority of materials for the pills Wang Lin was taking were materials Li Yuan got from the Cloud Sky Sect. It could be said that the cost for Wang Lin's cultivation this time was paid for entirely by the Cloud Sky Sect. Chapter 222, Heaven Stealing 7 Furnace. The Tianli pill was something that could increase the chance of forming a core. It was a rare pill that was only given to core members of a sect, or if the member had some great contribution. 5 Tianli pills was already an enormous amount. After all, Li Yuan was only one person. It must have taken her years of effort to make these pills. After Wang Lin looked at them for a bit, he picked one up and put it in his mouth. This Tianli pill was several times stronger than the one his main body took all those years ago. After all, the Tianli pills back, then used substitution materials. Time slowly passed, and the first Tianli pill failed. Although it failed, it did move all of Wang Lin's spiritual energy to his dantian. The second Tianli pill also failed, but the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body became even more concentrated. If one looked in from the outside, Wang Lin's dantian was like the sea, and all of the meridians in his body were like rivers. The spiritual energy flowed from the meridians into his dantian, forming a whirlpool in the middle. Every time this whirlpool spun once, all of the spiritual energy in his body would surge. The process looked very strange. The third Tianli pill also failed, but the whirlpool in Wang Lin's dantian spun even faster. Soon, a drop of golden liquid gathered in the center of the whirlpool. Wang Lin didn't immediately take the 4th pill, but sat there and cultivated. After a long time, the whirlpool started to slow down, and there were now 3 drops of golden liquid in his dantian. These 3 drops of golden liquid were formed by all of the spiritual energy in his body. The moment the 3rd drop appeared, all of the spiritual energy had disappeared everywhere else in Wang Lin's body, and even the whirlpool in his dantian was slowly fading. Wang Lin used the ancient god tactic. However, instead of the spiritual energy being absorbed by his body, he forced the spiritual energy to cycle through his body. There was no such thing as foundation establishment, core formation, or nascent soul to the ancient gods. After all, none of them would give up their outer power method. So, besides Wang Lin, no one else had ever used the ancient god tactic for inner power. The 2 Tianli pills surged through Wang Lin's body like a giant wave. The pressure generated by the wave soon pressed upon the 5 drops of golden liquid. Suddenly, the 5 drops of golden liquid that were originally apart started to come closer together. Soon, the 5 drops collided and fused together. At the same time, under the effect of the 2 Tianli pills, Wang Lin's dantian cracked. The cracks couldn't be stopped, and soon, Wang Lin's entire dantian shattered. These shattered pieces of his dantian merged into the golden liquid along with the spiritual energy from the Tianli pills. Soon, everything merged together to form a golden core that was the size of a fist in Wang Lin's lower abdomen. There were numerous lines connecting the golden core to the meridians. A huge surge of spiritual energy appeared as the golden core spun once. At the same time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly as he crossed the threshold between foundation establishment and core formation. During all of this, Li Yuan was at the library for more than a month. In this month, she had almost never left as she searched through the library for a way to open the seal. In fact, she had already found 3 methods to open the pill seal, but each of these methods had a chance of lowering the effect of the pill or making the pill useless. Li Yuan was unable to accept these risks. She had a feeling that this pill was the key for Wang Lin to break into the nascent soul stage. Sun Jinwei had been keeping an eye on Lin Yuan's actions. He had already felt that there was something strange going on with her being inside the library for so long. But no matter how much he guessed and analyzed, he couldn't figure out what. And as for that disciple named Wang Lin, he had been in closed-door training for a month and hadn't gone to see Lin Yuan at all. The flying sword Sun Jinwei, as a result, Lin Yuan's caution played a very big role. Even if someone came to spy on her, it would be very difficult for them to find what she was really looking for. Even if they traced the recording technique she used, they still wouldn't be able to find much. During her stay here, Lin Yuan recorded many things, and things regarding the pill seal only made up a small portion of that. Soon after she left, Sun Jinwei walked in. After he walked in, he took out a purple token, and on the token, the word cloud was clearly written. The moment this token appeared, the space 3 meters before him suddenly distorted as 2 men in gray robes walk out. The two looked at the token and kneeled on the ground. Outer Sect disciple greets the Cloud Order, they said. This scripture library has always been guarded by the Outer Sect. What have you two found out in the month that you have been spying on Lin Yuan? Sun Jinwei's face was no longer gentle, but revealed a trace of darkness. One of the men in gray whispered, Elder Li's search was all over the place, from pill recipes to medication effects. From Disciple's observation, there wasn't anything that stood out. Sun Jinwei frowned. He didn't believe that Lin Yuan would waste a month of time to look at random things. He pondered for a bit, then asked, Did she record anything? The other man in gray calmly said, She did, but they were equally as random. It was as if Elder Li didn't have any real goal. However, there is another possibility. Sun Jinwei's eyes lit up, and he said, Speak. The men in gray calmly said, Elder Li is very clever and cautious. She already knew that there would be people spying on her, so she purposely hid her search among other things. If that is really the truth, then she has succeeded. Sun Jinwei snorted. He had already guessed something was up, but he remembered that there were only 20 days left. He really wanted to see what Lin Yuan could do about it. Sun Jinwei was also no longer afraid of Lin Yuan's friend. During the cultivation pair ceremony, there would be many nascent soul ancestors present. If that person tries anything, the ancestors will take care of it for him. After Wang Lin reached the core formation stage, he consumed several bottles of pills. As the ancient god tactic absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the pills, his cultivation shot up and broke through the early stage of core formation into the mid-stage. But Wang Lin still felt that this speed was too slow. He ignored the consequences and kept taking pills, but he could feel the effects of the pills decrease. Lin Yuan told him about this phenomenon. This was what happened to one's body after taking too many pills. This phenomenon was very mysterious. Although all of the spiritual energy was still in the pill, the moment the spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body, a large portion of it would disappear before the ancient god tactic could even activate. This phenomenon was called body barrier. This was a problem that anyone who takes a lot of pills will encounter, and the only method of fixing this problem was to take even more precious pills. Otherwise, there was no other way. No matter how much time passes, this barrier will still exist in one's body. After continuously taking pills for days, the body barrier appeared in Wang Lin's body, but he couldn't stop taking pills now, and Lin Yuan had also taken this matter into consideration. In fact, with an alchemy master like Lin Yuan, Wang Lin didn't even have to think about the pills at all, because she had already prepared everything perfectly. Wang Lin picked up the bottle from the ground. What was in this bottle was the key to get past the body barrier. The pills in this bottle were called body barrier breaking pills. Although they were called that, they didn't really remove the body barrier. They were just pills that Lin Yuan made with some very rare materials that would help one's body better absorb the effect of pills. If you only look at the rank, this pill was only a rank 1 pill, but if used properly, it could have some amazing effects. After taking this pill, Wang Lin quickly took several bottles and swallowed all of the pills inside. Although the speed at which the spiritual energy was dissipating hadn't slowed down, the rate that Wang Lin's body absorbed them had increased greatly. For a normal person, although it increased the rate, they would only be able to feel that they were absorbing spiritual energy a bit faster. But with Wang Lin's ancient god's tactic, that slight increase gave it enough time to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy that would have normally dissipated. With this method, Wang Lin's cultivation shot up from mid-stage core formation to late stage. Although he hadn't reached the peak of late stage, he was very close to the nascent soul stage. But all of the pills Lin Yuan had given him were used up. On this day, Wang Lin awake from his cultivation inside the heaven-defying bead. He could feel a call from the devil's Suligo. From his earlier agreement with Lin Yuan, he knew that this meant that she had found way to open the seal. Wang Lin stood up and took a step forward. His body suddenly faded as if he had broken through space and disappeared without a trace. In a garden in the northern courtyard, pieces of golden light appeared from the void and fused together into a human shape. Soon, the figure became solid, revealing Wang Lin's figure. The moment Wang Lin appeared, his eyes lit up as he looked at the flying sword he had left on the ground. He waved his hand and picked up the sword. There was a restriction made from divine sense placed on the flying sword. The restriction was rather clever, but, as he suspected, the effect of the restriction was for monitoring. Wang Lin calmly threw the sword, and it got stuck in the ground. He opened the door of the room as he walked toward the gate. But just at that moment, his steps stopped as the gate silently opened, and Zhou Lin walked in. After he saw Wang Lin, his eyes immediately focused on him. He immediately detected the difference in Wang Lin. It has to be said that before he went into closed-door training, Wang Lin was only at the third layer of qi condensation. He couldn't even see through Wang Lin's cultivation now. Even if the current Wang Lin's cultivation wasn't at the late stage of core formation, he thought that Wang Lin was at least at the mid-stage. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Teacher is currently being watched. She asked me to take you somewhere to meet you." Wang Lin calmly looked at the person and nodded. Zhou Lin walked into the garden and closed the gate. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and said, "This should I be calling you uncle? Still forget it. Since you are my teacher's friend, you are my uncle. Uncle, this way please." Zhou Lin shook his head. He was actually still in closed-door training, but he received a message from Lin Yuan to come out early. Zhou Lin was an orphan who was saved by Lin Yuan and had been following her ever since. He was filled with respect and gratitude toward Lin Yuan. From Lin Yuan's words, he realized that the disciple he took in was her friend. It took him a very long time to sort this all out in his head. This was why, after he saw Wang Lin's cultivation level, he was only startled and not surprised. He just assumed that Wang Lin's cultivation had always been like this, and that he had been hiding it before. Zhou Lin arrived in front of his room. He waved his hand, and the door glowed. After that, he opened it. Zhou Lin turned around to look at Wang Lin, then walked into the room. Wang Lin didn't move, but spread his divine sense and secretly placed a restriction that he could activate at any time on Zhou Lin's body. Only after that did he walk into the room. Wang Lin was cautious toward everyone. Although Zhou Lin was good to him before, and was also Lin Yuan's disciple, when it was time to be cautious, he would never be sloppy. Under the scan of his divine sense, he only found a fluctuation of spiritual power from the pill furnace, and everything else seemed normal. The moment Zhou Lin entered the room, he touched his bag of holding and took out 3 pieces of jade. He placed them under the pill furnace. He took a few steps back as he formed a few seals and shot them toward the pill furnace. The pill furnace glowed and sank 3 inches into the ground. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and grabbed the furnace. After turning the furnace a few times, a ray of light appeared on the wall before him. This ray of light moved like a dragon waving its tail. It moved quickly and soon formed a formation. Zhou Lin took a few steps back and respectfully said, "This formation is connected to a secret chamber that teacher has secretly prepared and no outsider knows of. Uncle, please enter. Disciple will stand guard here and report to uncle if anything happens." Wang Lin didn't move, but stared at the formation on the wall. After a while, he looked at Zhou Lin and said, "Your teacher is inside the secret chamber?" Zhou Lin secretly sighed. He knew that Wang Lin wouldn't believe him. He bitterly smiled as he took out a jade and said, "This is a piece of jade teacher gave to disciple. Uncle, please take a look." Wang Lin took the piece of jade and scanned it. He looked at Zhou Lin, then walked toward the wall. The moment he touched the wall, his body instantly disappeared. Zhou Lin's expression remained normal as he turned the pill furnace and made the formation disappear. He placed some herbs into the pill furnace and began to concentrate on alchemy. But in reality, he kept his divine sense spread out so that if anything happens, he will immediately notify his teacher. Zhou Lin didn't know what relationship Wang Lin had with his teacher, but he knew that everything he had now was from Lin Yuan, so if Lin Yuan asks him to do something, he will give it his all. He also knew that his teacher must be doing some mysterious things that are related to the cultivation pair ceremony in 20 days. Once he gets involved, he will be dragged into this matter as well. When Wang Lin appeared again, he saw Lin Yuan. Before him was a chamber. Although the chamber wasn't large, the most eye-catching thing in the chamber was the pill furnace. On top of the pill furnace were 7 black dragons. Right now, the 7 dragons were spewing out purple smoke that was slowly rising up and condensing into a purple ball. Within the purple ball was a small pill furnace with a piece of yellow paper on it. Lin Yuan's eyes were glued to the pill furnace, her expression tense. When she saw Wang Lin, she softly said, "Above us is the square outside the Cloud Sky Sect's main hall. To open this pill seal, we will need to borrow the power of the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces. Chapter 223, Opening the Pill Seal. The origin of the Cloud Sky Sect's 7 heaven-stealing pilling furnace was very mysterious. Rumor has it that the founder of the sect created 9 of them. They were sealed under the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain, waiting for disciples that could summon them. But no matter how strong the founder was, he was still not even at the spirit-severing stage due to the rank of the country. So even if there was some power within the pill furnaces, no one really bothered to steal them. But the power of the heaven-stealing pill furnace was great, so using the words heaven-stealing wasn't exactly wrong. In the ancient records of the Cloud Sky Sect, these 9 heaven-stealing pill furnace were all fakes. The founder of the Cloud Sky Sect once saw the original furnace and memorized the design, then forged the pill furnace from his memories. The reason why it was 9 pill furnaces was because the founder's cultivation level wasn't high enough to make one pill furnace containing all of the things he had memorized, so he had to make 9 pill furnaces to contain them all. As a result, the 9 heaven-stealing pill furnaces were created. There was another mysterious aspect of the heaven-stealing pill furnaces. They couldn't leave the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain range. The moment they leave the mountain range, they will turn into scrap metal. This phenomenon has caused some higher-rank cultivation countries to come investigate, but they found nothing. However, because of this, they gave up on the idea of stealing them and supported the Cloud Sky Sect instead. Therefore, the Cloud Sky Sect was able to develop quickly and became the #1 sect in the country of Chu. Lin Yuan had a serious expression on her face as she stared at the gas spat out by the 7 dragons on the pill furnace. She whispered, "To open the pill seal, we need spiritual energy and the right time of day. We must borrow spiritual power from the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces when they are in use." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He stood next to Lin Yuan and watched the pill furnace. He whispered, "Does the Cloud Sky Sect always make a pill once a month?" Lin Yuan gently nodded. She said, with a gentle voice, "Yes. The heaven-stealing pill furnaces can only be used at a certain time of day once a month to get the maximum effect. Only elders of the Cloud Sky Sect have the privilege to use them. Some rare pills require the heaven-stealing pill furnaces to make." Wang Lin slightly nodded. He pointed at the pill furnace with 7 dragon heads before them and asked, "Is this also a heaven-stealing pill furnace?" Lin Yuan revealed a proud smile and charmingly said, "This furnace is not a heaven-stealing pill furnace, but the effect is about the same. This pill furnace was secretly made by Yuan Heir after studying the heaven-stealing pill furnaces for all these years. This was originally my ace against the Cloud Sky Sect if they ever decided to act against me. If they do, then Yuan Heir will use this pill furnace to affect the 7 pill furnaces during a pill refining and turn them to dust." This Wang Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. He circled the 7 dragon head pill furnace. He then gently touched it. It let out a crisp sound. He didn't turn his head and asked, "Can you steal the spiritual energy from the heaven-stealing pill furnaces above us with this pill furnace?" Lin Yuan's eyes widened as she realized what Wang Lin meant and asked, "You want to cultivate in this pill furnace?" Wang Lin turned around. He smiled at Lin Yuan and said, "Yes. If I were to cultivate in this pill furnace, it would be very effective. However, it wouldn't be with this avatar body, but my main body." Lin Yuan's expression became strange. Just as she was about to speak, the amount of purple gas coming out of the dragon heads suddenly increased. Large amount of gas floated up, forming a dark cloud above the pill furnace. Inside the dark cloud was the pill furnace with the pill seal on it. The furnace glowed red, and the pill seal started to flutter up and down. At that moment, on the ground above this chamber, the elders of the Cloud Sky Sect were staring at the sky, calculating the time of day. These elders were all master alchemists of the Cloud Sky Sect, and one of them was one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists, Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying was originally the disciple of the inner sect's sect head, but he willingly gave up the chance of becoming sect head to focus all of his attention on alchemy. This person's passion for alchemy had reached an unimaginable degree. He didn't care about cultivation or power. It could be said that he didn't care about anything other than alchemy. Yuan Ying's goal in life was to refine the legendary rank 9 divine pill, but his goal was just too far out of reach. Even rank 6 countries could only make rank 6 pills. Even the 3 people walked out of the main hall. One of them was the sect head of the inner sect. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Didn't I tell you guys already? When Elder Martial Brother refines a pill, he doesn't allow anyone to watch." With that, he clasped his hands at Yuan Ying and said, "Elder Martial Brother, these 2 are guests from the cultivation country of Tianwu. They want to see Elder Brother refine a pill. What do you say?" The 2 people behind him were both thin and tall, but both of them emitted a very powerful aura. Clearly, their cultivation levels were very high. Ouyang frowned. He coldly said, "Scram." The sect head's expression remained normal, but the two guests' faces changed. They displayed a mocking expression, but they didn't do anything and left. The Cloud Sky sect's head, Yuan Tian, already told them about this before, but they insisted on coming. After letting out a sigh, he accompanied the two and began chatting with them. In his view, these two were here to buy pills, and their offer was very attractive, so he still needed to accommodate them a little. After the three left, Ouyang continued to calculate the time. After about 10 breaths, his eyes lit up. His hand formed seals as he jumped into the air and shot out 7 rays of light onto the 7 pill furnaces. Currently, his large robe fluttered in the wind, making him look very majestic. The 6 alchemists watched him with looks of admiration. The 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces began to move after the light landed on them. They moved in a circle as if there was a giant hand moving them from above. 6 of the pill furnaces formed a circle with the 7th at the center. At the same time, in the underground chamber, Lin Yuan's dragon pill furnace also reacted. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. She bit her finger and immediately formed several seals with her hand. She shot the seals at the 7 dragons on the pill furnace. The 7 dragons moved as if they were alive and floated around the chamber. They all coiled up. Soon, the 7 dragons turned into illusionary pill furnaces. 6 of them formed a circle while the 7th one fused into Lin Yuan's dragon furnace. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, he waved his hand and shot an illusionary circle onto the ground. Then, his hand formed a seal as he shouted, "Main body appear." Wang Lin's main body with white hair and a purple star on the forehead appeared without a sound through the illusionary circle. The moment he appeared, the chamber became cold. Even the illusionary pill furnaces in the air became a bit blurry. Lin Yuan stared at Wang Lin's main body with a look of longing. Soon, her eyes lit up. This was the person she had been waiting for more than 200 years. The avatar was just way too inferior compared to the main body. After the main body appeared, he walked toward the center of the chamber. When he arrived before the dragon pill furnace, he turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heart felt cold after seeing the cold gaze. She was too familiar with this gaze. It was exactly the same gaze that Wang Lin had when they met 200 years ago. After 200 years, the coldness in his eyes was even more intense than before. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal. Under her control, the lid of the pill furnace slowly moved aside. Wang Lin's main body jumped into the pill furnace and started cultivating without any hesitation. Soon after, the lid of the pill furnace was closed. At this point, at the ground above the chamber, Ouyang raised both of his arms and held them wide open. He then muttered something to himself. After a short while, he stared at the pill furnace in the center. Suddenly, green gas came out of the pill furnace until it formed a giant hand that began to grow. Ouyang took a deep breath and took out a bag of holding. He dumped countless heavenly treasures into the giant hand. Then, the giant hand closed and turned back into green smoke as it returned to the pill furnace. Ouyang's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Pill sacrifice. First sacrifice, rank 4 demon blood pill." The moment he finished speaking, one of the 6 people took a few steps forward and slapped his bag of holding. A white jade bottle appeared from the bag of holding. He walked up to one of the pill furnaces and broke the seal on the bottle. He carefully poured out a blood-red pill. The moment the pill appeared, the area was filled with the smell of blood. Currently, the person's face was a bit pale. His right hand was trembling as he held the pill, but he clenched his teeth and put the pill into one of the 6 pill furnaces. The moment the pill entered the pill furnace, the furnace let out a loud roar. Immediately after, a blood-red light shot up into the air, forming a pillar of light that reached the sky. The same scene happened in the chamber, as one of the illusionary pill furnaces formed by one of the dragons shot out a pillar of red light. Aside from the size, the pillar of red light was identical to the one outside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Looking at the scene before him, he asked, "What kind of pill refining technique is this?" Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with respect as she whispered, "This is Ouyang's own refining method called sacrifice refining. Basically, he is using various rank 4 pills to make a rank 5 pill. Although the success rate isn't high, it is still much higher than normal methods." Currently, at the ground above, Ouyang's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Second sacrifice, rank 4 Luo Lin pill." Another person arrived next to a pill furnace. He took out a blue pill and carefully placed it inside the furnace. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light appeared from that pill furnace. Then, Ouyang went out all and put in 4 more rank 4 pills. Now, 6 pillars of light shot out into the sky. These pillars of light could be seen even outside of the Cloud Sky Sect mountain range. Ouyang was very nervous. He stared at the pill furnace in the middle and muttered, "This must succeed. This must succeed. If I succeed this time, I will have 3 rank 5 pills. Combined with the 3 rank 5 pills the sect has, I will have 6. With 6 of them, I could use the rank 5 pills as sacrifices and have a taste of what it's like to refine a rank 6 pill." His eyes shined a never-before-seen light as he stared at the pill furnaces. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "You 6, the refining has started." The 6 alchemists revealed looks of excitement. If they succeeded this time, then they would have helped create a rank 5 pill. This was something all alchemists dreamed of. The 6 of them jumped into the air and floated above the 6 pill furnaces. They sat down cross-legged in the pillars of light and urged the spiritual energy in their bodies to move. Ouyang didn't hesitate at all. His body slowly landed on top of the last pill furnace, and he closed his eyes. At that moment, in the underground chamber, the 6 illusionary pill furnaces also emitted their own pillars of light. Inside the center of these pillars of light was the pill furnace with the pill seal on it. Below the pill seal was the pill furnace Lin Yuan made, with Wang Lin's main body inside of it. Although Wang Lin's main body was inside the pill furnace, it was currently not absorbing any spiritual energy, as everything was being prepared for the opening of the pill seal. As for absorbing spiritual energy, Wang Lin could wait until after the pill seal opened. Lin Yuan's expression was serious. Her hand constantly formed seals as she shot them to their respective pill furnaces. Shortly after, countless slivers of light came from the 6 pillars of light and went toward the pill seal in the middle. Slivers of spiritual energy was stolen by Lin Yuan from the sacrifice of the rank 4 pills. This was how the problem of needing plenty of spiritual energy to open the pill seal was solved. In reality, Lin Yuan only needed 2 things to open up the pill seal. One of them was location. She needed a place with plenty of spiritual energy, but no spirit vein in the ground. This problem was solved by Ouyang. Now they only had to wait for the right time to open the pill seal. Aside from location, the second requirement was the time. Only by opening the pill seal at the same time of day as when it was sealed would the requirement of time be met. The smaller the time difference, the less damage the pill will suffer. If the time difference was too large, then the pill will suffer damage. Wang Lin already knew all of this after Lin Yuan explained it. Now the question was, what was the correct time to undo the seal? Lin Yuan checked many books and found one time. That time would be at 45 minutes past midnight. As a result, the best time to refine pills and seal pills was 45 minutes past midnight. It has to be said that when it comes to refining pills or sealing pills, the best time to do so is when the yang and yin separate. Of course, this only applies when refining a very precious pill. As for normal pills, people wouldn't bother with it. But this guess wasn't very accurate. In reality, there were some alchemists who were afraid of other people stealing their pills. They would purposely alter the time when sealing the pill. As a result, even if someone steals the pill, they wouldn't be able to properly open it without knowing the correct time. Lin Yuan's solution to this was to use a method that would use a massive amount of spiritual energy to overload the pill. This sacrificed a bit of the pill's effectiveness to open up the pill seal. In a way, as long as the time wasn't too different from when it was sealed, the pill seal would be removed and the pill would also suffer a lot less damage compared to normal methods. But if the time difference was too large, it would make the pill useless. Lin Yuan's expression was serious as she whispered to Wang Lin. Because of the existence of this pill furnace, the chance of Ouyang succeeding is not high. Knowing his personality, he will use a blood sacrifice technique. At that moment, there will be a burst of spiritual energy. That is the time to open the pill seal. Time slowly passed. Currently, at the ground above, Ouyang opened his eyes. He noticed that the spiritual energy in the area was rapidly decreasing. There wasn't enough spiritual energy to make a rank 5 pill. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Right now was the critical moment in the refining process, so he didn't have any time to think about it. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he shouted, "Blood sacrifice." The expression of the 6 surrounding alchemists suddenly changed, but they soon showed determined expressions. Without any hesitation, they all exploded their own cores. A series of booms occurred as the area was covered in a bloody mist. As a result, the spiritual energy in the area suddenly increased. The spiritual energy in the area reached its peak. Ouyang's eyes lit up as his hand formed a seal and shot at the pill furnace before him. The pill furnace started to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings like crazy. Soon, even the 6 pillars of light started to converge toward the center pill furnace. Ouyang's expression became even more serious. This was the make or break moment, so he couldn't make any mistakes. He had already failed multiple times before, so he wasn't sure if he would succeed this time. At that moment, in the underground chamber, Li Yuan pointed at her brow and spat out drop of core blood. This drop of blood floated in the middle of the 6 pill furnaces. Suddenly, all of the pill furnaces shook as the pillars of light collapsed and moved toward the pill furnace at the center. The pill furnace released a rainbow-colored light. Under the pressure of all that spiritual energy, the pill seal started to slowly curl up until it was completely rolled up and fell off the pill furnace. At the same time, an unimaginable amount of pressure from the spiritual power inside the pill furnace appeared, causing the pill furnace to explode. A round, cyan-colored pill appeared. But at that moment, a crisp crackling sound filled the air as cracks appeared on the pill. A rank 7 spirit pill. Li Yuan's eyes widened. Although she was prepared, she still couldn't help but burst out in surprise. Chapter 224, Forming Nascent Soul. Li Yuan stared at the pill as she muttered to herself, "Something is wrong. If it was a rank 7 pill, there would have been a reaction. Why has there been no reaction?" Wang Lin grabbed in the air with his right hand. The pill flew into his hand, and he carefully examined it. This pill's color was cyan, and bursts of spiritual energy leaked out from the cracks on the pill, increasing the density of spiritual energy in the room. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and asked, "This is a rank 7 pill?" Li Yuan took a few steps forward and stood next to Wang Lin. She took the pill from his hand and carefully examined it. She sighed and said, "To be more accurate, this is a pseudo-rank 7 pill, so it is really an upper rank 6 pill. We must have missed the correct time to open the seal by too much time, which caused the pill to crack. If we had opened it at the correct time, it would have been above rank 7. The Huayuan sect is part of a rank 4 country, so they must have created a rare upper rank 5 pill and then sealed it. From the looks of the seal, it must have been at least several thousand years ago." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the pill and asked, "Do you know what pill this is?" Li Yuan's pondered for a while. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "The Huayuan sect has 3 pills it is known for. If one error is correct, this is the Cyan Cloud pill. This pill should allow you to break past the core formation stage." Wang Lin pondered a little. After taking the pill from Li Yuan, he said, "Wait for me." Li Yuan nodded. She looked gently at Wang Lin and said, "You can relax. Even if you fail, one air will destroy the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces. If I do that, they won't chase us." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He calmly said, "Things shouldn't be that troublesome." With that, he sat down in front of the pill furnace. He pointed his finger at his brow and disappeared. Li Yuan bit her lower lip. If she was gone from her house for too long, it would arouse suspicion. After pondering for a while, she waved her right hand on the wall and a formation appeared. Li Yuan walked through the formation and disappeared from the chamber. At that moment, at the ground above the chamber, Ouyangzi's refining had reached its end. His eyes were filled with excitement as he muttered to himself. After a long time, he let out a grunt as he jumped up. He waved his hand, and the lid flew off the pill furnace. At that moment, the sky changed color. The previous dark sky suddenly lit up as a golden pill floated out from inside the pill furnace. 6 souls slowly appeared around the pill. These souls were the ones who sacrificed themselves before. They sat down cross-legged, floating around the pill. Ouyangzi's expression became serious as he clasped his hands and shouted, "It is all thanks to you 6 fellow cultivators that my pill was successfully created. I cannot repay you guys enough. This pill will be called the 6 Tao Spirit Pill in honor of all of you." The moment those words were spoken, the 6 souls let out a pleased expression. Slowly, slivers of purple spiritual power appeared in his core. As more and more of that purple spiritual energy gathered in his core, his cultivation finally reached the peak of late-stage core formation. Currently, his cultivation kept increasing as his core kept growing bigger. Soon, drops of golden liquid dripped from his core as if his core was melting. His body also became transparent at that moment, allowing him to see all the changes happening in his body. Wang Lin was very calm as he focused all his attention on cultivation while waiting for the moment that his nascent soul forms. For Wang Lin, the meaning of forming his nascent soul was very different from other people. Once he successfully forms his nascent soul, the first step of his plan will be complete. After that, he will fuse his main body and his avatar, then use his avatar to break through to the nascent soul stage on his main body. Once his main body can break into the nascent soul stage, then his G realm will also have its first breakthrough. At that time, he will be the strongest person in the country of Chu. Even inside the Sea of Devils, he will have the ability to set up his own sect and compete against spirit-severing cultivators. The important thing was that he would have the ability to return to the country of Zhao to get his revenge. Teng Huayuan. This name was something that Wang Lin had hated for more than 400 years. This was a hatred that could no longer be described. If anyone dared to block his path, they would have to pay the price in blood. Wang Lin didn't know what cultivation level Teng Huayuan had reached in these 400 years, but as long as he hadn't reached spirit severing, once Wang Lin reaches nascent soul, his fate won't change. Wang Lin couldn't believe that in a mere 400 years, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator would be able to break into the spirit-severing stage. It has to be said that after nascent soul, even each small stage, it's extremely hard to break through. The cultivation world was a pyramid. The higher you go, the fewer there are. Among the 7 cultivation levels of Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, soul transformation, and ascension seeking, nascent soul was the barrier. If one can reach nascent soul, that means they have truly stepped into the cultivation world and can reach for the top of the cultivation world. Other than revenge, there was something else that was urging him to get stronger. The danger he constantly felt from the red-haired man in the land of the ancient god. He believed that with the red-haired man's genius mind, he would find another way to escape from the land of the ancient god. Once the red-haired man escapes, the first thing he will do is to find Wang Lin. After fusing with the inheritance of knowledge, he could feel that he was slowly changing every day. This was a change in his mentality as his thoughts became more and more in line with the thoughts of an ancient god. Before entering the cultivation world, Wang Lin's biggest dream was to pass the state exam, make his parents proud, and allow his parents to live a good life. But when fourth uncle gave him the chance to become an immortal, everything changed. Back then, he thought the city near the village was already the biggest city out there. As for the king's capital, he never even thought about it or seen it. When he first entered the world of cultivation, his goal was to become an immortal. At the same time, he learned that the country of Zhao was only a small country on this planet. Then, there were some major events that forced Wang Lin to constantly find new ways to make himself stronger. His goal was to return to the country of Zhao and get his revenge. After visiting one country after another, Wang Lin's horizons broadened a lot. He found out that the ground he stood on was called Planet Suzuku, and that the country of Zhao was only a rank 3 cultivation country. Above that, there are rank 4, rank 5, and even rank 6 cultivation countries. He knew that the real ruler of Planet Suzuku was the country of Suzuku. After he received the inheritance of knowledge, his horizons were once again expanded. The vast cosmos was filled with countless planets like Planet Suzaku. The ancient god's size and power to casually destroy a planet made Wang Lin feel intoxicated. At that moment, Wang Lin's mentality changed, and his goal became to pursue higher cultivation. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to survive in this cultivation world. It could be said at that moment, Wang Lin broke free from his sole goal of revenge and changed into the goal of reaching higher cultivation levels. The mentality of someone unwilling to be stepped upon and someone who wishes to pursue the limit of his strength. This mentality was something a strong person must have at all times. After 10 days, Wang Lin left the heaven-defying space. The moment he appeared, he fused with his main body inside the pill furnace. At that moment, slivers of spiritual energy started to be drawn from the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces in the area above the chamber. His main body and avatar were at the final stage of fusion. If anything went wrong here, then all this effort would have been wasted. Currently, Wang Lin was very calm. He was completely absorbed in the fusion of his main body and avatar. Time slowly passed. Aside from the G realm, there was another thing that was blocking Wang Lin, his own talent. As for whether this would succeed or not, no one really knew for sure. The thousands of years of spiritual energy that was stored inside the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces was slowly being drained by Wang Lin. His ancient god's tactic absorbed all of that spiritual energy like a black hole. The moment the main body fused with the avatar, the ancient god's tactic also underwent a change. In the first level of the ancient god's tactic, there was only devour. The second level was absorption. Devour and absorption are 2 completely different levels. Devour means that all types of energy that enters Wang Lin's body will be devoured and used by Wang Lin. This is a passive state. Absorption is an active state where one can absorb someone else's cultivation. In reality, the reason the ancient gods are so strong is because of the ancient gods' tactic they possess. Every ancient god, when they awaken after being born, have the ancient gods' tactic imprinted in their mind. As an ancient god, only after reaching the second level of the ancient god's tactic would they have strong attacking capabilities by using the ancient god's body to activate the second level of the ancient god's tactic. All of the spiritual energy within Miles would be absorbed and devoured by the first level of the ancient god's tactic, forming a loop. But the ancient gods' tactic was something that only belonged to the ancient gods. If Wang Lin had gotten the inheritance of power, he would be able to reach the second level, but with his current mortal body, it was too difficult. Although Wang Lin's ancient gods' tactic had some differences compared to the real second level, it was nothing. Time quickly passed, and it was now the day of Lin Yuan and Sun Jinwei's cultivation pair ceremony. On this day, the entire Cloud Sky Sect was filled with a festive atmosphere. There were no clouds within miles of the sect. The sky was blue and countless lights were flying toward the sect. Almost every sect and every cultivation family in the country of Chu were gathered here. All of the people that came were also elders and important members of each sect or family. This type of atmosphere was something only the Cloud Sky Sect could have. If it was any other sect, it wouldn't be possible. Because there were too many guests, the Cloud Sky Sect's defensive formation had been extended to cover the entire mountain range. Countless outer sect disciples had also been sent out on patrol while greeting all of the guests. It has to be said that Lin Yuan's position in the Cloud Sky Sect was quite unique. After all, she was one of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the sect. Sun Jinwei's position was also very well known. He was the son of an elder of the outer sect who was at the middle stage of nascent soul, and the only person in the last century who might break into late the stage and become one of the ancestors of the sect. In addition to all of this, the outer sect also had high hopes for Sun Jinwei. Once he reaches nascent soul, there will be a series of actions done to set him up as one of the candidates to become the next head of the outer sect. If his father successfully becomes a sect ancestor, then he will become the outer sect's sect head for sure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be paired up with Lin Yuan in the cultivation pair ceremony. In one sense, it was the inner sect's way of chaining down Lin Yuan, but also for the outer sect to pave the way for Sun Jinwei to become the outer sect's sect head. All of the visitors knew of this matter. It could be said that this ceremony was for the inner and outer sects to establish a closer relationship. After all, the Cloud Sky Sect was split into 2 parts. The inner sect practiced alchemy, while the outer sect practiced cultivation. Only because of these 2 working together has the Cloud Sky Sect reached the heights it has today. Sun Jinwei was wearing a long red robe. His tall and straight posture gave him a gentle, yet cool atmosphere. He was currently standing behind the elders of the inner and outer sect, welcoming guests. Although he was smiling, his eyes were still twitching. In fact, the closer it got to the day of the ceremony, the more nervous he got, as if there was some disaster coming. He felt that it was ridiculous to have this feeling. Today, almost all of the late-stage nascent soul ancestors had come out of their closed-door training to attend the ceremony. If anyone dares to cause trouble, the only road for them will be death, unless their cultivation level was spirit-severing. But Sun Jinwei didn't believe that a spirit-severing cultivator would step so low as to mess with the Cloud Sky Sect. And even a spirit-severing sect had to be wary of the giant demon sect that was behind the Cloud Sky Sect. As a result, Sun Jinwei couldn't find a reason to make him this nervous. He secretly smiled and thought he was overthinking matters. But although he said this in his mind, he kept thinking of the cold gaze of the person that was talking to Lin Yuan. At that moment, an old man in a gray robe was several steps in front of Sun Jinwei, looking at him. He took a few steps until he was before Sun Jinwei and whispered, "Jinwei, don't think so much. If that person who knows elderly shows up, then I will make him pay. No matter how powerful his cultivation is, it will be pointless. I have already discussed the matter with the sect head, so you can relax." The old man's tone was flat, but it contained a dignified atmosphere. This person was Sun Jinwei's father and an elder of the outer sect. Sun Jinwei respectfully replied. Although he could lie to everyone about Wang Lin's matter, he could not lie to his father. He had long told his father about his encounter with Wang Lin. When he heard that the sect head was involved, he felt very confident. When he raised his head to look at the sect head, he saw the old man with white hair turn around and faintly smile at him. This person was the outer sect's sect head, Lu Fei. This person's cultivation was very mysterious. It was said that he had taken a pill to hide his cultivation and was already at the late stage of nascent soul. Unless someone has higher cultivation than him by a step, it was very hard to see through his cultivation. Standing next to this old man was another white-haired elder. He was the head of the inner sect, Song Qing. Behind him was a group of people with varying levels of cultivation, but if they were in any other sect, they would become the head alchemist of that sect within a day. Haoran Sect's sect head, Sima Yunnan, and Elder Su Li are here to celebrate this occasion. A voice boomed from the distance, traveling all the way through the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain range. At the same time, 2 rainbows arrived together. The 2 rainbows landed inside the sect, revealing 2 figures. One of them was wearing a purple robe and was filled with an ancient atmosphere. This person was the Huayuan sect's head, Sima Yunnan. After he arrived, he let out a laugh and said, "Brother Song and Brother Lu, congratulations." Accompanying him was Su Li, who was wearing a light green robe. With Su Li's status, he couldn't talk, so he just clasped his hands and smiled. The outer sect's sect head, Lu Fei, laughed and took a few steps forward. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator Sima, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. If it wasn't for my sect sending out an invitation, I don't think I would have ever seen you again." The inner sect's sect head, Song Qing, rubbed his chin and said, "Old man Sima, you promised me a 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit. Did you bring it today?" Sima Yunnan laughed. "The two of you don't need to embarrass me so. Forget it, since your memory is so good. I did bring the Zhu fruit. However, I have a grandson who is about to form his core, so you better give me some 180 grain pills, or I'm not giving you the Zhu fruit." The three of them let out a laugh as they exchanged a few words with each other. Lu Fei waved his hand, and Sun Jinwei quickly guided Sima Yunnan to the main hall. Sima Yunnan carefully studied Sun Jinwei and said, "You really are a genius. So young, yet you have already reached the door to the nascent soul stage. Very good. Within 100 years, the Cloud Sky Sect will have another nascent soul cultivator." Sun Jinwei let out a gentle smile and said, "Senior is too kind. Junior doesn't deserve this praise." Sima Yunnan nodded and walked into the main hall with Su Li. There were several tables positioned within the main hall filled with fine wine and fruit. There were already many people inside the main hall, chatting with each other. After Sima Yunnan arrived, he couldn't help but talk to many other people along with Su Li. Sun Jinwei quietly took a few steps back and left the hall. After he left, Sima Yunnan and Su Li sat down near a table. They looked at each other and Sima Yunnan asked, with a voice transmission, "You said that person is hiding within the Cloud Sky Sect?" Su Li's expression remained normal and replied with a voice transmission as well, "Sect head, that is only my guess. It is not necessarily accurate. That person was filled with a demonic aura and disappeared around the Cloud Sky Sect. Also, 3 months ago, a mysterious person appeared in the Cloud Sky Sect and was able to escape under the pursuit of 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky Sect. According to the description from the spies, I believe it is the person I met. As for whether or not that person is hidden here, I'm not sure." Sima Yunnan pondered a little and thought, if this person is as Su Li says, then he must be a great evil from the Sea of Devils. The Cloud Sky Sect has attracted the attention of a great evil from the Sea of Devils. How could it not be a good thing for my Huayuan sect? Lu Yu Sect's Tianyi Zhenren and Elder Shi Tianlai came to celebrate this occasion. Another loud voice came, causing Sima Yunnan to look outside. At that moment, all of the sects and cultivation families were arriving. Aside from the big sects that were welcomed by Sun Jinwei personally, everyone else started to arrive in the main hall. Soon, the entire main hall became almost packed as they chatted with each other. Some of the less social people were sitting in corners by themselves or cultivating with their eyes closed. Surrounding the walls of the main hall stood a row of outer sect disciples who were all core formation cultivators or higher. They stood there with their backs as straight as pine trees as they looked straight ahead. Shortly after, Lu Fei and Song Qing walked into the main hall. Behind them were dozens of elders followed by Sun Jinwei. Among them was Li Yuan with a purple veil over her head. After they entered, all of the visiting guests of various sects and cultivation families stopped talking and turned to look at them. In the main hall, Lu Fei looked at Song Qing. He smiled and took a few steps back. Song Qing nodded. His gaze swept across the entire main hall, and he said, "Fellow cultivators, this is a day of celebration for my Cloud Sky Sect." He wasn't even able to finish speaking before the ground suddenly started shaking while a monstrous pressure appeared from underground. Under the pressure of this monstrous presence, all of the nascent soul cultivators in the hall stood up in terror. They all spread out their divine sense underground to see what was going on. Li Yuan's eyes revealed a tender look. She knew that Wang Lin had come. Chapter 225, Take this to refine a pill. In the chamber under the square outside the main hall, a crack appeared on the lid of the pill furnace Li Yuan made. With a loud bang, the crack extended from the lid down to the body of the pill furnace. At the same time, a ray of rainbow light leaked out from the crack. The light became brighter and brighter, and as the crack got bigger, the entire chamber was covered in the rainbow-colored light. At that moment, the chamber was like a fairy land, covered in endless rainbow-colored light. Another wave of cracking sounds came and more cracks appeared on the pill furnace, causing even more light to escape. A hand reached out from the pill furnace, and with a bang, the pill furnace exploded and scattered all over the chamber. A young man with flowing white hair floated out of the pill furnace, his body alternating between transparent and solid. His eyes were closed as countless circles of colored light gathered around his back. If one looked closely, whenever this person's body flickered to the transparent state, they could see a small person that looked exactly like him in his Danton. The little person was emitting a rainbow-colored light and looked very mysterious. His body kept changing between transparent and solid while emitting a great amount of pressure. After a long time, his body stopped changing and started to become more solid. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and, at the same time, the little person also opened his eyes. The little person's eyes no longer had pupils, but looked like they were replaced by red lightning. This wasn't just a single lightning bolt, but a cloud of red lightning. A destructive force came from the red lightning, and all of the rainbow-colored light in the room immediately dissipated as it escaped upwards. There were countless rays of red lightning wildly moving around the chamber. The shattered pieces of the pill furnace were instantly turned to dust. When the cultivators in the main hall above noticed what was happening, they all spread their divine senses out to check what was going on. However, the moment their divine senses went underground, they were repelled by a powerful pressure, causing them all to withdraw their divine senses in shock. The sky above the entire cloud sky sect changed as a powerful pressure burst forth from underground. It felt as if the entire cloud sky sect was shaking. Rainbow-colored clouds gathered in the sky, and the entire main hall started to tremble. All of the members of the different sects and cultivation families' expressions changed. A few of the people who had seen this before exclaimed, This is someone reaching the nascent soul stage." The moment those words were said, besides the nascent soul cultivators in the room, everyone else revealed looks of disbelief. It has to be said that reaching the nascent soul stage is a very important matter, and you would normally have someone guarding you during the process. Now that someone had just reached the nascent soul stage in the Cloud Sky Sect, the first thought everyone had was that the Cloud Sky Sect had just gained another nascent soul cultivator. Just when the surrounding sect and cultivation family members were about to express their congratulations, Sima Yunan let out a laugh and said, "Congratulations to the Cloud Sky Sect for obtaining another nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if I know this person? Why don't you invite that person here for us to see?" Song Qing and Lu Fei looked at each other, then turned around to look at the elders. All of the elders tried their hardest to think of who would be trying to break into the nascent soul stage right now, but couldn't think of anyone, so they all shook their heads. As a result, the two's expression slowly turned ugly. Song Qing's face was dark as he slowly said, "Sorry, fellow cultivator Sima. Even I'm curious as to who this cultivator is. If we can invite him out here, then we will be sure to let everyone meet him." There was a hint of darkness in his voice, especially the word invite. It had a very heavy tone behind it. The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators' eyebrows raised. If there was no one in the Cloud Sky Sect who was trying to reach the nascent soul stage, then this would turn into a very interesting situation. At the same time, all of the surrounding cultivators of the various sects and cultivation families felt a hint of regret. This person was really unwise in where they decided to break into the nascent soul stage. It seemed that the day that person broke through was also the day that they'd die. The Cloud Sky Sect's face was greater than everything. This person was definitely going to die? The Sky Cloud Sect's outer sect head's expression was extremely ugly. He forced a smile and said, "I want to see who has the guts to use my Cloud Sky Mountain to reach nascent soul. His nascent soul is mine." Lu Fei's face sank. He waved his sleeves and disappeared. At the same time, all of the nascent soul cultivators left the main hall. All of these people went out with bystander attitudes. It has to be said that with Cloud Sky Sect as the #1 sect in the country, it was hard to see something like this happening. As for the reason everyone gathered today, it seemed they all had already forgotten about it. Compared to reaching the nascent soul stage, the cultivation pair ceremony just couldn't compare. Just as they exited the main hall and walked into the square, the 7 heaven-stealing pill furnaces let out loud humming sounds. Then, the 7 pill furnaces all got pushed outwards, as if there was an invisible hand moving them. Large cracks appeared on the ground in the center of the square. A thick layer of cold air escaped from the cracks in the ground. The square suddenly became very cold. Although Sima Yunan's expression was normal, he was secretly shocked. This type of aura was not something a normal nascent soul cultivator could release. He turned to look at the others in the square. Although the 10 or more nascent soul cultivators all had calm expressions, their eyes all displayed how serious they were. Lu Fei let out a cold snort. He moved like lightning into the cracks in the ground as he shouted, "Fellow cultivator, used my Cloud Sky Sect to reach nascent soul. Do you think the Cloud Sky Sect can be pushed around?" Right after he entered the crack, a scream came from inside. This scream came from Lu Fei right after he finished his sentence and was filled with fear and panic. As a result, all of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators backed up. They all looked at the crack with serious expressions as if there was some ancient demon down there. Sun Jinwei's father, the gray-robed man, didn't back up, but charged forward. All of the other nascent soul cultivators in the Cloud Sky Sect also took out their magic treasures. At this point, Sun Jinwei had also left the main hall. Because he didn't have the ability to teleport like the nascent soul cultivators, he was naturally a step behind. Li Yuan slowly walked out as well. She looked at Sun Jinwei's back and let out a mocking expression. She then looked at the crack in the ground with a tender look. Just as the gray-robed elder was about to check the crack, he noticed Sun Jinwei and said, "Jinwei, go back inside. You shouldn't be out here. Since you already came, don't leave." A voice as cold as the chilly winds of winter came out of the crack. Sun Jinwei's body went soft as he fell to the ground. He was very familiar with this voice. This was the voice that had caused him to be so nervous lately. Then, a young man with flowing white hair floated out from within the crack. There was a shining purple star on his forehead. He was like 1,000-year-old unmelting ice. The moment he appeared, the surroundings got even colder. In his right hand, he held Lu Fei by his hair. As he rose up out of the crack, Lu Fei's pale face and closed eyes also appeared. At the same time, Sun Jinwei's father quickly backed up as he stared at the young man. All of the other Cloud Sky Sect's nascent soul cultivators' eyes also became cold. All of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators from other sects and families were all shocked besides Sima Yunana. They all quietly watched from the side to see how this would develop. After all, if even Lu Fei couldn't stand up against this person, then even if they all went up to help, it would be pointless. Songqing sucked in a breath of cold air. He waved his hand to an elder. Just as the elder took out a jade and sent it out, the white-haired youth turned to look at the elder and Songqing, revealing a mocking smile. Songqing's heart suddenly shook. He felt as if he was completely seen through. He only ever got this feeling when he met the sect's ancestors. He couldn't help but take a few steps back in horror. As for that elder, he was even worse off. He immediately dropped the jade and didn't dare to move. He felt that if he continued to try to send the jade over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Songqing took a deep breath. He looked at Lu Fei, who was in the white-haired man's right hand. After arriving next to Wang Lin, Li Yuan let out a smile like a flower blooming. At that moment, Li Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction in her heart. Wang Lin's gaze moved and landed on Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinwei's face was pale as he stared at Wang Lin. His normal gentle smile was long gone, replaced with hatred. Wang Lin softly said, "Die." The G realm immediately moved, and the entire square was instantly covered in an unimaginably powerful divine sense. All of the nascent soul cultivators took deep breaths. Their nascent energy almost went out of control as they trembled. This feeling left just as fast as it came. Sun Jinwei quivered. Then his eyes became unfocused. His body fell down and twitched a bit before becoming motionless. The gray-robed man stared at Sun Jinwei, dumbfounded, as his eyes became red. He quickly moved next to Sun Jinwei and took out a bottle from his bag of holding. However, his hands began to tremble until he threw away the bottle. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Why?" Wang Lin shook his right hand. Lu Fei's body trembled as he opened his eyes. His face was pale, and his cultivation was being suppressed by a mysterious force. His eyes were filled with rage as he shouted, "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why humiliate this old man?" Songqing's heart was very anxious. Although he didn't send any messages to the ancestors, they still should have noticed that something was wrong. Why were they not here yet? He took a deep breath. He knew that all he could do was stall for time. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, the Cloud Sky Sect didn't know that Elderly was your friend. I'm sorry for offending you. This is the Cloud Sky Sect's fault. How about you come with me to the main hall, and I'll try to make it up to Senior." With his age, how could he not know what had caused of all this? He secretly thought that the ancestors were really too nosy. Li Yuan was doing fine, but they had to mess with her, resulting in her friend coming. As for Sun Jinwei's death, he didn't mind it too much. In his mind, Sun Jinwei was only a core disciple of the outer sect. Wang Lin ignored Songqing, but pointed at the gray-robed elder and slowly said, "Today's business is my own personal affair. If anyone dares to intervene, don't blame me for being ruthless." The gray-robed elder let out a crazed laugh as he slapped his bag of holding, and 7 purple flying swords came out. The moment the flying swords appeared, they released a monstrous sword energy. He used his nascent soul cultivation to control the 7 flying swords to attack Wang Lin. Li Fei revealed a frustrated expression, but in the end, he sighed and didn't say anything. Before, when he entered the crack, he was surrounded by a powerful destructive force. He felt his nascent soul go out of control and knew that Wang Lin would only need a single thought to kill him. He hadn't felt like that in a long time. Not even the ancestors could make him feel like that. After all, Lu Fei's cultivation was already at the peak of mid-stage nascent soul, only one step from the late stage. Wang Lin's expression was still calm. As for the 7 flying swords flying toward him, he completely ignored them. His G realm moved again, and the flashing red lights appeared in his eyes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The gray-robed old man coughed out blood as his eyes became unfocused. His nascent soul crawled out from the top of his head and tried to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand and took out a bronze-colored mirror. Both of his hands formed a seal as he threw the bronze mirror. The mirror shone a green light that immediately landed on the escaping nascent soul. The nascent soul let out a scream as it emitted green smoke. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the bronze mirror. He held the nascent soul with a merciless expression as he waved his hand and wiped out the consciousness of the nascent soul. He handed the nascent soul to Li Yuan and said, "Take this to refine a pill." Li Yuan let out a sweet smile as she obediently put it in her bag of holding. She nodded and delicately said, "Okay, this should be able to make a high-quality spirit pill." The surroundings became very quiet. The people inside the main hall also appeared in the square, and they all saw what had just happened. None of them dared to breath too loudly as they looked at Wang Lin. Suli was among them, and he quickly lowered his head to cover up how shocked he was. As for the surrounding nascent soul cultivators of the Cloud Sky Sect, they were all angry, but none of them dared to speak as they looked at Wang Lin with dread. The nascent soul cultivators of the other sects all backed up even more. They decided that no matter what, they wouldn't get mixed up in this. Shortly after the gray-robed man was killed, Wang Lin moved without any hesitation. He waved his right hand, and Lu Fei's body was forced to follow him closely by an invisible force. Wang Lin hugged Li Yuan as he charged toward the closest elder of the Cloud Sky Sect. The elder's expression immediately changed as he attempted to teleport. However, just as he was teleporting, he felt an unimaginable pressure surrounding him, as if he was being played around with by a giant hand. He suddenly coughed out blood as he was forced out of his teleportation. He felt a cold sensation in his abdomen. As he looked down, he saw that his nascent soul had already been taken. At that moment, Wang Lin's figure had already moved on to the next elder. All of the nascent soul cultivators moved back and took out various magic treasures to attack Wang Lin. Nascent soul cultivators were not to be taken lightly. They all had their own dignity. If they were fighting one-on-one, they might run, but when they were fighting many against one, even if that one's cultivation was very high, they would still dare to fight. Of course, the most important thing was that these elders knew that the ancestors would be here soon. However, they still had to hesitate a bit when using their magic treasures because Lu Fei was so close to Wang Lin. As a result, their attacks were a bit slow. Just at that moment, 5 powerful divine senses appeared in the depths of the Cloud Sky Sect. Soon, 5 figures shot out from deep within the mountains like meteors. Their speed was so great that they arrived several times faster than if they had used teleportation to get to where Wang Lin was. In almost an instant, the 5 of them arrived in the sky above the main hall square. "Stop!" An angry roar came from the sky like the roaring wind. Although their speed was great, Wang Lin's speed was even greater. His figure hadn't stopped for a second as he hugged Li Yuan while killing all of the Cloud Sky Sect's elders. Wang Lin's G realm repeatedly flashed. The red lightning also moved madly inside his eyes. In an instant, Wang Lin killed 3 more nascent cultivators while they were still unprepared. Wang Lin gave the nascent souls to Li Yuan for alchemy. Even if their nascent souls attempted to escape, they wouldn't escape the chase of the bronze mirror. As a result, of the 9 nascent soul cultivators the Cloud Sky Sect had, including Lu Fei and Song Qing, 5 of them had already been killed. As for Lu Fei, whether he was alive or dead was unknown. At this point, only 3 nascent soul cultivators were left, including Song Qing. The 3 nascent soul cultivators were standing back to back, revealing horrified expressions. In reality, if these nascent soul cultivators swarmed Wang Lin and attacked all at once, even if Wang Lin somehow managed to kill them all, he would be heavily wounded. That was why Wang Lin didn't charge in, but waited for someone to come to investigate first. Then, he took the opportunity to use his powerful cultivation to shock everyone. That was why he didn't kill Lu Fei or anyone else at first. He used this shock to allow Li Yuan to safely arrive next to him. After that, he wouldn't have any worries left. For this battle, Wang Lin's goal was to cause shock and awe. He used the shock created the moment he killed Sun Junwei's father as an opportunity to start killing. All of this was so that these nascent soul cultivators couldn't group up and attack. At the same time, Lu Fei was his ace. If they grouped up and attacked, then he would immediately use Lu Fei as a meat shield. The reason he didn't kill any outsiders was to prevent them from interfering. After his display of power, all of the other nascent soul cultivators were already filled with fear. After killing 3 people, Wang Lin stopped and looked up into the sky. He saw 5 white-haired elders looking at him with eyes filled with rage. Chapter 226. Leave the country of Chu. One of the old men waved his sleeves without a word. Suddenly, countless dark clouds appeared in the sky. If one looked closely at the clouds, they would notice that they were made of thumb-sized insects. All of them gathered together caused the wind to smell fishy. The nascent soul cultivators of the other sects immediately recognized this black cloud as one of the Cloud Sky Sect's ancestors, Cheng Baoyang's famous treasure, purple ink insect. Not only did the purple ink insects contain a very deadly poison, their skin was very thick. Normal treasures wouldn't be able to harm them. Once you were surrounded by them, it would only take them a few breaths of time to completely devour you. Not even your bones would be left behind. In addition, even if a cultivator was able to avoid them, as long as one insect managed to bite them, then it would be hard to avoid death. These insects' poison was ranked 184th in all of the known poisons in the cultivation world. It has to be said that the top 100 poison are almost all extinct, so just talking about the purple ink insect was enough to make people pale. When rank 4 countries visited the Cloud Sky Sect, they would beg for some of the purple ink insects. These insects were rare treasures even in rank 4 countries. The moment the black clouds appeared, Wang Lin threw Lu Fei to the side. He slapped his bag of holding and held the restriction flag in his hand. Under Wang Lin's control, the restriction flag grew larger and surrounded him and Lim Yuan. At the same time, Wang Lin's G realm moved. The powerful pressure returned again, causing the 5 Cloud Sky Sect ancestors' expressions to suddenly change. They quickly took out various treasures to protect themselves. The G realm formed a flash of red lightning as it penetrated through the black clouds and charged toward Chun Baoyang's brow. Chun Baoyang was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, so he could feel that this red lightning contained the power to destroy everything it hit. In that moment of crisis, his body quickly moved backward. His eyes suddenly widened as his hand formed seals, and his nascent soul appeared above his head and started to form seals as well. Layers of defenses were formed to block the red lightning, but the red lightning broke through every layer with ease. Cheng Baoyang didn't hesitate. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. His nascent soul spat out nascent soul essence as he shouted, "Blood shield." In an instant, the blood and nascent soul essence fused together to form a blood bead. The red lightning arrived in a flash and entered the blood bead. Chun Baoyang shouted, "Illusion break." His white hair moved without any wind, and a rift in space appeared next to the blood bead. Black light flooded out of the rift as the blood bead, along with the red lightning inside, were sucked in. The moment the blood bead entered the rift closed. Chun Baoyang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had just arrived at the door to hell and did a 180. If he was any slower, he would have died. The 4 nascent soul cultivators behind him all showed signs of fear. Wang Lin still hadn't spoke a word as he watched Cheng Baoyang. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Late-stage nascent soul cultivators weren't like the rest of these cultivators. This was the first time his G realm was stopped by someone. Cheng Baoyang took a deep breath. His expression was serious as he sullenly said, "What a powerful treasure. But now that the treasure has been sent into the dimensional rift, I want to see what other techniques you have. Purple ink insects, devour that person along with that bitch." Chun Baoyang waved his right hand, and the black cloud immediately charged toward Wang Lin and Lim Yuan. Lim Yuan revealed a surprised expression. She touched her bag of holding and was about to counterattack when Wang Lin said, "No need." With that, he waved his right hand. Suddenly, the space before him tore open. Following the sound of the space tearing, a bolt of red lightning shot out of it and disappeared into Wang Lin's hand. At the same time, the restriction flag around Wang Lin expanded until it had trapped all of the purple ink insects inside. Rays of restriction light kept shining inside. No matter how much those purple ink insects struggled, they couldn't escape the restriction flag. Chun Baoyang's face was pale. He stared at Wang Lin and said, word for word, "Who the hell are you? With your ability, I don't think you're doing this for a mere alchemist. Please tell us your purpose." Wang Lin calmly said, "I want the Cloud Sky Sect." Cheng Baoyang let out a hysterical laugh. He said, in a mocking tone, "You are too arrogant. Even if the 5 of us can't defend against your red lightning treasure, if we team up, we can still seriously wound you." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin raised his hand, and a red line appeared on his hand. The moment the red light appeared, the sky suddenly changed and red clouds seemed to gather. This scene was very similar to the divine retribution lightning in the Sea of Devils. Cheng Baoyang immediately stopped talking. He stared at the red line as he sucked in a cold breath of air. At that moment, the 4 nascent soul cultivators behind him moved up and stared at the red light. One of the ancestors, a fairy-like old man, suddenly said, This is that. With that, he looked up at the red clouds in the sky. His face revealed a horrified expression. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, That is right. Even with my cultivation level, if the 5 of you attack me at once, even if I could manage to kill a few of you, I would still be seriously injured. But if I use this treasure, the result will be different. This is divine retribution lightning. I'm really curious if the 5 of you together can defend against this divine retribution lightning. Wang Lin was finally able to push the sliver of divine retribution lightning out of his body when he reached the nascent soul stage. Although he couldn't refine it to a treasure, he could still use it to call the divine retribution lightning as his ace. The 5 people suddenly became silent. They didn't doubt that this was real because the pressure it gave off and the slowly gathering red clouds showed that it had the power of divine retribution. The old man looked at the red line with dread and slowly said, We must discuss this matter first. Please wait. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, You can, but, when he said that, he threw the red line into the sky. Red clouds quickly gathered around it. The 5 of them looked at the sky and revealed panicked expressions. As he tossed up the red thread, Wang Lin's body charged forward with his G realm flashing out again. Following close behind it was the restriction flag. The 5 nascent soul cultivators' expressions suddenly changed. They were able to back up, but they were a step too late. The G realm landed on Chun Baoyang, and this time, he didn't have time to resist. The him that had always been on guard showed a gap in his defense when Wang Lin threw up that divine retribution lightning. Chun Baoyang's face became pale and his eyes became unfocused, but he was still a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and was able to use his cultivation to direct the G realm's destruction to his consciousness. His body suddenly fell onto the ground, and he began to cultivate. He couldn't be bothered with anything else anymore. If he was any slower, he would have died. Even now, he wasn't sure if he could stop the destruction of the red lightning in his soul. Song Qing and the other elders quickly arrived next to Chun Baoyang to protect him. Closely following the G realm was the restriction flag, which arrived before another nascent soul cultivator and surrounded him. The cultivator's expression was gloomy, but as long as he wasn't up against the red lightning, he wasn't too afraid. But just as he was about to rush out of the darkness, everything suddenly went black. He realized that he must have entered some sort of restriction. All of this happened too fast. In almost the same instant Wang Lin threw out the divine retribution lightning. He attacked Chun Baoyang with his G realm and trapped another cultivator with his restriction flag. As a result, there were only 3 people left. Wang Lin waved his hand at the red line that went into the sky. It returned to his hand once more. Wang Lin stared at the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and slowly said, Now that there are only 3 of you remaining, even if you team up, I'm confident that I can kill you all one by one. The 3 ancestors' faces became gloomy. One of them looked at Chun Baoyang, who was sitting there cultivating, and at the other one, who was trapped in the restriction flag. His heart couldn't help but sink. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he coldly said, Give me your soul blood, or else. The fairy-like old man took a deep breath and slowly said, I have cultivated for more than 1,300 years and have never given anyone my soul blood. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he softly said, I don't have any grudges against you, but since you don't want to give me your soul blood, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, Wang Lin pointed at his brow, and the devil Su Ligua and the second devil came out. After the 2 devils came out, they looked around and turned their gazes toward the 3 nascent soul cultivators. At the same time, Chun Baoyang, who was cultivating on the ground, fell over. An ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect had died. The moment he died, the 3 nascent soul cultivators' expressions sank. One of the ancestors hesitated for a bit, then sullenly said, If I give my soul blood to you, it would be the same as death. I might as well risk it and fight you. That way, even if I die, I won't have any regrets. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, Give me your soul blood. After 500 years, I'll return it to you. The old man revealed a struggling expression. After a long time, he sighed and said, I hope you won't break your promise. With that, he regrettably looked at his friends as he pointed to his brow, and a drop of gold blood appeared. After Wang Lin received the blood, he landed on the ground and remained silent. The fairy-like old man let out a bitter smile and looked at the other ancestors. One of the other ancestors looked at Chun Baoyang's body and sighed. Fine, fine. With that, he pointed his finger to his brow and handed over his soul blood. He sat down on the ground and began to cultivate with his eyes closed and no longer bothered with anything else. At this point, only the fairy-like old man remained. He pondered for a while, then pointed at the person trapped in the restriction flag. He said, with a bitter smile, "Could you please not kill Yun Tianzi?" Wang Lin waved his right hand. A crack immediately appeared in the restriction flag, and Yun Tianzi quickly flew out. Yun Tianzi's face was dark. Just as he regained the ability to speak, he noticed that something was off. After looking around, his expression greatly changed. The fairy-like old man sighed, and quickly sent a voice transmission to Yun Tianzi. Yun Tianzi's expression became unsettled as he looked at the fairy-like old man. The two pondered for a while. Both of their faces were bleak as they gave Wang Lin their soul blood. As a result, of the 5 ancestors of the Cloud Sky Sect, 1 died and 4 surrendered. Song Qing was covered in cold sweat. His mind completely was blank, and he didn't know what to do at all. As for Lu Fei, his eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't expect that even the ancestors wouldn't be able to handle Wang Lin. Was the Cloud Sky Sect really going to change masters? After Wang Lin got the soul blood, his gaze landed on Song Qing and Lu Fei. He said, with a forceful tone, "All core formation cultivators must hand over their soul blood. No exceptions." Song Qing's body quivered. He quickly nodded and handed over his own soul blood. As for Lu Fei and the other 2 elders, they quickly handed over their soul blood as well. Finally, Wang Lin's gaze landed on the cultivators from the other sections. His eyes were as cold as ice as he said, "I won't see you all off." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They quickly said their goodbyes and left the Cloud Sky Sect. Soon, there were only a couple of people left. Wang Lin's expression was normal. He hugged Li Yuan and quickly moved toward the southern courtyard. In a few breaths, they arrived at the southern courtyard and entered Li Yuan's house. Just as Li Yuan was about to speak, Wang Lin's face suddenly went pale, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood as his body trembled uncontrollably. Li Yuan was shocked. Wang Lin took deep breaths and quickly said, "I need to go into closed-door training for a few days. Wan Er, please guard me." With that, Wang Lin's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared inside Li Yuan's room. After he entered the room, he pointed his finger at this brow and he entered the heaven-defying bead. Once inside, he sat cross-legged. His face was pale without a trace of blood as he sat there, cultivating with his eyes closed. In reality, Wang Lin wasn't able to successfully enter the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have killed everyone in his way, taken all of the pills, and left the Cloud Sky Sect with Li Yuan instead of going through the trouble of getting everyone's soul blood. In the past 20 days, after his avatar consumed the rank 6 pill, it managed to reach the nascent soul stage and even reached the peak of early stage nascent soul. Up until this point, there weren't any problems. However, when his avatar fused with his main body, a problem occurred. Everything started out as he had planned. His avatar fused with his main body and started to help his main body break through to the nascent soul stage. However, he really underestimated the difficulties of breaking through the bottleneck of the G realm. How many other geniuses have been trapped by the limitations of the G realm and were unable to break through? It can be said that it is an impossible task for the G realm to have a breakthrough, because the G realm is really just another form of divine retribution. How can a mere mortal affect the power of the heavens? Even cultivators don't have that power. That power belongs to the heavens. During the final stages of the fusion process, Wang Lin was unable to make his main body reach the nascent soul stage. Under desperation, he forced his avatar to shrink until it sat in his main body's dantian as a nascent soul replacement. Although this method enabled him to temporarily raise his main body's cultivation level to nascent soul and allowed his G realm to reach nascent soul level power, it couldn't last. Every time he used his G realm, it used up a lot of his avatar's nascent energy and his own divine senses power. The G realm was no longer his own power and now acted more like a treasure instead. In order to use a treasure, he must use spiritual power. However, to use the G realm, not only did he have to use a lot of spiritual power, he also had to use his divine sense and his nascent soul energy. Although the situation was frustrating, it was not without its benefits. When his avatar fused with his main body, the 30-year lifespan of the avatar naturally disappeared. Now, there was no real difference between this main body and avatar. If there really had to be a distinction, then his nascent soul was his avatar and his body the main body. To be precise, his cultivation level was currently at the peak of early-stage nascent soul, and the G realm was his last resort. If it was not so, the Cloud Sky Sect would not have a tomorrow. Using the G realm multiple times in a row used up a lot of nascent soul energy, which was the cause of his injuries. After sorting out the spiritual energy in his body and consuming a large amount of pills, he finally stabilized himself. This recovery took a full 7 days. However, in the real world, only a day had gone by. After exiting the heaven-defying bead space, Wang Lin's eyes shined. Although his G realm had changed to a magic treasure-like existence, he at least finally broke through the core formation stage and reached nascent soul. It was time to go back to the country of Zhao for revenge. Almost the instant he reappeared inside the room, Yuan opened the door and entered. She stood next to him and whispered, "Are you feeling better?" Wang Lin looked at Yuan with a tender gaze. His hand stroked Yuan's hair as he said, "It wasn't anything serious. Did something go wrong when you reached the nascent soul stage?" Yuan looked at Wang Lin with a concerned look and continued, "Wang Lin, I want the truth. I want to know everything about you. I hope you can tell me. Is that okay?" Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at Yuan and saw the seriousness in her eyes, so he slowly said, "Okay, you would have known about this sooner or later. I'm not from the country of Huayuan. In fact, I was born in a place from away from here, in a rank 3 cultivation country named Zhao." In a calm voice, Wang Lin explained everything that had happened in the country of Zhao and the current state of his own body. He said everything so calmly, as if he was telling a story about someone else. Yuan's eyes unknowingly became red. She never would have guessed that Wang Lin had such a story behind him. After a long time, Yuan bit her lower lip and whispered, "You are now going to return to the country of Zhao?" A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He nodded and said, "This time, when I return, I'll make the rivers flow with the Teng family's blood. You should come with me as well." Yuan's brow tightened. After pondering for a while, she said, "Every time you use your G realm, it uses up a lot of your nascent soul energy. This is not a long-term solution." She raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. She revealed a determined expression and said, "I want to stay at the Cloud Sky Sect. Only here will I have the materials and conditions to practice alchemy. If I can make a rank 6 pill, it could help your current situation a lot." Wang Lin became silent. He looked at Yuan and asked, "Are you sure?" Yuan seriously nodded. She let out a smile and said, "Just give me the soul blood of those nascent soul cultivators, then you won't have to worry about my safety. Don't worry. Wan has been in the Cloud Sky Sect for a long time, and I can take care of these things myself. I want to turn the Cloud Sky Sect into a sect that makes pills just for you." Wang Lin looked at Yuan. He frowned and asked, "If rank 4 cultivation countries come, what will you do?" Yuan let out a smile full of contempt and said, "Those rank 4 countries don't care who the Cloud Sky Sect belongs to. As long as we give them the pills, there will be no problems. Wang Lin, I assure you that I can manage this on my own." Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was never an indecisive person. Since Yuan had already decided, he didn't attempt to change her mind anymore. After pondering for a while, he pointed his finger at his brow and the second devil came out. The second devil respectfully bowed at Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with admiration. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "From now on, you have to always stay near Yuan. Don't you forget it." The second devil looked at Yuan and nodded. It turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into Yuan's brow. Yuan was stunned. She suddenly remembered the devils Wang Lin had talked about before and couldn't help but to become curious. She thought about the second devil and it came out of her brow. She really adored this beast-shaped devil. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin was still worried, so he waved his hand and took out his most powerful restriction flag. He handed the flag to Yuan and said, "If you use this treasure properly, even if you meet a spirit-severing cultivator, you can still protect yourself. If there is any danger, I will know through my connection with the devil. If anything happens, I'll return as soon as possible." Yuan looked at Wang Lin. She didn't reject it, but obediently took the restriction flag and carefully put it away. After all that, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and instantly swept across the entire Cloud Sky Sect. After he found Song Qing and the 4 ancestors, he sent a message telling them to all gather here. Before long, all of the nascent soul cultivators in the Cloud Sky Sect had shown up. Some of them had given their soul blood directly to Wang Lin, and some of them had Yuan receive theirs while Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation. It could be said that the entire Cloud Sky Sect was in Wang Lin's hands. With just a thought, he could kill them all. In front of all those people, he took out the soul bloods and handed them to Yuan. The four ancestors revealed surprised expressions. After looking at Lim Yuan, they didn't say a word. As for Song Qing and the elders, they relaxed a bit. Compared to Wang Lin, they found it easier to accept Lim Yuan. After all, Lim Yuan was originally an elder. Lim Yuan received the soul bloods and looked at the people of the Cloud Sky Sect. She let out a sweet smile and delicately said, "This little girl will take care of the Cloud Sky Sect for her husband. I hope seniors will take care of me. For ancestors, your status is very noble, so please don't take the matter of the soul blood to heart. After 500 years, Wan Air will return it for sure. I hope that ancestors won't mind these 500 years. I'll even make pills that will increase your lifespan as an apology. Although the refining process is difficult and the materials are hard to find, I will make one for each of you every 50 years. With each pill, your lifespan will increase by 50 years. The fairy-like old man's expression changed. He asked, in a deep voice, "Increase lifespan?" The other three also raised their eyebrows. It has to be said that lifespan was a very important matter to them. Although pills that can increase lifespan exist in the cultivation world, they are all rank 6 pills, and the price for them was too heavy. I have 5 of them here. The 4 of you can check them out. Lim Yuan smiled and took out a bottle. She poured the pills out and handed them over to the elders. The fairy-like old man looked at the pills, then looked at the 2 other ancestors before their gazes fell on Yuan Tianzi. Yuan Tianzi seriously looked at the pill. He looked it up at Lim Yuan and asked, "You refined this pill?" Lim Yuan faintly smiled. "I refined this pill, but the materials were provided by my husband. These pills were refined from the spirit liquid." Yuan Tianzi pondered for a while. He looked at Wang Lin and exclaimed, "Fine. You giving our soul bloods to elderly means that you are about to leave. As long as we get these pills, then we promise her safety for 500 years. Wang Lin nodded and said, "Very good." Lim Yuan's beautiful eyes turned and landed on Song Qing and Lu Fei. She smiled and said, "Why hasn't Martial Brother Ouyang come?" Song Qing looked at Wang Lin and quickly said, "He is currently refining a pill. He said that if you can give him all of the rank 5 pills for him to use on sacrifice refining, then what's the big deal of handing over his soul blood?" Lim Yuan chuckled and said, "Brother Ouyang is a rank 5 alchemist like me. If he wants them, he can have them. It is only rank 5 pills." With that, Lim Yuan looked at Wang Lin and explained, "Of the 3 rank 5 alchemists in the Cloud Sky Sect, besides Wan Air and Ouyang, the third is Senior Yuan Tianzi." Wang Lin nodded. He didn't say a word as he watched Lim Yuan deal with everything. With Lim Yuan's knowledge of the Cloud Sky Sect, she managed to comfort all of the nascent soul cultivators. She was very beautiful and her voice was very gentle. So with her comforting words and pills as gifts, the resentment in their hearts for having to hand over their soul bloods decreased a lot. Of course, those were not the main reasons. The main reason was that their soul bloods were already in her hands, so there was no point in resisting. Now that Lim Yuan gave them a way back down, they weren't going to keep being stubborn. After all, Wang Lin's cold gaze constantly swept past them. Shortly after, everyone scattered. After everyone left, Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Sit down and cultivate. Back then, your essence took damage, making it impossible for you to reach the nascent soul stage. I'll give you a helping hand." Lim Yuan bit her lower lip and nodded as she sat down cross-legged before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding, and the 6 remaining bottles of spirit liquid flew out. The 6 bottles broke and the spirit liquid inside gathered together. Wang Lin grabbed with his right hand, and the spirit liquid slowly entered Lim Yuan's body through her forehead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he quickly used his nascent soul cultivation to help Lim Yuan's body recover from the injury she took back then. Only Wang Lin could do this. Besides him, no one else would have this much precious spirit liquid. Also, no one other than him would use something this valuable to heal someone's body. After 2 hours, Wang Lin was done. After spending a few more months in the Cloud Sky Sect, Wang Lin kept collecting the spirit liquid. While replenishing his own stock, he also left some for Lim Yuan. In addition, Cheng Baoyan's purple ink insects were put away in a bag of holding in case he needed to use them in the future. Also, because he gave the restriction flag to Lim Yuan, he decided to take these few months to make another restriction flag with one of his remaining 2 ink stones. This time, he decided to make a pure attack restriction flag. However, making a single property restriction flag takes a very long time. It usually takes a long time to think of different restrictions to place on the flag. After several months, the restriction flag was close to completion, but Wang Lin feared that it would attract divine retribution once it was completed, so he hesitated and didn't place down the last restriction. As a result, it couldn't display its full power, but because it was a single property restriction flag, although it hadn't reached the first level, Its attack power was only slightly weaker than Wang Lin's previous restriction flag. On an early morning, Wang Lin walked on the wind, holding the pills Li Yuan had given him after she checked through all of the pills the Cloud Sky Sect had in stock and left the Cloud Sky Sect. At the top of the main hall stood a woman. Her gaze was filled with tenderness as she watched Wang Lin's figure disappear. She didn't know what month and year it would be when they would meet again. Originally, Li Yuan was going to leave with Wang Lin, but she was a very considerate woman. She knew that if she was around Wang Lin, she would become a burden to him, so she decided to stay in the Cloud Sky Sect to practice alchemy. As a result, her position in his heart would only increase. Chapter 227, Meeting an Old Friend Again. Wang Lin flew as fast as lightning. In almost no time, he arrived back at the ancient transfer array. He had surrounded the place with restrictions before he left. After checking and making sure that nothing was off, he quickly shot out a restriction. The scene before him suddenly blurred. Ripples appeared as if a stone was dropped into calm water. Soon, the ancient restriction appeared. Wang Lin's body disappeared and reappeared inside the transfer array. After a long time, he frowned. He waved his sleeves and slowly descended alongside the city wall. As soon as he landed, two people walked out of the city. One was a male and the other a female. The male had a slightly hunched back and was constantly coughing. His whole person seemed small and even felt like he couldn't walk properly. The female next to him was the exact opposite. Not only was she beautiful, but she also seemed very bright and exuded the aura of a female hero. Both of them wore blue robes. They looked like they were from the same sect. After the two appeared, the white-robed middle-aged man's frown disappeared, and he said, "Did something happen?" The girl lightly snorted. She stared at the sickly guy next to her and said, "It's all because of him. I had already found a store that was going to buy the beast core, but he had to go and exchange it for a crappy sword sheath." The middle-aged man let out a surprised sound. He looked at the sickly man and asked, "Brotherly, what kind of sheath? Would you let me see?" The male named Li let out a bitter smile. He waved his hand, and a very ordinary-looking sheath appeared in his hand. He said, "I found this sheath to be very strange. I feel like it contains a very special aura, so I had to buy it. Forget it. This time, it's all on me. Just subtract the cost from the next time we split the profit." The girl snorted again. She stared at the sheath and muttered, "What kind of broken sheath costs a low-quality spirit beast's core?" The middle-aged man named Zhao waved his hand, and the sword sheath flew into his hand. After seriously looking at it, he nodded and said, "This sword sheath is indeed strange. Brotherly might not have been completely wrong." With that, he returned the sword sheath. The girl turned to the man named Zhao and seriously said, "Okay then, let's go. Brother Zhao, I want to confirm. Are you sure you know where the 8-clawed beast is?" The man named Zhao smiled and nodded. He touched his bag of holding, and a giant boat appeared in the air. He jumped onto the boat and sat down. The other two followed and sat down in the boat as well. The boat's speed was very fast. It formed a trail of rainbows and disappeared into the distance. During the flight, besides the man named Zhao, the other two both sat there, cross-legged and cultivating. This was not the first time they had ridden this boat, but every time they did, they had to cultivate to focus their spiritual energy, or there was no way they could withstand its power. A look of contempt flashed across the face of the man named Zhao. Although those two were at the late stage of core formation, their foundations were really bad. Back when he was at the late stage of core formation, he had no problem sitting on this boat. Back in the days, when he was at the late stage of core formation, there weren't many cultivators at the same level that could resist him. After all, both his divine sense and techniques were far above the average cultivators. Then, there were his magic treasures. Combined with his combat experience, they made him almost unbeatable. He once thought that he was the strongest person under the nascent soul stage. He thought all of this until he met one person. A white-haired and cold-hearted young man. His eyes lit up as the image of that person appeared in his mind. After a long time, he let out a grin and thought, "Brother Wang, after swallowing that nascent soul, I have successfully reached the nascent soul stage. I don't know if you succeeded or not. If not, then when we meet again, I will have to pay you back." After 4 days, the boat stopped above a wasteland. The male named Li and that heroic female opened their eyes. A cold light flashed across the girl's eyes and she said, "Brother Zhao, where is the 8-clawed beast?" Zhao Siping took a deep breath. Without a word, he took out a palm-sized piece of mud. He inserted spiritual power into the mud, causing it to release a fishy smell. This smell was very thick as it slowly spread. Even when the wind blew past it, it wasn't able to blow it away. Soon, the smell spread wider and wider. Then, a scream that sounded like a baby's cry suddenly came from the distance. Zhao Siping's gaze focused on something in the distance, and he moved the boat toward that direction. At the same time, the girl revealed an excited look and said, "The mud in Brother Chiu's hand is indeed magical. There is indeed an 8-clawed beast there." Chiu Siping's expression was normal as he said, "I have been tracking this beast for a long time, so I know its habits. If it wasn't for my cultivation level being too low, I would have already caught it. This time, I will have to bother the two of you." The girl raised her chin and said, "Of course. Brother Chiu is only at the mid-stage of core formation. Just leave the killing of the beast to us." With that, she charged off the boat. As for the sickly man named Li, he bitterly smiled and quickly followed her. Chiu Siping sneered in his heart. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, it was simply too easy to hide his cultivation from 2 core formation juniors. If it wasn't for the fact that killing this beast required poison that had to be made on the spot with the beast's spit, he would not have brought them here. He leisurely followed them as the girls' shouting transmitted from the distance, and flashes of light from magic treasures could be seen. The 8-clawed beast was really just a giant octopus in the Sea of Devils. This beast's cultivation was already not low, and with the help of the Black Rain, it gained intelligence. It had now reached the level of a low-quality spirit beast. But this 8-clawed beast was very strange. Even nascent soul cultivators would have a headache against it. Although a nascent soul cultivator would have no problems defending against one, the 8-clawed beast's skin was as tough as a mid-quality spirit beast's. Unless someone was at the late stage of nascent soul, they wouldn't be able to hurt it. As a result, all of the cultivators that hunted wild beasts didn't like it. When they spotted it, they would move far away from it. However, the 8-clawed beast was a very attractive prey. Unlike other wild beasts, it had 8 cores. Adding on to that, the Enchanted Palace's poison technique was very effective against this beast. Hunting this beast had become one of the main activities for the Enchanted Palace. All of the disciples were happy to hunt them. Chiu Siping already made up his mind. Once these 2 core formation juniors kill the beast, he will kill them for the cores. But just at that moment, a giant divine sense swept past the area. The 2 that were fighting the 8-clawed beast and were about to extract some spit suddenly stopped as they revealed uncertain expressions. What was even more strange was that thanks to the scan of that divine sense, even the 8-claw beast trembled. It was after all an animal, so it was naturally sensitive to spiritual power, and he could feel a terrifying power from this divine sense. This caused it to let out a roar. It retreated and hid inside a cave, trembling and not daring to come out. Chiu Siping was the most keen of all of the people present. After all, he was at the early stage of nascent soul. The moment the divine sense swept by, he felt as if he had been completely seen through. Not only that, he could also feel his nascent soul going out of control, as if it was going to leave his body. This feeling caused his expression to change greatly. He remembered those few spirit-severing eccentrics that removed the Black Rain. The man named Li took a few steps back. He put away his treasure and became very respectful. Even the girl, who was normally unafraid of anything, became meek as she quietly stood next to the man. "Fellow cultivator Chiu, long time no see." Chiu Siping was surprised. He asked, "Senior knows me?" At the same time, a white-haired youth slowly headed over. Although he looked very slow, in the blink of an eye, he appeared 10 feet before everyone. Chiu Siping gawked at the person. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It's you." This person was Wang Lin. His gaze swept past the man named Li and the girl, then fell on Chiu Siping as he let out a faint smile. With his mind, he could easily see through Chiu Siping's scheme. Brother Chiu is really in a good mood. With your nascent soul cultivation, you're playing around with 2 core formation juniors. Very interesting. Wang Lin's words were slow, but when they were heard by the man and woman, it was like lightning, making them startled. Those 2 weren't dumb. After hearing Wang Lin's words, their faces immediately darkened. The 2 of them looked at each other, then looked at Wang Lin with grateful expressions as they clasped their hands. They slowly backed away, then shot off into the distance. Chiu Siping let out a bitter smile. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he took out a small drum from his bag of holding. He tapped the drum, and 2 almost invisible black threads charged into the distance. The black threads were very quick. Just as the black threads were about to catch up, a green light appeared, tracking the black threads. When the green light disappeared, the 2 had already disappeared without a trace. Chiu Siping's expression was very ugly. Although he hated Wang Lin's guts in his heart, he took a deep breath and said, "Fellow cultivator, long time no see." Chapter 228, Receiving Favor. Wang Lin looked at Chiu Siping. He faintly smiled and said, "Those 2 juniors are from the Magic Enchanted Palace. Brother Chiu should be careful from now on." Chiu Siping bitterly smiled. That girl was fine, But the man was a core disciple of the magic enchanted palace. If he really let them get away, it wouldn't just be a bit of annoyance. He probably won't be able to take a step into any city controlled by them. But now was not the time to think about those two. Currently, the person before him was giving off an immense pressure, causing him to be very cautious. Wang Lin's current strength made his skin crawl. Wang Lin slowly said. However, with their late-stage core formation speed, if Brother Chiu quickly chases after them, you might still catch up. Chiu Siping sighed and clasped his hands. Brother Wang, say what's on your mind. Although our relation isn't deep, we still have been through a bit together. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Do you have a map of the Sea of Devils? He asked. Chiu Siping was stunned. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, I don't have a map of the Sea of Devils. If Brother Wang wants one, you can try the treasure pavilions in the main cities. You might have some luck there. A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. The reason Wang Lin didn't kill Chiu Siping was because he was a schemeful person. It was very easy to kill him, but very hard to make him tell the truth. If Wang Lin threatened him with death, the chances of receiving the truth was very low. So when Wang Lin saw Chiu Siping, he decided to stop him from killing the two juniors to create a sense of urgency in him. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he calmly said, Oh, really? Then Brother Chiu should come with me to the city. It won't be too late for you to search for them after I obtain a map. Chiu Siping pondered for a while and sighed. Wang Lin's scheme was too deep. It all started the moment casually appeared and pointed out Chiu Siping's cultivation level to allow the two juniors to escape. All of this was within Wang Lin's calculations, and Chiu Siping unknowingly stepped into Wang Lin's scheme. It looked like Wang Lin purposely forced Chiu Siping into a situation where he had to kill the two juniors, then save them to force Chiu Siping to tell the truth. Also, the aura that Wang Lin was emitting hinted that if he decided to stay stubborn until the end, then Wang Lin wouldn't mind killing him. With this approach, it was much easier to make someone give in as opposed to threatening their life. Chiu Siping gave Wang Lin a complex look. Without a word, he took out an empty jade. He placed the jade on his forehead and began to imprint a map based on his memories. After a short period of time, he handed the jade to Wang Lin and said, This contains all of my map knowledge of the Sea of Devils from all of the years that I have traveled through the country. There might be some mistakes, but not too many. If there's nothing else, Brother Wang, I'm leaving. Wang Lin took the jade. He didn't check it, but clasped his hands and smiled. Many thanks, he exclaimed. Chiu Siping was stunned. He looked at Wang Lin and asked, You're not going to check it? Wang Lin faintly smiled and responded, Is there a need? Chiu Siping pondered for a bit. He let out a laugh and said, Brother Wang, goodbye. With that, he clasped his hands and backed up. After backing away a distance, he shouted, Brother Wang, I wouldn't give you false information to cheat you. You can rest assured. With that, he teleported away. Wang Lin held the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. The jade contained a very detailed map of the inner sea, but not much about the outer sea. Within the area of the inner sea, there were even locations of ancient transfer arrays. Wang Lin didn't believe that there were no lies on this map, but he wasn't going to rely solely on this map to travel the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin's intent was to find a complete map if possible, but if that proves to be impossible, he will get as many of these incomplete maps as possible. Once he compares them, the lies will be easy to spot. According to Wang Lin's understanding of the Sea of Devils, Repeated Ink City was about 10 days north of his current location. Repeated Ink City was one of the 99 major cities of the Sea of Devils. The smaller cities in the outer sea just can't compare. Another reason Wang Lin decided to go to Repeated Ink City was that according to the map provided by Chiu Siping, there was an ancient transfer array 300,000 miles from the city. During his flight toward the city, Wang Lin collected the core of every beast he passed by. If he met a high-quality spirit beast, though, he went around it. 7 days later, Wang Lin became more and more alarmed as he saw the situation in the Sea of Devils with his own eyes. He didn't think that in just a few years, the wild beast would become so rampant in the Sea of Devils. Just on his way here, he had already seen 2 high-quality spirit beasts who were on par with spirit-severing cultivators. Fortunately, both beasts were cultivating inside their own territories. Unless Wang Lin purposely bothered them, they wouldn't chase him. Wang Lin's harvest was very good on the road to the city. He obtained many cores on the way. All of them were instantly devoured by the ancient god tactic and absorbed by his nascent soul. Wang Lin arrived at the location of the ancient transfer array. His eyes lit up as he floated in the air and stared at the valley below him. This place was very quiet. There wasn't even any trace of beasts sent here. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he spread out his divine sense. He didn't find anything abnormal, but there was a weird feeling nagging him. After pondering a little, he pointed his finger at his brow and an ape-shaped devil came out. This was the devil he had refined from the soul of the spirit ape, his third devil. In the last few days at the Cloud Sky Sect, Wang Lin had gained full control of this devil. The ape was a low-quality spirit beast. Now that it became a devil, it was even stronger. Although it couldn't devour nascent soul cultivators yet, it could easily devour core formation cultivators. The moment this devil appeared, it let out a roar. Its figure became blurry as it charged into the valley. It swept through the valley and found nothing strange. Just as it was about to return, a giant mouth opened on the side of a cliff. At the same time, a large suction force tried to pull the devil in, but it was not a solid existence, so it easily escaped. The mouth on the cliff slowly closed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and took out the poison sword he got from Hunchback Meng. He quickly charged toward the closing mouth on the cliff and slashed downward. Sounds of rocks crumbling reverberated throughout the area. Wang Lin frowned. He quickly used his divine sense to control the sword to float around him as it hummed. Wang Lin stared at the closed cliffside. After pondering for a while, he formed a seal and said, "Ice flame, appear." A blue flame appeared from within Wang Lin. This flame was formed when Wang Lin completed the underworld ascension method. When he reached the nascent soul stage, this flame was infused with his nascent energy and became even stronger. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the area dropped. At the same time, the ice flame quickly moved and floated forward. The moment the flame touched the cliff started to move strangely. It formed a human face and tried to swallow the flame. But the moment it touched the ice flame, a thin layer of ice started to spread on the cliff. In a few breaths, the entire cliff was covered in ice and the face's expression was frozen solid. Wang Lin looked at it for a bit and was very surprised. This must be a beast that can live inside the cliff and can even turn into human form. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin suddenly moved and entered the valley. There was indeed an ancient transfer array inside the valley, but it was too damaged to use. He took out a piece of jade and recorded the ancient transfer array. After doing all of this, his body disappeared and reappeared in front of the cliff. He waved his right hand, and the ice condensed back into the ice flame and returned to his hand. Shortly after, the face on the cliff started to move again. Its eyes were fixed on Wang Lin as it let out hostile growls. The more Wang Lin looked at it, the most interested he got. The beast wasn't very strong. Only a low-quality spirit beast, so about as strong as a late-stage core formation cultivator, but its ability to hide itself was amazing. Wang Lin goes into closed-door cultivation a lot. If he could have a beast like this guarding him, it would be great. Sadly, this beast's cultivation was limited, but Wang Lin had a lot of cores inside his bag of holding. With them, he could push this beast's cultivation quite a bit. With that, he formed a seal with his hand and started to chant. He shouted, "Break." The moment the technique landed on the cliff let out a rumbling sound as cracks appeared all over it. The cracks grew larger until the cliff collapsed. The moment the cliff collapsed, a dark figure shot out to the south. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and locked onto the beast. He saw a strange beast with a very long mouth. This beast gave off a very creepy feeling, especially its mouth, which was at least as long as a person and looked very deadly. Wang Lin rubbed his chin, then casually chased behind it. He pointed his finger to his brow, and the devil Su Ligua came out to chase it with him, and the third devil. Su Ligua let out a few roars. The moment he came out, he looked very excited, but as soon as he saw the strange beast, he stopped and secretly thought, "Was there a mistake? What is this? How is it even uglier than number 2? I should let that idiot, number 3, go. If the beast is weak, then I'll go and steal the credit." Chapter 229, Mosquito Beast. The ape devil turned into a blur and charged at the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast flapped its wings once and instantly got away from the devil. Wang Lin clearly saw everything from a distance. He slapped his bag of holding and a bronze mirror came out. He threw out the bronze mirror and formed a seal. A ray of green light suddenly shot from the mirror and landed on the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast's body suddenly stopped, but a dark gas quickly started to come out of its body. The moment that green light touched the dark gas, the green light turned to stone. Su Ligua was shocked. He secretly thought that the beast was indeed strong and that he was lucky he didn't go up himself. He secretly backed up when Wang Lin wasn't paying attention and decided that unless Wang Lin forced him, he wouldn't go after the beast. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he became even more interested in the beast. He changed to a different technique and shot it at the bronze mirror. The mirror suddenly started to turn until the back of the mirror faced the mosquito beast. Soon, an image of the mosquito beast quickly appeared on the back of the mirror. In just a few breaths, the image let out a few roars and charged out from inside the mirror. The beast from inside the mirror unleashed a gust of wind and shot toward the mosquito beast. If you place the two side by side, it would be hard to tell them apart. This beast's roar caught the attention of the mosquito beast. It turned around and saw the copy of itself created by the mirror, and its mouth turned red. Instead of continuing to run away, it turned around and charged at the copy. Soon, the two arrived near each other. Waves of gray dust flew out in all directions as the two flew around each other, trying to stab each other with their proboscises. Wang Lin stood at a distance and carefully watched the battle between the two beasts. The gray dust seemed to be some sort of technique used by the beast, and its proboscis was its weapon. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's hand moved across the bronze mirror, and the beast formed by the bronze mirror suddenly slowed down. The mosquito beast caught the copy and mercilessly stabbed it with its proboscis, then started sucking it dry. The copy let out a roar before turning into a green light and returning to the mirror. The animal was stunned, but quickly let out a few roars. The mosquito started at Wang Lin as its mouth turned red again. However, it didn't attack Wang Lin. After a bit, it turned around to escape. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and he said, "Going to run?" With that, he waved his right hand, and a small flag appeared in it. There was strong killing intent coming from the flag. This was the single attribute restriction flag. This was Wang Lin's most powerful treasure, and even he didn't dare to refine it to the first level of completion, because if the restriction flag were to reach the first level, divine retribution would strike, and without the protection of the clouds from the Sea of Devils, there was a high chance the flag would turn to dust. As a result, he only reached 98 groups of restrictions before stopping. The beast had already gained some knowledge. The moment it noticed the flag, it was horrified. It quickly moved its wings to fly faster. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he held the restriction flag in his right hand. He waved the flag, and a restriction shot out. The restriction flew like a meteor toward the mosquito beast. In almost the blink of an eye, the restriction caught up to the mosquito beast. The shock in the beast's eyes turned to horror as it released dark gas to block the restriction. However, the gas couldn't compare to the offensive ability of the restriction, so the restriction landed on the mosquito beast without any hindrance. The beast immediately quivered and fell from the sky. Wang Lin caught the beast. Wang Lin was already very careful with the restriction flag and only used 20% of its power. However, he still underestimated the power of a single attribute restriction flag. With just 20% of its power, it was able to injure a beast with power equal to that of a late-stage core formation cultivator. The mosquito lied on Wang Lin's hand with multiple injuries on its body. It was bleeding purple blood, there were cracks on its proboscis, and its eyes were becoming cloudy. The mosquito beast was near death's door. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell between the beast's eyes. Then, he took out a few pills from the Cloud Sky Sect and fed them to the beast. After the beast took the pills, its body suddenly shook and released waves of gray dust. Slowly, the injuries on its body healed, and even the crack on its proboscis recovered. Shortly after, it made a full recovery and flew out of Wang Lin's hand. It circled Wang Lin a few times and let out a few helpless hisses. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a core. The beast's eyes suddenly lit up. It immediately pierced the core with its proboscis. The core shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and quickly disappeared. The beast's body shook and swelled up quite a bit. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and looked at the beast for a while. He took out a bag of holding and took out all of the cores that were inside it. He gave them to the mosquito beast. The beast's eyes contained a hint of frenzy as it quickly devoured the cores. Every time the beast devoured a core, it would increase in size. Compared to before the beast devoured the cores, it was twice as big. After consuming dozens of cores, the mosquito beast's body was about the size of a calf. As a result, the small hairs on its black body became even more visible. Its wings were more than 10 feet long and created gusts of wind every time they moved. Its proboscis was becoming even thinner and sharper, giving off a very eerie feeling. Even when Wang Lin looked at it, it made the hairs on his body stand. Wang Lin could determine that in the entire trip so far, he hadn't met a beast like this one yet. When this beast was small, its main method of attack was releasing the gray dust, but once it became large, no matter how Wang Lin looked at its proboscis, it was its real weapon. Wang Lin jumped and landed on the beast's back. He sent a message to the beast with his divine sense. The beast's wings suddenly opened and it flew away as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from where they were. Wang Lin could feel the strong wind blowing against his face. It was clear that after devouring all of the cores, not only had the mosquito beast's body gotten larger, but its speed had also increased. Wang Lin envied Qiu Siping's boat. Although he could create tornadoes with small beasts, they were not as fast. But now that he had the mosquito beast as a mount, it was even faster than Qiu Siping's boat. Even compared to his own flying speed, it was not far behind. Chapter 230, Killing for a Token. The wind was blowing on his face as Wang Lin rode on the beast. On the way, all beasts that were above high quality had their cores taken and devoured by the mosquito beast. While they were flying, Wang Lin spent a long time searching through the ancient god's memories. In the end, he found an ancient beast called Mosquito Beast that kind of matched this one. However, no matter if it was size or power, the current beast was much weaker than the one in his memory, but the proboscises were very similar. In the ancient god's memories, the ancient god had only seen the mosquito once. It was at a deserted star system. There were no cultivators living in that system, and it was surrounded by gray gas. 2C was there looking for materials for a treasure. Even with how powerful the ancient gods were, he almost lost his life there. The reason was a mosquito with a very long proboscis. At first, there were only a few and only at the rank of top-quality desolate beast. However, as he went deeper into the system, more and more mosquito beasts appeared, until they formed a sea of mosquito beasts. If the beasts came one by one, then they weren't that big of a deal, but when they started coming in hordes, they became a problem. The mosquito beasts seemed to have a mysterious link with all each other. This would even cause their abilities to increase. As a result, even the ancient god struggled to escape alive. After he escaped, he pondered for a while and decided not to go back. The reason was, when he escaped, countless more mosquito beasts appeared from the nearby planets, making even Tussi's scalp go numb when he looked at them all. Wang Lin looked at the beast below him, especially at its proboscises. Even if this beast wasn't the mosquito beast in the memory, it must be related in some way, or how else could it have the same proboscis? With this in mind, Wang Lin didn't do much during this trip. He always watched coldly in the distance as the beast fought with other beasts. Only in moments of life and death did Wang Lin act to save the mosquito beast. As a result, although there were some delays, the strength of the mosquito beast kept increasing. 8 days later, Wang Lin finally arrived at the city. There were large and small buildings covering the city, with countless cultivators inside them. Around the few transfer arrays inside the city, there are even more cultivators. It has to be said that there were a lot of beasts inside the Sea of Devils right now. Only those that had reached a certain cultivation level, or those traveling in small groups of 3 to 5 dared to go outside of the city. Most of the cultivators decided to spend a few spirit stones to travel via transfer arrays. That way, at least their safety was assured. As Wang Lin was closing in on the city while standing on top of the mosquito beast, the guards of the city saw them. They all sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the creepy mosquito beast that made the hairs on their bodies stand up. Wang Lin stood on the beast and didn't pause at all as he entered the city. The moment he entered the city, 3 divine senses reached toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned, and he suddenly disappeared. The moment he reappeared, he was already inside the city, and the mosquito beast was inside his bag of holding. As for his cultivation, he deliberately disguised it as mid-stage foundation establishment. With his powerful soul, unless someone was at the spirit-severing stage, they couldn't see through him. The moment he disappeared, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The 3 were dressed exactly the same. The only difference was the color of their clothes, which were black, white, and red. The black-clothed man's expression was serious as he looked over the city and said, "This nascent soul cultivator doesn't seem to want to be known. Forget it. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, I don't want to have any trouble with him either." The other 2 looked at each other and disappeared. They didn't know that this entire time, Wang Lin's divine sense had been locked onto them. After they left, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and walked within the city. There were many shops inside the city, but after looking through many shops and stands, he couldn't find one that had a map for sale. After walking for a while, he stopped before a 3-story building and smiled. The name of the building was Treasure Refining Pavilion. Wang Lin still remembered that old man from all those years ago. He thought that that old man must have found the small beast Wang Lin transferred the restriction to. Wang Lin sneered in his heart and didn't enter the building. He was confident that if he met the old man again, he would have the power to escape, unlike last time, where he couldn't even run. As he was walking, his eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a shop selling jades. On the plaque outside the shop, he noticed a faint trace of spiritual power. This spiritual power was very faint. Only people who had reached the nascent soul stage could see it. If someone was below the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't be able to notice it at all. With Wang Lin's experience in the Sea of Devils, he had heard that besides the public shops, there were secret exchanges within large cities as well. These secret exchanges often had a minimum requirement on one's cultivation. Only after one had reached a certain level of cultivation could they join. Wang Lin looked at the shop for a bit. Just as he was walking toward the shop, his expression changed as he noticed a youth running toward him. This youth was very handsome, but looked very nervous, and as he ran, he kept looking behind him. Behind him was a middle-aged man who quickly chased after the youth with an evil look on his face. The middle-aged man quickly caught up and tried to grab the youth. The youth tried to dodge and ran into Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body flashed to the side and got out of the way. The youth staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. After he fell, a purple jade fell from his hands. The jade was pure purple and was about the size of a fist. The youth's face revealed a horrified expression. He quickly grabbed the jade and clutched it in his hand. At that moment, the middle-aged man arrived, and because Wang Lin was in his way, he waved his hand to move Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. He took a step back and got out of the way of the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man revealed a surprised expression, but he still looked angry as he said, "You dare to block this grandpa's path?" Scram. Wang Lin calmly looked at this person. He could see that his cultivation level was only mid-stage foundation establishment. This person's spiritual power was very thin. Clearly, he was forcibly raised to this level via drugs. After the middle-aged man saw that Wang Lin didn't respond, he let out a cold snort and looked at the youth. He viciously said, "Little brat, you sure are brave. You dare to steal your grandpa's jade." The youth's body quivered. Although his face was filled with horror, he still dared to say, "You're lying. This is my family heirloom." The middle-aged man let out a laugh. He stepped up and kicked the youth. He easily grabbed the jade from the youth and said, "So what if I have my eyes on it? What can you do? And I'm not stealing, I'm buying. Here." With that, he threw a low-quality spirit stone onto the ground. The youth smashed into the ground under the middle-aged man and coughed out a lot of blood. His face was pale as he stared at the middle-aged man with hatred in his eyes. At that moment, a few of the people passing by turned to look, but after they saw the middle-aged man, they all quickly turned around and left. Wang Lin took one look and ignored what was happening as he walked toward the shop. Wang Lin knew what the purple jade was. It was a refining material that could be sold for about a mid-quality spirit stone. As for that middle-aged man's foul language, if it was the Wang Lin from before, he wouldn't have let the middle-aged man go. But as his cultivation increased, Wang Lin couldn't really be bothered to correct such an insignificant person. However, although he didn't want to cause trouble with the middle-aged man wanted to cause trouble with him. After taking the purple jade, the middle-aged man was feeling even more arrogant. He turned around and saw Wang Lin leaving. He shouted, "Before, I told you to scram, not walk." As he was speaking, he walked forward and waved his right hand to slam against Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin paused for a step and turned around. He glared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's hand immediately stopped as he saw the glare. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. Scram. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he turned around to leave. At that moment, an old man walked out of the shop. The old man looked at Wang Lin once and didn't bother looking at him anymore as he started to wipe the plaque. The middle-aged man's face was pale. He looked around and saw that there were many people gathered now. He clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding. A flying sword came out, and he shouted, "Go!" The flying sword was as fast as lightning, and because the distance was very short, it instantly arrived before Wang Lin. However, just before the flying sword reached Wang Lin, it strangely broke in half and fell to the ground. Wang Lin turned around. This time, he decided to kill. He waved his hand, and a restriction quickly shot out and landed on the middle-aged man's forehead. The middle-aged man's body shook as he let out a miserable cry. His body turned into a puddle of blood, leaving behind only his bag of holding and that purple jade, which he didn't have time to put away. The youth from before stared at the purple jade. He quickly grabbed the jade from inside the pool of blood, then carefully looked at Wang Lin for a bit and quickly ran away. The surrounding people revealed shocked expressions and quickly left the location. The old man also frowned as he saw Wang Lin calmly walk toward the shop. He said, "This shop is not open to the public. I'd like to ask fellow cultivator to leave." Wang Lin's face sank. He pointed at the faint spiritual energy on the plaque and asked, "If it's not open to the public, why is this mark here?" The old man was stunned. He quickly became respectful and said, "Please excuse me, senior. Please come inside and we will talk." After entering the shop, the old man made a strange expression. He sighed and said, "Senior, the exchange here will only open in 3 days. Junior suggests you leave the city as soon as possible." Wang Lin calmly asked, Did the person I just killed have a strong background? The old man hesitated for a while. He nodded and didn't say any more. At that moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept across the city from the eastern side and left a message saying, "The thug that killed my disciple, come out now." The expression on the old man's face suddenly changed. He looked at Wang Lin with a pleading expression and begged, "Senior, please pity this old man and leave. If that person blames me, I really can't withstand it. Also, all of the tokens for this exchange have been given out, so even if Senior comes back in 3 days, you won't be refused access to the exchange." Wang Lin stood up and calmly asked, "Does the person who just sent out that message have a token?" The old man was stunned and subconsciously nodded. When he regained his senses, his expression changed, but when he looked at Wang Lin was already gone. In the sky above the city floated a towering bald man with a giant python wrapped around his body. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a fierce-looking face, and wore a sullen expression. On his body, he carried rows of bags of holding, and each of them emitted waves of pressure from the spiritual power inside. This person was one of the guardians of Lin City. He was originally in closed-door training, but after he saw his disciples' soul blood dissipate, he became furious. Enraged, he came out of closed-door training and sent out that message to try to find the killer. In order to prevent the killer from running away, he sent people to block the gates of the city. He had also gotten the description of the killer from the witnesses, so he spread out his divine sense to search the entire city. But the more he searched, the more doubtful he became. He had already searched the entire city multiple times, but that person seemed to have just disappeared into thin air. He had even searched the secret shop, but still couldn't find that person. So, out of anger, he sent out that divine message. The way he saw it, that person must have used some secret technique to escape, so sending out that divine message was only to vent his anger. However, what he didn't expect was that almost the same moment he sent out the message, a youth appeared 10 feet away from him. This person had a head full of white hair and was very handsome. Exactly the same as the description of the killer. The bald man's pupils immediately shrank. He backed up and immediately suppressed his anger. Although he looked very rude, he was a very cautious person. How would he have reached his current cultivation level and status otherwise? Seeing that the youth appeared by teleporting and the fact that he couldn't find the youth after many scans of the city, he came to one conclusion. The youth not only was a nascent soul cultivator, but had a higher cultivation level than him. After Wang Lin appeared, he didn't say a word. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his restriction flag. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he shouted, "Scatter!" The restriction immediately moved and started to spread rapidly, covering the sky. In a few moments, the entire city was covered by the restriction flag and made the whole city very dark. The bald man's expression changed, and he groaned on the inside. He quickly opened his bag of holding and released swarms of insects. The insects gathered and surrounded the bald man. At the same time, he quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding." Wang Lin interrupted him with a cold snort. He pointed his finger at the bald man, and 9 black dragons formed by the restriction flag charged toward the bald man. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the bronze mirror appeared in his hand. He raised the mirror, and it shot out rays of green light. The restrictions were very powerful. The 9 dragons came from different directions and crashed down. The insects surrounding the bald man almost instantly disintegrated as they touched the dragons. The bald man was horrified. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, he felt like he was going to die. The youth's strange magic treasure terrified him. He thought for a moment, then quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood. His body glowed blood red as he quickly backed away. He knew that if he stayed inside of this treasure, he would have no chance of winning. The only choice he had was to quickly leave the range of this treasure and fight outside of it. Seeing that he was about to charge out of the darkness, he had a happy light in his eyes, but just at that moment, 9 more dragons formed by the restriction came to him from all directions. Wang Lin already knew that the bald man would do this, so the bronze mirror above his head instantly shot out a ray of green light that covered the bald man. The figure of the bald man couldn't help but pause for a split second, and at that moment, the 9 dragons landed on him. In this moment of crisis, the bald man opened his mouth and took out a trident. He spun around with the trident, and the 9 dragons were destroyed. However, because of this, he was immobile for a while. Although he finally broke free of the green light, there was green smoke coming from his body, and he looked very weak. Almost the instant he charged out of the green light, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his nascent soul appeared above his head with a look of horror and quickly ran away. Below, a strange black sword pierced through the bald man's body's chest. Wang Lin let out a cold smile while standing in the distance. He waved his hand, and the black sword teleported back to him. All of this happened in a very short period of time. From the moment Wang Lin appeared and the bald man's nascent soul escaped from his body, it had only been a few breaths of time. At that moment, the expressions of all of the nascent soul cultivators who were watching this battle changed. The three other guardians of the city quickly flew out. However, they didn't dare to enter the darkness, but stood outside of it, ready to give their friend's nascent soul a hand. The bald man's nascent soul quickly ran away with a horrified expression. He saw his three friends and knew that if he could get to them, he would survive. He never thought that he would have angered a monster who would attack him without even listening to him. He forgot that he was trying to avenge his own disciple and became hesitant after finding out that Wang Lin was a nascent soul cultivator as well. If Wang Lin was any weaker, the bald man would have brutally killed him without a word. Seeing that he was about to exit the darkness, he revealed a look of joy. However, the three friends suddenly revealed shocked expressions and charged towards him. The bald man was stunned, but he suddenly felt a giant gust of wind. He subconsciously raised his head only to see that a beast had appeared above him, sending out gusts of wind. The most noticeable part of this beast was its creepy and dangerous-looking proboscis. At that moment, 99 restrictions came out of the restriction flag and blocked the path of the three nascent soul cultivators. The three cultivators couldn't help but pause for a moment. The restriction left as quickly as it came. After it disappeared, the scene before the three of them was something they could never forget. They only saw that beast's dangerous-looking proboscis stab into the head of the bald man's nascent soul. The bald man's nascent soul started to become smaller and smaller until he was completely devoured by the mosquito beast. A few strips of gold appeared on the beast's original greenish, black body. After looking at the three nascent soul cultivators with a cold gaze, it beat its wings and quickly returned to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the restriction flag and bronze mirror. The bald man's bags of holding and trident all landed in his hand as well. After he examined the bags with his divine sense, he took out a token with the word secret on it. Then, he looked at the three nascent soul cultivators and disappeared without a word. Many people in the city watched this fight, including many nascent soul cultivators who were here for the exchange. Because Wang Lin easily and cleanly killed the bald man, he left a deep impression in all of their minds, especially the restriction flag and the beast that devoured the nascent soul of the bald man. Even with their experience, they couldn't recognize what the beast was. Even the three guardians that were friends with the bald man didn't dare to go argue with Wang Lin. After all, in the Sea of Devils, strength was everything. Also, they needed to report this to the Duke of Lin City. However, the Duke was almost always in closed-door training, and this matter might just be left as it was. After all, the youth's strength didn't seem any weaker than mid- or late-stage nascent soul. The three of them looked at each other. After letting out a collective sigh, they left. Wang Lin appeared back at the secret shop, and he threw the token at the dumbfounded old man, then said, "Now I have a token." Chapter 231, Location of Zhao. Wang Lin stayed at an inn inside the city for 3 days. During this time, many people came to visit him. He put away his usual indifferent attitude and got to know many people. Most of these nascent soul cultivators weren't from the city. They came to participate in the secret exchange. Wang Lin's battle with the bald man caught all of their attention. After all, strength was what mattered in the Sea of Devils, and Wang Lin was able to easily defeat the bald man. His display of strength was what made all of these nascent soul cultivators personally come to visit. The 3 days passed, and it was now the day of the secret exchange. That morning, a core formation cultivator came and politely gave Wang Lin an invitation. Then, the core formation cultivator led Wang Lin to the shop. After the old man from the shop saw Wang Lin, he quickly became very respectful. He carefully led Wang Lin to a wall, then tapped it a few times. After that, the walls rippled like calm water that just had a stone dropped into it. After doing all of that, he took out a robe and gave it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood there, but didn't step forward. He sent his divine sense inside. He found that there was a separate space inside with a very beautiful loft. There were 7 or 8 cultivators inside, all wearing the same robes. Some were sitting by themselves while others were talking to each other. When Wang Lin sent in his divine sense, only a middle-aged scholarly-looking man opened his eyes. No one else seemed to have noticed Wang Lin's divine sense. This scholarly man was also the only person who wasn't wearing a robe. The scholarly man's expression remained the same, but a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Wang Lin was startled. When he scanned everyone with his divine sense, he found that everyone present was at the early stage of nascent soul, everyone except the scholarly man. Although the scholarly man seemed like he was at the early stage of nascent soul, in reality, he was already at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul and was only one step from the spirit-severing stage. Wang Lin didn't know what technique this person cultivated, but the scholarly man's divine soul had to be very powerful to be able to detect Wang Lin. After withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Lin took the robe and put it on. Then, without a word, he walked into the wall. When he appeared inside the new area, he found a table to sit down at by himself and closed his eyes. This action immediately caused the few cultivators who wanted to talk to him change their minds. Although Wang Lin's eyes were closed, his divine sense was keeping close track of the scholarly man. From the moment he walked into the room, the scholarly man was constantly staring at him. After a while, several more cultivators came. All of them were wearing one of those robes to hide their faces, and some were even surrounded by a black fog. After seeing this, Wang Lin realized that these people didn't want anyone to recognize them. If they revealed who they were, then when they showed off their treasures, it would cause them a lot of trouble. However, many cultivators here weren't hiding their faces. It seemed they were confident in themselves and weren't afraid of revealing their identities. But Wang Lin still had doubts in his mind. How could there be so many nascent soul cultivators gathered here, in this small shop in Lin City? He secretly looked around and saw more than 30 tables around. Could there be more than 30 nascent soul cultivators participating in this secret exchange? Although he had some doubts in his heart, his expression was completely calm. Wang Lin waited for a bit longer. After some time has passed and no more cultivators arrived, an old man that was sitting in the front got up. He coughed once and said, "This secret exchange is hosted by 3 cities, so there are more people than normal. But since everyone here is looking for something, I believe that you will find what you need. I'll go first." With that, he took out a bag of holding and dumped out several cores and magic treasures. The treasures released large amounts of spiritual power, showing how powerful they were. He slowly said, "These cores are from mid-quality spirit beasts. As you all know, these beasts are equal to late-stage nascent soul cultivators in strength. These magic treasure are all made from the bones of mid-quality spirit beasts, especially this bell. I'll only take spirit stones for these items." The items just floated before the old man. If anyone was interested, they only had to wave their hand, and the item would immediately fly into their hands. No one was afraid that anyone would steal in these secret exchanges. After all, this room contained powerful restrictions. If anyone dared to steal and run, they would only be looking for death. Wang Lin gained all of this information from the people he talked to during the past 3 days. The moment he heard that this exchange was hosted by 3 cities, he understood that this place was a special space. There must have been many shops spread throughout the 3 cities, and the cultivators only had to pick one of them to enter here. As a result, the safety of the participants would be guaranteed. After waiting for a long time, one cultivator traded spirit stones for the bell. No one else made an offer. Soon, it was the next person's turn. Slowly, various magic treasures, pills, and scrolls were displayed. All of them had high prices that it just showed how precious the items sold here were. Any one of these items could be placed at the highest floor of the treasure refining pavilion and be sold at an astronomical price. Most of these cultivators here only exchanged. The things they liked the most were pill and treasure materials. Of course, if there were complete pills and treasures, they were good too. After that was spirit stones. If it was before the fog surrounding the Sea of Devils disappeared, then there wouldn't be much use for spirit stones. Their value was low as they were only sometimes needed for cultivation. After the fog disappeared and beasts begun to cover the Sea of Devils, people started to use transfer arrays more and more. There were 2 types of transfer arrays. One was ancient transfer arrays, made by ancient cultivators. Only a few remained and many of them were damaged, so very few could be used. Depending on the amount of spirit stones used, they could teleport someone at least 1 million kilometers away. However, to use them, you have to use a top-quality spirit stone, so no one in the Sea of Devils could use them. After all, top-quality spirit stones were almost extinct. Even if someone had some, very few people would be willing to use one on a transfer array. The other type was normal transfer arrays. These were much simpler. Their cost ranged from 10 low-quality spirit stones to less than 100 mid-quality spirit stones. At most, they could teleport several hundred kilometers. Because they were so cost-effective, they were the preferred method of travel among cultivators. But as a result, the consumption of spirit stones increased, and so did their value. After a number of exchanges, it was now the turn of a cultivator wearing a raincoat. His head was lowered as he said, with a hoarse voice, "I don't have many things to sell, only some ancient texts. If any fellow cultivators are interested, you can exchange for them, but due to the nature of these texts, I can't allow you to have a closer look." With that, He slapped his bag of holding, and 7 or 8 pieces of jade flew out. The colors of these jades were all very faded, and some of them even had cracks. They each released an ancient aura, showing how old they were. Surrounding these jades was a shield of green light. Clearly, this was a technique used to prevent people from checking inside them. This is an ancient beast catalog. This is ancient cultivator world's secret text. This is an ancient transfer array production recipe. This is, I will only take cores of mid-quality spirit beasts. 5 cores for one of them. With that, he waited for the people to inquire about the texts. All of the people in the room frowned. Even 5 of those jades for one mid-quality beast core wasn't really worth it. How could the reverse be true? In reality, the man in the raincoat also sighed. He really didn't have anything to sell besides these jades either. He found them in the cave of an ancient cultivator. The ancient cultivator was very poor and only had these jades. The first time the man tried to sell them, he didn't set the price too high, but after being ignored in so many exchanges, he decided to go for a sky-high price. He thought that these things were useless to most people, and for someone that really wanted one, they would buy it no matter the price. In fact, he guessed correctly. The moment Wang Lin heard about the ancient transfer array production jade, his heart started pounding. He never thought that he would find the jade about ancient transfer arrays that he had been working so hard to find here. Without a word, he waved his right hand and broke the shield around the jade that contained information about the ancient transfer arrays and took it. The man wearing the raincoat was shocked and his face suddenly became ugly. He knew that the green light wasn't strong, but to so easily break it was not something he could do. He believed that not even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators could break it so easily, meaning that the only explanation was that this person was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After taking the jade, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and put it away. At the same time, he took out 5 cores of mid-quality spirit beasts. The man wearing the raincoat quickly caught the cores and let out a sigh. He didn't pursue the matter about breaking the green light. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was interested, he put away the pieces of jade. The moment Wang Lin acted, 3 other cultivators started to pay extra attention to him. One of them was the scholarly man. The other 2 had their coats on. Their eyes lit up when they raised their heads. After a short period of silence, another cultivator walked up to present his items. Soon, it was Wang Lin's turn. At this moment, everyone became silent and turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's actions revealed that his cultivation was not simple. These cultivators were very curious about what Wang Lin would sell. After pondering a little, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. Several mid-quality spirit beast cores and a few treasures he never used flew out. Seeing that Wang Lin only brought out some very common items, they became very disappointed. However, their expressions all remained the same. After all, each of them had reached the nascent soul stage. Having cultivated for so long, they were very skilled at hiding their expressions. Wang Lin slowly said, "I'd like to trade for a map of planet Suzaku. The more complete, the better." The moment the words came out, the expressions of all of the cultivators became strange. After a long time, one of them said, "Fellow cultivator, with just these things, it would be very hard to trade for a map. I'm afraid you won't even be able to trade for a map of just the Sea of Devils." Wang Lin calmly said, "Oh, then what do I need to trade for a map?" The scholarly man let out a warm smile and said, "Fellow cultivator must be new to the Sea of Devils, so I'll explain it. Not just the Sea of Devils, but for any cultivation country, a map is very important. After all, planet Suzaku is simply too large. If you don't have a map, you won't know where to go. As for the Sea of Devils, it is even more important. A copy of the map of Sea of Devils would cost 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, and no one would even take low-quality or mid-quality spirit stones. With just fellow cultivators' treasures, it is simply not enough. As for the map of planet Suzaku, it's not something any individual can own. If fellow cultivator wants, I have a map of the Sea of Devils. However, it is only a low-quality one with a lot of unexplored areas." Wang Lin pondered a little and asked, "Does fellow cultivator have a general wide area map of the countries surrounding the Sea of Devils?" The scholarly man warily smiled as he shook his head and said, "I don't have that kind of map." A cultivator in a robe sitting in the corner suddenly said, "I have one." This was one of the cultivators whose eyes lit up when Wang Lin acted earlier. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the person. The cultivator in the robe slowly said, "A high-quality map of the Sea of Devils with the 4 surrounding continents, including 148 countries. What price are you willing to offer?" The moment those words came out, all of the cultivators turned around and their eyes lit up. A high-quality map was already very rare, but this one even included the surrounding 4 continents and 148 countries. That was almost 1/4 of planet Suzuko. The price of the map would be unimaginably high. Wang Lin pondered a little. Currently, he had 2 maps in his possession. One was the one he got from Qiu Siping, and other was the one he got from the Battle God's Temple. The map from the Battle God's Temple only contained detailed information about the country and its surrounding areas up to the outer sea of the Sea of Devils. Farther than that, like the inner sea of the Sea of Devils, was very vague, and some transfer arrays weren't even mapped. As for the area across the Sea of Devils, there was not even a vague mark, only the range of some mountains. When Wang Lin analyzed the map, he believed that Zhao was on the other side, but it was only a guess. This was why he didn't immediately act, but went to search for a more complete map. Wang Lin pondered a little and asked, "What do you want?" The cultivator sent a message via divine sense. "Fellow cultivator, if you're not in a hurry, how about we talk about it after the exchange in private?" Wang Lin looked at the person and nodded. Everyone realized what happened and didn't pay any more attention. However, they were all very curious about what Wang Lin will use to exchange for such a precious item. An hour later, the secret exchange ended and everyone left. Wang Lin left the room and took off the robe. A beautiful female attendant was already there waiting for him. After seeing Wang Lin, she respectfully said, "Senior, my master said he has a meeting with you, so he asked me to take you to him." Wang Lin's heart shook and he became more alert, but his expression remained calm. He looked at the female. She was not a virgin and was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, her spiritual power was every week. She clearly reached this level through a lot of drugs. Wang Lin's heart already had some guesses about the situation. Under the woman's guidance, Wang Lin arrived at an inconspicuous residence in the middle of the city. She stopped outside the door and said, "Senior, please enter. Junior will stand guard out here." Wang Lin didn't say anything pointless and walked inside. He had already sent his divine sense inside. He saw an old man with a hooked nose wearing a red shirt. He was sitting there with a green teapot beside him. When the old man saw Wang Lin enter, he laughed and said, "Come sit, fellow cultivator. This is a high-quality tea from the country of Ho Fun. I made this tea especially for entertaining friends." Wang Lin clasped his hands and sat across from the old man. He didn't even look at the tea, but started to check the surroundings. He could easily see that this old man was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. The old man didn't mind and personally poured 2 cups of tea. He sipped his tea and said, "What is fellow cultivator's name?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "Wang Lin." The old put down his cup and gently smiled. "Fellow cultivator Wang, my name is Zhou Wuda." Wang Lin was stunned as he looked at the old man. The old man saw Wang Lin's expression and asked, "Has fellow cultivator Wang heard of me?" Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, "No, it's just that fellow cultivator has the same name as a friend of mine, so I lost myself for a second there." The old man burst out laughing, but secretly thought, "What does this person mean? Did he purposely act like this to mess with me?" The old man couldn't figure out what Wang Lin was thinking, but he laughed and said, "If there is an opportunity, I would like to meet this person." With that, he slapped his bag of holding. He took out a bag of holding and said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, this is the map I was talking about. I'll display it to you. After you check it and make sure that there is no problem, we can talk about our deal." The jade released a gentle light as the old man sent out a bit of spiritual power. Immediately, the jade displayed a giant map before Wang Lin. This map was extremely detailed. It even had detailed descriptions of the level of damage of each of the ancient transfer arrays. It also had details of the situation surrounding each area, and even the names of all of the nascent soul and higher cultivators. These were not the focus, but it even had detailed information of where each ancient transfer array linked to. Just this point would cause the price of this map to skyrocket. What caused Wang Lin to be even more excited was that there were even some details about the power of each country. It even had some detailed recording of mines and lairs of wild beasts. As a result, this map was unimaginably precious. If all of these things weren't tempting enough for Wang Lin, then this shocked him completely. The surroundings of the Sea of Devils didn't have only 2 continents like the map he got from the Battle God's Temple, but 4. On the map, it clearly showed 4 continents surrounding the Sea of Devils. On the continent to the left, he could see the very small word, Zhao. The old man casually pointed at a location on the map. The map suddenly disappeared and showed the area where the old man pointed to. The entire map looked like if someone was looking at that location from a bird's eye view. Then, the old man waved his right hand and the map disappeared. He put the jade back into his bag of holding and stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at the old man. He already had the urge to kill this person. As long as he killed him, he could get the piece of jade and quickly return to the country of Zhao. The old man immediately retreated a few steps and said, "Fellow cultivator, this jade is very old and will easily break. To prevent it from breaking, I have already linked it with my divine sense." Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he slowly said, "What do you want?" The old man clenched his teeth and said, "As long as you help me kill one person, I'll give you this piece of jade." A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He asked, "What level of cultivation?" The old man quickly said, "Late-stage nascent soul, half a step into spirit severing." Wang Lin stood up and calmly said, "Now, lead the way." The old man was stunned. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Okay, fellow cultivator Wang, follow me." In the blink of an eye, the two left Lin City. 3,000 kilometers from the city was a basin. After a short period of time, the two arrived at the place. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and let out a sneer in his heart. He had already realized that something was wrong. The old man seemed to already know him very well. The female attendant immediately walked up to him when they met. He already thought that there was a scheme behind all of this. Wang Lin purposely used the friend with the same name phrase to test the old man, and with his powerful divine sense, he noticed that the old man's emotions flustered a little. Looking at things now, it was exactly as he predicted. Under the basin was a formation hiding 4 nascent soul cultivators. Wang Lin calmly said, "It is regrettable that the bald man died, or the 6 of you could perfectly use the no-escape killing formation." The hook-nosed man's expression suddenly changed, and at that moment, Wang Lin's G realm moved. The old man didn't even have time to break the jade. He could only see the red light before him. Chapter 232, Sword Sheath. The old man heard Wang Lin's words and was shocked. He turned around and saw rows of red lightning. They were the last things he saw in his life. The G realm shot out and instantly destroyed the old man's body. Just as his nascent soul was about to escape, Wang Lin's palm hit the old man's chest. A wave of spiritual energy entered the old man's body, trapping the nascent soul inside. The old man could only watch as Wang Lin took his nascent soul and devoured it. In the eyes of the 4 people hiding in the basin, Wang Lin was now a demon. Killing someone for their nascent soul, and then devouring it directly completely contradicted their normal beliefs. It has to be said that all of these people were demonic cultivators. They had seen many people killed for their nascent souls, but never had they seen one being devoured directly. They felt that Wang Lin was the real demonic cultivator here. The 4 people that were going to ambush Wang Lin were all shaken. They quickly left the basin and escaped in different directions. But those 4 had decided to bother Wang Lin. Without Wang Lin even moving, his G realm immediately caught up to the 4 of them and killed them. Wang Lin used a lot of nascent energy in order for his G realm to kill 5 people in a row. He quickly grabbed the nascent souls of the 4 cultivators and devoured them. The ancient god's tactic quickly absorbed the nascent souls. Wang Lin was able to replenish all of the used-up nascent energy and even increased his cultivation level a little. After that, Wang Lin gathered all of their bags of holdings and opened them one by one. First, Wang Lin checked to make sure that the map jade was still intact and let out a breath. Although there were some magic treasures in the remaining bags, only one thing caught Wang Lin's attention. The moment he saw this item, his spiritual energy shook with his emotions. After a while, he calmed down as he stared at the object in his hand. It was a sword sheath, a normal-looking sword sheath, a sword sheath emitting an ancient aura. Wang Lin took a deep breath and took a few careful look. There was a weird expression on his face. This sword sheath looked exactly like the sword sheath from back then, but he knew that this wasn't the same one. The sword sheath from back then had been refined by Wang Lin's cold core, so if he were to hold it once more, he would know. Although this sword sheath looked exactly same as the one from back then, Wang Lin knew it was not the same. The other thing that made him sure that it was not the same was that, because Wang Lin had used that sword sheath many times, he knew that there was a strange carving in the middle of the sheath. Although this sheath also had a strange carving, it was not the same one. After pondering for a little, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a normal flying sword and slowly put it into the sheath. When it went in 3 out of 5 of the way, he felt a powerful pressure preventing the sword from going in further. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He used some spiritual power and pushed the sword down 4/5 of the way. Wang Lin's expression changed as he felt a tremendous killing intent coming from the sheath. Almost without hesitation, he dropped the sword and the sheath. The sword was pushed out and shattered into pieces. Following that was a large amount of killing intent from the sword sheath. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a deep gully extending for hundreds of meters appeared on the basin below Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. He looked at the sheath and took a deep breath. Then, he carefully put the sword sheath away in his bag of holding and didn't dare to touch it anymore. With his current cultivation level, he could easily see that a tremendous amount of killing intent was sealed inside the sword sheath. When he forced the sword in, it released a bit of it. But just that bit was already so powerful that Wang Lin couldn't even imagine what power the sheath held. As a result, he was even more sure that this sheath wasn't the same as the one from back then. The sheath back then had the ability to increase the strength of a flying sword. The difference in increase in power from 1/5 of the way in to 3 to 5th of the way in was huge. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin became curious about the sword sheath. He felt that there were more than just 2 of these sword sheaths. Inside a volcano in the country of Huayuan, the volcano had been turned from an active to a dead volcano by cultivators. It no longer contained any lava. Inside it were many large and small rooms, and inside every room was a cultivator. These people were the survivors of the destruction of the country of Huayuan. Back then, Huayuan was attacked by Xuanwu along with several other countries. The 4 major sects were evicted, and that was also when Lin Yuan was forced to leave her home. Under this volcano, there was a complete building. This was the Battle God's Temple. It took several nascent soul cultivators to move this when they were attacked. The temple contained the remains of countless ancestors of the Battle God's Temple and many of their techniques. At this moment, among the many crystal rooms, one glowed. Immediately, a withered hand raised and a withered body walked out of the room. After he walked out, he pressed the ground with this right hand. Suddenly, green energy gathered from the entire temple and entered his body. Slowly, his body started to regrow its muscles and skin. Shortly after, a youth emitting an eerie atmosphere appeared. This person looked very handsome, but also had a hint of evil. His eyes revealed an ancient light as he slowly became conscious. He pondered for a while and muttered, 3,000 years of healing, and I finally allowed my cultivation to recover to 30%. He formed a fist with his right hand. He frowned and said to himself, almost the same as soul transformation. Although it is not enough, with the help of the star disk, it should be enough to escape from this planet. My recovery will go a lot faster if I return to my home planet. He took a deep breath and slapped his hand at his waist, but his expression suddenly turned strange as he hit nothing. He looked at this waist and was stunned for a moment before his face became dark. Without a word, he waved his hand and a crystal screen appeared before him. The image on the screen constantly moved until it paused at one moment. This scene clearly showed Wang Lin entering this room and taking the bag of holding. The youth stared at the Wang Lin in the image. He closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense. As his divine sense spread, he could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy from his bag of holding. He opened his eyes, and his body disappeared from the room. He reappeared in the sky above the sea of devils and shouted, Ghost Soul Searching Technique. Suddenly, countless green lights came out from his body. Each of the green lights turned into the same shape as the youth and spread out. The youth's body disappeared in a flash. As for Wang Lin, he was currently standing on top of the mosquito beast. He was holding a piece of jade in his hand. This jade was the one containing the map. Wang Lin was very anxious. He wished he could increase his speed by 10x, 100x, 1000x. He wished he could just instantly return to the country of Zhao. But reality was very cruel. After he got the map, he found that he was very far from the country of Zhao. If he relied on just flying, it would take him several years to reach his home country. This was obviously not what Wang Lin wanted, so that meant that he had to use ancient transfer arrays. The good thing was that the map contained detailed information about the ancient transfer arrays, so after spending some time, Wang Lin mapped out a route for himself to return to Zhao. On this route, he must pass through 3 ancient transfer arrays, 1 in the Sea of Devils and 2 on the continent that Zhao was in. The direction Wang Lin was heading toward was the direction of the ancient transfer array. The map said that the transfer array's integrity was not high, but still usable. However, Wang Lin wasn't sure how old the information on this map was, or if the ancient transfer array was still there, or if it was even still usable. With these questions in mind, Wang Lin urged the mosquito beast below him to move faster. This ancient transfer array was at the edge of the inner sea, so he came across a lot of beasts on the way. He had already encountered several high-quality wild beasts, and even a desolate beast. It was a good thing that his divine sense was so powerful. He always detected them ahead of time and went around them. A month after Wang Lin's non-stop travel, he finally arrived at the ancient transfer array. Below him was a plain covered by numerous underwater plants. After being nurtured by the black rain, the plants were evolving into beasts and their offensive powers had greatly increased. They stretched out their red leaves and waved them back and forth. From above, it all looked very pretty, but Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found an ocean of bones below the plants. There were bones of both cultivators and wild beasts under them. Wang Lin pondered for a while. When he spread out his divine sense, he found the transfer array. He jumped off the mosquito beast's back and arrived at the ancient transfer array in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin frowned. There were too many red leaves growing here. Not only did they cover part of the transfer array, there were some plants that had taken root in the transfer array. This meant that the transfer array must have taken some damage. His eyes lit up. He waved his hand, and a black sword flew out like black lightning toward the plants on the ground. Every time it cut one of the plants, the plant would spew out red, blood-like liquid. Soon, the entire ground was covered in it. Chapter 233, Stop! Slivers of dangerous aura came from the ground as more plants grew back from the liquid. This time, the plants were even larger and more colorful. Wang Lin's heart sank. He waved his hand, and the flying sword came back. However, the flying sword now was very dim. It looked very drained. Both of Wang Lin's hands formed a seal. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared around the sword, removing the liquid that was stuck to it. Once all of the liquid was removed, the sword returned to its normal state. After taking a look, Wang Lin put away the flying sword. Staring at the endless ocean of plants, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. He shook his hand, and the restriction flag immediately became large and started to cover the ground. 99 restrictions formed 99 dragons. The dragons crazily circled the ancient restriction. Each time the dragons circled the restriction, countless red plants would die and spew out endless amounts of red liquid. Wang Lin's hands quickly sent out a few seals and he shouted, "Open!" Suddenly, the sea of red liquid split in the middle, as if there were giant hands pushing it apart. The red liquid moved to the side, revealing the ancient transfer array. Wang Lin no longer hesitated as he landed and recorded the ancient transfer array onto a piece of jade. He flew back into the air and waved his hand to recover the restriction flag. After the restriction flag returned to Wang Lin, the red liquid covered the transfer array once more. One by one, even larger plants started to cover the area. Their height had already reached a dozen feet, which was 3 times taller than before. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at the jade with a serious expression. After a long time, he revealed a pondering expression and left without a word. During the month it took for Wang Lin to get here, he had started studying the ancient transfer array construction manual that he got for 5 mid-quality beast cores. Although the concept of ancient transfer arrays was complicated, Wang Lin already had good knowledge of formations and transfer arrays. Adding on the fact that he only wanted to repair and not build, he was able to gain some insight about them. However, with just his knowledge, he didn't know if he could do it, but if he had to find someone in the Sea of Devils who specialized in ancient transfer arrays, that would be very difficult, unless 6 Desire Devil Lord came back to life. Wang Lin searched for 7 days according to the description in the map before he finally found another ancient transfer array. The place was filled with wild beasts, but the mosquito beast quickly drove them all away. What surprised Wang Lin the most was that this transfer array was completely intact. After studying it for a while, his eyes landed on a part of the transfer array. This part was clearly different from the other parts. Wang Lin was stunned. He realized that this part was added in later by someone who had repaired this ancient transfer array. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He couldn't figure out why someone would want to fix this transfer array. Could they have also just wanted to transfer to another continent like him? A moment later, Wang Lin removed some parts from the transfer array. He hesitated a bit and destroyed part of the array before leaving on the back of the mosquito beast. Wang Lin had already taken apart 3 transfer arrays, but this left him feeling like there was a heavy rock weighing down his heart. Of the 3 transfer arrays he had visited, 2 of them were completely intact, and both showed signs of being repaired by someone. If only one transfer array was repaired, it wouldn't be a big deal, but several transfer arrays were repaired, meaning there was something going on. Wang Lin had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen in the Sea of Devils. Presumably, the reason the transfer array that he needed wasn't repaired was because it was covered in plants. It didn't transfer to the right location, or it was not found. After taking the parts he needed from the complete transfer arrays, he would completely destroy them. Only by doing that would he feel a bit less pressured. When Wang Lin finally gathered enough materials from the transfer arrays, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Just after he disappeared, a sword stabbed into the ground where Wang Lin was just standing. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he appeared in midair, staring at the black-clothed man in the distance. He always kept his divine sense spread out, but he didn't notice that person until they were within 100 feet of him and threw that sword. It has to be said that Wang Lin's divine sense was as powerful as a spirit-severing cultivator's. If it was a normal nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't have noticed anything until the sword pierced their body. If this cultivator was in the spirit-severing stage, then it wouldn't be much of an issue, but Wang Lin checked, and this person was only in the mid-stage of nascent soul. This person must have some special technique to hide their presence from Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin's eyes revealed killing intent. If he allowed someone like this to live, then he will have to live with the feeling of someone always ready to attack him at any time. Wang Lin decided that he must kill this person at any cost. He immediately activated his G realm without any regard to the amount of nascent energy it would cost. The black-clothed man was middle-aged, a bit thin, and had a very mean-looking face. After seeing that Wang Lin escaped his sneak attack, he took out a stone stamp from his bag of holding. He let out a roar, and the stone stamp started to spin. It grew larger with every spin. Once it reached the size of a small mountain, it crashed down toward Wang Lin. However, the moment he sent out the stone stamp, his face turned pale as he saw the red lightning in Wang Lin's eyes, and immediately turned around to escape. He even abandoned his magic treasure to escape. The magic treasure, without anyone to control it, immediately shrunk back to the size of a palm and fell to the ground. Wang Lin frowned. His G realm shot out and immediately caught up to the person. The man revealed a horrified expression. He clenched his teeth, and just as the G realm entered his body exploded. Suddenly, the power of the self-explosion sent shock waves in all directions. At the center of the explosion, a rift appeared, and an extremely weak-looking nascent soul disappeared into it. Wang Lin's G realm quickly followed it into the rift. After a few breaths of time, the G realm reappeared and returned to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. Although his G realm killed the person, from the look of that person's face, it seemed that they knew about the G realm. The person even knew the power the G realm possessed, so he was willing to blow up his body to try to escape through a rift in space. Wang Lin pondered a little before quickly turning around and leaving. Since the person exploded, all of his bags of holding were gone too, leaving no trace. After a few days, Wang Lin returned to the transfer array covered by the red plants and began his repair. During the restoration period, the restriction flag was constantly active. This was the only way to prevent the red plants from taking over again. After 3 days of careful restoration, Wang Lin finished fixing the array. In 3 days, Wang Lin spent almost all of his energy to repair the transfer array. When he finished, he sat down cross-legged to recover his lost spiritual energy. After he was fully recovered, he placed a top-quality spirit stone into the socket of the transfer array. After waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. Wang Lin was startled. He replaced the top-quality spirit stone with another. However, even after changing spirit stones, there was still no reaction. Wang Lin's heart sank. After pondering for a bit, he placed his hand on the socket. He clenched his teeth and sent spiritual power from his body into the transfer array. As his spiritual energy entered the transfer array, it gradually started waking up. However, it was a bit too ambitious to try to open an ancient transfer array with only the spiritual power of a nascent soul cultivator. Shortly after, Wang Lin started to feel that the spiritual energy in his body was almost gone. He quickly took out a jade bottle and dumped what was inside into his mouth to keep his spiritual energy up. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his spiritual energy and started to cultivate. After recovering all of his spiritual energy, he walked to the northeast corner of the transfer array. Before, when Wang Lin sent his spiritual energy into the transfer array, he wasn't trying to activate it, but was checking if there was anything wrong with it. When his spiritual power reached the northeast corner, he felt a large amount of spiritual power dissipate there. He understood what the problem was. He took that part of the transfer array, jumped into the air, and retrieved the restriction flag. The nearby transfer arrays had already all been taken apart by him for parts, so he had to search wider for more ancient transfer arrays. Wang Lin quickly charged toward an ancient transfer array that was about 8 days away. On the 4th day, he passed by a transfer array that he had taken apart earlier. He didn't pay much attention to it, but just as he was about to leave, that transfer array suddenly lit up. Wang Lin stopped, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the array. However, due to the heavy damage the transfer array had taken, the light slowly faded. Wang Lin didn't withdraw his gaze until the light completely faded. It was clear that the reason the transfer array lit up was because somewhere far away, someone activated a transfer array to teleport to here. However, due to the heavy damage the transfer array had taken, it wasn't able to activate. That feeling of danger in Wang Lin's heart became even stronger. He took a deep breath and pushed it out of his mind. Although Wang Lin knew what was going to happen, it was not important right now because he didn't have the ability to stop it. The only thing on his mind right now was to find an ancient transfer array to take apart for parts and to repair the one he needed to use. He used his top speed and flew toward the transfer array. On the 8th day, he arrived at the ancient transfer array indicated on the map. With one look, Wang Lin's scalp tingled. This transfer array was also in perfect condition. He didn't hesitate, but just as he was about to take apart the ancient transfer array, it suddenly lit up. Pillars of light shot up into the sky, and the blurry figures of people appeared in the transfer array. A powerful killing intent appeared with those people as their figures were quickly becoming more solid. Almost the same instant the transfer array lit up, Wang Lin grabbed the materials at the northeastern corner. Spiritual power surged inside his body to forcibly remove that piece. The moment he was pulling the material out, an angry roar came from one of the figures. Stop! Not only did Wang Lin not stop, but he worked faster and pulled out that piece of the array. Then, he raised his head and coldly stared at the figures as they slowly disappeared along with the light. If he had really stopped, then the moment those figures completely arrived, they would instantly try to kill him. Since the group dared to invade the Sea of Devils, there must be spirit-severing cultivators among them. In that moment, almost all of the ancient arrays in the Sea of Devils lit simultaneously. Not all of the ancient transfer arrays had a black, clothed man guarding it. Only a few of the important locations. The moment these people arrived in the Sea of Devils, they released a monstrous killing intent. As for the transfer array Wang Lin was at, there was also a black-clothed man. However, he had already been killed by Wang Lin. The Sea of Devils went into a complete uproar. The tension building up in the air finally exploded. For cultivation countries teamed up to attack the Sea of Devils and sent tens of thousands of cultivators in through the ancient transfer arrays. A huge battle had started in the Sea of Devils. The 999 cities in the Sea of Devils quickly became bloody battlegrounds. Wang Lin had already guessed what was happening the moment he saw the ancient transfer arrays completely repaired and the black-clothed men guarding them. After he saw the figures in the transfer array, he was even more sure. Wang Lin felt that he must quickly leave the Sea of Devils. As he flew, he touched the materials he needed and took a deep breath. A few days later, Wang Lin returned to the transfer array and replaced the northeastern corner piece. He took a good look at the Sea of Devils and placed the top-quality spirit stone into the socket. Rings of light appeared. The moment the transfer array opened, Wang Lin sent out a seal, causing all of the restrictions on the restriction flag to explode outwards. The restriction flag quickly cleared out the area, leaving the ground covered in red liquid. The transfer array was completely opened, and Wang Lin's figure started to slowly disappear. Right as he was about to disappear, he waved his hand, and the restriction flag returned to him. After he disappeared, the red liquid immediately covered the transfer array, and plants dozens of feet tall started growing. There was simply too many plants. With cracking sounds, the transfer array broke and more plants grew in its cracks. At this point, even with a map, it was hard to tell that this place contained an ancient transfer array. Chapter 234, Teng Huayuan. A day later, a youth covered in an evil aura stared at the ground covered with plants with a cold gaze. This person was the cultivator that rushed here from Huayuan. If someone knew that this person had only spent a few months to travel from Huayuan to the inner Sea of Devils, they would be horrified. The distance between Huayuan and the Sea of Devils was enormous. Even Duanmu had to use an ancient transfer array. He once said that if he were to fly, it would take him hundreds of years with his spirit-severing cultivation level. As a result, this youth's speed was at an unimaginable level. Actually, the reason this youth got here so quickly had nothing to do with his soul transformation cultivation level. This was mainly due to his family's secret technique, the ghost search technique. The technique used many avatars to walk in all different directions, then fused back together and gave all of the distances walked by each avatar to the main body. This way, his speed would be increased thousands-fold and allowed him to arrive in just 2 months. This person's gaze was dark as he stared at the plants below him while slowly descending. All of the plants remained motionless, as if they were dead as he landed. He looked at the broken transfer array. The transfer array was heavily damaged and couldn't be repaired anymore. This could be considered a wasted transfer array. The youth secretly sighed and muttered to himself, "There aren't many people in this planet that can open my bag of holding. It's just that with my current unstable cultivation, if I don't return to my home planet soon, my cultivation will drop even more." He slightly frowned and disappeared. The Kong continent, one of the 6 main continents of planet Suzaku. There were countless cultivation countries in the Kong continent, but most of them were rank 1 or 2 counties with some rank 3 and very few rank 4. After all, the resources on this continent were too poor. At the border of the Kong continent and the Sea of Devils, there was a small border town. This town was not very large. The strongest person was only at the core formation stage. In this town, there was an ancient transfer array. This transfer array suddenly lit up, and soon, Wang Lin's figure walked out of it. After he appeared, he immediately spread out his divine sense and checked out the whole town. The moment he spread out his divine sense, everyone in the town felt a chill run down their spine, but this feeling left as quickly as it came. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense, then disappeared from the spot. He moved according to the map in his mind. Once he was thousands of kilometers away from the town, he slapped his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast appeared before him. Wang Lin jumped onto its back. He sent out a message to the mosquito beast. It let out a roar and charged forward. He moved very quickly. Before long, Wang Lin sensed many locations filled with strong cultivators. Clearly, those locations were where the local sects were. Wang Lin didn't stop. He quickly made his way through this country. After 10 days, he had passed countless rank 1 and 2 cultivation countries and arrived at his destination, the second transfer array. Through this transfer array, he could quickly close the distance between him and Zhao. However, when he was 1,000 kilometers away from the transfer array, he slowly started to frown. According to the map, the transfer array was in a mountain, but Wang Lin could clearly feel that countless buildings had been built in the area. The area was also filled with spiritual energy. It was clearly a cultivation ground now. During his scan with his divine sense, he saw some very determined youths outside of a main hall with a few chi condensation disciples. It was clear that they were holding an entrance ceremony. At the same time, on the roads of the mountain, there were some youths painstakingly walking up the mountain. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Wang Lin felt some regret in his heart. He didn't know what the Huayuan sect was like nowadays. Although his feelings for the Huayuan sect weren't deep, it was still the sect that brought him into the cultivation world. Wang Lin rode the mosquito beast toward the sect with complex feelings in his heart. When he was about 100 kilometers away from the sect, a short white light appeared, preventing him from entering the sect. Without him having to do anything, the mosquito beast let out a roar and pierced into the light with his sharp proboscis. Then, the beast inhaled, and the pillar of light cracked and finally crumbled. As a result, the expressions of the few core formation cultivators who were in closed-door training suddenly changed as they quickly came out. They stared dumbfounded at Wang Lin and the mosquito beast under him. They quickly shouted at the disciples to stop the recruiting ceremony and quickly went to wait for Wang Lin's arrival in front of the main hall. The instant Wang Lin arrived, the 3 core formation cultivators quickly went up and respectfully said, "We greet Senior." The 3 of them were horrified. Although Wang Lin wasn't emitting any spiritual energy, they felt a pressure from him that caused their hearts to tremble, especially the beast under Wang Lin's feet. It made them afraid that it would make a big disaster to fall upon them. Among the 3 core formation cultivators were 2 males and 1 female. Aside from one of the males who had white hair, the other 2 looked very young, especially the female cultivator. She looked very beautiful and graceful. However, you can't judge a cultivator by their appearance. Just look at Wang Lin. Although he looked like a youth, he was already more than 400 years old. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he scanned the 3 and asked, "What sect is this?" The old man among the 3 quickly and respectfully answered, "Senior, our sect is called Ziyun. If Senior needs anything, we will do our best to help." Wang Lin looked at the person and calmly said, "There used to be an ancient transfer array here. Does it still exist?" The old man was stunned. He pondered a little and said, "Senior, there are no ancient transfer arrays here." The moment he finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Lin's whole aura suddenly turned cold as he slowly said, "Are you sure?" The old man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. After thinking for a bit, he was about to speak, but the graceful female cultivator cut him off and said, in a crisp voice, "Senior, was the location of the ancient transfer array on top of a mountain?" Wang Lin's gaze fell on the female cultivator. Although her looks couldn't compare to Ling Yuan's, she was still fairly pretty, especially her face, which was as white as jade. Facing Wang Lin's gaze, the female's face slightly glowed red. She quickly said, "Senior, if that transfer array is on top of the mountain, then Junior knows of it. Lead the way." Wang Lin flew toward the top of the mountain. The woman quickly followed. The other 2 core formation cultivators hesitated for a bit, then followed as well. Under the guidance of the woman, they soon arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a large loft built here with bells hanging on the corners of the building. The bells rang very crisp and beautiful tones. After the female cultivator landed, her face reddened as she said, "Senior, this is Junior's home. This area was originally not of the Ziyun sect. That is why Senior Apprentice Brother didn't know about the ancient transfer array. Junior found a secret passage by luck and found that there was an ancient transfer array under the building. Wang Lin nodded. Before, when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he checked this area, but didn't find anything. Now, checking it at close range, he scanned with his divine sense, and immediately found a small fluctuation of spiritual energy underground. Clearly, someone used a technique to hide the transfer array. He was very shocked. It has to be said that according to the map, this was only a rank 2 cultivation country, yet there was a technique that could almost fool his divine sense. Under the guidance of the female cultivator, they walked into the loft. The moment he walked in, there was a surge of fragrance. The inside looked very graceful and very feminine. Wang Lin's gaze swept through the room. His gaze fell on a screen for a bit, but he quickly withdrew it. The female cultivator's face reddened even more. She used the moment before her 2 senior apprentice brothers walked into the door to move close to the screen and put away the almost transparent innerwear that was hanging on the screen. She lowered her head, her face red, and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pretended he didn't see anything. Under the guidance of the female cultivator, they walked toward the transfer array. Although he looked very calm, Wang Lin was constantly on guard. If there was anything off, then he would act without any hesitation. Under the loft, Wang Lin saw the ancient transfer array. The ancient transfer array seemed well maintained and was usable. He took out 2 cores of low-quality spirit beasts and threw them at the female cultivator. He said, "Refine pills with them. They will help you with your cultivation." The female cultivator looked at the cores and was shocked. She revealed a look of ecstasy as she felt the surge of spiritual energy within them. If she consumed the pill refined from them, she would be able to reach the late stage of core formation. She carefully accepted them and put them inside her bag of holding. The 2 core formation cultivators couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. Wang Lin glanced at the 2, then walked into the transfer array. He waved his hand, and a fog blocked the people outside from looking in. Then, he took out a top-quality spirit stone and placed it into the socket. The transfer array lit up, and Wang Lin disappeared from the transfer array. The female cultivator looked at the empty transfer array with a hint of sadness in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered something and her face reddened again. Zhao was at the very edge of the Kong continent. It was not a large country. In fact, it was only half the size of Huayuan. Although there were spirit veins, the production was very little and just enough to support the country. So even when they were open to mining, there was a limitation on the mining. Because of the scarcity of spirit veins, spirit herbs also became very rare. It could be said that Zhao was a very, very small border country. Nowadays, the #1 sect in Zhao was the Xiandao sect, and its ancestor, Punanzi, had reached the late stage of nascent soul all those years ago. In these 400 years, although he hadn't reached the spirit-severing stage, his cultivation level had greatly increased, and the other late-stage nascent soul cultivators weren't a match for him at all. In addition to the Xiandao sect, the orthodox sects of Zhao, like the ethereal sect, had not done as well as before and gradually became a second-class sect. At the same time, the Nirvana sect and Yuan Kuei sect also suffered the same fate. Because of Punnanzi's existence, their sects had also been pushed to second class. As for the demonic sects, Heaven's Road sect, Huayuan sect, and Wu Feng sect, they had been doing better. Although they couldn't compare with Punnanzi, they were a head above the orthodox sects. It was just that under the strong grip of Punnanzi, the demonic and orthodox sects of Zhao stopped fighting each other as much. Although there were still some conflicts, they were all small conflicts that never became big engagements. It could be said that the current Zhao was under Punnanzi's complete control, slowly heading toward a rank 4 cultivation country. Once Punnanzi reaches the spirit-severing stage, becoming a rank 4 will easily come true. In addition to these sects, quite a few famous people had appeared in these 400 years. Like Xiandao sect's genius, Wang Zhua. This person only took 200 years to reach the core formation stage, and another 400 years to reach the late stage of core formation. This type of cultivation speed was very rare in Zhao. Beyond this, all of the other sects had geniuses that appeared, but compared to the Teng family, they weren't up to par at all. In the past 400 years, besides Punnanzi becoming well known, the other notable person was from the Teng family. Teng family's ancestor, Teng Huayuan, was at the early stage of nascent soul 400 years ago. Then, with Punnanzi's help, he reached the late stage of nascent soul and became one of the top cultivators in Zhao. In Zhao, as long as one reached the nascent soul stage, they would receive a lot of power and a high status. Of course, this was only if they listened to Punnanzi's orders. Punnanzi set a rule that everyone in Zhao must follow. They must not care about how much resources they used. They must create one spirit-severing cultivator from the nascent soul cultivators to raise Zhao to a rank 4 country. With the increase in Teng Huayuan's cultivation level, the status of the Teng family also increased. The family's prospects increased and had many descendants, making them the #1 cultivation family in Zhao. The descendants of the family were disciples of almost every single sect, and some of them even held a very high position in those sects. At the same time, Teng Huayuan married off a lot of their daughters to geniuses in order to solidify the Teng family's foundation. Wang became one of the Teng family's sons-in-law. It could be said that the Teng family had already been deeply integrated into the country of Zhao. It was not like no one had any idea about the Teng family, but most of the time, Teng Huayuan didn't even need to act. Those with ideas against the Teng family would disappear. As for what Teng Huayuan was doing, Pandenzi didn't question it a bit. He was wholeheartedly invested in trying to break into the spirit-severing stage. Teng Family City had already been expanded 6 times in the past 400 years. It was now a huge city that was known throughout Zhao. There was a secret chamber 100 feet under Teng Family City. The chamber had 10 times the spiritual energy of the outside. The reason for this was that it was on top of a spirit vein. Although this spirit vein wasn't large, it was more than enough for cultivation. Because the Teng family ancestor found out about this spirit vein, he used each time the city expanded to slowly dig a chamber for himself. This was something not even Pandenzi knew about, and only a few members of the Teng family knew about it. Only when someone was about to make breakthrough would they be allowed to use the chamber. On this day, inside the underground secret chamber, an old man with a head full of white hair opened his eyes, revealing a sharp gaze. This person's brow-knitted. When he was cultivating, he suddenly felt a sense of bloodlust. This feeling caused the spiritual energy in his body to go into chaos. The old man pondered a little. His right hand formed a seal and shot out a white light that floated before him. He quickly said a few complicated words, and soon, the white light flickered and shook before him. Gradually, his expression became more and more serious as he looked at the light. But just at that moment, the white light violently trembled. It went out of his control and dissipated without a trace. The old man's face suddenly became gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Strange. Not even Pandenzi's spirit detecting technique is able to tell where the bloodlust is coming from." He pondered a little, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He thought, "With my current cultivation level and connections in Zhao, even if the owner of this bloodlust comes here, I can easily get rid of them." This person was the Teng family ancestor that killed Wang Lin, Teng family symbol, Teng Huayuan. Thanks to the passage of time, he looked older. Although his cultivation level was higher, he was clearly very different from the person who made Wang Lin explode. His entire person felt much more subtle. This feeling was like someone who enjoyed to fight became a very sly and cunning person overnight. There was a very stark contrast. He took a deep breath and disappeared from the secret chamber. When he reappeared, he was inside the Teng family's ancestral home. The Teng family's ancestral home was 3 stories tall with a dragon carved onto it. Overall, it looked very majestic and emitted waves of spiritual energy. When Teng Huayuan appeared, he arrived at the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor were countless tablets with names carved onto them. All of these names were names of core Teng family members who had died. Teng Huayuan's gaze swept across the tablets and landed on one that was on the top shelf. That tablet clearly read, Teng Li. In the past 400+ years, every time he felt disturbed or upset, he would come here and look at that tablet. This had basically become one of his habits. After a long time, he waved his hand, and the tablet flew into his hand. He wiped the tablet and muttered to himself, "Lier, you died too young. With your talent, if you were still alive, you would be at the nascent soul stage already." He sighed, put the tablet back, and turned around to leave. At that moment, outside Teng Family City, 2 sword lights were flying toward the city. 100 feet away from Teng Family City, the 2 sword lights landed, revealing a man and a woman. The man was middle-aged and slightly older, but still looked very handsome. He was clearly handsome and stunning in his youth. This person was wearing a robe full of white and had the feel of a cultivator. The woman wasn't stunning, but emanated a very elegant aura. She was also wearing a white robe. Her eyebrows were locked. Clearly, she had some trouble in her mind. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Teng Family City as a complex look flashed across his eyes. The woman sighed and whispered, "Wang Zhua, it has been many years since that happened. Can you still not just let go?" The middle-aged chuckled and blandly said, "Let go? If I can let go of the grudge of killing my mom, my dad, and my entire clan, then I, Wang Zhua, am not human." The woman pondered a little and whispered, "I only came back to see my younger sister." In 3 days, we will leave. In these 3 days, please don't be impulsive, okay? You can relax. Before I have the strength to kill that old thief, I won't act. The middle-aged man's voice was bland, and once he finished speaking, he walked forward. The woman secretly sighed as she quickly followed and walked to Teng family city with Wang Zhua. As the woman walked, she whispered, Wang Zhua, you really shouldn't blame this matter on ancestor. The person you should hate is that Wang Lin. Even though he is dead, all of this was caused by him. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped. He turned around and said, word for word, Teng Xiao, I have already told you to never say the name Wang Lin in front of me. Today, I give you one last warning. If you dare to bring him up again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The woman pondered a bit and no longer spoke, but went into Teng family city with Wang Zhua. At that moment, at the edge of Zhao, in an unknown valley, there were suddenly flashes of bright light. Slowly, the light faded. A white-haired youth walked out of the valley. On his forehead was a purple star. He looked at the land in the distance, and then turned toward the east. He knelt down and mercilessly kowtowed a few times. A killing intent showing the 400-plus years of hatred flashed across his eyes as he muttered, Father, Mother, Taiju came back. This time, I'll make a river of blood flow in Zhao. If I break this oath, let my soul be destroyed. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, sending out waves of thunder. In a wave of rushing raindrops, a layer of fog formed. Chapter 235, because his name is Teng. Hengyu Mountain. The Xiandao sect was shrouded in rain and fog with bolts of lightning flashing down accompanied by the roar of thunder. The foliage made popping sounds as the rain poured down. On this rainy night, a white-haired youth walked slowly through the forest. Every step he took in the soaked foliage created a rustling sound. From a distance, this person looked at the Xiandao sect on top of Hengyu Mountain. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze. His target this time was a small village hundreds of kilometers away. In the middle of the night at the mountain village, besides the roaring thunder, there was only the sound of rain hitting the ground. Of course, there would be a few howls from some of the dogs raised by the villagers. It was as if they wanted to defy this weather. However, the only response was even louder thunder. The entire village was dark as the white-haired youth walked along the main road, looking at the familiar scene mixed with unfamiliar elements. His eyes were no longer filled with coldness, but with melancholy. This melancholy could even melt ice as it was filled with an unimaginable amount of familial love. 400 years had passed in an instant. Although it didn't seem long for cultivators, it had been many generations for ordinary people. All of the houses in the village had been rebuilt by their descendants and now looked different from before. This person was Wang Lin. He looked around at the houses in the village. His gaze stopped at one house, remembering that there used to be a large tree there. He often read books and played with his friends under that tree. In the blink of an eye, all of that had disappeared. Wang Lin secretly sighed and slowly walked forward. After a short period of time, he stopped as he stared at a very familiar house. His body started to shake as he looked at the house. All of the other houses in the village had changed, but this house was still exactly the same as it was back then. Wang Lin bit his lower lip and opened the main gate. The gate creaked as it opened. He closed it after he entered. In the yard was a wooden table with several small wooden chairs under an overhang. Wang Lin silently watched the scene as tears fell from his eyes. After a long time, Wang Lin walked to the house, opened the door, and stepped inside. Everything was left as he remembered, as if nothing had changed. At the moment, Wang Lin felt like everything that had happened in the past 400 years was a dream, and that he had just woken up. His parents were no longer dead, and their souls weren't inside the heaven-defying bead. They were inside his house, and they had gone to bed in this rainy night. However, with his divine sense, he knew without even spreading it out that there was no one inside this room. In the center of the main room, Wang Lin saw two memorial tablets, one above the other. The one above read, Wang Tianshui Zhou Tingsu. The lower tablet read, Eldest son, Wang Lin. Under the two memorial tablets was an incense burner with some unused incense sticks next to it. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness as he lit up 3 incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner. He slowly knelt on the ground. He mercilessly kowtowed a few times and muttered, This unfilial son is here to offer incense this time. Next time, I'll build a tower made of the Teng family's heads for my parents. An aura of killing intent escaped from Wang Lin. The room instantly became even colder than the rainy night outside. After he finished, he pondered for a while, then suddenly moved and disappeared from the spot. After a while, one could see a horse carriage racing toward the house from the mountain village. Driving the carriage was an old man in white robes. It was clear that he was a martial artist in the mortal world. He snapped the whip in his hand, and, with a popping sound, the horse moved even faster. The ground was uneven, which caused the carriage to keep bobbing up and down, but the old man seemed to be glued to the carriage. He remained unfazed and would sometimes shout, "Go!" Soon, the carriage got close to the house. The old man let out a shout and tightened his hold on the reins. The horses let out a cry as their front legs went up into the air and the carriage stopped in front of Wang Lin's home. The old man jumped off the carriage and respectfully opened the door. The moment the door opened, a girl jumped out of the carriage. She was wearing a green shirt, her hair was tied up in a bun, and she looked very pretty. After the girl got out of the carriage, her body shivered. Clearly, the coldness of the weather had gotten to her. However, she didn't mind. She opened up an umbrella and said, with a crisp voice, "My lady, we are here." An exquisite figure came out of the carriage and stood under the umbrella. This girl's face was pale. It had the look of a sickly beauty. The moment she came out, her body shivered. The servant girl quickly held the umbrella in one hand and grabbed a large purple coat from the carriage with her other hand. With the help of the old man, they placed the coat on the young woman. At the same time, the servant girl said, with discontent, "My lady, why did we have to come here tonight in the rain? We could have just come tomorrow instead. What if you catch a cold?" Even the old man's eyes showed a sign of regret in his warm gaze. That young lady smiled. As she walked, she said, "You guys don't know this, but before grandfather died, he said that no matter what happens, a descendant must come here to visit this place on this day. It is a family tradition." The servant was still not happy and said, "My lady, this place is so far from the capital. Why must we come here every day? Could there be something important hidden here? I heard from the other servant that this place used to be one of the Wang family's branch locations." The young lady stopped the old man from opening the gate and raised her own jade-like hand to push it open. She smiled at the servant girl and said, "This is the first time you've come with me, so you don't know. When we have time, I'll tell you." After entering the courtyard, the three of them didn't hesitate and immediately entered the house. The servant girl closed the umbrella, shook the water off it, then curiously looked around the room. As for the old man, he silently stood at the doorway. The young lady took a deep breath. Just as the servant girl was about to walk up, the young lady stopped and said, "You wait with Grandpa Li out here. I'll go in myself." The servant pouted, but obediently nodded. The young lady smiled, coughed a few times, then slowly walked toward the main hall. After entering the main hall, the young lady looked at the two tablets. She took some bedding in front of the tablets and knelt on the ground. After kowtowing a few times, she was about to take out a few incense sticks, but her eyes suddenly locked onto the 3 incense sticks that were almost burned out. Just as she was about to cry out, she felt a gust of cold air in the room. She froze up and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She felt that if she moved, she would be killed instantly. She saw a young man with a head full of white hair slowly walk into the room. Wang Lin looked at the young lady and blandly asked, "Whose descendant are you?" The young lady's face was filled with horror. She constantly trembled as cold air penetrated her body. Even her voice trembled as she asked, "Who are you? And why are you at the Wang family's ancestral home?" Wang Lin looked at the young lady. He waved his hand. The cold air around her disappeared and was replaced by a sense of warmth. The young lady's body felt warm as she revealed a shocked expression and looked at Wang Lin. However, she secretly moved her right hand and touched her waist. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind created by the force palm rushed into the room along with the old man. However, the moment the old man entered the room, he slumped over and fell asleep. The young lady's face became pale. Wang Lin didn't even glance at the old man that passed out and blandly said, "I'll ask you again, whose descent are you?" In reality, the moment he saw his house, he already had a suspicion. It was impossible for the house to remain the same without someone taking care of it. Although the house looked the same, it had been rebuilt to look like what it was before. The young lady revealed a determined look. She clenched her teeth and said, "My father is Wang Yun. Since you already followed me here, why even bother asking these questions?" Wang Lin frowned and asked, "What do the people whose names are carved on these tablets have to do with you?" "It's the ancestral home of my ancestor's brother." The young lady was very confused. If he was someone sent by one of her father's enemies, why was he asking these questions? Wang Lin's heart shook. His voice was no longer bland. It instead trembled a bit as he asked, "What is the name of your ancestor?" The young lady hesitated a bit and answered, "Ancestor's name is Tian Tu." She felt that this person was very strange. After Wang Lin heard the name, his body immediately shook. He muttered, "Fourth uncle." Speaking of the Wang family, aside from Wang Lin's own parents, the one he cared the most for was fourth uncle. After hearing news of fourth uncle, he couldn't help but become excited. Scenes of fourth uncle replayed in Wang Lin's head. After a long time, he sighed and looked at the young lady. His gaze was filled with a complex emotion, a look one would have when looking at their own descendant. He slowly said, "Your ancestor, at what age did he die?" The strange look on the young lady's face became even deeper as she answered. Ancestor died at the age of 98. When he was middle-aged, he caught the attention of an immortal of the Piao Miao sect. After he got off the mountain, he started his life in the capital and became one of the vassals of the royal family. That was also when the foundation of the Wang family started. There was a hint of relief in his eyes as he asked, "Fourth, your ancestor's son, Wang Hu also died." The young lady's eyes were shocked as she muttered, "How? How do you know about the ancestor's son, Wang Hu?" 3 years after the ancestor died, he also died. Time passes and people come and go. After Wang Lin heard about fourth uncle, his mentality underwent a change. After a long time, he looked at the young lady and slowly said, "There is harmful yin energy inside your body. Was your mother injured when she was pregnant with you?" After hearing Wang Lin's words, the young lady's mind was in complete chaos. It has to be said that if Wang Lin had carefully inspected her and had some clues, then it would have made sense if he managed to guess some of her secrets. However, very few people knew about the yin energy in her body, and most just thought that she was born with a weak body. The young lady looked at Wang Lin. She asked, with a trembling voice, "You? Who the hell are you?" The young lady had already thrown out the idea that he was an assassin sent by her father's enemies. If he was, why would he know so many things? Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a cloud of green mist started to gather at the young lady's forehead. The color of the cloud became deeper and deeper until Wang Lin finally waved his hand, and the gas disappeared without a trace. The young lady suddenly felt her body warm up. The coldness that had bothered her for 20-plus years disappeared with just a wave of his hand. This suddenly reminded her of a type of person from the myths. The young lady bit her lower lip and asked, You are an immortal?" Wang Lin chuckled. "Immortal, sort of." Seeing that fourth uncle had descendants and that they were doing well in the capital, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel relieved. Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at the young lady and said, "Speaking of which, I'm considered your ancestor too. I made an agreement with fourth uncle that if I successfully become an immortal, I would protect his family to repay him for giving me the chance to become one." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and took out bottles of pills and continued. "There are 72 pills here. Every descendant can take 1 pill. They mustn't be greedy, but you are allowed to take 3. After giving the bottle to the young lady, he pondered a bit and pointed his finger between her brow. After extracting a drop of blood, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. He left a sliver of his G realm inside the jade, then turned to the young lady. His expression was serious and cold as he said, "I have left a small piece of my divine sense inside this piece of jade. No cultivator in Zhao will be able to last more than a moment under its might. However, this jade can only be used 3 times. For now, you hold on to it. Only descendants of the Wang family can use it. Be careful and use it wisely." After throwing the jade at the young lady, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and disappeared from the room. The young lady stared dumbfounded at the pills and jade in her hands, still feeling like she was dreaming. The old man that fell on the ground slowly woke up. His eyes suddenly lit up as he got up, walked next to the young lady, and asked, "My lady, what exactly just happened?" At this point, the servant girl also came in. Only after seeing that the young lady was fine did she let out a breath. Her face reddened as she said, "My lady, Chui Air was too tired and accidentally fell asleep." The moment the old man heard those words, his face became ugly. He clearly remembered that the young lady had sent him a signal, but the moment he entered the room, he lost all control and fell asleep. "It's okay. Don't overthink all of this. Let us go back to the capital." The young lady took a deep breath and stood up. The sickly complexion had disappeared from her face and was replaced with a healthy, red glow. The old man was the first to notice the abnormality. He said, with a shocked voice, "My lady, you." At that moment, the servant girl also noticed the difference and revealed an expression of disbelief. The young lady let out a smile. She didn't explain. She turned around and looked at the 2 tablets in the room, especially the one that said Wang Lin. Then, she turned around and left the room. With her cleverness, she already had an idea of what happened, but to confirm her speculation, she must check the family tree back at the capital. She believed that this time, father will take time from his busy schedule to check the family tree with her. After leaving the village, the warmth on Wang Lin's face disappeared as he became more serious. His entire body emitted a strong, murderous aura. He quickly flew in one direction. His heart was set on completing his revenge. If he directly killed Teng Huayuan, then all of the descendants would scatter, preventing Wang Lin from achieving his dream of wiping out the Teng family. Most importantly, if he simply killed Teng Huayuan, it wouldn't appease the anger in his heart. He wanted Teng Huayuan to watch as he killed all of his descendants, to suffer through the pain of having your family killed. Only after that would Wang Lin finally kill Teng Huayuan. He spread out his divine sense and easily covered the entire country of Zhao. He easily found Teng family city where Teng Huayuan was and flew toward it like lightning. Wang Lin stopped 10,000 kilometers away from Teng family city. He stuck a formation flag into the ground, and with a wave of his hand, the flag disappeared. Then, Wang Lin flew around the Teng family city and placed 16 formation flags. He stared at Teng family city with eyes filled with bloodlust, let out a cruel smile, and whispered, "Starting today, one can enter Teng family city, but they can't leave. Teng Huayuan, my revenge has just started." His eyes were cold as he quickly formed seals with his hand. He floated up into the air. As he let out a roar, he quickly hit pressure points on his own body. Soon, a green gas came out of his body and wrapped around him. Behind him, a figure that looked like an ancient demon god appeared. Wang Lin put one knee on the ground. He poked his right finger, and a drop of blood appeared. He shouted, "Teng Li's soul appear." Suddenly, the illusionary demon god opened its mouth and swallowed the drop of blood. Then, it spat out a weak, green light. The green light slowly descended. Wang Lin caught the green light, and the illusionary demon god slowly disappeared. This was a small technique he learned from the memories he inherited from the ancient god. This technique allowed him to recover the soul of anyone he had killed. However, the soul would only last half an hour. The returned soul didn't have any memories, only some basic instincts. To the ancient god, it was a useless technique that could only really be used to temporarily increase the power of magical treasures. But the moment Wang Lin found this technique, he came up with a series of revenge plans. Holding Teng Li's soul, Wang Lin swallowed it without a second thought and covered the entire country of Zhao in his divine sense again. Slowly, one bright that after another appeared in Wang Lin's divine sense with the help of Teng Li's soul. Each of those bright dots represented someone with Teng family blood in their body. These people, no matter if they were from the main branch, sub-branch, or were descendants of Teng family females that married out, they all appeared in Wang Lin's divine sense. It could be said that as long as they had any Teng family blood in them at all, Wang Lin had found them. Wiping out a family was not something as simple killing all of the Teng family members. Wang Lin must kill anyone with Teng family blood to wipe out all descendants of the Teng family. That is what it truly means to wipe out a family. Gradually, more and more bright dots appeared in Wang Lin's divine sense, and his smile became more and more cruel. Throughout the years, the number of descendants of the Teng family had already reached an unimaginable degree, and every single one of their soul signatures was memorized by Wang Lin. Half an hour passed in an instant, and Teng Li's soul that was devoured by Wang Lin dissipated. Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast suddenly appeared. He stood on the mosquito beast and flew toward the closest sect. There was a total of 7 Teng family members there. Teng Xian was one of the 6th-generation disciples of the Teng family. He had already reached the early stage of core formation. One of the reasons he had gotten this far was because he was from the Teng family. The other reason was that he entered the sect as a disciple of one of Tian Dao sect's nascent soul ancestors. The Teng family had a total 6 family members in the Tian Dao sect, and all of them had considerable status in the sect. Of course, the one with the highest position was still Teng Xian. After all, the other 5 were only at the foundation establishment stage. Teng Xian was very satisfied with what he had, whether it was his cultivation partner or his current position. Of course, all of this was nothing compared to the core members of the Teng family, but he knew his own limitations and that those were not people he could compete with. Even among the countless Teng family members, how many could really compete with those geniuses? Teng Xian only wished to reach the late stage of core formation before he dies. Today, his little sister, Teng Yu, will be visiting him. When he thought of his little sister, his lower half heated up. He and his little sister had a great secret. They had slept together when they were young and have kept doing so in secret. Teng Xian knew that his little sister was very lewd. As they grew up, many other Teng family members had a taste of her, and even some family members of the previous generation have had some affairs with her. But he didn't care. Whenever he thought of the bedroom techniques his little sister had learned in the Huayuan sect, he just couldn't wait. He quickly arrived at the loft in the back mountain with those heated thoughts in his head. He opened the door and suddenly, a very seductive body emitting a soft fragrance landed in his arms. Wang Lin traveled quickly and soon saw the sect on top of the mountain peak. The 3 words on top of the main entrance read, Tian Dao Sect. Wang Lin didn't stop at all and charged toward the sect. Suddenly, a light screen appeared as the grand formation protecting the sect activated to block Wang Lin. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. Wang Lin shook the flag, and dozens of restrictions shot toward the light screen. Without any hesitation, the light screen broke, and a rumbling sound spread throughout the Tian Dao sect as rocks and dust flew all over the place. Almost instantly, the few nascent soul ancestors came out of their closed-door training and looked at the sky in shock. The mosquito beast under Wang Lin's feet noticed his master's killing intent and quickly charged toward the nascent soul cultivators. Those nascent soul cultivators secretly cursed. Just as they were about to take out their magic treasures to fight, Wang Lin sent out a message that came down upon the entire sect like divine retribution. I have a personal grudge with the Teng family descendants. Anyone that gets in my way will die. Wang Lin put a bit of his divine sense into his message. This message came from the sky, and the lower it got, the lower it became. The message roared across the Tian Dao sect. The nascent soul cultivators that heard it coughed out blood, causing them all to reveal horrified expressions. At the same time, Wang Lin jumped off the mosquito beast. His gaze quickly fell on one of the disciples of the Tian Dao sect in the square outside the main hall. The youth was terrified. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile. He waved his hand, and the youth flew toward him. The youth's hand was around his own neck as he struggled and tried to say something. It was unfortunate, but he shouldn't have been named Teng. Wang Lin squeezed his right hand, and with a cracking sound, the youth's eyes bulged and he immediately died. Wang Lin's left hand slapped his bag of holding and took out a soul flag that absorbed the soul of this Teng family member. Wang Lin threw the youth's body behind him. At the same time, a long dragon banner flew out of his bag of holding. The banner wrapped around the body. The banner was held by the mosquito beast. All of this happened in plain view of the entire Tian Dao sect. Wang Lin killed this person quickly and cleanly. Then, he charged into the main hall toward another youth. The youth had a look of indignation and his fists were clenched. After this, he would never have the chance to unclench them. All of this was because his name was Teng. Wang Lin's right palm hit the youth's head. The youth's internal organs were destroyed and his soul was taken away by the soul flag. There was no pity in Wang Lin's eyes as his body moved again. At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators of the sect had caught up. A red-faced man quickly appeared before Wang Lin. Although he was frightened, he quickly said, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. If there is any problem, we can talk about it." Wang Lin didn't even look at the person. His G realm immediately moved, and in a flash, the red-faced man's eyes went dim. As Wang Lin moved past him, he hit him, causing his body and nascent soul to shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. A voice as cold as winter came out of Wang Lin's mouth. "Anyone who tries to stop me has committed the same crime as the Teng family." The hearts of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators suddenly shivered. They froze and didn't dare to move again. Wang Lin left the main hall and flew within the sect. The nascent soul cultivators all hesitated. One of them took out a piece of jade, imprinted a message on it, then threw it out. The jade quickly flew away and disappeared into the distance. Then, the nascent soul cultivators all looked at each other. They bit their lower lips and decided to follow Wang Lin. Although they didn't dare to stop Wang Lin, if they didn't even dare to follow him, then they really weren't fit to be nascent soul ancestors. A very beautiful woman was flying toward the Tian Dao sect with a panicked expression. She didn't want to die. Her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't want to die, but her name was Teng. Wang Lin ruthlessly crushed the woman's spine. After collecting her soul, he threw her body backward. The dragon banner once again flew out and wrapped around the body. At the moment, there were 3 bodies on the dragon banner. Wang Lin didn't stop. Of the 4 people remaining, 2 of them were in the back mountain, and the other 2 were running away. One of them was almost out of the Tian Dao sect's formation's range. Wang Lin's eyes were as cold as ice. He moved and instantly appeared outside the Tian Dao sect. He saw a youth frantically flying and constantly looking back. However, the head that the youth turned back would never have a chance to turn back around again because his name was Teng. Wang Lin flicked his finger at the youth's chest. The youth's body shook and he immediately died. Wang Lin trapped the youth's soul, threw the body back toward the dragon banner, then flew toward his next target. The nascent soul cultivators following close behind him were horrified. They all had the same thought. When did the Teng family offend a fiend like this? This fiend's cultivation was at an unimaginable level, yet he didn't go fight Teng Huayuan. Instead, he was here killing the Teng family descendants. Clearly, he had a very deep grudge against the Teng family and wanted to wipe out the entire family. These nascent soul cultivators felt a chill in their heart, and their steps unconsciously slowed down. Wang Lin's eyes were still cold as killing intent slowly surrounded his body. He let out a cruel smile as he locked onto the fifth person. This person was the oldest out of everyone here. His hair was already all white, but his cultivation level wasn't very high, only at the peak of foundation establishment. The old man's face didn't show any signs of panic or grief, but instead had a very serious expression. As he was flying, he repeatedly took out message transmission jades, filled them with a bit of his divine sense, then threw them out. However, his fate had already been decided because his name was Teng. When Wang Lin appeared before him, he stopped flying as he sullenly looked at Wang Lin and said, "Senior, what grudge do you have with our Teng family? There must be a misunderstanding." Wang Lin didn't say a word. Without letting the old man finish, he waved his hand, and a black flying sword flew out of his bag of holding. The black sword pierced through the old man's chest. The old man's body turned black. He died before he could finish speaking. Wang Lin sealed the soul, bound the body, and flew toward the back mountain. Every time Teng Xian met with Teng Yu, he would open up the formation for the loft in the back mountain to hide all traces of their presence. However, this also meant that he wouldn't be able to feel the outside, but in terms of safety, this was the best way. After all, he and Teng Yu were brother and sister. If he was found out, his reputation would be ruined. Although Teng Yu had been sleeping around with a lot of people, including Teng family members, people kept that in their hearts and never spoke about it. If he was caught in bed with her, then it would be a completely different matter. As a result, he didn't know about anything that had happened outside. All he saw was Teng Yu's alluring eyes and delicate body. After a few piercing growls, Teng Xian fiercely pounded Teng Yu as if he is trying to rip her apart. Teng Yu quickly activated the Huayuan Sect's technique, and at that moment, both of them reached the peak of bodily pleasure. It has to be said that Teng Xian and Teng Yu were considered lucky. Although the two of them will die, they at least experienced great pleasure before they died together. Teng Xian took a few deep breaths and got off Teng Yu's body. However, he immediately noticed that something was wrong, then noticed that there was an extra person in the room. His heart shook. Just as he was about to speak, the person moved in a flash. That was the last scene he ever saw. As for Teng Yu, just as she opened her eyes, she saw Teng Xian's head fall to the ground. She immediately let out a scream. However, this scream wasn't as alluring as the screams from before and would be the last scream of her life. They were bound to die because these two siblings were named Teng. After killing the two of them, he sealed their souls, bound their bodies, and left the loft. The nascent soul cultivators of the sect all stood outside the loft in silence. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at them as he jumped onto the back of the mosquito beast and left with the dragon banner trailing behind him. On the dragon banner were 7 corpses. Wang Lin didn't stop moving as the mosquito beast flew away from the Tiandao sect. From a distance, the 7 corpses bound by the dragon banner looked like the tails of a peacock emitting a bloody light. It wasn't until Wang Lin disappeared in the horizon that they all finally let out a breath. One of them whispered, "The Teng family is finished." Another person muttered, "Not just the Teng family, the entire country of Zhao is going to go into turmoil." Then, he took a deep breath and said to the elders of the Tiandao sect that were looking his way, "Send out the order to call back all disciples that are training outside. Cut off all business relations that have to do with the Teng family. Any of the disciples that are training outside and have formed cultivation partners with Teng family females are to be expelled from the sect. From this day on, we will have no connections with the Teng family." After killing 7 members of the Teng family, Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. One must have a firm heart to wipe out an entire bloodline. If one had a moment of weakness, they couldn't act decisively when needed and won't be able to go through it all. After all, wiping out a bloodline was not something that just anyone could accomplish. Wang Lin's next goal was another sect that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. There were a lot of Teng family members there, a total of 93. Wang Lin was in no hurry. He wanted to slowly kill them to allow Teng Huayuan to struggle with the pain of watching his family die, but be unable to do anything. He wanted Teng Huayuan to feel the pain of wanting to rip open his own chest to see if his heart had shattered yet. Chapter 236, Killing 1000. Wufeng Valley was one of the demonic sects in Zhao. It was a great sect 400 years ago, but it had fallen in the past 400 years. Its nascent soul cultivators weren't able to break through. Their lifespans ended and none of them could escape the life and death cycle. This caused this once great sect to gradually decline, and along with how powerful the Dao sect became, Wufeng Valley dropped down to a second-grade sect. The decline of Wufeng Valley caused Teng Huayuan's ambition to flare up. Throughout the years, he had been slowly sending more and more Teng family members into Wufeng Valley. The ancestors of Wufeng Valley knew of this, but because Teng Huayuan was so powerful, they couldn't do anything. It has to be said that Teng Huayuan was an elder of Wufeng Valley. This way, the other sects couldn't say anything as this would be considered an internal problem of Wufeng Valley. So far, there were a total of 93 Teng family members in Wufeng Valley, with a majority of them holding high positions in the sect. 3 of them had already reached very high positions. The most prominent of them was a 5th-generation family member, Teng. He had already become a candidate for the next sect head. The other 2 nascent soul cultivators were completely helpless against Teng Huayuan's actions. They could only pretend that nothing was wrong while always in closed-door cultivation to try to break through the early stage of nascent soul into the mid-stage of nascent soul and increase their lifespans. In addition, every year, the Teng family would gift them things like spirit herbs and pills. As a result, they were given even more reasons to turn a blind eye. It's not like they could win against Teng Huayuan. It could be said that Wufeng Valley had become a personal sect of the Teng family. When this first started, there were people that were opposed to it. People of Wufeng Valley acted out and voiced their concerns, but after hundreds of years of it happening, there was no longer anyone that voiced their opposition, and even the disciples of Wufeng Valley believed they were part of the Teng family. After all, hundreds of years could change a lot, and most of Wufeng Valley's current disciples were a new generation that had been accepted in the past few hundred years. Wang Lin stood on top of the mosquito beast, and his divine sense was locked on the people in Wufeng Valley. Behind him was the long dragon banner with 7 bodies bound to it that had already been mummified under the strong wind. Wang Lin arrived outside Wufeng Valley with a monstrous killing intent. Although Wufeng Valley was called a valley, it still had a mountain. The mountain range was called 5 Peak Mountains. The mountain range was shaped like 5 fingers coming out of the ground. Wufeng Valley was located in this mountain range. The main sect was in the middle mountain, while the other 4 mountains were for all the branches of the sect. Many years ago, when Wufeng Valley was at its peak, the 5 mountains were filled with spirit energy. There were thousands of cultivators, and Wufeng Valley was the overlord of the area. But now, the mountain range was very deserted, and spirit energy was scarce. There wasn't even 1,000 disciples in the sect anymore, and many of them were new disciples who were only at the 1st or 2nd layer of qi condensation. Wang Lin arrived at the mountain riding the mosquito beast. It seemed someone had noticed his presence. Immediately, a cyan-colored light screen appeared to block Wang Lin. At the same time, a powerful killing intent came from the peak of each mountain. There were 5 men in white standing at the top of each peak with blue, red, purple, yellow, and white swords respectively floating above their heads. Boundless waves of spiritual energy came from the mountains and entered the 5. After a series of conversions, that energy entered the flying swords, making them more powerful. Wang Lin let out a sneer. These 5 are all members of the Teng family. Clearly, they were prepared. They must have been warned by that old man of the Teng family from the last sect, so they made preparations beforehand. This was inevitable, and Wang Lin didn't try to keep it a secret. With that old man's cultivation level, Wang Lin could have easily killed him before he could send out the warning. This was exactly what Wang Lin wanted. He wanted the entire country of Zhao to know that he was going to wipe out the Teng family. His revenge was not something to be done in secret. Instead, he would blaze the across country, because right now, he had the power to do so. The 5 Teng family members' hearts were very gloomy. They opened up the Grand Formation because they got the warning from Teng Gao that a powerful enemy was coming. Even though they had the Grand Formation up, the 5 didn't feel relaxed at all, and instead felt rage in their hearts. They were enraged because they saw the 7 bodies bound to the dragon banner floating behind the youth in white. Wang Lin didn't pause. The moment the defense formation came up, he took out an ancient sword sheath. His eyes were filled with a ruthless light. Since Wufeng Valley was using sword qi to fight, then let them see what real sword qi is. Wang Lin took out a flying sword with his right hand. Currently, he had many low-quality magic treasures with him. After all, 400 years of accumulated wealth was no small amount. He quickly forced the sword into the sword sheath. When it was 4 to 5 th of the way in, there was suddenly a powerful resistance. The 5 people on the peaks of the mountains let out shouts. The swords above their heads hummed, and sword qi shot up into the air from the 5 swords. The color of the sky changed, and the 5 sword qis moved like 5 dragons as they charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin held the sword sheath. He could feel that the killing intent mixed with the sword qi inside the sword sheath had reached its limit. He let go of the sword and suddenly, an aura more powerful than the 5 swords qis combined came out of the sword sheath. The sword aura flowed like a river. It made people want to go insane. After 1 hour, Wang Lin left the area with a head in his hand. This head belonged to the highest-ranking Teng family member in Wufeng Valley, Teng Gao. Teng Gao's eyes were filled with fear. However, because he was named Teng, he couldn't avoid it. Behind Wang Lin, the large dragon banner behind him already had 100 bodies bound to it. These bodies and heads spread out like a fan as Wang Lin flew. Anyone who saw this would be shocked. After the killing spree was over, 2 old men walked out of Wufeng Valley. These 2 were the nascent soul cultivators of Wufeng Valley. Not only were they not angry, but there was excitement burning in their eyes as one of them said, "The Teng family is finished." The other nodded and laughed. That's right. This person's cultivation level is really high. He must be from a demonic sect of a higher-ranked cultivation country. From the looks of his actions, he intends to wipe out the Teng family. I wonder, if Punenzi acted, would he be able to hold out? Even if he can't, it won't affect us. Junior apprentice brother, I feel that this person looks very familiar, but no matter how much I try, I just can't remember where I've seen him before. Really? Senior apprentice brother, I thought it was just me, but we must have met this person before. The 2 thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember anything. They had already forgotten about the youth that had his body destroyed in a fight against Teng Huayuan outside Wufeng Valley all those years ago. Wang Lin stood on top of the mosquito beast. His eyes were still cold as he set his sights on a village 8,000 kilometers away. There were 174 Teng family members in that village. Teng Family City. Teng Huayuan sat in the main hall of the Teng family ancestral home. His face was gloomy, and before him knelt 3 people. Besides the 3 people, there were dozens of others around the hall. All of them stood with their heads down. Silence and fear flashed across their eyes. In 4 days, this person has killed 961 people of the Teng family. Teng Huayuan let out a laugh as his eyes became even colder. He threw a piece of jade at one of the people that were kneeling on the ground and said, "Sun Heir, speak. Share the news that you have brought back." The youth kneeling on the ground was a young man whose face was as white and smooth as jade. He took the jade and placed it on his forehead. His expression didn't change as he slowly said, "4 days ago, this person appeared at the Tian Dao sect. He killed 7 members of our Teng family and left. On the same day, he appeared at Wufeng Valley and used a sword sheath magic treasure to destroy the defense formation. He set up a 1,000-kilometer restriction zone and killed 93 members of our Teng family. 3 days ago, he appeared at a branch home of our Teng family. He killed all 174 Teng family members there. On the same day, this person showed up Lin City and wiped out the branch family that was established there 200 years ago. A total of 104 Teng family members were killed. 2 days ago, the Teng family members near the capital were wiped out. 211 people died in 1 hour. On the same day, the 27 Teng family members in the Yuan Kui sect all died. Yesterday, the group we sent to the Jemia sect to train was wiped out. All 345 Teng family members died. Their blood flowed like a river. As he spoke, the breathing of people in the room became more rough. Every one of those numbers represented the life of a Teng family member. Teng Huayuan tightened his fists. He took a deep breath and asked, "Did you find out the identity of this person?" The youth, who still had an indifferent face, shook his head and said, "I haven't managed to find out. Every person from the Teng family that has encountered him has died. Everyone else received orders from their sects to not say a word." Junior spent a lot of effort to get a picture. "Ancestor, please look." With that, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a scroll. He slowly opened up the scroll for Teng Huayuan to see. On the scroll was a very simple sketch of a person. This person had flowing white hair and had a purple star on his forehead. His entire expression was filled with killing intent. Below him was a giant mosquito beast. The most notable feature of the beast was its long proboscis. In the middle of the proboscis hung chain that connected to something all the way behind them. The chain spread into many different branches. There were countless bodies attached to each branch. Although everyone only saw a picture, they all took deep breaths and revealed horrified expressions. Some of their faces were already so pale, there wasn't even a trace of blood left on them. After Teng Huayuan saw the picture, his eyes were glued onto the youth's face. After a long time, he revealed an expression of disbelief. He didn't hesitate as he grabbed the scroll with his hands. He stared at the picture as veins began to surface on his forehead. "So it is you." A strong aura suddenly spread from Teng Huayuan and turned the furniture around him into dust. There was even a Teng family member that wasn't able to get away fast enough and was turned to dust after letting out a scream. As for the 3 people kneeling on the ground, they were the first ones to back away. Aside from the youth with the indifferent expression, The other two were terrified. Everyone in the hall knew that the ancestor was angry. After killing 900+ Teng family members, the ancestor didn't get angry and was only gloomy, but after seeing a picture of this person, they didn't know why, but the ancestor lost control of his spiritual energy. Teng Huayuan stared at the youth in the picture. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was able to instantly recognize the person in the picture. It was that Wang Lin from back then. But he clearly remembered seeing Wang Lin die back then, which was why when he saw the picture, he was shocked and lost control of his spiritual energy. Teng Huayuan still remembered even to this day the terrifying eyes Wang Lin had when he died. That look had haunted him for these past 400 years. Teng Huayuan muttered. He came back. At that moment, everyone in the hall wondered who exactly this person was. It was clear that the ancestor knew this person, or their hatred for each other wouldn't be so deep. But almost everyone here was born in the last 400 years, so they didn't know about what had happened 400 years ago. In fact, although many people knew about this matter, not many people talked about it. After all, a nascent soul cultivator wiping out a mortal family was not something to brag about. Teng Huayuan's face was ugly. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man rushed into the hall. This person's face looked familiar to Teng Huayuan. Right as he entered the main hall, he kneeled down and revealed a shocked expression. With a voice filled with terror, he said, "Ancestor, we can't leave." Teng Huayuan frowned and shouted, "What are you panicking for? What are you saying? What do you mean we can't leave?" The middle-aged man swallowed, took a deep breath, and quickly said, "A few days ago, there was a rumor from Teng family members about a light screen 10,000 kilometers from Teng family city preventing anyone from leaving. Junior didn't mind at first, but when I tried to leave for business, Junior found that it was indeed as the rumors said. I was unable to go more than 10,000 kilometers from Teng family city." The moment those words were said, the entire room became silent. Teng Huayuan looked at the middle-aged man and left the ancestral hall without a word. After leaving the hall, he instantly disappeared and reappeared 100 kilometers away, then flew away from Teng family city. After arriving at the 10,000-kilometer limit, Teng Huayuan didn't stop and charged forward. A screen of red light suddenly appeared as Teng Huayuan slammed into it. Waves of ripples spread out, but the light screen didn't break. No matter how far Teng Huayuan stretched it, it would always return to normal. Teng Huayuan's expression became even darker. Then, he took out powerful magic treasures and used them one by one. To his horror, he found that the light screen remained intact. A trace of anxiety that hadn't appeared in a long time appeared in Teng Huayuan's heart. He almost immediately realized that Wang Lin had asked someone to put down this restriction. The goal was to trap everyone in Teng family city, so they could only sit and watch as the rest of the Teng family members were killed. There was also another purpose for the light screen. All of the killing would scare the Teng family members to escape to Teng family city. Once everyone has gathered in Teng family city, Wang Lin will come attack. Teng Huayuan didn't believe that Wang Lin had the ability to lay down this restriction himself. Even if Wang Lin hadn't died that time, at most, his cultivation was only at the late stage of core formation or the early stage of nascent soul in the worst case. With Teng Huayuan's late-stage nascent soul cultivation, Wang Lin didn't seem significant to him at all. What he feared was the person who had set up this restriction. He guessed that that person's cultivation level might be spirit-severing. This was his real concern. After pondering for a while, he wondered how deep of a relationship that senior had with Wang Lin. If their relationship wasn't too deep, then this wasn't something the family couldn't withstand. Teng Huayuan didn't even think that there was any chance that this restriction had been placed by Wang Lin. He pondered a bit, then left with a gloomy expression. After he returned, he opened up all of the protective formations in Teng family city with no regards to the cost. He then went into closed-door cultivation to keep his body at its peak, so he'd be ready to battle at any time. To Wang Lin, the past 4 days of killing and the 1,000 people he had killed was only the start. Compared to the tens of thousands of Teng family members, this was only a small number. Wang Lin stood on the Mosquito beast, and behind him were almost 1,000 bodies. The 1,000 bodies covered a few hundred feet of area, and when he flew over an area, they cast a shadow on the land below. His eyes were still cold. It was as if they were ice that would never melt even in tens of thousands of years. His next destination was the Huayuan Sect. The Huayuan Sect had become the #1 demonic sect in Zhao. They had many exports and thousands of disciples. There were a total of 481 Teng family members in the Huayuan Sect. These people were not all Huayuan Sect disciples, but they were at the Huayuan Sect right now. A few days ago, Wang Lin killed over 300 Teng family members at the Jimia Sect, and all of them were at the Qi condensation stage. Wang Lin questioned the people there and found that the elite of the Teng family had been sent out for training. It seemed the Teng family members in the Huayuan sect were also there for training. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile as he slowly flew toward the Huayuan sect. But just at that moment, his expression changed as he looked to the east. There, in the distance, a colorful carriage floated toward his direction under the control of several youths. A voice came from the distance. Immortal GMO is here. Random people, please move out of the way. Chapter 237 Wang Lin. The multicolored flower carriage was very eye-catching, especially when it caught the light of the sun. But what was even more ridiculous was that all of the flowers on the carriage were very rare spirit herbs in the country of Zhao. In addition to the flowers, there were many spots of light on the carriage. When the carriage moved, it was like the night sky filled with stars. In fact, it was so bright that the light would hurt your eyes if you looked at them. Even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck for a moment. All of those shiny objects were low-quality spirit stones. It's not that the spirit stones were that precious or that there were that many. If Wang Lin were to lay out all of the spirit stones he possessed, he could decorate hundreds of those carriages. However, even with how long Wang Lin had lived and how much he had experienced, this was the first time he had met someone so lavish. The young boys and girls around the flower carriage were all very handsome and pretty. Although they were all only at the second or third stage of chi condensation, the arrogance on their faces was even greater than some low-key nascent soul cultivators. As the flower carriage got closer, Wang Lin's eyes became more calm as he observed the carriage. Immortal GMO is here, everybody make way. One of the youths shouted in a high-pitched voice as he stared at Wang Lin, completely disregarding all of the bodies floating behind Wang Lin. GMO, Wang Lin pondered a little. This name sounded very familiar to him. After carefully thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up as he said, Old man GMO? You dare. Almost all of the youths shouted at the same time. Their voices were in complete unison, as if they had practiced. Maybe because all of their voices were in sync, they were able to create a bit of pressure. However, to Wang Lin, it was far too weak. Shut up. All of you, stand down. A sharp voice came from inside the carriage. Shortly after, the front part of the carriage slowly opened up, revealing a very gorgeous bed. On that bed lay a body that was like a mountain of fat. The person had an oily face and was so fat that he didn't even look human anymore. The person was wrapped in a blanket. The blanket was covered in mid-quality spirit stones. You know this, old man? The fat man looked at the countless bodies behind Wang Lin and frowned. He asked, Fellow cultivator, did these mortals mess with you for you to have killed them all? In his eyes, Wang Lin was same as him, only at the early stage of nascent soul, so he didn't think of Wang Lin as a threat. GMO had rampaged around Zhao for a long time. After he reached the nascent soul stage, aside from the few late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he didn't think any other cultivators were a threat to him. This had a lot to do with the secret dark arts he practiced. This cultivation method was dedicated to making puppets, so even though his cultivation level was only early-stage nascent soul, he had a few puppets made from ancient cultivators' remains. In reality, GMO had been studying this for a long time. He had always been looking for things like zombies to refine. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile. He waved his right hand and grabbed a head from the dragon banner behind him. Do you know this person? He asked. Old man GMO was stunned. He originally thought that this person was just a cultivator that had killed a bunch of mortals. He looked at the face that was filled with fear and had a hard time identifying the person. After looking at it for a while, his eyes suddenly opened wide as he said, Teng. This Teng was the Teng family member with the highest position in Feng Valley. He was going to be the next sect head. He also received a lot of attention from Teng Huayuan. Since Zhao was such a small country, GMO would naturally know such a person. Then, he spread out his divine sense. This time, he carefully looked at all the bodies. As he checked, his face became more and more ugly, and this gaggle of corpses suddenly had a totally different meaning. He almost sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly asked, These people are all Teng family members. He suddenly became very cautious and no longer dared to look down on this person. Although the Teng family members that were killed weren't strong, if this person dared to kill this many Teng family members, then he was either stupid or arrogant enough to not fear Teng Huayuan. He immediately decided in his heart that this person was not someone he could mess with. Teng Huayuan had already reached the late stage of nascent soul, and the Teng family was filled with powerful cultivators. Yet this person didn't seem to care. Obviously, this person was looking down on the Teng family, and old man GMO didn't want to mess with a madman like this. Old man GMO's face was instantly filled with smiles as he said, Well done. This old man also sees the Teng family as an annoyance. Fellow cultivator, good job killing. Keep on killing. This old man has something to do, so I'll take my leave. With that, he tried to maneuver the carriage to back up to get away from this fiend. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he asked, "Do you know why I'm killing Teng family members?" Old man Jimo's body shook. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen and said, "I don't want to know. Fellow cultivator, goodbye." With that, he started to leave without any hesitation, even leaving behind the young boys and girls that were escorting him. Wang Lin didn't stop him, but slapped his bag of holding and took out the restriction flag. With a shake, the flag instant covered an area of 1,000 kilometers. Old man Jimo's expression suddenly became very ugly. He stared at Wang Lin and barked, "What is this meaning of this? I didn't interfere with you or the Teng family. Your cultivation level is the same as mine. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Wang Lin calmly looked at old man Gmo. He let out a sarcastic smile and said, "For 100 years ago, your youngest disciple suddenly died. Do you still remember?" The moment old man Gmo heard this, he was immediately stunned, but soon recovered and stared at Wang Lin without a word. Wang Lin's voice was gentle as he slowly said, "That little disciple you had was killed by me, and he had a disciple called Zhang who was from the same sect as me." The fat on old man Gmo's face twitched as he faked a smile and said, "You killed him? Oh well. This old man has already forgotten about what happened 400 years ago." Although he said that, his hand was already on his bag of holding. For streams of black smoke emerged next to him. In the gaps between the smoke, one could see the mummified puppets. Normally, when old man Gmo fought, he didn't use this move at all. This showed just how much he dreaded Wang Lin. Each of these puppets had a cultivation level close to early stage nascent soul, but Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to him and said, "After that, Zhang Hu and I were chased by Teng Lu. I believe you should remember what happened back then." Old man Gmo was unsettled. After a while, he sighed and said, "Actually, I..." Just as he spoke, his eyes lit up and his fat body jumped off the carriage. While flying backwards, he shot out 4 drops of blood that landed on the 4 puppets. The 4 puppets suddenly opened their eyes, revealing their red eyes. They let out wild beast-like roars as they charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his right hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Stop!" Suddenly, 8 restrictions suddenly appeared from the darkness, covering the area and surrounding the 4 puppets. Wang Lin leisurely flew toward old man Gmo. Although old man Gmo was fat, he was not slow. He quickly flew away and even teleported to escape. But no matter how hard he tried to escape, Wang Lin was always right behind him. Gmo clenched his teeth and stopped moving. His hand formed a seal and his body shook. The fat on his body started to move strangely. It seemed to be slowly absorbed as his body became thinner. As the fat was absorbed by his body, his aura suddenly became stronger. His hair moved without any wind, and the amount of spirit energy in him increased. His cultivation level suddenly went from early-stage nascent soul to mid-stage nascent soul. In the end, the person before Wang Lin was a very strong-looking middle-aged man. This person was very handsome. His brows were thick, his eyes were large, and he emitted a powerful aura. His cultivation level shot up to the peak of middle-stage nascent soul, only 1 step from late-stage nascent soul. He stared at Wang Lin and said, in a low voice, "You should feel honored. You are the first person to see my true form since I've reached the nascent soul stage. There are too few experts around, so I'm reluctant to kill you. If you had another 80 to 100 years, you might have had time to grow up. Let's do this. If you cut off one of your arms, I'll let you go for 100 years. I hope that, in 100 years, you will grow powerful enough to fight me. I can't wait." After Gmo finished speaking, his face was filled with pride. His hands were behind his back, and his head was pointed toward the sky. His figure revealed the look of someone who was unbeatable, but it also contained a hint of loneliness. After letting out a sigh, he glanced at Wang Lin, then slowly left. When he moved 100 meters away, he suddenly increased his speed and ran off without even looking back. Wang Lin revealed an odd expression. His eyes glowed red as the G realms suddenly moved, and a series of red lightning bolts shot from his eyes. Without any suspense, Gmo's eyes dimmed as he revealed a look of disbelief. Then his body fell from the sky. Then, under the attack of several restrictions, his body was torn apart. At the same time, his bag of holding floated into Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's body flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to the 4 puppets. When Gmo died, the 4 puppets stopped moving. Wang Lin looked at them a few times and thought for a while. He searched through Gmo's bag of holding and started checking all of the jades inside. After a while, he found a piece of jade that contained the method for refining puppets. After reading the jade, Wang Lin's hand formed seals according to the instructions and shot them toward the puppets' foreheads. Suddenly, the puppets turned into smoke and entered the bag of holding. Wang Lin then put away the bag of holding, stepped back onto the mosquito beast, and quickly moved toward the Huayuan sect. Inside the Huayuan sect, the head ancestor, old man Yang, had a dark expression and was walking back and forth in the main hall with his hands behind his back. He couldn't make up his mind. Inside the main hall were 3 others, 2 female and 1 male. The male was very handsome, and the 2 females were very beautiful. All 3 of them were nascent soul cultivators. They were also frowning and couldn't make a decision. One of the women was wearing a yellow robe that was very alluring. She softly said, "Senior apprentice brother, does that cultivator really have spirit-severing cultivation level?" Junior sister doesn't believe so. This woman's clothes were very close-fitting, revealing her curvy body that would make anyone's heart pound. If it wasn't for the frown on her face, she would be even more charming. Old man Yang let out a soft humph and said, Tian Dao Sect's Yellow Mountain was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator and died from just one look from this person. Saying that this person is in the nascent soul stage would be underestimating him. The woman wearing yellow became silent, and her brow tightened even more. The middle-aged man that had been silent suddenly said, "Senior apprentice brother, how about we kick all of the Teng family members out of the sect? If we do that, then that cultivator won't have a reason to come to our Huayuan sect." Old man Yang rubbed his temples and said, "Then wouldn't it mean that we are making an enemy out of the Teng family? Although both I and Teng Huayuan are at the late stage of nascent soul, I know I'm not his match if we fight." The hall was quiet. After a while, old man Yang's eyes lit up as he made a decision. His voice was gloomy as he slowly said, "That old thief Pun Zi still hasn't appeared, so there must be something wrong with all of this. Forget it. Teng Huayuan is known for holding grudges. If we hand over the Teng family members now and Teng Huayuan doesn't die, then our troubles will continue. Junior brother, send out the order to open up all of the defensive formations. I'll personally control them. We must drive that person away." The middle-aged man nodded. He hesitated and said, "Senior brother, what if Teng Huayuan dies in the end?" Old man Yang's eyes lit up and he chuckled. "Don't underestimate Pun Zi. He will intervene for sure. Even if his cultivation level isn't high enough, would the person at Heaven's Tower still not be enough?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He suddenly revealed a look of understanding and agreed. At that moment, inside the Huayuan sect, an exhausted middle-aged man walked out of a room, coughing. He was holding a pile of clothes as he slowly walked out. Although he was only middle-aged, all of his hair was white, and he wasn't walking straight. The sound of bell chimes echoed throughout the sect. 9 chimes meant that all Huayuan sect disciples must gather within 30 minutes or face punishment. When he first heard the bells, he didn't bother with it, but after hearing the 9th ring, he was shocked as he looked toward the main hall. He had been in the Huayuan sect for a long time, and this was the first time he heard it ring 9 times. He hesitated for a while and ran toward the main hall with the clothes in his hands. However, he was simply too weak. He started to breath hard after a few steps. By the time he got to the main hall, all the other Huayuan sect members were sitting cross-legged at the square outside the main hall. The square was covered with countless disciples. Even the few courtyards nearby were filled with Huayuan sect disciples. Under each disciple was a faint ring of light. The middle-aged man quickly found a ring of light to sit down on. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly heard his fellows shouting, so he looked around and saw everyone looking upward. He looked up too and was stunned. In the sky above the Huayuan sect, an extremely ferocious beast appeared. The beast had a very notable proboscis that was holding a string that was tied to a banner with countless bodies bound onto it. At the top of the beast's head stood a person. The person had a head full of white hair. Although he looked ordinary, he emitted a very powerful killing intent. After the middle-aged man saw the person, he frowned. He felt like he had seen this person before, but couldn't remember. Wang Lin looked at the Huayuan sect below him. He could feel that there was a defensive formation that was countless times stronger than the ones at Feng Valley and the Tian Dao sect. This defense formation was very powerful. Unless his cultivation level had reached spirit severing, it would be very hard to break through it in a short period of time. The key to the formation was that as long as the Huayuan sect's disciples sat on the rings, they will automatically supply the formation with energy. The Huayuan sect had thousands of disciples, so breaking through the formation was like fighting thousands of people. The Teng family members were inside the main hall. It was clear that the Huayuan sect was going to fight until the end. Wang Lin's eyes calmly swept the ground. His gaze landed on an old man. He said to him, "If you don't open up this formation, a river of blood will flow here." That old man was old man Yang. After he saw Wang Lin, he frowned even harder and asked, "Fellow cultivator, what are you here for?" Wang Lin let out a sneer, and red lightning appeared in his eyes. Although this formation was strong, if everyone maintaining the formation were to die, then it would break by itself. G-Realm shot out as a red lightning bolt and landed on the formation. The formation didn't even shake, but old man Yang was startled. Soon, more than 10 disciples on the ground let out miserable screams as they bled from every orifice and died. They fell to the ground, and the rings of light below them suddenly lit up, then disappeared. Wang Lin's voice was cold as he slowly said, "Are you going to open the formation?" Old man Yang laughed coldly in his heart and didn't speak. Wang Lin's G-Realm moved again. This time, 10 red lightning bolts hit the formation. More than 100 disciples coughed out blood. Their bodies twitched a few times before they died. A sense of fear suddenly spread among the remaining disciples. Wang Lin calmly looked at old man Yang and asked, "Are you going to open the formation?" Old man Yang's expression was sullen, and he remained silent. He sat down and started feeding spiritual energy into the formation. The other 3 nascent soul cultivators clenched their jaws as they sat down too. Suddenly, more than 100 red lightning bolts appeared and slammed into the formation. Meanwhile, at the square, more than 1,000 disciples' bodies exploded into mists of blood. The remaining disciples no longer dared to stay. They all got off the rings of light and ran away, ignoring the shouts of their elders. Wang Lin's voice slowly came again. "Are you going to open the formation?" Old man Yang coughed out blood. His face was red and blue as he struggled to make a decision. The 3 other nascent soul cultivators' bodies were slanted. Clearly, they were injured. Wang Lin took a deep breath and casually took out a jade bottle from his bag of holding. After he crushed the bottle, 3 nascent souls appeared. Within sight of everyone present, he devoured them one by one. Then, his eyes glowed red as he raised his right hand, and a ball of red lightning gathered in it. This ball of lightning was made purely of G-Realm. After the ball had reached the size of a fist, it slowly floated downward. Old man Yang was filled with fear. This was the first time in his life he had seen someone consume nascent souls like pills. As he stared at the ball of red lightning floating down, he immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. I'll open it. I'll open it. I will no longer care about the Teng family." With that, he stood up, took out a piece of jade, and quickly sent his spiritual energy into it. The formation protecting the Huayuan sect disappeared right before the ball of red lightning landed. Old man Yang wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. After he opened the formation, he also became more open-minded and said, "Senior, everyone from the Teng family is inside the main hall." Wang Lin didn't even look at him as he walked into the main hall. No sounds came from the main hall, but the smell of blood slowly leaked out. After half an hour, Wang Lin calmly walked out. He waved his hand, and the dragon banner held by the Mosquito beast flew into the main hall and carried out a few hundred bodies. The faces on these bodies were filled with fear and hate. All of these people were very young. If Wang Lin didn't exist, some of them would have surely become core formation cultivators, maybe even nascent soul cultivators. However, they shouldn't have been named Teng. It's better to say that Teng Li shouldn't have tried to kill Wang Lin. One step wrong, and every step after it goes wrong as well. If Teng Li had known better, he wouldn't have tried to kill Wang Lin. Or if Teng Huayuan didn't kill Wang Lin's entire family, then Wang Lin wouldn't have come here to take revenge, because there would be no need for revenge. Wang Lin killed Teng Li, and Teng Huayuan killed Wang Lin once, so their debt to each other had already been wiped clean. Wang Lin was not here to get revenge for himself, but for his family. Just as Wang Lin was prepared to leave, a soft call suddenly came from the main square. "Wang Lin." This call was very soft and filled with uncertainty.